Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember?
The C Sports Station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shotgun snap. He moves up in the pocket. Right tackle block. He runs around in a circle. Cocks his arm, throws in the end zone. It's caught in the back of the end zone with the feet down. Likely got it. Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown, Baltimore! Likely back in the end zone, and a leap holds it down.
It was a touchdown. The ruling of touchdown.
He caught it, were his feet in. Oh, one was, and the toe of the other looks like it's on the chalk.
The runner's toe hit out of bounds. It's an incomplete pass. The game is over.
The Chiefs have won it 27-20, and they hold on, and they win in a dramatic way.
The great Kevin Harlan with the call on Westwood One. That's how we open up the Football Friday edition of Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy live in 30 minutes here on your home of America's team. And all the football wait was worth it. The weather delay, maybe worth it. I was trying to time out some sleep during the commercial breaks to stay up for that one. I was hurting, but the Kansas City Chiefs escape with an overturned touchdown reversed against the Ravens.
Yeah, what a that was that. It robbed us of a chance at what I think is the best play in all of sports now, which is the let's go for two to win the game. It robbed us of that. That would have been fun because the last thing you wanted there after the weather delay, it's already late enough. The last thing you wanted was overtime, right? Nobody wanted an extra 10 minutes.
Nope.
But John was not going to allow that to happen. He already had the two fingers up.
Yes.
But it did rob us of that. But it's a great finish. It really is.
A lot of people saying just throw these teams into the AFC Championship game yet again. A fun, fast start with Derrick Henry, Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, Zay Flowers, likely. All the new speed that these teams have on their squads. This is a fun, great way to start.
You mentioned speed. I feel like this game or playoff games, you've talked about before how we end up sitting there just kind of comparing what we see in Dallas to what we see on the field with these, teams that are considered the upper echelon. And the biggest thing I was taking away last night was watching it and just go like, Dallas is not this fast. Dallas is not as fast as these two teams on either side of the ball. Like, Kansas City, Baltimore, they get after the ball on defense. They've got speed on offense. And so that was the biggest thing. I saw that and I was like, I don't think if Dallas played these two teams right now, they could hang with the speed at all.
Lamar Jackson was kind of shaking his head running off the field. And I'm like, oh, what's going on here? He's acting like something is just off. Is it like, I can't beat them? Here we go again. It was something a little bit different. And come to find out in the post, he thinks Baltimore got robbed?
I thought it was a touchdown, though. Man, he was just open. And I seen 32 and 20 was, like, turning to, like, pursue him when he realized where the ball was going. So I threw it so he can, like, make a play on it just so I don't throw it. Like a line job to hit him in the face mask, and they turn around and pick the ball. So I gave him the ball so he can jump a little bit. But I thought he did a great job, acrobatic catch, and I believe it was 2 feet in.
He's still saying afterwards, I believe it was 2 feet in. Like, what are you talking about? Roquan Smith said the same thing. Maybe that it wasn't an overturnable decision or call. Okay, Baltimore, you're 0-1.
Yeah, if you were to say like I thought it was a touchdown, like initially I thought it was like, and then the rage of emotions, or range of emotions changes. But like look, based on the rules, it's objectively an incomplete pass. Like, you really can't argue that. Now, if you want to argue the semantics of the rule, like a Des Bryant, like the spirit of it, fine, let's have a conversation. But no, like there's no doubt. That's not a touchdown. Like that, the rules specifically states that is not a touchdown.
No, pretty clear.
And there needs to be a lot of focus as well on the pass before, as Lamar misses Zay Flowers wide open. He said he was actually, I think, trying to throw to Bateman. The football nerds came out and said, if you actually know the sport, they were playing zone. He was expecting someone to settle down there. That was the reason for it. It wasn't just an outright obvious misthrow. But we're looking at the replay right now. That looks bad.
Boy, Zay Flowers doesn't know either then, because he looks like, what the hell are you doing throwing the ball over here? And that's after the play before, by the way. Rashad Bateman bails him out with a leaping, contorting grab down the sideline, even puts him in position. But, I mean, this is the Lamar Jackson roller coaster. He is not the most accurate quarterback, especially in the middle of the field, but he's a weapon, and he will threaten you in a lot of different ways.
Like, there's not another quarterback in the NFL that puts that on the final play, on the likely catch, non-catch.
Mm-hmm.
There's not another quarterback that evades that pressure. I mean, he spun around, like, did pirouetting in the back.
He's going to be the most adept at it.
Yeah.
I think there are other guys, but that's the other thing is, like, I don't know that there are other guys that even have to get to that play because they hit Zay Flowers in the end zone.
So my big takeaways on both sides are Kansas City has fixed their offensive problem with playmakers and speed. Just that little slant or that in route to Zay Flowers, Baltimore could not touch that as they tried to adjust a little bit. Rashee Rice. The throws to Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy putting it right in the face of Rodney
20
Harrison.
20-1, baby.
Talking smet. You bet on him for Rookie of the Year?
No, I took him last night 20-1 for the first drive touchdown.
Ooh. Sweet.
Yeah.
I drafted him in my college league with Malik Neighbors sitting there on the board. I think I ended up with both of them, but the speed is outstanding. You forget that Kelsey is even out there. So Pat Mahomes had told Chris Sims in the pregame, the one thing I wanted to work on, I want to bring the deep ball back. They're going to have no problems doing it. They are fast. And you add Pacheco to it.
Listen, they're the we just mentioned that they
got a track team out there.
They're the best team in the league, and it's not even close. My guy Bo sent me this note. So Lamar rushes for 122.
Most ever by a rookie in an NFL. Oh, I'm sorry. 11:30 got me.
Yeah.
Most ever by a quarterback in an NFL opener.
122 yards Lamar rushed for, which is that's for him. That's great. That's even a lot for him. Kansas City still beat them by a yard per play. They're not. These two teams aren't even close. Like it's like it and this has got a very kind of Coltsy, Patriotsy kind of feel to it. Like whoever wins the regular season matchup's going to host the playoff game. And now it's even more like the Ravens season's over now. They got no chance. And the Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl. My overreaction Monday.
My takeaway or Friday. Yeah. My takeaway on the Baltimore side is it's just not going to work for a sustained period with Lamar. Everything is a backyard football play. I wanted to see 3-step, 5-step, 7-step out, like a little bit more structure and consistency in the drop back passing game. And Bobby, I'm just not seeing it. If Mike McCarthy put his beloved GPS on Lamar Jackson last night, and look, Mahomes was also running around and doing a lot of stuff on the move. It just feels like in the rhythm of a play, Baltimore's passing game is not there. Maybe it does get there. I'm going to say no because of Lamar's history. I watch him at the beginning of these seasons, and I'm like, how is he going to do this every single game? Now, he has ended up doing it to the tune of 2 MVPs, but last night was just way too much. Go out there, create magic, or do what you do because you're not seeing the reads when you should.
Yeah, and again, it's a double-edged sword. Like, it's something where that sort of ability and the way he can extend, that causes a lot of trouble for defenses, and they have to cover longer, and it becomes a little more fluid, and people are kind of freestyling out there and just, okay, break off my route. Let's figure out something here. And it's harder for defenses to cover that for long periods, and you get some easy open windows. The problem is that I think a lot of times he bails too early. Like, he doesn't want to stand in there. He doesn't want to make the throw. I don't think he's always totally comfortable when he's having to throw to the middle of the field. So I think he ends up bailing and trying to run around. Makes it tough for the offensive linemen when they don't know where we're going to block up, where are you going to be in the pocket. And, I mean, these are just – it looked like classic Lamar Jackson to me in terms of he's so dangerous as an overall player and makes things so tough on a defense to plan for. But at the end of the day, you're like, I don't think that you're going to be able to throw to beat me when you need to.
Yeah. That's the way I feel about it. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We have 2 Luda giveaways today. 720 Expressway, and then we're going to do it again at 8 o'clock this morning. 2 pairs of Ludacris tickets to hook you up with. We got 5 in, 5 out, my favorite stat in all of sports. We have official picks for the season and the Cowboys. We have Cowboy songs to open up the season from Choppy and Bobby. And, of course, Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. But I am changing my mind for the 14th time. I am back to believing the Dak deal does not get done. After some Bobby Bell phone calls, and what is the CeeDee Lamb workload going to actually be? We go inside the Star, then Coach McCarthy next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. You know, interest rates skyrocketing everywhere else, not at Diamonds Direct. Here they come to the rescue this month.
Absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys, Cleveland, Sunday on this radio station. In case you did not know and you're part of the 6 a.m. club, this is your home for everything Cowboys, including pregame, play-by-play, and the post here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell.
No. That's the Cowboys insider. If you were watching NBC 5 this morning and saw Choppy get tons of TV time on NBC 5.
Did they not put you on?
No. I'm very upset. I'm very bitter.
Maybe they're going to sprinkle it in throughout the broadcast, like you'll be in the second hour of the show.
Yeah.
They'll just go back and
They're just
forth.
like, his name's not even on the show. We're not going to put this guy up here.
Yeah.
Fresh beard lineup thanks to Boardroom Styling Lounge. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's probably it. So,
Maybe
yeah, no,
the
you
chiseled
got,
jaw.
you got a good, minute and a half of talk time, I would say.
So Mike McCarthy's coming up live at 6:30. He'll be with us every single Friday. And Bob, yesterday you were working the phones and the media was working Dak Prescott to ask him how important it was to get the contract done before the season starts in a few days.
Maybe from a team aspect, yeah. I've always talked about how present I can be, but understanding not everybody is capable of that, to be honest with you. There could definitely be some benefit in that. But at the end of the day, it's a lot that entails in moving parts in the contract, and those guys that know both sides are working.
Judging by at least Clarence Hill and maybe another reporter or two, it sounded like Dak was in a different mood talking about this than last week. He was giving some winks, saying maybe I could put a bubble on the Dak practice field with a new contract. He gave a smile afterwards with the wink, and he also talked about how winning a championship would matter and mean so much more right here with a star.
Yeah, that's what motivates me on being here, honestly, is to be the quarterback that does it, that wins it. I don't think that winning it any other place would be the same as winning it here. And so that is number one and one to be here, to be honest with you.
What you think, Roberto?
Man, this is...
Because you put out a thread yesterday.
Yeah, because this has been the most frustrating contract situation or issue or whatever else you want to say to work through that I can recall, because it's something where typically you will maybe have only a couple of people are getting information about a specific issue and everybody else is just on lockdown, or everybody's kind of getting the same information behind the scenes and they're finding out different things. This is one where I think everybody who's trying to run this down is getting conflicting and just totally contradictory sort of information from people that they trust and that are normal. And so when I see that and I hear that, because that's what I've heard, like behind the scenes, I hear stuff that's very contradictory from people where it's like, oh yeah, I would think it's going to get done. And then there are other people, it's like, nope, no chance it gets done. No, probably not till the spring. And if it gets done then.
Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano yesterday.
They had the same thing. Fowler and Graziano, who they have that back and forth article of theirs that they do where they kind of say, hey, this is what we're hearing. Yeah. They had completely opposite views. Graziano said that he still feels like this is getting done. He said he's been getting more optimistic responses over the past couple days than I've gotten at any point in the past calendar year. Then Fowler comes back and says a line from someone with direct knowledge of the situation midweek said, looking like free agency at this point gives me pause. Now Dallas has 4 days to intensify negotiations, but it hasn't happened to the level a deal of this magnitude needs. Then you hear Ian Rappaport saying things on NFL Network like they're not close. Nick Eatman feels like, hey, they're closer than you may think. We heard Matt Pittman say that. They're closer than you may think. It's so conflicting. And so to me, that's one of two things. Either the waters are being muddied intentionally and mutually by both of them, and they know that it's causing some distraction, which is very possible, or they have such fundamentally different perspectives and they are so off on their communication that they don't even understand that they're not close to each other right now.
How could you have different perspectives, though, on news that you're hearing?
What do you mean?
Like, unless the people that they're talking to just have no idea. Unless the Cowboys and Dak have done such a great job of keeping this so between Jerry, Stephen, and Dak and his agent, and then nobody else has any clue what's going on.
This is the analogy I drew last night. Have you ever seen or heard of a situation where a couple gets divorced, and when they get divorced and they're talking about it and they're reflecting back, one of them will say, I never saw this coming. And then the other side will go, I don't know how you didn't see it coming. It was blatantly obvious to me that we were far apart and we had issues.
Yeah.
That may be just, and if that's the case, that is an awful omen for what their communication level is like.
I'm going to change my mind again and put it on the record for Friday that this does not get done now before the season starts. Based upon Ian Rappaport, based upon Jory Epstein, based upon some of the things behind the scenes, I'm going to guess it does not get done. But there is a theory out there that Jerry Jones will try to steal the spotlight from the Philadelphia Eagles tonight or tomorrow by announcing the extension to try to put the Alex Rodriguez-esque attention on him and his football team.
And the A-Rod references in the Colorado-Boston World Series in 2007, he decided that he was going to opt out of his contract. And he did that right in the middle of like one of the games. I can't remember if it was the clinching game or what, but he did it right in the middle of the World Series. And MLB got so mad because they're like, dude, you do not break. And they basically embargo all teams. Can't fire your manager during the World Series. Like, you got to wait. Do it before or after. And that's the theory. Maybe Jerry will do that tonight. That would be peak. If any Jerry hater is out there, or not even a hater, but somebody who believes that he cares more about the spotlight than winning.
Yes.
That is all the fuel you need, because you would be showing that it's more important to you to get a little bit of attention off the Eagles and onto you as it would be to get your player under contract early or to get your team ready with no distractions during camp.
Preach.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a little bit of a history of this. Jerry made the NFL, and
didn't he do the Jimmy announcement during was it a Browns game?
It was during one of the international games. He announced it leading up to the Panthers game.
Ring of Honor. He gathered up all the media beforehand, like kickoff. The reporter's like,
they missed the first few minutes of the game because they were over there. But no, he did this in '95 when the Giants were putting Phil Simms in the Ring of Honor or whatever they had at halftime. He walks down at the 2-minute warning with Phil Knight and announces, "We're doing a partnership with Nike." Blasts out a press release to all the media, including the booth at Monday Night Football, and the NFL was furious. And his announcement was also like, by the way, I'm getting into litigation with the NFL over this, and he just did not care.
It's a Football Friday on Sean and RJ, home of the Cowboys, and that means one thing every single week for the next 17 and hopefully longer week period. The head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy, joins us live next. But it is a football weekend, so you know everyone is just extra excited, and the pre-gaming may be...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
The Fan is proud to support our heroes at the 23rd Annual Guns N' Hoses Boxing Tournament, Saturday, September 14th, at a terrific venue, the Credit Union of Texas Center in Allen. Police versus fire, going at it in the ring. Proudly supported by Best Buy Windows and Siding and the On Time experts. Help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again with this man. He's the head coach of America's team, Coach Mike McCarthy, every single Friday at this time. Brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach, and welcome back to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Good morning. It's good to be back.
Thank you for joining us. Did you stay up late last night for that game to end?
I didn't see the game, actually. Just, week one's always a little bit, a little more work involved. So we were pretty busy here on the offensive side of the ball last night.
Coach, does so much more work get put into the first game opponent than the rest of the year when you have obviously a lot shorter prep time? Do you do twice or three times the workload on the opening opponent?
Definitely. I mean, I just think it's the nature of the beast. You look at it the whole summer once you got the schedule set. But to be honest with you, the schedule is a little bit of a juggernaut. The bye week, with just the way it's set up, you really don't get the work done that you would like to get done because you're still building your roster and when that thing sometimes runs all the way into Wednesday, and then Thursday's your last day because it's mandatory Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you really just have a normal week. And the first game, in my experience, has always been the toughest because you've been working on it the most, and there's so many things you feel good about, and you got to really, really stay on top of your volume, and check yourself. So I spend more time in week one just making sure, you hit everything. The first road game, how we travel. We had a number of player acquisitions right down here at the end, and just getting people acclimated. So you just have a lot of extra conversations that are time consuming.
When it comes to kind of studying the Browns, though, for like a week one or any week one opponent, during the season, you'll look at tape from, across the year. Heading into a week one, are you looking at a bunch of, at the end of last year's tape? And how do you factor in stuff like a guy like Jerry Jeudy, who's new to this team? Are you watching stuff he did in Denver? How does that approach work?
Definitely. I mean, it's just like anything. You have your schematical approach, and then you have your, the player matchup approach. You have historical components that you look at, the history of the coordinators. Obviously, playing in Cleveland, we haven't played in Cleveland in my time here, so you just, you're going through all those items and just make sure you're detailing it.
Coach, kind of wanted to go over your theme for the season for our listening audience. Rooted. Saw the T-shirts and the gear yesterday. Can you just kind of go over once again why you chose that theme for this season?
Yeah, definitely. I think, the origin is year 5, the story of the Chinese bamboo tree. You plant it and you basically water it for 4 years, and, and you see nothing really above ground. But the reality of it, it's what's growing beneath it. And if you know the story of it, in year 5, within a 5-week period, it goes from 0 to 80 to 90 feet. So, and the reality of it is, it's not that it grew, to 80, 90 feet in 5 weeks. It's really the root system that's been built over the 5-year period.
You steal one of your old kids' textbooks for that? How the heck did you find that a little nugget out?
No, actually, a friend of mine just told me the story, frankly, back in February, and just my personal experience. In the last opportunity I had, won a Super Bowl in year 5, so that kind of generated the conversation. And then, and we also, every year, we have a theme, but we have, sub-themes to it too. And we've done a lot of work with O2X, Human Performance Group out of Boston. And they, I thought they did a really good job with our football team, and they had a slogan of, improving 1% every day. So we also accompany that as part of the theme, and the third component is how you're going to do it, and that's be where your feet are and stay in the present. So thought it was a good message this year.
Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Cowboys, getting you set for the opener on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Something that Jerry has repeated is what he thinks pressure does with people, that he likes to see how they perform under it. And I personally believe, some people can thrive under it, and some people, maybe a little bit irritated by all the pressure on them. In your experience, Coach, with a ton of pressure on guys, do you feel like it creates diamonds? Can it have an adverse negative effect when people are worrying about contracts and distractions and all the other things that we usually talk about in an NFL offseason or going through this year with so much on the line? How do you view pressure?
Well, I mean, that's a big question. One I'm not really going to get into right now. I think just the nature of this business alone brings a lot of pressure to every individual in it, because just because of what you have to do to perform and succeed in this business. So, and that is a lot of pressure. And I think for people that are in this business over the long term, it's something that's, you have to be able to endure and thrive in. So, that's the big picture. But, everybody's situation is different. There's a personal component to this, and everybody handles pressure differently. So I think, the professional part of it is, you get up every day and you go full bore ahead, and you have to do it in this league, or people are going to run right past you. So, but there's a personal component to this for everybody.
Coach, we've been trying to figure out Deshaun Watson in his time in Cleveland. Does he resemble, in what you've seen, does he resemble the quarterback we saw in Houston, or what's your take on what's going on with him?
Yeah, definitely. I think you just gotta, you gotta stick to the video. I mean, you watch the games that he played, in the 10 games and 5-1 in the 6 games prior to that. His record, before the injury and everything. So, he makes them different for sure. This is a offense. They run the ball very well, and they have all the movements and keeps. Big screen team. So, I mean, they put a lot of stress, on your C gap, on your force components, and things like that. So you got to be really in tune with that. You got to tackle well. And then, he's a playmaker. He's a dynamic player with the ball in his hands. So, yeah, I mean, that's the guy we're preparing for.
Is the Guyton, Myles Garrett type matchup, is that the one that you think might be really make or break this game, with his first start and his, first game in the NFL?
Well, I just think like anything, it's way we view them defensively, and obviously Myles is a great player, so and he's been playing at this level for quite some time. So regardless of who's playing left tackle, I mean that's definitely a focus of us of how we want to attack their defense, and they do a really good job of moving them around. He won't just be on the left side; he'll play some on the right side, and and they use him as the spinner and off the ball and so forth. But it's definitely the approach of where is he every play? So when we break the huddle, we definitely got to know where he's lining up.
Coach, you said on Thursday you're not necessarily comfortable starting so many rookies against Cleveland, but you're confident. Is it important for those rookies, though, to be comfortable heading into this game?
Well, I did not say I wasn't comfortable. I just said I would not use the word comfortable. I don't think that's. I mean, who the hell's comfortable going into a football game? I mean, didn't want to be critical of the gentleman's questions. That's just not my nature. But no, I'm confident in our players. I'm confident in what these young guys have done. They've earned this opportunity, and most importantly, visiting with the leadership council last night, the veterans are excited about our young guys. So that speaks volumes to what these young men have done since they've been here.
Coach, was CD behind at all when he finally got into camp? Do you expect any kind of pitch count week 1?
Well, I mean, I would say he's behind. He's just kind of getting back into it. I mean, it's always the little things that every player goes through when there's time away from the group. So we'll continue to work through it, but he's hit every mark every day. So that's what you go by. We got 2 more days of practice, and really want to see how he is today. Yesterday was a big day. We were outside and just blew it out. Frankly, I mean, we do comparables of yesterday's practice compared to the last 3 practices this time of year, and the workload capacity was off the chart. So I mean, the way these guys come in here today is going to be important, and he's definitely one of those guys.
You guys are very familiar with Deshaun Watson's top target, Amari Cooper. When you watch Amari Cooper on tape and see the way that he's performed these last 2 years with some quarterback instability, is there any part of you when you've been watching them this week where you think, man, I wish we wouldn't have let him get away?
Well, I think I just have such respect for Amari's game. When you watch, particularly his releases and his ability to understand, stems and breaking points. He's obviously very, very gifted, but his route running is something that I've always had such respect for.
Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, we know how much you believe in the run game. Help us understand what we may be missing with the concerns that many have over the group. Obviously, a lot of green offensive linemen with some of the inexperience. Why do you feel good about the running game heading into this season?
Well, to me, the run game is the one area where you have the least, opportunity to really practice it, full speed, just because of the limited pad practice compared to how much more you can practice the passing game. So and so we're always going to be committed to it. The biggest thing is when you look at the run game is it's just like you have to get the attempts where they need to be, and I think sometimes we can take statistics and maybe not look as far as we could just to get the result. I mean, so when I'm talking about your run game numbers aren't always a true reflection of what you're trying to do. I think your time of possession, completion percentage, with the run game attempts, with the run game average. It's a collection of, which you need to do to control the ball. And I think last year's a very good example of that, just because the way our defense is built. And, we have a lot of guys that, they can really get after the passer, particularly last year's group. We were trying to stay off the field, win the time of possession battles where I'm going with this. And, and I think we were 5 or 6 plays less a game in 23 than we were in 22. So that's what I really focus on. And, we will be good running the football, and it's because we're going to commit to it.
Coach, the new kickoff rule is the one real major change. Last night, I know you said you didn't get a chance to watch it, but they, for the most part, except for one kickoff, they just kicked it deep and gave the ball to 30. Do you think that's what's going to happen across the league? Most teams just kick it deep, get them at the 30, and don't worry about the long kickoff? Or do you think this will be a trial and error, and teams may start one way and then change it up?
I think it's interesting, and I haven't talked to John yet, John Fossil. But I know just him and I were visiting yesterday, and I was curious just to see John Harbaugh and obviously Dave, just the special teams guys, that they're respected in the special teams community, to see how they would come out the gate with the new rule. And like I said, I did not see the game last night, so I was hoping to see the ball in play, and especially with it playing outdoors in Kansas City, but. Yeah, I guess we'll see how this thing goes, but I just hope we're not at 20% again. We're 80%. We got 80% touchbacks, because that's not the goal. And I think anytime you make changes in this league, especially the amount of work that went into making this change, I just hope we get the results, and the results is returns. It's an exciting play.
Coach, it's great to have you back. Thank you so much for the time and the answers as always. Have a great day and a great start to the season. We'll do it again next week.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
You too, sir. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Did not want to go too much into the pressure topic. Said we will be good running the football because we're going to commit to it. And Bobby Belt, obviously getting press conference quotes incorrect. So 0 for 1 for Roberto to start off the season. I love it.
I don't know how totally incorrect the quote was, but
ask me the question again, because I remember it didn't make sense with the wording of it. Go ahead.
You said on Thursday that you're not necessarily comfortable starting so many rookies against Cleveland, but you're confident.
All right.
That's what he said.
And so to me, in just hearing that, you can't be confident if you're uncomfortable with it. Like, those two things can't go together.
Well, you know how they say, like, you have confidence, or they say get comfortable being uncomfortable? That was kind of like the spirit of what he said.
Yeah.
He said, like, his exact quote was, he said, I don't know if comfortable is the right word. If you look in the Coaching 101 handbook, it doesn't say, yep, play those guys in week 1. I'm confident. I don't know about comfortable, which is what I asked.
Yep. 0 for 1, right, Pepe? Don't you think?
That's right.
Mike McCarthy every single week here on DFW Sports Station. We have a ludicrous ticket giveaway at 7:20. It happened again.
He's keeping the ball in the yard. Well, maybe not here. A drive deep out into right center field. This one's got a shot, and it's into the bullpen. Adolis Garcia, an opposite field 3-run home run to give Texas the early 3-0 lead.
Rangers open up with the 3-1 win over the Angels. Cody Bradford, the lifelong Ranger fan, getting it done with the ERA of 3.05 on the season. 6 innings. Only 2 hits given up, 1 earned, and 4 strikeouts. 68-73 is the mark now as they continue the momentum after the Yankees series win. They're 8-2 in their last 10.
Oh my God.
They've won 3 in a row, and they're 7.5 back in the American League West as the Armpit has lost 3 games in a row.
Yeah, look at that. It's creeping up.
All in my face.
They just got swept by the Reds in Houston.
Yes, all in your face.
I mean, it was in Cincinnati, but
how about the bullpen? 3 innings, 7 strikeouts. Nice little outing. It's about stacking wins on wins, Sean. It's all it's about right now. Just stack wins on top of wins. Doesn't matter if you get those 3 runs in the first inning or in the 9th, and you win the game. Stack those wins together. Get to 6 by Sunday. You get the 6 games back by Sunday, and it's a race.
David Sullivan over on the YouTube said Rangers not done yet, and he's got a crying laughing emoji, so he's kind of joking, I guess. But that was the idea I saw. It reminded me of the Monty Python skit where he's trying to like just throw the guy onto the cart, and he goes, "Not dead yet," and it's like, yeah, he is. Don't worry about him. Just let him. It's kind of like the Rangers are trying to say not dead yet. It's like, you are.
You kind of are.
Yeah, you are. A little too late.
Mike Bassick agreed with that yesterday in Cross. He's like, yes, it is over. As I was asking everyone, what would the lead have to be after the Angels series in order to make you seriously reconsider your position that this was done? Your regret number.
6.
6.
Get it to 6. Yeah, look, if Houston gets swept again, and the Rangers sweep, and now it's not at 6 anymore, now it would be at 4.5. I mean, now you're in a whole different ballgame. But let's get it to 6. Start at 6.
Creeping up, though, is 0.7% for the playoff odds yesterday. It's 0.9 today. We're about to break the 1% barrier.
We'll be at 3% by the end of the weekend.
About to go full RFK.
Yeah.
Rangers, Angels again tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch on this radio station. The Commanders fired the team employee who got caught with the secret recording. He gone. No more suspended. He is fired.
Poor guy. What's his next move? What do you do after this? You can't go into sports. No team is hiring you ever again. If this is what and according to his LinkedIn and everything else, this is what he prepared his life for, was to do this and to be in this role. And so what is it? What else are you going to be able to do? My guess is he is going to write for Deadspin. I'm not even kidding. There will be a Deadspin column coming out next week of why I don't take back anything I said on that secret video. And then it'll be like, oh, they're awful and racist and homophobic and drunk and mouth breathers.
Yeah, because it's like, I don't know. Like, would he fit the Deadspin mold? First of all, what is Deadspin anymore?
I mean,
irrelevant.
Basically take his comments and just wrap that into an energy and apply it to a website. That's Deadspin.
That's Deadspin.
Yep.
Everybody's something. There's something wrong with everybody. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe he will write for Deadspin. But this is what they initially suspended him, and that was probably the suspension was probably in a grace period for them to investigate.
Yeah.
And then they came to the obvious conclusion, which was, even if what you said was not offensive or whatever, you basically told us that we're just lying as an organization to all the fans. You called the owner of the commissioner of the NFL a puppet.
All of our players homophobic.
You called all of our players homophobic, and you called another NFL owner racist.
And you called our players uneducated.
And you called the fans mouth breathers. We just can't. And alcoholics.
Yeah.
And simply high school educated.
Dude.
We really can't have this around.
Yeah, and I heard G-Bag playing the audio back again yesterday, and hearing it through a third time, it really is just stunning. It's like, how could you not tell you were being interviewed? You were not on a date. She kept so one more time you said repeating his words back to him. That's what you said, right? He is just oblivious.
He must have been horny.
He must have been
and hammered. Right? To have your inhibitions down to not pick up on that.
I would have spotted it. I spotted that you were trying to throw me in the pool just by trying to take my phone. So I would have caught this.
Yeah, you and Wilchuk, you both were in the same frame of mind last night.
We could have just thrown you in with the phone. I mean, it would have been fine.
Yeah, we could have just gone inside the house.
I heard you say that. Favor. I don't trust that. I don't trust that I could submerge this in water and it'd be fine.
No, because I had mine get just a little splashed and I had to get a new one.
Around the NFL, Jamar Chase did show up to Bengals practice. So if you draft, I took Amon-Ra over Jamar. And I may be regretting it a little bit, but Matthew Berry led me to the Amon-Ra promised land last year. By the way, his secret pick or his in-love pick this year is Kyler Murray. But it sounds and looks like Jamar Chase is going to lose the contract battle right now and actually play. Someone took a photo of the Bengals crossing this street to go into their practice, and people are like, "What the heck? Why are you having to dodge incoming traffic?" Yeah. The Bengals apparently got mad over the photo being taken, so now they told reporters, we don't care if you're out on a public street, no photos of the players crossing any walkway to get into our facility.
You can't on the Bengals practice facility side of the street. They're dictating that on that side of the street you can't take pictures. So the reporters had to go to the other side of the street because they didn't have say over that side of the street, which is absurd, but sounds like the Bengals, to be honest.
Yes, Brandon Ayuk admitted, I probably drug things out a little bit longer than needed. The money was on the table. And I'm going to go ahead and take responsibility for what happened at the very, very end of this negotiation. So that's Ayuk kind of admitting, me in terms of having this thing play out as long as it did towards the end.
Yeah, he didn't get what he wanted. In terms of he didn't get the big payday that he wanted. He had to settle a little bit, but
he got a good payday for him.
Sure, but not above where like the 49ers basically hadn't moved on their offer the last few weeks. And so but what he got out of it was like, hey, a lot of veterans don't want to do training camp anyway. So you got a month off, you got to relax, do whatever you're gonna do, and show up when you show up.
All right, who are you guys as we go around the room? Chop, Pepe, and myself if there's time. Who are you really excited about that you got on your fantasy team? Like your sleeper for those who may be drafting after the first game last night. Mine right now is Xavier Worthy in my college league. That's who I got. That's who I'm thrilled about. Choppy?
That's who I have. I have it in our fan league. Okay. I didn't start him, of course. I didn't start him last night. So he's the guy that I'll tell you. There's two others. They're both wideouts.
I got Neighbors as well.
Ooh,
I got Malik.
Yeah.
I just hate that he has his quarterback.
So like Jameson Williams is finally healthy. Like he was hurt the first year. Then last year he missed like the first 6 games or so. He had like a betting scandal, right? He was sports betting. So he was suspended. And then they're super excited about him. And then of course, our guy from South Carolina, Xavier Legette.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know he's playing. I don't even know he's on a roster.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't care. I wanted that guy with that voice on my team.
Pepe, all the Tolos love the team that you drafted as you had Mahomes last night with his 1 touchdown.
I did. I had Justin Tucker in all 3 of my leagues. Thanks for finally being washed, Justin Tucker, as that 50-yard field goal was a 6-point swing. But my exciting player is DJ Moore for the Bears. With Caleb Williams out there, I think he's going to get a lot of receptions, a lot of touches there, hopefully a lot of touchdowns. So I'm excited to have him on my team.
Speaking of last night, after game 1, how much Derrick Henry regret do you have as a Cowboy fan? That's next with our ludicrous ticket giveaway. Football Friday, just getting started with Sean and RJ. But are you stuck in a rut here on this Friday, ready for a vibrant career change that...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Give it to Henry, right side, powers his way in, touchdown Ravens! Derrick Henry, touchdown number 1 as a Raven, touchdown number 1 of the 24 season.
Call on Ravens radio was not enough as Lamar Jackson and that Baltimore pass game come up just a little bit short, and the Kansas City Chiefs open up with a 27-20 win last night on Thursday Night Football. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Bell. We got Pepe in the back, and we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and I can see by the numbers y'all are ready to go for the football season. How many Derrick Henry messages were in your mentions after he had the early touchdown? It certainly slowed down in mine because Henry ends up with 13 carries for 46 yards and a TD, 3.5 a carry. I will remind everyone, RJ Choppy, the deal was 2 for 16. 8 a year. Derrick Henry, 13 for 46. Cowboy regret, week 1.
Cowboy regret at 0. Didn't want him, don't want him. Simple. I don't want to pay running backs, especially. I mean, I'll pay younger ones, right? Pay rookies, whatever. Even into the 3rd, 4th, 5th year, whatever. But you get beyond that, and you get beyond that terrible age of 27 at the running back position. I'm just out.
Stephen A. Smith sat down with Jerry Jones in Frisco, and he said, my biggest criticism of your offseason was not signing Derrick Henry, who clearly wanted to be here. Off the heels of last night, let's just refresh it. Jerry, why didn't you do it?
Candidly, I thought in Zeke that we really had an opportunity. I know that how badly he wanted to get back with the Cowboys. Right. I personally thought that his work there in New England was better than maybe a lot of other people evaluated it. Yeah. I thought he did carry the mail in some critical times for them. And by the way, I saw those old boys getting up with that Jimmy Brown look, the way those players used to look when I was watching him on television, and they'd look like they'd just hit a brick wall, or an old Jimmy had just ease up. I saw some of that still in the way that New England with Zeke got the job done in the running game. Right. I have more belief that Zeke gives us what we need in our short yardage than maybe a lot of fans do.
Jimmy Brown.
Zeke Elliott was Jimmy Brown in New England. This is the number one thing I will hold their feet to the fire for. I believe this is by far the biggest disagreement and evaluation that I have of them. Now, Mike McCarthy, I think, got a little testy a couple weeks ago in his presser. Like, no one said that he's going to be the bell cow. No one said that we're just going to hand off like he's a rookie or in his second year. But the Cowboys are making it sound like the reason they got rid of Zeke a couple years ago was just contractual. It wasn't ability. And now that we got him for basically nothing, now we can get back to the ability. Because that was just like a money thing. That was just like a finance thing. It sounds and looks insane. Unless it's just going to be, which I would be fine with, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, goal line.
And the first carry of the game.
And the first carry of the game.
By the way,
that's what it's going to be, right? I mean, he's going to be the starter.
When they say that it was just a money thing, that's why he wasn't here last year.
I don't know that they did say that.
No, it was definitely a cap move.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of funny that, like, okay, he's making $2 million this year and he's costing you $8.5 million. Because he's charged to your cap twice.
That's frugal Jerry. He's like, I'm not going to lose out on what I owe him. He's going to work for it.
He's charged for $2 million, and then he's got his $6.5 million dead cap split from last year that's sitting on there from cutting him last year. So you're actually charging Zeke twice this year.
It's like me with my lease deal. I'm like, I'm turning this thing in 24 hours before it's due. I'm not doing it 2 weeks or a week beforehand. I'm getting all my money out of it, and that's how Jerry probably views his football team. He did admit, though, we always talk about old Jerry, new Jerry. Is Steven the frugal one? He did admit to Stephen A. Smith he is a little different.
Here is the point. The same thing, the very same thing that made those decisions there make them now. The only thing is that I would say that I haven't taken the risks the magnitude of the risks that I took early. I've slowed down on that risk part of it a little bit.
Because?
I like what we're doing with our philosophy of developing young players. Now that hadn't been here for the last 30 years, but it's certainly been here for the last 5 or 10 years. The salary cap has altered the way that I look and rationale putting a team together. That salary cap.
It's been 30 years, the salary cap. This isn't a new thing. How's it altered how you put a team together? I mean, it's been literally 30 years.
Yeah, I think they've...
So you can say, right?
Well, compared to what they did it the first 4?
Yeah, like re-signing our own, and having a cap on that limits you for going out and making the big splashes, the Charles Haley, Deion Sanders. It's not the same time period.
I think they also, one of the things they would talk about is, I think on the record, but maybe some off the record behind the scenes stuff you'd hear from people too. The idea of, hey, we did some gymnastics. We did some cap tricks, some accounting tricks to the best of our ability to open a window where we could spend and go get Cooks and Gilmore and some of these other people. And like, now it's just time to pay up. And it's unfortunate and it didn't work out, but like that's where we put ourselves.
All right, so we had Thursday Night Football, and now you have tonight in Brazil, first ever NFL game, and I cannot keep track of all the security stories. Darius Slay comes out along with A.J. Brown saying, or we're told not even to have our cell phones out on the street. Darius Slay says, I don't want to leave the hotel room. Then Darius Slay comes out and realizes his brand, his big play brand in Brazil has been damaged. And he's like, I apologize to all the Brazilian fans. I take it all back. I'm retracting that. And now there's a report from Jonathan Jones, CBS, that it's going to be about an hour and a half to a 2-hour commute for the Packers to get to the game, because the Eagles are the home team. They're closer to the stadium. So it could be an hour and a half or 2-hour traffic jam for the Packers, and that they have beefed up and tightened the security.
Look, I got some, I have some tips for Darius Slay.
Oh, how many times have you been to Brazil?
Well, let's see. Twice.
Whoa!
Yeah. Never been there. But I've seen two of the Fast and the Furious
Brazil
movies.
or Brazilian?
Oh, you went to Texas Day, Brazil.
No, 2 of the Fast and the Furious movies had some parts that were filmed in Brazil, so I feel like I've been there.
Okay.
All right, so here's what you got to do, man, okay? First thing you got to do, go to a street race. You want to ingratiate yourself with the people of Brazil, find a street race. That's what you got to do. And the second thing you got to do is you got to rob the head guy. He's going to keep the. You got to rob the bad guy.
It's like punching the badass in jail.
Yeah, you got to rob the drug
First
lord.
night you get to prison, you got to find the big guy, punch him in the mouth.
That's how you want to ingratiate yourself. Let's go here. Street race, baby. Let's do it.
Brazil last year ranked as the 17th most dangerous country in the world by murder rate.
Not for Dom Toretto.
Where were we on that list? Does it say?
I don't have it.
I'm just curious. No, I'm just curious. I genuinely want to know, like, relative to that. I don't know what 17th means. Like I don't have a frame of reference for that.
Oh, yeah, who's number 1?
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. What are we looking at on the college slate in terms of these games?
Yeah, we got a lot of good games this weekend. I thought last week was pretty solid opening week to the college football season.
A lot of big games last week, too.
Yeah, so On 3 has the top 10 games of week 2 that they want you to look out for, and these are going to be marquee matchups and some with playoff implications and things like that. So number 10, Kansas. Number 21, Kansas at Illinois on Big Ten Network. That's the first one. Number 9, the 9th game, is number 23, Georgia Tech, who is kind of surging in a lot of people's eyes. That was a team we had talked about a little bit before the season, but Georgia Tech at Syracuse. Syracuse has a defensive back there that's worth watching as we get closer to the draft. Like a big dude. He's like 6'5" and plays corner. 8, App State at number 25, Clemson. I say this is a big game just because I'm hoping it'll put the final nail in Dabo's coffin.
It was my best bet on the BetQL show that we did last night.
Wow. Number 7, South Carolina at Kentucky. That's 3:30 on ABC. Number 6, Arkansas at number 16, Oklahoma State. That's noon on ABC. Ollie Gordon is so damn good. That running back at Oklahoma State. He is fantastic, and I hate admitting that. Number 5, Boise State at number 7, Oregon. That's 10 p.m. on Peacock. Oregon is in a weird spot right now.
They did not look great last week.
No, they. I mean, you should not have. It was Idaho. You should not have had a 10-point victory against Idaho. That should have been a beatdown. But that was a team who a lot of people felt like that could be the number 1 team in the nation at some point. And for them to drop to 7 like they did, this will be a big test of like, all right, let's see how engaged you guys really are. The 4th game, Iowa State at number 21. Iowa, that's 3:30 on CBS. I don't know who in God's name would want to watch Iowa play football even now.
I want to know who has...
Didn't someone say the Cowboys offense without CeeDee Lamb would be Iowa?
Yeah, I can't remember who it was, but like who has done it their way and it backfired more? Kirk Ferentz at Iowa just say, like, I'm not doing the offensive thing. Or Dabo with the portal.
Not doing the offensive thing.
Dabo has backfired more than probably anybody in the NIL era.
The over-under in this game, Sean, is 35.5. It's a college football game. It's over. The over-under is 35.5. I mean, you can't get low enough for that. They're bordering on Service Academy over-unders.
The shots... Is that it?
There's 3 more. 3, 24 NC State versus Tennessee. 2 Colorado at Nebraska, and then number 1, of course, number 3 Michigan, or number 3 Texas at number 10 Michigan.
The shots fired off season from Derek Lively continued. He already took down Jason Tatum during the Mavs schedule release, and then it would look to be at a basketball camp. Theo Pinson and Rudy Gobert go after the most hated player, I think, in all of sports.
Who's on the posters? Who's on the TV screens? Who's on the commercials? That player is definitely going to be on the floor.
Perfect example. They played the Minnesota Timberwolves. There is zero reason Rudy Gobert should have been on that court.
Zero.
But you are paying him about $40, $50 million. You better get your ass out there and figure it out.
And he didn't.
And he didn't.
He did not.
And then Shaq.
And then Shaq went after Rudy Gobert.
Called him the worst player in NBA history.
Worst player in NBA history. How about that?
Yeah, and then threw in Ben Simmons as another.
And Ben Simmons.
Took shots at Ben Simmons, too, along the way.
Dwight Howard also said he didn't deserve all of his stuff. What has this guy done? That's all I care about for this upcoming NBA season. What has this guy done?
Other than be patient 0.
He's French.
Is that it? You think that's all it is?
They didn't hate Tony Parker like this, did they?
No.
Even when he was dating Longoria?
See, Tony wasn't an enforcer. So Rudy is French and an enforcer.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm not going to get punked by some dude from France.
Yeah.
I mean, they gave up their country in 2 weeks.
Dwight Howard's like, no, he didn't win. He's a help defender. He's not a one-on-one shutdown guy. So my boy, Derek Lively, continuing to take everyone down.
I love the video of when Luka gets the switch in game 2 on Gobert, and then he puts him on skates and knocks down the last second shot to win. And I can't remember, McDaniels, I think, who got switched off. And you see him going to the rim with, and he's like, damn it. Like he already knew we lost because Gobert is on Luka.
It's time to put it all on the table. It's time for the wall of hot takes to get lit up by the morning show. My favorite stat in all of sports. It's guaranteed there will be 5 new playoff teams in the NFL this year. So you got to put 5 in, take 5 out, and who's going to play and win the Super Bowl. That and one of our final giveaways of the week, Ludicrous tickets to hook you up with commercial-free Expressway with NFL predictions is next.
But let's get you over to Johnson Fitness and Wellness. You all know how much I love to talk about workouts.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
cheer, and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Sprints in motion to the right flat. Mahomes will throw it right sideline, wide open with the catch. Xavier Worthy, 10-5, touchdown! Kansas City, Xavier Worthy, the second time in the end zone in the first game of his career. A 35-yard strike by Mahomes to the Chiefs' first-round draft pick.
Game one is in the books. Kansas City 1-0, Baltimore 0-1 after they lose by a toe out of bounds. Game two tonight exclusively on Peacock. So keep that in mind. Got to be watching this on Peacock and not on NBC.
Are you feeling comfortable with your TV setup and the way that you're able to operate streaming and everything else at this point?
No. Yesterday, I said, all right, I'm going to download YouTube TV. I'm going to use Bobby's sign-in information, thanks to Tolo Aaron, who volunteered to let me use his account as well. But then it gave me all this stuff like, we're going to send a verification to the holder of the account over to their Galaxy phone. And then we're going to sit there and it's got to be off the Wi-Fi of the account. And I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm not texting Bobby every time I need to sign into YouTube TV. So I texted him and I said, hey, just let you know I'm messing with your account. If you get any notifications, you said you fixed it in order to let me try it. So I think I'm going to go home and do it today.
Well, because, yeah, it didn't even...
But I'm ready to pull the trigger.
It didn't...
Monday by 5 p.m. They don't have this worked out. I'm not missing San Francisco and Aaron Rodgers. Not going to do it, and I'm getting ready to pull the trigger and cut the cord.
I got the email yesterday about the security alert on it, and it was a critical security alert. It didn't even give me the option to like clear you.
Oh, because my last name is Sharif. It's going to be critical.
Exactly. Yeah, they're like he needs additional screening. It said sign-in attempt was blocked. Someone just used your password to try to sign into your account. Google blocked them, but you should check what happened. So I went to check activity, and it was like, was this you? And I was like, yes, it's me. So I think that now, like, whitelisted. They were just like, this is so outside. It just probably triggered your location and everything else that was like, this doesn't seem like your sign-in.
So did they not, I thought they, like, kind of cracked down on this for Netflix. Did they not do this for YouTube TV? Like, people are messaging me, like, 3 to 5 people can access this at the same time. It's not just like your home, one person.
I've never had an issue with it. You were able to get into it in Oxnard without a problem. So I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's like because there are different ways you can log in. So if you've got the app on your TV, there's one where it's like, hey, go log in on the internet, enter the code, and that's match up with the TV, and it's logged in. Were you trying to physically log it in on the TV?
I went to my computer and did like, type in the code and go to this website, blah, blah, blah.
But it still did that. Okay, so it's a little weird to me. I would think normally those measures, they're comfortable with it, but it didn't say anything about, hey, you've reached a limit. It was just like it was a security thing.
Okay, so this is my favorite stat in all of sports. I wait for this segment and topic every single year. The National Football League is so unpredictable in terms of playoff teams that every single year, at least 5, it's even gotten up to 6 in many years, there will guaranteed to be at least 5 new playoff teams that make it. That means you got to take 5 teams out. I'm going to remind you of the playoff teams last year.
Yeah, there was 1 year it got down to 4. 1 year. Like, cool.
Okay.
And then, but now with it up to 7 teams, it's a lot.
Yeah, we could really do this with 6 and make it really difficult. The teams that made the playoffs last year: Cowboys, Eagles, Lions, Packers, Buccaneers, San Francisco, and the LA Rams. Over to the AFC. Remember, you got to take teams out to put teams in. Buffalo, Miami, Baltimore, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. So 3 teams out of the North. The armpit, then Kansas City. Those were your 7 teams in the AFC.
So last year was a year of 6. You had 6 new ones. Because the previous year, Seattle, the Giants, Minnesota, Jacksonville, the Chargers, and Cincinnati made it.
Which the expanded playoffs to 7 teams. You might see it become more common that it's like 6.
Let's stick with 5. That's difficult enough, and let's go around the room one by one and get ready for your big time Super Bowl NFL predictions for the season. You can also include your hot takes at 877-881-1053. Ralph, start us off.
Out is Pittsburgh. In is Jacksonville.
Okay.
This is good. Out is Buffalo.
Whoa.
I mean, look, you take Stephon Diggs out of there. They are the oldest team in football.
They are.
There's questions about Sean McDermott, and that's going to be a competitive division.
None of us even mentioned them or had a second thought about them in our power rankings on Wednesday.
No, I didn't. I don't think they're a top 5 team. I don't think I think the old roster is much more important than the Diggs loss.
Will this speak on Josh Allen if they miss the playoffs?
Absolutely.
Should.
Like how much?
As an elite quarterback, elite quarterbacks don't miss the playoffs. Like, they just don't miss it.
In the New York Jets. That is only because
beyond belt. Are you serious? Are you serious?
This is only because I had to come up with 5.
This is amazing.
If I didn't, they've got a great defense. They will be a wild card team as Aaron Rodgers limps around looking like Tiny Tim out there.
Wow, one of my favorite, if not my favorite, moment in show history with Bobby on here, and credit to you for not just being dug in belt. Putting Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs. Wow. Pepe, do you have any? Did you do 5 in and 5 out or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, give us 1 and 1.
I have Tampa Bay out, Atlanta in. Easy one there for the NFC South.
That is an easy one.
All right, so I'll also just go ahead and use yours to knock out 3 of mine. Bobby stole my thunder. I have the Bills out and the Jets in. I also have the Steelers out, and I put Cincinnati in. And I also took out the Buccaneers and put the Falcons in. So those are 3 of mine. 5 in, 5 out. Let's continue.
Next one. Out, Cleveland. In, Cincy.
Yeah. That's where I'm at with this. So Cleveland, Cincy, I think, is one that's going to be easy for everybody here.
So I have the same.
Okay.
I have the
same. Do
same.
you have that one too, Bobby?
Yeah, and in Cleveland, the biggest thing is if Watson is somehow Watson this year, or the guy that we became used to, then this changes dramatically. Because if they're able to add the passing attack to what they do in the run game and how good that defense is, Cleveland's an easy team that could be in. But just right now, I don't believe in Watson anymore. So Cleveland out and Blondie Burrow in on this one.
This one was tough in the NFC. Again, I have the Rams out, Seattle in. Seattle was close last year. I think they finally break through as a 7th seed.
I like the Seattle call. That's a team I thought about.
Decent.
Because we're all still kind of being safe with these. These are kind of obvious. I also have the Rams out. I'm so tired of this freaking Rams love. I'm sounding like Bobby over here. I'm so tired of the Matt Stafford, LA Rams love. I have them out, and I'm putting in the LA Chargers.
Oh, Jim, well, that's wrong conference.
I know, but I don't care. Jim Harbaugh making the difference.
Dude, there's a lot of... When I was going through those power rankings the other day, I think the Chargers got as high as 12 on somebody's ranking. There are people really buying in on them, which is a little interesting to me given how awful it looked down the stretch, and then the fact that they lose Keenan Allen, they lose Austin Eckler. They've had all these departures.
Do you have another NFC team that's going to be in, though?
No, not right now. I'm just picking 5 easy ones, 5 in, 5 out, and I'll make up the math later.
You can have an 8-team AFC, a 6-team NFC. I love it. Okay, so my next one,
because this technically could get up to 6. So I think I could.
You can find another team. You can find another team. I too like y'all. I have Tampa out and Atlanta in. So that's my 3rd one.
I have my.
Get your next one.
I have my hot take NFC. The Chicago Bears
are in
as a wild card. The Chicago Bears, if Caleb doesn't act a fool, too much talent, too many weapons, Minnesota down. I got 3 teams making it from the NFC North.
Okay,
the Bears are in. Take that, Chicaline.
Bears are in. Okay.
It's your soft putting game in here.
Oh my gosh, that was rough. I have Pittsburgh out, Jacksonville in, and it's not any sort of big belief in Jacksonville. That's a weak division for the most part. I mean, I believe in Houston. I think Houston's going to be really good this year. But outside of that, I don't trust what the Colts are. I don't think that the Titans are going to be very good. That's going to set up nicely for Jacksonville, who really choked down the stretch and should have been in the playoffs.
The Colts were the team I really tried to make myself like. They were one that really made sense to me here. Okay, let's do this. All this Anthony Richardson fantasy hype. The chosen one, the Howie Roseman of the AFC is Chris Ballard, their general manager. But I don't know enough about them, and I could not do it.
Peyton?
I have Tyreek Hill and his 12 kids out. Justin Herbert in. The Chargers are in.
Okay.
Oh, man, Tua went later in fantasy than I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, this guy's going to put up 400 yards here and there, 4 touchdowns, 5 touchdowns. I ended up taking Brock Purdy over him.
Got to learn to fall before you can
He did
draft
last
him. Yeah, that's true.
I have Philadelphia out.
Oh!
And the Chicago Bears in.
I like
Whoa.
it. I like it.
Boy,
Why Philly out?
I mean, look, a lot of changes on the offense. I mean, I do think that, obviously losing Kelsey's big. He's going to have a lot more on his plate, having to figure out all the calls, all the checks. They don't know how to lose until the end of the year. It's just, you got to pick them.
Got to pick them. So this will be the first NFC East
repeat champion.
In what?
20 years.
2004. The last time we had a repeat champion, Kurt Schilling was pitching with a bloody sock.
Wow.
Fake.
All right, so I've got my 4 so far. I have the Jets in, the Bills out, the Bengals in, the Browns out, Falcons in, Buccaneers out, Jaguars in, Steelers out, and then my final one, I also have the Chicago Bears in.
Oh!
Because if Caleb's good early on, that offense is going to be difficult because of that receiving core, which is really good. And my out is the Dallas Football Cowboys.
Oh!
What a hater. I just don't see double-digit wins for this football team right now. 8 or 9 wins is where I've been feeling all offseason. And I think they're underplaying, I think, this discussion about, like for instance, when we ask about the pressure, or when you asked about McCarthy about the pressure, and he clearly didn't want to get into that. This is just, I've seen this setup before and how quickly it can turn when you run into adversity. Because guys start going like, I got to find my next gig. I got to cover myself. And you stop thinking about the task at hand. I think they've set themselves up in a really poor position. So I've got the Bears in and the Cowboys out.
Jerry Jones was asked by Stephen A. Smith, make the case for your football team versus the rest of the NFC this year.
We have drafted some very, very outstanding football players that should have gotten on the field more last year than they did. We bring in some free agents, and they still may be struggling to get on the field. They need to get on the field. We also drafted some pretty good ones this year. When you are fighting the salary cap bulge, and you want to have the supporting cast around Dak and have it around CD and possibly even Micah, those young players are the ticket. They've got to come in and take up some of that slack for lack of salary cap. That's where we are. Last year, we had some that should have been on the field. They'll be out there, plus some of our young ones get on the field. Oh, I know that says, boy, there they are, counting on some rookies, counting on some young players, okay? But something's got to give. Something's got to give. We do want to keep these guys, and at the same token, we've spent the money. How do we do all of that? You do it by keeping it in your pocket during the high-price free agency. You do it by hopefully developing young players, and you do it by keeping the premium guys that you can possibly keep.
I would really love to know specifically, like, and maybe, I don't know, we asked this on Tuesday, depending on how things go with the Browns. Who are you talking about? When you talk about there's some great players that didn't get on the field, is that
our roster's so good and so loaded they couldn't even sniff the field.
Mozzie played 17 games last year. He's not talking about Mozzie.
Okay.
Luke Schoonmaker played 17 games last year. He's not talking about Schoonmaker. They were very excited about Overshown. He did not play. Okay, that's one. That makes sense. But he said players. I think he might be talking about Deuce. And I'd be really interested to pin him down on if that's who he was talking about. Because he's been talking a lot about, we got to find a way to get Deuce active on game day. Got to. And for him to say players, because in recent draft history, I can't really find anybody else who hasn't been able to get on the field that's available. Maybe you're talking about Tolbert too, some. But, I mean, Tolbert played last year.
Yeah.
And so I think he's talking about Overshown and Deuce.
Pepe, you have any final 5 in, 5 out?
I have 2 more here. Steelers out, Bengals in, and then I also have the Browns out, and then Aaron Rodgers in as well, the Jets.
All right. So, did you have the Jets in, Choppy?
I got one more. I have the Jets in, and the Houston Texans out.
Oh, I like
Put that on the board. He has been digging in on the Texans all offseason.
Look, they had one good pop. I like Stroud. I think Stroud's good. I don't think that they're already putting him in the top 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. He's just not there.
Julio Rodriguez. Is it that over again?
It's not quite Julio because this guy actually played a full year. But yeah, I mean, I'm just not buying it.
So the hottest takes on the show, Texans and Cowboys out from Chop and Bob. I like it. You got to have hot takes. Got to, because we're going to get surprises. Seattle maybe making it. The Chicago Bears making it. And then Bobby loving Aaron Rodgers.
That is a twisting of McCarthyan proportions.
877-881-1053. The boss just hit me up and said your chance to win Cowboys tickets to the home opener courtesy of Miller Lite happening with the KNC Masterpiece and the G-Bag Nation today at Buffalo Wild Wings, Lemon Avenue in Dallas. Buffalo Wild Wings. Today you can win tickets to the home opener. And in order to get you ready, we have Ludacris tickets to hook you up with in order to get you ready for the Cowboys season. Starting on Sunday, the guys went in the lab, and we're going to start off with RJ Choppy's Dallas Cowboys song to get in your feels.
All right, Cowboy fans, it's 2024. This is the year. No more waiting, no more losing, no more disappointments. Here we go. Dak has been under fire since Green Bay whooped that ass here.
Yeah.
And they had us falling for it all, and just like in past years. Well, Dak's got a strong arm, but he just fell apart. We waited for this long, we're dumping the whole heart. Mike is in danger, Jerry went all in. Lamb aside, but Dak is still waiting. First round Cowboys. Finally don't let us down, boys. Let us know when we be going down next in a playoff game. Zeke will go for 2.9. Gotta say, gosh dang. First round losses bringing us pain. Holding Doomsday on the D-line, cause it's Micah's time. And these fools ain't got him outside. First round Cowboys. First round Cowboys.
Oh my God.
That's what will get you set for a season.
Not one take, 6 or 7, but it'll do. Like 5.
Wow.
Thank you.
I told Sean during a break when you'd stepped out, I was like, Choppy really did come through with this song. And you were struggling with it for a while.
That was fantastic.
Thank you. I was struggling with it.
You didn't know which direction to go. You were kicking around a bunch of different ideas, and you came through.
I was kicking around Phil Collins' In the Air Tonight, but I hate that song.
Yeah.
I was kicking around a lot of different ones. Kid Cudi, because I was kicking around Bone Thugs, because they're from Cleveland.
That was good.
Thank you.
Bobby, a lot to live up to with his song to get you ready for the Cowboys season. We have 2 giveaways today on a Football Friday. We'll have one in the 8 o'clock hour, but right now, if you listen to the commercial-free Expressway, this is for you.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Ludacris at the WinStar World Casino and Resort on Friday, October 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, so... Oh, my father-in-law's loving it.
We're getting that up on the Facebook right now, by the way, Choppy's song.
The Sean and RJ Facebook page. All right, Ludacris ticket giveaway and another pair in the 8 o'clock hour. Let's clean up the week.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
877-881-1053. In order to win those tickets, hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. The Twolos and YouTube representing right now with some big-time numbers. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. I cannot wait for this to come out. By the way, next Tuesday, we are going to have the actor and the director of the Aaron Hernandez FX series. Ooh. They're going to be joining us Tuesday at 8 o'clock, the guy playing Aaron Hernandez. But I'm not anticipating that more than this. Yesterday, Bill Simmons tweeted out the trailer for the Vince McMahon documentary on Netflix.
People have wondered who I really am. You know, the portrayal of me, I'm a bad guy. But no one really knows me.
In the world of professional wrestling,
Vince McMahon,
he's easy to hate. What you expect,
I don't fight fair.
That's exactly what you're going to get.
It's not my fault that I happen to be a self-made billionaire.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to All American Wrestling.
When I bought my dad's business, my vision was to make this mainstream.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Vince created this huge empire, billion-dollar entertainment juggernaut.
He did things no one thought were possible.
Everything he did turned to gold.
There were so many scandals going on.
On trial for steroids.
90% of the wrestlers are on steroids.
Another dead wrestler.
This rocked the very foundation of the WWE.
I would accept no responsibility whatsoever.
None whatsoever. They live this lifestyle.
Breaking news. Vince McMahon is stepping aside.
The lawsuit accusing him of countless depraved and humiliating acts.
I didn't think the lawsuit could shock me, and I was floored.
When it comes to Vince, a lot of that is a character. He's going to show you what he wants you to see.
The lines of reality are very blurred in our business. The individual loses all sense of who they really are.
My name is not Vince. My name is Mr. McMahon.
Ooh,
Vincent Kennedy McMahon.
I cannot wait.
Sounds great
on Netflix.
It really sounds awesome.
I wonder how good a look are we going to get at him, though? In terms of, like, is it going to be completely, is this polished up? Is this, like, going to be a little bit of a PR builder for him?
Sure.
Or is it going to be a little more like, hey, this is all, warts and all, this is Vince McMahon. If it's that, then I'm all for it. And he is such a big production type of guy that I would think he would recognize, hey, let's include some of that. Like let's include some of those words. By the way, I found out yesterday looking around that Washington Commanders guy who got fired, his previous job was he was running like communications for the XFL when it relaunched.
Oh, nice.
Really?
Yeah, so not a great connection there.
All right, Chop, an update on the biggest story in America, unfortunately, this week.
Yeah, so it's the Georgia school shooter who killed 4 people, 2 kids, 2 teachers, injured several others. His name is Colt Gray. He's a 14-year-old. So the latest is this morning, late last night, early this morning, they arrested his father, Colin Gray, 54, charged with 4 counts of manslaughter and 2 counts of second-degree murder and 8 counts of cruelty to children because the reports came out that he gave his son the weapon that he used to carry this out for a Christmas gift.
Oh, my.
Now, he was basically saying it was a hunting thing, but he still gave it to him. And this is after the FBI, and this is where the local cops come in. The FBI warned the local cops about this kid a year ago. And the local cops were like, nah, it's not worth our inquiry. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
They
he
warned
had
him
apparently had a fixation or a liking to following and not worshiping, but researching and liking other mass murders and mass shootings.
And
there were signs. His aunt said there were definitely signs, and the adults around him failed him.
Yeah, his aunt said he was begging for help, and nobody ever gave him any help. And she's really going at it because she's like, you can't charge this kid as an adult. He's 14. You can't charge him as an adult. She's really kind of digging in. And then the neighbors are coming out and saying that because he lived, the parents were split up, and they're like, the mom abused the hell out of these kids. Like, she would lock him out of the house. And, when they got in trouble, she just locked him out of the house. And they would just be knocking on the neighbor's door because she didn't feed them or she didn't ever clean their clothes. She said the neighbor said the clothes were always dirty. The mom was in and out of jail for drug possession and abuse and domestic violence. It's a crazy, crazy story and the upbringing. And we never see the parents get charged. It happened in Michigan.
Yes.
Ethan Crumbly.
So the Michigan parents got convicted, and I think they're doing like 15 years. But there's a chance for them to get out early, I guess.
What's this charge? Does it say what the charge specifically is?
So it's 4 counts of manslaughter, 2 of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children.
That's to the dad?
That's to the dad.
Yeah, because they got in Michigan, they were involuntary manslaughter.
Right.
That was the charge that they got. But I mean,
I think what they're saying, because the dad like purchased the gun for the child. I think in Michigan, the parents were just like kind of negligent with their weapons.
Man, it's tough because I think I think it's fine to say, if you know this kid has a problem and you put this in his hands, that is negligence that in some way maybe to give it as like second degree murder and manslaughter and like, man, I don't think it's as clear cut as you might as well have just fired the gun yourself. If you want to say, like I said, negligence or something that's on a lower tier, I think, but man, that's difficult to put that on it. I think.
Normally I'm like, you can't blame somebody else for the crimes of somebody else, even if it's your kid. Like if, I don't like when
it's like it's negligence.
It's negligence though. Like I don't like when like if you get if your kid gets into a car accident, they could sue the parents. Well, why? I didn't get in a car accident. What the hell are you suing me for?
Can you?
Yes, absolutely.
For what?
You would sue their their insurance company or whatever. Because they're under 18, so they're under your control.
But even still, that's financial liability. We're not talking about like jail time,
right? Yeah. But even still, I don't even like that. But he like purchased you purchased the gun for the kid. You know the kid has problems. The FBI has been probing him. I don't really.
I don't have a problem. Huge problem with it.
I'm with you. I'm like, should it be second degree murder?
That's like, I don't have a problem with him getting charged. I just don't know if it seems a little strong to give him the second degree murder and manslaughter charges. That's where I'm at. All right. This is a wild story that's been out in Alabama. It's been going viral this whole week. The family of a deceased Alabama man claims that the surgeon removed his liver instead of his spleen, which ultimately led to his death. The family of 70-year-old William Bryan claims that this surgeon, Thomas Shaknovsky, removed his liver and not his spleen during a procedure that he did not survive due to massive blood loss. They are going after this hospital as well, which is Ascension Sacred Heart Emerald Coast Hospital in Walton County. He went in there on August 18th for a splenectomy, according to an operative report obtained by USA Today. And ultimately, they're charging that he accidentally removed the liver, which I look at this and I say, I don't know if this actually happened. How? Like, this guy would have to be a worse surgeon than any of us in this room.
Yeah.
Because the liver and the spleen are not in the same spot. They're different shapes. They're different sizes. They're different colors. They look nothing alike.
No, the liver is like right here, and the spleen is right here. And I know that only because I've had ultrasounds on both of them in the last year.
Well,
that's how I know.
What a flex.
What a flex, man. People are just worried about my fatty liver.
What I always think about in this is, and my dad, cardiologist, went through some AVA issues in the hospital we were in. A mistake that you make at work is not as costly as a mistake that is made in a hospital.
Oh, no.
Right? Everyone's going to have bad days. Everyone's going to make mistakes. Your mistake is life-altering possibly.
There are a few professions you can't make a mistake in, like surgeon, pilots.
Yeah.
Like, no mistakes. Boeing makes enough mistakes for the pilots. They don't need to have any more.
Me stuttering over a word is like nicking a bladder like they did to my wife at the hospital. Like, sorry. Like, it was a mistake.
Yeah, during the autopsy, the medical examiner found the spleen was still in him. And they're like, okay, well, this is clearly not right. And they said that they had to remove the surgeon report said that they had to remove the very enlarged spleen. It's like, well, yeah, I guess he thought a liver was a super enlarged spleen, but I don't know how you flip sides like that.
All right, I talked about my excitement for the Vince McMahon documentary, and I think there's a large chance no one listening will give a crap about this, but I'm interested in it, and I want to explain why. I'm also interested in the Ellen DeGeneres Netflix.
Oh, okay.
That's coming out. Now, is it her final comedy special, or is it a focus on what happened?
So she, according to her and Netflix, it's a stand-up. It's Ellen's last stand-up tour.
Oh, okay. I'm not as excited then. I was hoping it was like, a documentary, because you do have to admit this. There's some people, like, during certain times, they're the untouchable. Like, they're like the perfect face of Hollywood. That was Ellen DeGeneres until her downfall and her scandal. And I want to know the details. I would watch something detailing how, like, the it person, Like, who else is it in Hollywood, like, right now, or who else has it been? The safe, let's go to this person.
Cosby? Cosby was like a super safe America's Dad guy.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of, like, other people, like a host of something.
James Corden got his reputation trashed after a while, where he was thought to be like the Family Guy.
Yeah, but he was, like, never as big as Ellen. Sure. Maybe Jimmy Fallon for the next, something like that. But she was it. She was like,
everybody liked her. Everybody had a favorable opinion of her.
Yeah. So apparently she's going to speak out, explain her side of things. But if it's during a special of hers and a stand-up, no, I'm not as interested. I was hoping it was like interviews with other people.
She was supposed to be going on tour, and like this was how she was going to talk about it. Was she was going to do it through her comedy sets, and it was supposed to be kind of introspective and stuff.
Like, was she like the new Oprah?
Yeah, probably had better approval ratings than Oprah. Like, I mean, at that point. But she was supposed to do it in her stand-up act, and the reviews started coming in saying she's not talking about it. And then after a while, she just like cut the tour short.
Finish this up with a junk drawer story, Choppy.
All right, I got one more for you here. This New York City club has banned cell phones. Okay, so tell me what you think about this one. They're trying to get more people on the dance floor. So they're banning cell phones. And the thought is that there's twofold. One, if you ban cell phones, people have nothing to do, so they'll get on the floor instead of being on their phone at the at the table. Or people are not dancing because they're scared of people videoing them while they dance.
Oh.
My question is, will this actually get more people to the club? Or will it deter you? Like, are you going to go to the club that you can't use your phone in?
No.
Or are you more likely to go because you can escape for an hour or two and there's no inhibitions?
No one is worried about you getting filmed dancing. It's like me. I'm terrified to dance. Like, Bobby, you're not going to go out there and dance. Just can't do it, won't do it. And then you're not going to let me be on my cell phone while other people are out dancing? No, I'm not going.
One of the more irritating personalities to me in society right now is I just like to do like a phone detox thing. I like to put up my phone and like it's so refreshing. It's like, you're lying. I know it's hell for you. Like if you want to say it's healthy, that's fine. But don't tell me like you feel refreshed and enjoyed so much more. These phones are awesome. We got addicted to them for a reason. So don't tell me you're super happy not having your phone.
The Expressway commercial-free junk drawer here on Sean and RJ. We have one more, a special bonus pair of tickets to hook you up with to go see Ludacris, and it's time to make the official picks. Cowboys, Browns, who's winning and why? Next.
They say if you look good, you feel good, and that is so true, and the fine folks at the Boardroom Styling Lounge help you with that. Boardroom20.com. Find a salon near you. And they're celebrating their 20th anniversary. And with $20 off the signature service, which is the benchmark, it's an exclusive deal. It's for a limited time. You got to get on it. It's a step above that regular styling experience you might be used to. You get a free beer when you walk in, the scalp massage, paraffin hand dip. You get pampered, dude. Like, it's cool. Like, it's not just...
else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Seaman Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a football Friday. If you missed Mike McCarthy not wanting to talk about the P word and putting Bobby in his place, you can hear it at 8:40 this morning, as you will every week of the football season. Jason Garrett, I was kind of comparing him last night during the pregame. He didn't do like the wide-eyed slow motion stare that he does. He was hyped up. He was ready to go for Chiefs Ravens.
Look, I think Jason's fine and in the booth. I don't think he's like a hot rock. He's not a hot take artist at all, which I think is actually kind of refreshing. I don't want the hot take artist. But he's also not like, he's not going to say something. Like Rodney will say something, right? You know, Rodney will come at you. He'll get confrontational. Jason won't. The problem is Jason's too much like Dungy.
He's not coaching anymore. Like, I don't know what what he would still be protecting, because we see him in mic'd up segments on Hard Knocks and stuff like that, where he's like, guys, I almost that Italian sub was real good. I had there. I almost effing threw it up watching you guys on tape. Like, he's got an edge that the team would see, and we've heard him in settings like when he had that Princeton panel a couple years back, and he was talking about Justin Durant and all the things that happened during the anthem kneeling, and he's shown he can do it. He's just so protective of that image and that front, and I don't know why at this point.
The 5 things that you want to see for Cowboys Browns, and we need your official predictions, score, who wins, and why at 877-881-1053.
Number 1, or do you want to go 5 to 1? Let's go 1 to 5. Item. I want to see Micah all over the place, but rushing the passer. All right, you can be unique, be creative, don't be stupid. Okay, stupid is having the game's best pass rusher, not pass rush. This would be like the equivalent of having Drew Brees as your quarterback and voluntarily letting Taysom Hill get snaps under center. Only an idiot coach who is overhyped and overrated with a good PR firm would do something like that. And that is not Mike McCarthy and Mike Zimmer. That's number 1. Number 2, kick the ball deep into the end zone. I don't want to risk the big returns. I have a big-time fear that Bones is going to be out there thinking that, I'm a special teams guru, I'm going to outsmart, I'm going to scheme the hell out of this. No.
You guys find it? I was trying to make sense of what McCarthy said when you asked him about the new kickoff.
Haven't talked to Bones about it yet. I don't know.
I haven't talked to Bones about it yet. What?
He has.
Was he talking about, though, like, this morning?
I think he's just.
I didn't talk to Bones about the Thursday night game and what they did. That's what it had to be.
It may be. He's not going to tip anything, though,
right,
in terms of strategy.
So last night, the Ravens' first kickoff, they did it, so they kicked it into the landing zone. And the Chiefs got it, and I think they got it to like the 33 or something like that.
Yeah.
And then every other kickoff the rest of the night went deep. Teams are realizing, like, do you want to kick it into the landing zone? And then the thing is, if it kicks in the landing zone, lands there, and then bounces in the end zone for a touchback, they get it at the 20. If it doesn't, they have to return it, right? So, and the players are at like the 40. They're going to get beyond the 30. Just give them the ball at the 30. 5 yards is not a big deal, or 10 yards is not a big deal in today's NFL.
I agree with you.
Don't risk a big return. If you were to kick it deep every single play, the entire year, every kickoff, I guarantee you would be in the top 10 of average starting position on defense on kickoffs.
What was it last year? The number they've quoted, I think it was 84% or something was the league average for touchbacks last year. Last night, it was 81. So they had 2 returns on 11 kickoffs.
Yeah, so just kick it deep. Number 3, do not let Zeke eat. Let him snack. Okay, little snack.
Light
not
snacking.
Eat. I want a steady dose of all the running backs. Basically, let's use these guys situational. Zeke's not his feature. He's a short yardage guy. Let's do it like that. Number 4, get Dak his money and his MVP. Let him cook. You got a gift here by playing the Browns in Cleveland in September. That's a gift. That is a scheduling gift. They could have done it in December, and it could be way, way worse. It'd be like those old Bear games where it was 20 below and Dak's finger doesn't work.
Fellow meathead Rob Gronkowski agrees with you, and he believes with Kay Adams, Dak is going to re-sign.
Dak, I think he'll be re-signing with the Cowboys. I mean, the guy puts up numbers. It's so hard to find a franchise quarterback. Who are you going to move on to? Like, are you kidding me? The guy knows the playbook in and out. He knows the system in and out. He's been having great years. It's a team game. When they lose in the playoff, it's not just the quarterback's fault. It's everyone's fault as a whole. You can't just put the blame on Dak, and everyone does because he's the quarterback of the franchise. So it's hard to find a replacement at the quarterback position, especially with the numbers that he's putting up. So I think he'll be back eventually. Just let this year play out.
So that is Gronk Chop Part 1. Part 2 almost made me physically ill because he really sounded like Choppy with this one when he was asked, can you actually win a Super Bowl with 4?
I think he can possibly win a Super Bowl, but if you look at the big picture and you're winning every year and you're going to the playoffs every year, that's success in the NFL. Imagine getting rid of him and then they bring in another quarterback who's throwing for less yards, less touchdowns, and they don't even make the playoffs. That will sting even more. When you're already having success, you got to stick with it, especially in the NFL. Every single team that's on the top wants to win the Super Bowl. But it's the hardest thing to do in sports. So when you're winning, though, you got to keep those guys around because they're going to give you the best chance to win that Super Bowl.
I think Gronk is such a ditz that he forgets he has 4 rings. But now he's like, 12 wins. I mean, that's what it's about. Like, that's good enough. Says the guy in the latest dynasty and maybe the last dynasty we see for a long time.
Like I get it. I understand Chop's cognitive dissonance in trying to say, like,
I don't even understand what you're just saying.
It's been 30 years since there's been a Super Bowl. I can understand Chop trying to go like, man, just to cope. I got to be able to say that, well, this is success. That, like, I get that. You're trying to handle bad news as best you can. Rob Gronkowski has no excuse. You won 4 Super Bowls. What are you talking about? Like, you know what? Winning Super Bowls is not everything. Really? Was that Belichick's message to you guys? Like, guys, we don't need to win this.
That's right.
Like, we're still going to go get Capri Suns, juice boxes. We'll have fun.
Anything else on your preview
One more,
list?
number 5, don't let Miles be the game wrecker, and that means plan for the absolute worst from the start. Don't get out there and let him wreck the first series and then say, oh, you know what? We got to help out with a tight end or a running back. No.
You think
help out from the outset.
Help out early, not even see if Guyton can handle it.
Don't even give him an opportunity to handle it. Just help out right away.
Bob, give us your preview.
Yeah, this is a game where we've talked about it a lot this week. It will, in all likelihood, be a trench game. In terms of how well is Cleveland's offensive line going to hold up. There are some spots along that offensive line that I think will have some vulnerabilities. Chop said he wants to see Micah kind of rush from all different areas. That sounds like what we're going to get. Micah this week, talking about it, had said that he thinks he's going to be matched up at various points in the game on all 5 offensive linemen. Like, he will get a rep against all of them. And so that's something where you're going to find vulnerable spots. You're going to come from a lot of different angles. That's going to be really tough to scheme up if you're the Browns, if you're moving him around that much, and he should have some success there. So how well do they hold up in their one-on-one matchups? And then on the other side, it's not just about Guyton, and it's not just about Beebe. Like, you've got, how much is Terrence Steele back to his normal self? Mike McCarthy said this is the best camp that he's had since he's been here. Zach Martin is, in all likelihood, his final season, and is somebody who is not at the level that he once was. And then for Tyler Smith, yeah, we feel good about Tyler Smith, but it is a cohesion thing, and you're dropping Tyler Smith next to 2 guys he's never played with, like in terms of Guyton and Beebe bracketing him there. So it's not just Garrett versus Guyton. It's also going to be Shelby Harris and, Zadarius Smith and how they match up in those trenches. I think this is a lot of...
Give me your 1 through 5 confidence level in the offensive line. List them.
Tyler 1, Zach 2, Steele 3, Guyton 4, BB 5, probably. I could flip those. You don't know yet. The biggest thing is
the question. No, radio.
I know. I'm saying, like, what you don't know though is, like, I see problems. I don't know how much those problems exist or are buffed out when you're in a game scenario yet. But we'll see.
So the words I wrote down for this game: ugly, rust, and Watson. If I had, I'm ready to pick Cleveland. I'm ready to pick Cleveland if I had, like, a little bit more faith in Deshaun Watson. Like, I don't see how this game... Did you say it's automatic over? You love the over?
I love the over. I think I don't understand the what Vegas is doing with this game at all. I don't understand how Cleveland is a favorite, and I don't understand the total.
I totally agree with the total. I don't see how the game gets over 40. Maybe 23-20. Maybe. The Browns defense, the Cowboys, in my opinion, they're not going to be running the football. The Browns offense is ugly with no Nick Chubb against a good defense, we believe. So which offense is going to pop off? You don't believe it's Cleveland's?
Oh, I think both teams are in the 20s. Yeah, I think it's 27-20 Cowboys.
What's the over-under?
40 and a half.
Yeah, so they were, it looks like 6 games last year, or 6 games last year, the Browns were in a game that went over 40.
You think they scored 27 on them with the rust I wrote was for Lamb.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't really know how to gauge it because I don't remember how receivers who missed a lot of camp perform week 1. Like,
who eats more, Lamb versus Ward, or who's got the closer matchup? Lamb Ward or Diggs Cooper, if it plays out that way?
So Lamb will probably be on Ward more frequently than I would guess Diggs is on Cooper, just because of the way that there's still some unknowns about how Zimmer's going to use the corners, if he's going to, do some different schematic things. But Ward is a guy who will play in the slot. He'll do it. So he'll travel inside to be with CeeDee Lamb. Anytime Coop goes in the slot, Diggs is in all likelihood not going in there and not taking him.
He's got 27-20 over here. Cowboys win. You have what and why?
I have 24-21 Browns in this one. And I think this just comes down to it's going to be a physical, ugly game. I think it's not going to look very sharp at all. And what it comes down to for me is just there's a wealth of experience on the Browns defensive line. There's a lot of questions still about what the Cowboys offensive line is going to be. And if it's going to come down to ball possession and running the ball, I'm going to trust Cleveland, even with their injuries and missing guys. They're going to be able to do that more effectively than Dallas is.
Pay.
Another close one, ugly, low scoring. I have the under as well. 20-17 Cowboys, though. Last second field goal, I believe, is the game winner here for Aubrey. Look, I think Dak's going to be fine because I'm predicting he's going to get a contract before the kickoff.
Ooh, double take.
I'm with Meat Church there. I listen to Matt Pittman. And then, I think the defense takes over as well. So ugly first half for sure, though.
My thing with Cleveland's defense is if you go look at the teams, they played awful quarterbacks last year. Awful. And they ran into one in a playoff game. I can't say
you think they're playing an awful quarterback this week. So
no, I think Dak eats. I mean, they blitz, and Dak eats the blitz. Like, he destroys teams that blitz him, and they're going to blitz. Like, I think the Cowboys' offense looks amazing this week. Not amazing, but really solid.
I came in my head saying 2017 Browns. I'm going to change it. Because of Watson. I can't get over Watson making me look so stupid. Carson Wentz and Deshaun Watson. I'm going to say 2017 Cowboys. I'm flipping it. Right here in the moment, and Monday I'll come on and say I should have trusted my gut.
Pull you back in every time.
No, I'm not. I don't believe it. They're not going anywhere, but they're not going anywhere for them. But I'll say Cowboys by 3 just because of Watson. I can't figure it out.
That's improvement.
I cannot figure him out whatsoever. 877-881-1053. Majority of the totals, I'm guessing, going with the Cowboys. Are we 60-40? Is it 80-20? Pepe, how's it looking?
34-10 Cowboys from the 214, 27-20 Browns from the 817. So it's back and forth, but more Cowboys than Browns here.
24-17 Cowboys, 20-17, 24-14 Browns. Dak destroys man coverage. That's what the Browns play. 34-17, 17-13 Browns, 23-12 Browns. That's a weird score.
3-2-5 Cowboys lose 20-17. I don't know. I think this leans a little more Browns.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Our final ludicrous ticket giveaway of the entire week. And RJ, get you ready for some college football with a college football degenerate. Then Mike McCarthy on the show right here on Sean and RJ. But
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
What's that?
Huh? It's Friday. That's what that is.
Mike McCarthy. 8:40 this morning, every single week, starting today. Here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Our final ludicrous ticket giveaway of the week is coming up here momentarily. But first, we got some breaking sports news for your televisions.
Yes, WFAA has reached an agreement. Channel 8 here has reached an agreement with the Mavericks and signed a multi-year deal to broadcast games over the air for free. So all non-nationally televised Mavericks games, 70 or more this upcoming season, will be broadcast for free over the air on either WFAA Channel 8 or their sister station KMPX Channel 29. So you no longer need a cable subscription or anything else, just old set of rabbit ears and a digital converter too, I guess, in this day and age. But over the air for free.
Another factor for my TV decision this weekend. Don't need Bally. Don't need Bally, at least for the Mavericks.
No, you don't. You got 2 more days than I do. I have 6:30. I have till 6:30 tomorrow night.
And who's playing?
Tennessee, NC State.
Ooh.
I got till 6:30.
Well, you said. Can you not watch that on ESPN Plus?
It's a pain in the butt. I don't even know where the app is. I gotta hit the home button and then scroll a couple.
Do you remember laughing at like your parents when they were like, "How do I program this VCR?" And you're just like, "Yeah, that'll never be me." And
no, I know how to do it. I'm choosing not to. It's like no. I need a guide. I'm using a guide. I want to have it all in one thing.
So the Mavs on WFAA all next year. Our buddy Joe Trahan. Tweeting that out. So that's the Maverick news. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby, Roberto Belt here on DFW Sports Station. It's a Friday. Let's do it earlier than we normally would. Let's hook you up, and then a college football degenerate.
Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way.
That's right, Tolo's caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Ludacris at the Windstar World Casino and Resort on October 11th. That's a Friday. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, you heard about Choppy's Saturday night. I know what I'm going to be doing in the afternoon, earlier in the day, as yesterday we had on Craig Way to preview the Longhorns and the Wolverines. Let's get you set for the college weekend.
I have 3 college selections for you. And I would like just to say,
hopefully better than last week.
Yeah, last week was tough. 1-3. That's okay. I have to say, I would like to say, I'm going to boycott the Texas-Michigan game. I'm sorry, games that big, you don't play those at 11 a.m.
Texas, Oklahoma.
That's a tradition.
Okay.
All right, and you know what? I don't even like that.
Okay.
That's a tradition. Because
I usually hate the 11 o'clock games.
I do too.
Hate them.
I hate Big Noon. I hate the Big Noon kicker. The Big Noon. No. These games belong at night. This is a mega game. I don't understand how Texas is only a 7-point favorite in this game. I think it's far more likely that Texas wins this game by 3 touchdowns than Michigan wins the game by 1.
Damn.
I don't. They got a better quarterback. Their skill positions out of sight. Michigan just lost 13 guys and their coach to the NFL. I don't get it. I don't get it here.
You better be ready for Mooney DeMare to make another video for you, talking all your mess about Michigan the last couple of years.
Well,
but Texas will win, so I'm not worried about it.
Texas will win. I got App State plus 17 against Clemson. You do not schedule App State. You just know better than that. And this is basically a win or go home game for Clemson.
App State got top 25 votes. Like Clemson shouldn't even be in the top 25. 17's a ton for what feels like a broken program right now.
Yeah, and boy, you want to talk about Vegas, the steam. This game opened at 4.5. It's up to 10. It might get to 11. Tennessee minus 10 against NC State. Grayson McCall did not look good last week. He went up in weight class from Coastal to NC State. People are concerned that he is a product of the Jamie Chadwell system. He's going up against a really good team. And, Tennessee, Josh Heupel showing that when he's got a quarterback who's accurate, they put up 60. And that's basically what's going to happen there. So there is your college degenerate.
All right, go ahead. Get the bets in. As I saw ESPN release like every year, it's like the value of NFL franchises. More and more people are betting. Again, like it's just jumping up through the roof.
Well, every year more states are getting legalized gambling, and there's more ways to do it.
An estimated $35 billion on the National Football League this season. That's what's going to happen. A 30% increase? I thought inflation. I thought, wallets.
People will always find ways to spend money on things they want. Like, I know people who spend more money on season tickets than they actually make in a year. I don't know how they do it.
I know.
That to me doesn't make sense.
All right. Maine, North Carolina, and Vermont all launched.
I'm gonna throw out what may sound like a wacky theory. I want to see if it's a bad betting theory. Chop. Is it possible that with as many people as or as many teams last year, big time favorites that ended up winning, Michigan, Celtics, Chiefs, like teams that is it possible people are feeling lucky and so they're increasing their bets because like I've been on a streak lately. I've been hitting the title winners across the landscape.
It's possible, or they're playing catch up.
Yeah,
they lost. But yeah, there's a lot of betting going on.
The pregame point spread remains the most popular betting option on the National Football League.
Oh, so not live betting.
Along with money odds on winning the game and over-under total, according to sports books. The point spread, money line, and over-under total account for approximately 50% of bets on an NFL game, with prop bets, along with alternate markets accounting for the other 50%. 60 to 65% of NFL bets are made before kickoff, but then live betting is growing.
It is growing. Now, here's my concern with...
They took twice as many bets on the winner of the Super Bowl than they do on the World Series.
Twice as many bets on the... Oh, I'm surprised it's only twice.
I was going to say, I actually would have thought it would have been more.
Yeah, I would have thought it would have been way more.
Especially since we can't bet on the Rangers here in Texas to win it.
Absolutely. So, question. So, for those of you with like YouTube TV or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
How on time are you with the game?
So, I mean, compared to what?
Well,
like social media?
You talking about for the live betting?
Yeah, because if I'm live betting, I've had people tell me like the only reason why they haven't switched to streaming is because they are a live better and it's too delayed.
YouTube TV is what? You're probably off the actual game, like stats and information. You're 15 seconds on a normal TV. It's probably another 15. So you may be 30 seconds off the actual result happening.
The Rangers win again, 3 in a row. 5 of 6. They beat the Angels behind Dolis Garcia and the 3-run homer, and Cody Bradford allowing 1 run in 6 innings. But a team is still reeling from what the Rangers did to them, as Michael Kay, voice of the Yankees on a sports talk show in New York, Choppy's guy, Bobby hates him. He had a caller say, after that Rangers series, get rid of everyone and stop being a homer for the team, Michael Kay.
So there's this guy, J-Rock, on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, love J-Rock.
So he's advocating for people to be fired. He goes, not just Boone. Yankees need to fire Cashman and everyone at the Yes Network who's been gaslighting the fans into believing all this BS. Michael Kay is the number one at gaslighting Yankee fans. J-Rock, come get me. Get me fired. Get me fired. Me, the big gaslighter. Get me fired. Well, are you such a simpleton that you allow yourself to be gaslit? I'm not gaslighting anybody. I speak the truth. Nobody tells me what to say. You think the Yankees like that I'm ripping Alex Verdugo right now? Go away, little boy. You're annoying. They're gaslighting fans. No, because you guys have something in your mind, and we're speaking our truths, and you don't like it. Worry about gaslighting in politics. Don't worry about gaslighting at the Yes Network. We don't do any gaslighting. We tell the truth. Nobody tells us what to say. Gaslighting. What a fool. Silly little boy. Silly little boy.
I've never heard this from you, silly little boy.
It just amazes me that I love playing the audio. That show's giving us the most radio rants of anyone in the country. But it amazes me how like thin-skinned, like this is the voice of the New York Yankees reacting like this and having these meltdowns.
Voice is a little bit of a reach. He has the voice of Nina Blackwood with emphysema. Is
Who's
what
that?
he sounds like. The old MTV.
Oh my
VJ.
gosh,
that's who he sounds like.
I know who you're talking about.
He sounds like Nina Blackwood. Nina Blackwood. That's Michael Kay calling baseball games. He's got the worst home run call in the major leagues.
Whoa!
Oh, I don't know about that.
See ya.
What's Jared's though?
Out of here!
Did you see that, Dawson?
It's still better than the.
What if he drops that in a game?
That's amazing.
How much should we bet him?
Yeah.
Dawson went back. Man, these two are just dug in. Dawson,
we have liftoff.
Dawson went back and rewatched the lighter start, and he is done.
I can't imagine going back 3 days later and rewatching 5 innings.
And he's like, I was even more right than I originally thought.
I would. How much money do you think we'd have to like pull together and give Jared for Jared's call to be like when a home run goes out, go and I will see you in Oxnard, sir?
No, mine was better.
Yeah.
See you, Dawson is much better than what
See you,
you
Dawson.
proposed.
That's it.
But if you don't like Michael Kay, they're bringing out the baseball shovel to dig up Sterling.
Got to dig up John Sterling.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
Yeah, I like Michael. John's about had it.
So they're getting him out of retirement.
So this is low. This is low in my opinion. John Sterling retired this year. He's like 83 years old, and he is coming out of retirement to call Yankee playoff games. Now they haven't given anybody the job yet, so it's still like an interim seat.
Yeah, they got tired of paying the bail money to get Carton out.
They got Carton. So like I think some guy named like Justin Shackle's been doing the game, but he doesn't do every one. So like it's an interim tab, but this is like BS. You don't get to retire and then come back when the biggest games are on. You skip out on the meaningless dog days of the regular season.
Sounds brave. I can't believe you're not applauding it.
He's
It's a very
Clemens.
choppy-ass thing to do.
Listen, I would not do this.
You know,
I would not do this.
Do it if you can. But John Sterling coming back since they can't find anyone to go ahead and replace him.
I had a problem when the Mavs did this to Coop. They did this to Coop back in like 05, 06, right? Because Mark was doing the games on radio, and he went to TV because Pinto left.
Cha-ching!
But then when the Mavs were on a nationally televised game, they kicked Coop out of the booth. Oh, that's a BS, man. It's his chair now.
Mike McCarthy not wanting to talk about pressure and putting Bobby in his place. The head coach of the Cowboys previews the Browns. Next.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again with this man. He's the head coach of America's team, Coach Mike McCarthy, every single Friday at this time, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach, and welcome back to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Good morning. It's good to be back.
Thank you for joining us. Did you stay up late last night for that game to end?
I didn't see the game, actually. Just, week one's always a little bit, a little more work involved. So we were pretty busy here on the offensive side of the ball last night.
Coach, does so much more work get put into the first game opponent than the rest of the year when you have obviously a lot shorter prep time? Do you do twice or three times the workload on the opening opponent?
Definitely. I mean, I just think it's the nature of the beast. You look at it the whole summer once you got the schedule set. But to be honest with you, the schedule's a little bit of a juggernaut. The bye week with just the way it's set up, you really don't get the work done that you would like to get done because you're still building your roster and and that thing sometimes runs all the way into Wednesday, and then Thursday's your last day because it's mandatory Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So you really just have a normal week. And the first game, in my experience, has always been the toughest because you've been working on it the most, and there's so many things you feel good about, and you got to really, really stay on top of your volume, and check yourself. So I spend more time in week one just making sure you hit everything. The first road game, how we travel. We had a number of player acquisitions right down here at the end, and just getting people acclimated. So you just have a lot of extra conversations that are time consuming.
When it comes to kind of studying the Browns, though, for like a week one or any week one opponent, during the season, you'll look at tape from, across the year. Heading into a week one, are you looking at a bunch of, at the end of last year's tape? And how do you factor in stuff like a guy like Jerry Jeudy, who's new to this team? Are you watching stuff he did in Denver? How does that approach work?
Definitely. I mean, it's just like anything. You have your schematical approach, and then you have your, the player matchup approach. You have historical components that you look at, the history of the coordinators. Obviously, playing in Cleveland. We haven't played in Cleveland in my time here, so you just, you're going through all those items and just make sure you're detailing it.
Coach, kind of wanted to go over your theme for the season for our listening audience. Rooted. Saw the T-shirts and the gear yesterday. Can you just kind of go over once again why you chose that theme for this season?
Yeah, definitely. I think the origin is year 5. The story of the Chinese bamboo tree. You plant it and you basically water it for 4 years, and and you see nothing really above ground. But the reality of it, it's what's growing beneath it. And if you know the story of it, in year 5, within a 5-week period, it goes from 0 to 80 to 90 feet. So, and the reality of it is, it's not that it grew to 80, 90 feet in 5 weeks. It's really the root system that's been built over the 5-year period.
You steal one of your old kids' textbooks for that? How the heck did you find that a little nugget out?
No, actually, a friend of mine just told me the story, frankly, back in February, and just my personal experience. In the last opportunity I had, won a Super Bowl in year 5, so that kind of generated the conversation. And then, and we also every year, we have a theme, but we have sub themes to it too. And we've done a lot of work with O2X, Human Performance Group, out of Boston, and they, I thought they did a really good job with our football team, and they had a slogan of, improving 1% every day. So we also accompany that as part of the theme, and the third component is, how you're going to do it, and that's, be where your feet are and stay in the present. So thought it was a good message this year.
Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Cowboys, getting you set for the opener on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Something that Jerry has repeated is what he thinks pressure does with people, that he likes to see how they perform under it. And I personally believe, some people can thrive under it, and some people, maybe a little bit irritated by all the pressure on them. In your experience, Coach, with a ton of pressure on guys, do you feel like it creates diamonds? Can it have an adverse negative effect when people are worrying about contracts and distractions and all the other things that we usually talk about in an NFL offseason or going through this year with so much on the line? How do you view pressure?
Well, I mean, that's a big question. One I'm not really going to get into right now. I think just the nature of this business alone brings a lot of pressure to every individual in it because you just because of what you have to do to perform and succeed in this business. So, and that is a lot of pressure. And I think for people that are in this business over the long term, it's something that you have to be able to endure and thrive in. So, that's the big picture. But everybody's situation is different. There's a personal component to this, and everybody handles pressure differently. So I think the professional part of it is you get up every day and you go full bore ahead, and you have to do it in this league, or people are going to run right past you. So. But there's a personal component to this for everybody.
Coach, we've been trying to figure out Deshaun Watson in his time in Cleveland. Does he resemble, in what you've seen, does he resemble the quarterback we saw in Houston, or what's your take on what's going on with him?
Yeah, definitely. I think you just gotta stick to the video. I mean, you watch the games that he played, in the 10 games and 5-1 in the 6 games prior to that. His record, before the injury and everything. So. He makes them different for sure. This is an offense. They run the ball very well, and they have all the movements and keeps, big screen team. So, I mean, they put a lot of stress, on your C-gap, on your force components and things like that. So you got to be really in tune with that. You got to tackle well. And then, he's a playmaker. He's a dynamic player with the ball in his hands. So, yeah, I mean, that's the guy we're preparing for.
Is the Guyton, Myles Garrett type matchup, is that the one that you think might be really make or break this game, with his first start and his, first game in the NFL?
Well, I just think like anything, it's way we view them defensively, and obviously Myles is a great player, so and he's been playing at this level for quite some time. So regardless of who's playing left tackle, I mean, that's definitely a focus of us, of how we want to attack their defense. And they do a really good job of moving them around. He won't just be on the left side. He'll play some on the right side, and, and they use him as the spinner and off the ball and so forth. But it's definitely the approach of, where is he every play, So when we break the huddle, we definitely got to know where he's lining up.
Coach, you said on Thursday you're not necessarily comfortable starting so many rookies against Cleveland, but you're confident. Is it important for those rookies, though, to be comfortable heading into this game?
Well, I did not say I wasn't comfortable. I just said I would not use the word comfortable. I don't think that's – I mean, who the hell is comfortable going into a football game? I mean, didn't want to be critical of the gentleman's questions. That's just not my nature. But no, I'm confident in our players. I'm confident in what these young guys have done. They've earned this opportunity, and most importantly, visiting with the leadership council last night, the veterans are excited about our young guys. So that speaks volumes to what these young men have done since they've been here.
Coach, was CD behind at all when he finally got into camp? Do you expect any kind of pitch count week 1?
I mean, I would say he's behind. He's just kind of getting back into it. I mean, it's always the little things that every player goes through when there's time away from the group. So we'll continue to work through it. But he's hit every mark every day. So that's what you go by. We got 2 more days of practice, and really want to see how he is today. Yesterday was a big day. We were outside and just blew it out. Frankly, I mean, we do comparables of yesterday's practice compared to the last 3 practices this time of year, and the workload capacity was off the chart. So, I mean, the way these guys come in here today is going to be important, and he's definitely one of those guys.
You guys are very familiar with Deshaun Watson's top target, Amari Cooper. When you watch Amari Cooper on tape and see the way that he's performed these last 2 years with some quarterback instability, Is there any part of you when you've been watching them this week where you think, man, I wish we wouldn't have let him get away?
Well, I think I just have such respect for Amari's game. When you watch, particularly his releases and his ability to understand, stems and breaking points. He's, obviously very, very gifted, but his route running is something that I've always had such respect for.
Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, we know how much you believe in the run game. Help us understand what we may be missing with the concerns that many have over the group. Obviously, a lot of green offensive linemen with some of the inexperience. Why do you feel good about the running game heading into this season?
Well, to me, the run game is the one area where you have the least, opportunity to really practice it, full speed, just because of the limited pad practice compared to how much more you can practice the passing game. So and so we're always going to be committed to it. The biggest thing is when you look at the run game is it's just like you have to get the attempts where they need to be, and and I think sometimes we can take statistics and maybe not look as far as we could just to get the result. I mean, so when I'm talking about your run game numbers aren't always a true reflection of what you're trying to do. I think your time of possession, completion percentage, with the run game attempts, with the run game average, it's a collection of what you need to do to control the ball. And I think last year's a very good example of that. Just because the way our defense is built, and we have a lot of guys that they can really get after the passer, particularly last year's group. We were trying to stay off the field, win the time of possession battles where I'm going with this. And, and I think we were 5 or 6 plays less a game in 23 than we were in 22. So that's what I really focus on. And, we will be good running the football, and it's because we're going to commit to it.
Coach, the new kickoff rule is the one real major change. Last night, I know you said you didn't get a chance to watch it, but they, for the most part, except for one kickoff, they just kicked it deep and gave the ball at the 30. Do you think that's what's going to happen across the league? Most teams just kick it deep, get them at the 30, and don't worry about the long kickoff? Or do you think this will be a trial and error, and teams may start one way and then change it up?
I think it's interesting, and I haven't talked to John yet, John Fossil, but I know just him and I were visiting yesterday, and I was curious just to see John Harbaugh and obviously Dave, just the special teams guys, they're respected in the special teams community, to see how they would come out the gate with the new role. And like I said, I did not see the game last night, so I was hoping to see the ball in play, and especially with it playing outdoors in Kansas City. But yeah, I guess we'll see how this thing goes. But I just hope we're not at 20% again. We're 80%. We got 80% touchbacks, because that's not the goal. And I think anytime you make changes in this league, especially the amount of work that went into making this change, I just hope we get the results, and the results is returns. It's an exciting play.
Coach, it's great to have you back. Thank you so much for the time and the answers as always. Have a great day and a great start to the season. We'll do it again next week.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great weekend.
Mike McCarthy here on Sean and RJ.
And Mike McCarthy was there in place of Below the Belt, but Below the Belt is brought to you by A1 Air.
Super Bowl picks. And can Bobby's Cowboys song match the greatness of RJ Choppy's final hour of Football Friday after this?
I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shotgun snap. He moves up in the pocket. Right tackle block. He runs around in a circle. Cocks his arm, throws in the end zone. It's caught in the back of the end zone with the feet down. Likely got it. Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown, Baltimore! Likely back of the end zone, and a leap holds it down.
It was a touchdown. The ruling of touchdown.
He caught it. Were his feet in? Oh, one was, and the toe of the other looks like it's on the chalk.
The runner's toe hit out of bounds. It's an incomplete pass. The game is over.
The Chiefs have won it 27-20, and they hold on, and they win in a dramatic way.
What an opener. What a morning show, in my opinion, so far. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo and joining us for this Football Friday on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. We'll pick the Browns game at 9:20. Crosstalk on the road with the KMC Masterpiece, Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon. Your chance to win tickets to the Cowboys home opener brought to you by Miller Lite. Same thing applies today for the G-Bag Nation. Awesome game. A toe and a Lamar misthrow, preventing the Baltimore Ravens from at least tying the Kansas City Chiefs and going for the win, but Kansas City prevails on Thursday Night Football. My takeaways, Kansas City speed. My goodness. Rashee Rice, who I told you was not going to be disciplined or kept off the field.
The Chiefs are going to discipline.
What about the NFL? What about the National Football League? Things are dragging out. They're waiting for December. But Rashee Rice, holy crap, SMU speed. Xavier Worthy, I saw the highlights. I fell for them in training camp, and I said I need to add him to one of my fantasy teams. Chop got him for the radio league. I got him for my college league. 2 touchdowns in your face, Rodney Harrison trying to question Jason Garrett. And then on the other side, man, Baltimore's a really good team, and they got a regular season formula. I'm not leaving that game and they have weapons. Zay Flowers, I wish I had drafted him. Holy crap, he's a bad, bad man. Mark Andrews forgotten due to Isaiah Likely. So it seems like they have weapons. Big time play from Likely yesterday with that touchdown reception. But I'm just not seeing the in-rhythm, structured passing game from Baltimore that's going to make me think it's going to be any different for Lamar and company in the playoffs. It's backyard football. I don't know how he's going to do it for 17 weeks. I want to know how many calories he burned last night, because it's just like go out there, create a highlight reel, and get a throw off if you can, in addition to the checkdowns. I think Warren Sharp tweeted something insane over his first half completion total, like the yards per attempt or the net attempt. It was like 0.8 yards past the line of scrimmage last night in the first half of play.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you're looking for them to have just a classic drop back.
0.8 yards per pass attempt, air yards per attempt, 0.8. Of the 18 attempts, he threw just 2 passes more than 4 yards downfield.
Yeah, like if you're expecting them just to drop back and throw it, like that's just not their game. That's not what they're going to do. They don't, even if they could, they wouldn't want to, like, because that would just diminish his, his biggest ability is his unpredictability as to what he is going to do, and that's why he is the most difficult guy to game plan for in the league. I don't think there's another player that's even close in difficulty to individually game plan for than Lamar. And look, I mean, he made they knew he was throwing in the final drive. He made some throws, but he also missed some throws. He missed the one in the corner of the end zone that was too high. He missed Zay Flowers. That may have been more miscommunication than a bad throw. Like not miscommunication, but Lamar thinking he was going to stop when that would have been the wrong thing for Zay to do. That was just a bad decision from Lamar. And then the last one, I had no problem with the last throw.
Yeah,
that had to be high. It was just a very difficult throw and play to make, and they just couldn't keep their feet in bounds.
Yeah, the thing that was the thing I think that stood out to me when kind of looking back at everything after we watched the game, like the Chiefs are going to find out really quick. I think they're going to be like, we got to give Xavier Worthy the ball more than 4 times. Like he was out there for 70% of the snaps. He gets 1 carry. He's targeted 3 times. If half of your target touches are going for touchdowns, pretty good efficiency. Probably need to involve them a little bit more. But this is something we're watching both of them last night. It's like if Dallas is on the field with those teams, and Dallas will be on the field with the Baltimore Ravens here in 2 weeks, that's a lot of speed that I don't think Dallas has on either side.
And then add Pacheco to it. Man, Pat Mahomes wants to throw more of the deep ball this year. I think it's going to happen. A former Cowboy was in the post game yesterday in terms of news made. Roquan Smith took a little shot on the sideline that was late. Well, one of the Chiefs defending Pat Mahomes' honor and shoving Roquan a little bit, Peyton Hendershot, and Roquan wants to know his name.
Oh, he flopped. He flopped. That's why the referees didn't call it. It was a great call by a great no call by the ref. But whoever 88 is, I don't know who he is, but he better watch himself.
Did he grab you?
He did a little slick push.
Was there somebody on the sideline that pushed you as well?
Yeah, whoever number 88 is, I have no idea who he is, but I'll see him when I see him.
So that's Roquan, who along with Lamar still thinks the referees got the call wrong. Lamar's, I still think it was a catch. I still think it was a touchdown. What? What? What are you talking about?
I'll say this. I obviously don't know the entire Chiefs roster and their behavior and the types of guys they are. Peyton Hendershot, I'm pretty confident, would be near the top on that roster of guys you wouldn't want to say, I'll see you when I see you too.
Against Roquan, though.
Hendershot's a bad boy. Like I would not mess with Hendershot.
All right. Before we get to Bobby's Cowboys song for the season, see if it can match or top Choppy's, we have to make our official Super Bowl predictions at 877-881-1053. I will start off with my AFC representative. Throw out division winners, whatever you want, hot take awards. Floor is yours when you get it. The Kansas City Chiefs will be in the Super Bowl again.
Oh.
And I would have picked that if they lost yesterday.
I would have picked that. Yeah.
I know they got Shaq and Steph Curry and everyone last night to talk about the difficulty and not being able to three-peat. I just have to do it again, and that speed last night just reaffirmed it for me.
Shaq and Steph Curry never had Patrick Mahomes. Never did.
I mean,
may have
literally,
been
yes,
Patrick Mahomes.
Huh?
Yeah, may have been Patrick Mahomes.
Kobe, Steph.
Kobe was never the greatest player in NBA history, and Patrick Mahomes is the greatest quarterback in NFL history.
Okay.
Or will be. It's just, they never had Pat. They never had a guy like Pat. They had greats. They never had a guy like Pat. So, they're in. They will be in. I'm with you right there.
Is Pat Mahomes really that great? ESPN told me Diana Taurasi was ahead of him, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And the NFL players told me he was 4th best player in the league.
Yeah, so what do they know?
What am I talking about?
You want both of them, or you want me to just give you one representative for now? AFC, this is probably some wishful thinking just because I don't want it to be Kansas. I just have Kansas City fatigue. But I'm gonna go Houston. Texans in the Super Bowl.
And RJ Choppy has them out of the playoffs with our 5 in, 5 out. Now, here's your patented Bobby hedge of you going, no, I thought it was Kansas City.
You like the way I did that?
I just didn't want it. I was just tired of Kansas City. No, you have to bet your apartment on it. Everything.
If I have to bet my apartment,
not who you want, who you think.
I think it's going to be. I really do think it's going to be Houston.
Okay, good.
But if I had to put stakes on it, it's like, well, I'm gonna.
Yeah, who you think?
Yeah, but I think it's Houston.
Okay. And why?
Because they've got such talented young defensive players that I trust what they're doing on offense. Everything there is clicking. It looks really clean. The D'Amico Ryan's second year here and those defensive players being another year into it, and then they go out and they get Danielle Hunter. I just think that Houston, everything's going to click into place for them.
Peyton.
Yeah, I'm going to be generic. I got the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they run through the regular season, run through the postseason again, and they'll be in the Super Bowl once again.
And the Kansas City Chiefs, in my opinion, will be meeting the Detroit Lions. RJ Choppy and Jake's Detroit. They should have beat San Francisco. They had San Francisco. They should have beaten them. Jared Goff will have his ultimate revenge on me, questioning him. But the Detroit Lions will meet Kansas City in New Orleans.
I have Kansas City in and Detroit in as well.
Oh!
And I have Kansas City three-peating.
Same.
All right.
And Goff would become the first quarterback since Jim Kelly to lose his first Super Bowl and then go back. Elway went back again, but he already lost his first and went back before Kelly did. So if you lose your first Super Bowl, you almost exclusively never go back.
So you're saying Dak will go to the Super Bowl this year. That's good. In the NFC, I don't know why people seem so, not like super low on them, but they're dropping them a little. San Francisco. Like, it's when they're healthy.
So a Super Bowl rematch.
No, because it's Houston. I have Houston.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
yeah.
Houston and San Francisco I have in there. I look at it and there's so much on San Francisco that whenever you see they're healthy and whenever Kyle Shanahan's got his resources, avoiding injury, as long as there's no injury, San Francisco will be in there. And I think it sets up a really interesting week of match. There's been a bunch of interest today that didn't get it. That's my first one, and I got a ding. I don't
want to beat you too much after McCarthy did.
I think the D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick, like that group going up against the group that trained them and Kyle Shanahan and all that, it'll be a really good chess match, but I have the 49ers finally breaking through and winning.
Sean, I do have the rematch. I have the Bonte Hills back in the Super Bowl this year. And in fact, I have them winning it.
You have San Fran winning the Super Bowl over Kansas City.
49ers. Yep, I don't believe in three-peats, so that's why I
You
have
still
the
believe in
49ers.
the concept of them or that they're possible?
They're not possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so there it is. The morning show's official selections for New Orleans. RJ Choppy with a banger, as he would call it, earlier in the show with his Dallas Cowboys song for the season. My wife, I know, absolutely, she was blown away listening to the beautiful tones sung by Bobby Roberto Belt,
Robert Montgomery,
with his Cowboys song for Sunday.
I can tell fans are mad. They certainly deserve to be that, but the roster is set. We've got this year's MVP, you know I'm talking about Dak. Wolchuk will no longer be yelling and fighting when he sees just how much Dak Prescott will be thriving. I know, this'll be our year, bro. Watching Dak throw, put us on his shoulders, take us to the Super Bowl. We gon' get things kicked off, beating the Browns. We ain't missing it up like the times before. I'm gonna need a ticket down to New Orleans, cause we're gonna be playing in the Superdome. This'll be our year, bro. It's our year, bro. It's our year, bro.
Excellent
Wow, excellent
singing.
done.
Great vocal.
It's a great song, except for he has the Cowboys missing the playoffs.
Yeah,
that's true.
I don't even have them beating the Browns in week one. I'm trying to be optimistic.
Very
right?
different approaches to the song. Bobby is like, this is our year in the song.
Yeah.
And I'm first round Cowboys in the song.
And then you have them winning the division still, and I have them out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
So, it's yin and yang there. I when I went back and listened to it, I was like, boy, that is too high for me, that song. And it was too late to rewrite it and pick something else. I was like, crap, we're just going to have to go with this
Too
one.
late to apologize. Not
Two
too late
great
to
songs. Two great songs. Well done with the extra work in the studio from Choppy and Bobby. Tolo Richard has Bengals over the 49ers in the Super Bowl. He doesn't have the Cowboys as a playoff team. Rich, what are you doing right there? So Cincy over San Fran, making Sam Weish proud. All right, let's preview the game and get ready to head on out to Cleveland. Nick Eatman will be there from DallasCowboys.com. Let's see who he's picking. And Should we read into Dak Prescott being happier with the contract talk yesterday? Nick Eatman is next. But let me get you some better help. If
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's...
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Yeah, that's what motivates me on being here, honestly, is to be the quarterback that does it, that wins it. I don't think that winning at any other place would be the same as winning it here. And so that is number one and one to be here, to be honest with you.
Was it a more optimistic Dak Prescott when talking about his deal yesterday? Let's find out with our Browns preview as well from Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Did you get any feelings or vibes from Dak talk yesterday?
Yeah, I've had these vibes. I mean, this is. I'm going to double down on it. Ooh. This is what I think. It's happening. I really do. I believe this. I believe it's going to happen. I believe we're going to have agreed to terms before the game. That's just my gut feeling, and I like what Dak's saying. What he said yesterday kind of corroborates with that a little bit more than what he did. Maybe was it last week? But yeah, I mean, I feel like that's where we're headed. I don't know. And there's people that don't think that way, but for me, that's what I think.
Nick, that is the interesting part of this that I've been kind of caught off guard with. Stop it. That I've been caught off guard with has been usually there's agreement, I feel like, across our beat or nationally of just like, hey, it's heading this direction. And so this seems to be the most inconsistent one in terms of people just having disagreement. Do you think that's intentional muddying or is that potentially some communication issues that could be going on in these negotiations where different things are leaking out?
Well, I think it's that what you said there with stuff, different things leaking out, and also I think different things that have been said as sticking points. Like at training camp, it's hard to kind of get past what Dak said about just thinking that other quarterbacks have played with other teams, just putting it out there that yes, he's thinking that that's a possibility down the road. I think that caught people off guard, and so sometimes it's hard to even to not think that, or some of the things maybe Jerry has said, on a positive way, and then sometimes he said that you're scratching your head like, wait a second, I mean, what does this mean? So it's all part of the negotiation. But I just think that across the board, you're right. There's a lot of media members, guys that we talk to that just have different opinions. Some will tell you, nah, it ain't getting done. He's not re-signing, or it's not happening now. And then some that are like, it'll happen in the next 48 hours.
How strongly do you feel about picking this game?
I feel pretty good about it. I think the Cowboys will win. Here's one thing it's a fault of mine. Okay, I'm just going to admit it. Like, I'm sorry. I have a hard time. The Cardinals could be 8-0, and I'll have a hard time picking them. The Browns, the Lions, and that's a scary thing. I mean, I know where these teams have played. I know that some of them made it in the Super Bowl, some haven't. But I'm just saying, when I think of, we've been to Cleveland a few times, I have to kind of see it to believe it. So I still put the Browns in a different category. As tough as they are, as good as they've played, they've got great players on their team. I still think the Cowboys should beat this team. And I know Vegas, I don't know what Vegas thinks. I mean, they think it's probably a pick-em. So I think the Cowboys will go and win.
I think Vegas has a Browns 2.5.
Isn't that kind of what I'm, way it is? I mean, 2.5.
Yeah, I mean, they're giving less points for home games now than they ever have. But does it surprise you more that the Browns are favored or that the total is 40?
No, the 40. I would take the under on that. I think it's going to be one of those games where you look up in the third quarter and it's 10-10 or something like that, 13-10. I just think it's going to take a little bit of time for these offenses to get to get something going. I think the defenses will be better and stronger than the offenses, and I think both teams will handle the running game. The opposition's running game. So it'll take a couple of big plays to kind of break this game open, and but I think it'll be a close game. But I still feel confident that the Cowboys will win. I feel like they've got. I think their defense, the Cowboys' defense, is going to really kind of take the NFL world by storm in this game. I think that you're going to see that, and not that they don't, they're not viewed highly or anything like that. But I think that this game will be a tone setter for the rest of the league.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Nick, so you talk about the defense there. Last matchup against Cleveland was obviously a disaster back in 2020. Right. That was kind of the very bottom of the run game problems. This year, I think everybody feels better about the linebackers. Like, that's going to be an improved group. Mm-hmm. What kind of rotation do you think we're going to see there, and how much is Micah going to be involved as a traditional linebacker, do you think?
I don't think you'll see Micah as a traditional linebacker a lot, but I think that the way Zimmer wants to blitz him, I think you have to line him up there at times to keep him honest. If you can't just line him up at linebacker and he blitzes all the time. I think that there's going to be times where he's going to have to actually play it. I bet he plays it maybe 15 to 20% of the time, maybe 10% as a linebacker. I think he'll line up there 25 to 30%. Again, these are just me throwing out my own numbers from what I've seen. It's not like somebody handed me a list of Micah's play chart or anything like that. I just kind of feel like, you can't do anything if you don't show it, in different ways. It's kind of the same with running back with Deuce Vaughn. I mean, there's going to be times where when he is in the game, if he does play on offense, he's going to have to run the ball up the middle. I mean, that's just what he has to do every once in a while to kind of keep people honest. But as for Micah and the linebackers, I mean, I think it's going to be a very healthy rotation. I think your backups are going to play a lot. So it's kind of weird looking at the depth chart, because they got Leofau starting and, but I mean, between him and Overshown and Kendricks and Damone Clark and some of Micah, they're all going to play. They're going to play all over the place.
Who do you remember winning the practice battles between Diggs and Amari?
Diggs and Amari. Oh, I do remember that being at the Star, that night practice they had at the Star. They really went at it. I feel like Amari won that. I feel like it maybe was at the end of Hard Knocks, that year they did Hard Knocks. So I'm kind of vaguely remembering that. I mean, Amari won a lot of battles, just because he is a really, really good route runner. Yeah. And when you do that, I mean, it's hard for anybody to beat you. So, I mean, Kalen Carson, I mean, he's going to have his work cut out for him for sure. But the good thing about it, good or bad, haven't figured it out yet. But this dude is not scared at all. Like, he really doesn't have any kind of fear. He doesn't show it. He doesn't seem fazed by it. Cool, I'm wearing 21. Yeah, I think Deion, he was good, right? That's his mentality. It's just kind of like, hey, no disrespect, but, I'm good too. I think as a corner, you have to have that. The best corners have that. And it's just, blind arrogance, and which is fine, because that's what you have to do to play the position, have a terrible memory for the bad plays, and just pick it up and go from there. And I'm really excited to see him play as much as any player on the team.
Nick, I asked McCarthy this question at 6:30. He sidestepped me a little bit, but do you think in an honest moment when they look at Amari across the way, do you think people in the front office or McCarthy himself are thinking to themselves, damn, we really should not have let him get out of the building?
No, I really don't. I don't think they feel that way. I think when it was that time, I think that they felt like that this guy over here needs to flourish. That CD will never flourish the way they think he can. And this is not just saying something now. I vividly remember where I was standing here in this building where someone told me that they think they've got a dog in CeeDee Lamb, that they've got a guy that can really take it to the next level. And he's going to need the ball more. And, it really won't ever work if you have these two guys here. And so they think that they can, now could you have gotten more than like a fifth and swapping six? Yeah, probably so. But I don't think that there's any regret on losing him. I really don't.
Nick Eatman, Dallas Cowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
That almost makes it feel worse than just getting a fifth. Because, I mean, in the history of the NFL, you've never had two top receivers. Like, no team can have you can't have two guys at the top?
Yes. Yeah. No, you certainly can. I think, and I think there was more to it. I don't think that Amari was a problem or anything like that, but I just think from a personality standpoint between him, the receivers, the quarterback, maybe the quarterback's coach at the time, I just think that they all felt like they needed to move on, and maybe it was slowing down the progress of CD. Again, this is just me kind of hearsay on what I've heard. This is not like a Odell Beckham thing or any kind of any kind of issues with the quarterbacks or T.O. and Romo type thing. I just think that they thought that, what, it's probably, for the money that they're getting and trying to pay, they would rather trade him and save the money and add it to other players and then let CD flourish. For the most part, I think it worked out. It did. It worked out, except for the 6 or 7 games that Amari has really gone off. Then you look at it. But then, he goes, 220 yards in a game, and then, he had like 18 after that or something. I mean, like, that's just kind of what you have to deal with. But I would deal with that. If I'm getting a 200-yard gain, I'm fine with it. I always thought that they should have got more for that trade or not traded him at all. But I'm just telling you from what I've heard is the mindset behind that move.
Have you made a Super Bowl pick, and have you figured out or thought about how far you have the Cowboys going this year?
I'm not picking them to ever go to the Super Bowl until they go to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Because that's just, I just feel like I'm just jinxing it. I don't know, and I don't know if the Cowboys are at that level right now. I think they're at a level where they should be, right there battling for a playoff spot. The 10-7, maybe 11-6 if some things go right. I think every game is going to be a grind. Everyone. I like the fact that I think you can really put trust in the kicker, and in games like that, you're going to need it. You're going to need that. So I think that they'll help that. I think their special teams will be good overall, also, which helps in field position. So those things are going to help you win some games. I think there's going to be a lot of close ones. I just don't see a lot of 45-10 wins over the Giants and Washington and stuff like that anymore. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think there's going to be a lot tougher games, but I still think that they're good. They'll be good enough to handle that. If they could find a way to run the football when everyone knows you're going to run, can you figure out a way to run out the clock? I've got them in that 11-6. I'll say 11-6, battling with the Eagles for the division or a wild card spot, and then from there you got to get in the dance. But I think you've got to be better at running the ball and stopping the run because that's what playoff football has shown. And I think that they've at least equipped themselves better to do that if they can get to the playoffs.
Still, waiting, looking for that Instagram follow back. But have a great trip to Cleveland. We'll talk Monday.
Okay. All right.
Look, he didn't even say I forgot or anything. He's just like,
no, he doesn't care.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Figure out and find out how you can win tickets to the Cowboys season opener. You can do it with Crosstalk and the KMC Masterpiece next.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, it's Crosstalk brought to you by nobody. If you're in sales, you could sell this.
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings today.
And you could make some money for the company. So that would be awesome. And, I mean, it is popular. We hear Crosstalk is popular. Hey, Kevin and Corey, where are we at?
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Lemon Avenue today. We're going to be here throughout the entire day. Got a pair of Cowboys tickets to give away. G-Bag Nation will follow us. We'll have Jerry Jones joining us here at 10:30. And also, we did bring the Lucy passports back for another season. She created a new design, and for this week, I have the first 25 passports. Lucy signed them. Because you know how we would do stamps or autographs or something last year? So I asked Lucy, about halfway through, she goes, hey, how many more of these do we have to do? And I was like, are you getting tired? She was like, no, but can we do more? And I was like, oh, yeah, absolutely. So there you go. That's what we got in addition to the Cowboys merch and the tickets and amazing $4 Miller Lights and Coors Lights today.
I'm trying to trump Lucy, Sean, because I brought 7 of these gems here. If you look, it is my Baseball America 1999 prospect card that I have pre-autographed already. So
look at that.
I have 7 of these gems right here, all laid out, ready to go for, those special people who get a piece of Mike Bassick.
Do you think that you will actually have 7 people come up and ask? Will you be rid of those cards by the end of the day from people requesting them versus you throwing them at them like a frisbee?
If not, I'm going to the Dallas Card Show in Allen, 777 Waters Creek after this to go, shop for cards. I'll give them to people too. But I also brought about 12 to 14 Dallas Cowboy cards that are pretty worthless.
Let's go. Well,
see, you're not good at selling this.
They're big names. Yeah, they're big names.
Like a Steve Walsh rookie card.
Yeah.
Ooh.
How about a Steve Walsh rookie card?
Super
you know
Bowl
what?
champion right there.
If you would like one of the worst first-round picks in Cowboys history, I have a David LaFleur scoring his 1 touchdown, I believe, in this picture.
Him or Taco?
If you like number 94s, because 94s are special players for the Dallas Cowboys, I got a number 94. I got a Michael Myers rookie card.
There you go.
Number 94 for the Dallas Cowboys.
Wait, so do you go through the cards and you're going to just give these away at your
just giving
remotes?
them away. I do have cool cards, though. Like, look, there's a Micah Parsons card that I pulled a night ago. Here's a Trayvon Diggs rookie card because it was COVID time. They just have them at the Combine.
Wow.
So I do have, look, a Daryl Moose Johnston getting ready to block somebody.
There we go.
Yeah.
So I have some good cards. I even brought a Dak. For those people that love Dak, I'm giving this one away. So, I got some cards.
So I can come to Lemon and come get it, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, if you'd like the Dak card, I will give you the Dak card. Now,
I want the Dak pick, yeah.
Bobby, here's my first question during crosstalk. Okay, this is where we make the money.
Yeah.
I ask the questions, you give the responses. It's the Mike Bassett
Hit me.
crosstalk. Has there ever been a player in NFL football history that has dropped off more, not due to injury and in his prime, than Deshaun Watson?
Well, so they would potentially argue that is due to injury, but I agree that's a massive drop. Maybe Russ? Russ dropped pretty
right? That was age, though.
But I mean, he wasn't. No, not given in modern NFL. He shouldn't have dropped that much at the age he did. He was given the same kind of contract. He was given $45 million a year.
No. What year did he get? What year was his last year in Seattle? What was his age?
Let me look here.
32, right? 33.
Which is in the modern
now.
NFL, quarterbacks. If you're elite, you're supposed to be playing into 37.
No, still incorrect.
Sean, I have a candidate for you.
Because Watson's 28, so Russ at 4 or 5 years is much more understandable and the drop off than Watson right now.
Maurice Claret.
I don't know the age, but in the year 2000, the first pick in 1993. So you're 7 years into your career. Is Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah.
Like, he was great. He was making Pro Bowls. He was considered, like, right on that borderline of top 5 quarterback. Makes the Super Bowl in 1996 for the Patriots. And then you get to 2000. I get it. He's hurt.
He made the Super Bowl again for Tom Brady.
He did. I'm not going to deny that. Was that against Pittsburgh?
I think so.
Yeah. But he gets hit in the sternum, right? He gets crushed in the chest.
The Clint
And
sternum.
it was just an injury for, like, a couple months, not a career-ending injury. And Drew Bledsoe just, like, that was it. Like, he just went to being an average to bad quarterback. And you get to play Deshaun Watson, and I'm like, man, like, his thing accused of all the sexual things that he did, like, and then he gets to a new team, and he's just horrible.
I had so many good dark roast jokes for Deshaun Watson today that we didn't get to. But
I forgot the dark roast.
Give us one here.
Go ahead.
Should we do it now?
I shouldn't.
Mike's
I didn't clear anything by Hagee or Sean this time, so probably not totally safe. But no, the Bledsoe thing, while that wasn't a career ender, he did almost die.
Okay.
So, like, isn't that that might be a little, and he was good in the first year or two in Buffalo.
He
I
was,
felt like.
and then he got he got into wine. He just got into wine. And
I just looked up inexplicable sports drop-offs. David Duvall, John Rocker, Ryan Howard.
Was John Rockers inexplicable?
Yeah, I think like those got started testing for, and so his velocity went way down.
I thought you were going to blame the subway or whatever, but
I did too, actually.
Well, I mean, that didn't help, obviously. But I played with him after that. He was decent with Cleveland in 01, but to your point, like, after he left Atlanta, it was a pretty fast drop-off. Obviously, I don't know, 33% of eastbound and down is the John
at
Rocker
least,
story.
at least.
He bounced back some, but, like, wouldn't a name that we would have included here in sports have been Cody Bellinger at one point?
Cody dropped off pretty good. Yeah, that's.
But
a good
the
one.
Watson thing, it's a great one. I mean, I have nothing for it. I cannot figure it out whatsoever.
Michael Gallup.
Like 4 years ago, if you're saying you were playing Deshaun Watson in an opening game, you would be worried about Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's their biggest weakness.
What about Wentz?
Yeah, that was inexplicable.
I mean, he
just
did
lost
hurt
all
his
of his
knee,
confidence, but it was.
But then, to your point, the knee recovered, and then it was just crap.
Because
That was all
Derek
mental.
Carr also had, like, an MVP type season along with Wentz, and Carr, he's still a better quarterback than Wentz, but
Yeah, but I mean, he's in that worst category possible, which is like he's not bad enough to let you find somebody else.
Also,
he's just like
I don't know how much that MVP season for him also ended when he broke his ankle.
Yeah.
At the end, so I don't know how much the ankle did that affect his trajectory at all. I don't know. Didn't for Dak.
Darren Williams is on here, but did we expect a drop when he left Utah for here, or was it Nets
No, well,
here?
you left Utah for Brooklyn.
Mark Cuban didn't.
And he was, I mean, at the time, we were all hoping that Darren Williams would come here from Utah. He was considered a top 5 point guard in the league.
What about Rondo?
Yeah, I mean,
I was real wrong on that.
Yeah.
I was wrongo.
He did last a long time after here. Does that make sense? Like, he lasted as like a nice player for other teams, but him and Rick Carlisle, I don't know if there's been a worse combination of coach and player in the history of sports than those two guys. Maybe O.J. Mayo, when he snatched the ball away from him near the end of the season, said, "You're not playing anymore."
All right, Mike. So ChatGPT spat back a bunch of names, but most of these are injuries. But there's one on here. Was Sean Alexander qualify for you? Because he just out of nowhere was awful.
Yeah, I guess running backs do die quickly. Like, I mean, we have one on our team. Yeah. We're going to watch the death of Ezekiel Elliott this year. Like, he's already dead as like a player that can
Not according to
contribute.
your audience.
Well, I know. Well, I don't know what to tell those people. But everybody ranks. It's not even us. We're not the ones ranking. I believe in this. They're all ranking the Cowboys as the worst run game in football. And it has nothing to do with the offensive line. A lot of times you could look at, well, their offensive line is horrible. No, they're looking at the 3 to 4 running backs that the Cowboys have on their team and going, this is miserable. Now, maybe we'll all be wrong. The whole world will be wrong. We'll be wrong. And the Cowboys will have a really good running game and we'll all be surprised. But I guess we'll find out on Sunday. Now, here's my question is I will go with Sean first because, he's the leader of y'all's team. Is this a 50-50 coin flip game Sunday, or do you feel like a team has an advantage?
50-50.
Pretty close.
I changed like a coward. He is asking me.
Why did you go ahead of me?
Because.
That's right. You're third. Just turn off your mic. Pretend like you have the cord.
Yeah, I've sat in the meetings before, Sean. I know.
50-50. I changed like a coward. I came in, my head saying Cleveland by 3. I switched to Cowboys by 3 just because I don't trust Watson. But I'm coin flip, but you're opposite of me.
I'm not coin flip. There are two games this weekend that I just don't understand. I don't understand how Michigan's only a 7-point favorite over. I'm sorry, how Texas is only a 7-point favorite over Michigan, and I don't understand how Cleveland's favored in this one. The Cowboys have objectively the better quarterback, unless Deshaun Watson is 2018's version or whatever it is.
Ooh, let's hope not.
I just don't see, generally it's just the better quarterback wins these games, and the Cowboys have the better quarterback. And Cleveland's defense, I think, is a little overrated. They played some bad QBs last year, and I think that inflated some of their numbers.
And Bobby, you see it as a coin flip, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bobby's backed into a corner this year. He's backed himself into a corner because he wants them to lose, so McCarthy's gone, but he also doesn't recognize that by them losing is going to decrease Dak Prescott. Elite quarterbacks don't miss the playoffs.
Yeah, but if Dak gets a contract before the season starts, then that won't matter.
That's right.
Hey, listen to us today as the new Dak Prescott contract comes in during our watch.
You guys always get the news on yours.
Jerry's going to announce it at 10:30.
Here's my question to my two partners over here. Do we have Channel 29?
What is that?
What is Channel 29?
Isn't that what the Mavericks?
The new home of the Mavs.
They're on Channel 8.
No, not
every game.
Select games, only like 10 or 15 games. Channel 29 is a local channel they can't play. I kind of knew this before it happened, but they can't play games on Channel 8 during the work week, during Monday through Friday, because they have national
regular programming.
So a lot of those Channel 8 games will be on Saturdays and Sundays.
I assume, but I'll have to go check.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever gone to Channel 29.
It used to be a Spanish language station.
Oh, Telemundo.
Did you
I don't
make
have
that
numbered
clear?
channels.
I said it was WFA and I said it was Channel 29 KMPX.
Okay, but I misunderstood. I thought it was basically
majority
Channel
WFAA.
8.
Yeah, so it's 29.
No, I think it's
Daystar.
like
It's a minimum 15 games minimum will air on WFAA, and Channel 29 will broadcast the majority.
Little misleading here, Joe Trahan. I'm going to have to delete my retweets of WFAA. That's why NBC 5.
Yeah,
well, it is really good.
Retweet the
I
other
do
Joe
think this
Trahan.
is. I know we got to go here, but I just will say this, and maybe we'll cover it during the show. This is great for the Dallas Mavericks that they'll have approximately 10 nationally televised games and then another 15 of them on just a basic channel that's local. So that means you get nationally 25 to 30 of the 82 games for the Dallas Mavericks that are easily accessible. And then the other one, I guess, should be, I just got to figure out, like, does YouTube TV or Fubo or whatever get channel 29?
Yeah,
So
we'll have to figure that out too.
coming up next, man. Hey,
Great
what time's our
content,
guy
Mike.
Jerry? What time?
10:30.
Jerry Jones at 10:30. He's going to tell you why this is the greatest team that he's ever owned.
Go get your McDonald's, Mike.
On 105 The Fan. I'll get Buffalo Wild Wings today.
Oh, yeah,
Bob.
good point. Yeah.
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas. Hey, just remember, we got Lucy passports and Mike Bassick Baseball America prospect cards already autographed.
Woo! That's when I shut it down.
Bye.
We O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. It is a shout-out Friday. If you want to get involved, 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Whoops. You can also hit us up on the Twitch and the YouTube. Corey, I'm going to read you this text from the 817. Dak getting his contract and it being announced by Corey would be an awesome birthday present to me. I'm turning 27 today. I've been listening to y'all since you were on nights. Grew up listening to 105.3 The Fan since I was old enough to actually listen to talk radio. Corey, we have a contract to announce.
That is absolutely true, Kevin.
Would you like to announce it?
Do I do the breaking news thing? Or just, all right, here we go. A 3-year, $72.3 million deal to make Jalen Ramsey the highest-paid cornerback in the NFL again with the Dolphins. So there you go.
So no Dak deal just yet.
$24.1 million per year, by the way, Kevin.
Woo.
So there you go.
Good
that is
for
the
him.
deal that has been made. And that's another leaf right there, obviously.
Is it?
That's another leaf for Mike McCarthy and another leaf for Dak Prescott.
Will you ask Jerry what leaves he's still working on or still waiting
How many leaves are left on
Yeah.
those trees, Jerry? Can you what are we doing here with the trees?
We do have Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. If you come on up here, you can sign up. We're going to be giving away a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets. We've also got some cool Cowboys swag to give away, and that's all fine and well. But more importantly than that, Corey, what else do we have to give away?
Oh, we do have Lucy. We have Lucy passports. We did these all year last year. You can get these autographed and stamped throughout the entire year, as we're going to be all over DFW with these. The first 25 passports to give away, Lucy did sign herself, so that is her autograph. We also have Mike Bassick prospect autograph cards to give away.
Yeah, Baseball America's biggest mistake I have right here. Baseball America thought I was going to be a really good player and put me in their 100 card set in 1999 saying this guy, this left-hander.
The 8th prospect in all of baseball that year,
All right.
too.
Here's what they say. Mike Bassick. I mean, he's starting off really bad.
Sure.
An intelligent pitcher. Bassick makes up for the lack of velocity. I haven't read this in a while.
Oh, no. It feels spot on so far.
By locating his fastball and changeup well. 6'3", 190 pounds. I lied about my height back then because I'm like 6'1 and a half. And my weight was 190 then, but not now.
Thanks to soda, I guess.
Well, no, it's.
I understand.
I was 20 years old.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I understand that.
By the way, some people think another mistake we made was faking them out on that contract sign.
Oh, I'm sorry about
we will
that.
ask
I was telling the
Jerry
truth. I told you the
about
truth.
Jerry's going to tell us.
That's why you got to listen all the way through everything. You can't jump to any conclusions. Kevin, I do want to throw this out real quick.
Okay.
I got shirt, jersey, mini helmet, hat, collectible doll, jersey, fair tickets also to give away.
Sure we get to give all those things away
I
today?
have been told that stuff on this list is
Okay.
stuff we can give away today.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
then right here for the tickets, it says the winner will be taken out tonight after the show. So
I think they mean like
so
selected.
that we can get the tickets.
Not-
Is that
no, I think like
Taken
they will
out.
select
They're going
it.
to take them down.
All right.
Hitman Jaime.
The time has arrived. Your official record prediction for the Cowboys 2024 season, 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from you on Twitch, on YouTube. I know Carter's putting a video together that you can find on our social medias and on 1053thefan.com. What say y'all?
I better keep the same prediction I threw on that.
Oh, no. Did you say a BS prediction on the video?
No, I just don't know, but man, there he is. Like, I should have worn my Duncanville hat today.
That's
with all that
Duncanville
Gmail.
Mike right there.
Duncanville Mike. I said 10-7 on the video, but I still am like deciding between 10-7 and 11-6.
Okay.
So I'm not like, I guess I'll go with 10-7, but I can see them winning a couple more games.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I just don't – I think it's just going to be a team that fights for a playoff spot, gets in, and then gets out.
Yeah, and that's that's where the most significant, Kevin. That's what I decided as I was driving in today and listening to Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show. I decided, just hearing you, it's not that they've gotten to the playoffs and that they've had good seasons.
Sure.
It's that they haven't gotten further into the playoffs. That's where the failure for you is, and just a little more of, hey, looking good. If they lost in a second-round playoff game and it was an awesome game and both teams just went
like
at it.
last night.
Yeah.
It was like a toe.
That was an awesome game. Awesome game last night. If that's how it went down, you'd be like, dang, man, the Cowboys really showed out.
Yeah.
But the way they've done it the last few times, they just look puny. And that's what the part where you're like, what? That's not the team I've seen most of the season. So I get it. I'm going to roll out Mike's line, pain. Can I just do that and say that's going to be their record this year?
That's Clubber Lang.
Yeah, I'm going to go with 11-6. I feel like they can win 12, 13 games, but 11 is going to be my prediction because there is somewhere in between where the Cowboys could falter and fall apart. Based on what I'm hearing out of the locker room, Tyler Smith, there's a Brandon Cooks that I talked to you about yesterday, Kevin. These guys love Dak. They have a lot of support of him.
Jake Ferguson loves Dak.
They love this guy, and I think they're going to be full support. Do they love Mike McCarthy the same way? And are they going to fight for him the same way?
That's a good question. I don't know. From the 214, Cowboys will finish the season 6-11. Mike McCarthy fired midseason. I would be surprised if he got – I would be really surprised if he got fired midseason. If you tell me they're going to move on from him at the end of the season, that would not be shocking at all. But if they – axed him in the middle of the season, I'd be pretty surprised. From the 214, 8-9. From the 817, going to say probably another 12-5 season, lose in the second round. From the 254, 11-6, out in the first round. From the 469, 12-5. From the 325, 8-9, and from the 817, 11-6, back-to-back NFC champs, baby.
For the first time since we were born.
In 20 years.
Right.
And then they lose in the first round. So, see, like, I think that's – it's weird because if you say 11-6, sometimes
sounds down.
Yeah, well, or people will either criticize you for not being positive enough because that's a step down, or that you're too positive because this team clearly isn't as good.
This is a tough schedule this year.
Yeah,
man.
and if you say like they're going to lose in the first round of the playoffs, oh, you're a hater. If you say they get past, oh, you're a homer. You just think they're.
I just got to go with what I believe.
Yeah.
What I think about this team. I know they have a tough schedule. I think there are some really good qualities. I still think there are some holes on it. Things that need to be shored up about their defense and even their offense. But I think they're good enough to get that done. This is going to be a tough schedule, though, to get through, especially, Kevin, that slate that you asked about yesterday.
Yeah, the 5 games.
Yeah, there's a stretch where it's just very difficult to get to see a lot of wins there.
Vegas has set the Cowboys Super Bowl odds at 18-1, winning the NFC Championship at 10-1. And then they're about a minus 200 to make the playoffs. So that means there's about a 67% probability that Vegas thinks that they're going to make the playoffs. So those are kind of some of the big picture things that we're looking at as we get a lot of these records.
Tell you what, real quick, they haven't made the playoffs in 4 years in forever, right? Like, I can't remember the last time they went 4 years in a row making the playoffs.
You still have to go back to the
97, they missed the playoffs, so I'm going to assume
91 through 96, right? They made it 6 straight years, but that's where we're at pretty much.
Yeah. Let's do it again then.
Okay, deal.
All right.
Absolutely deal.
Fine with me.
From the 817, 14-3 Super Bowl champs. From the 212, 9-8, missed the postseason. And that's and those came in back-to-back. That's why I wanted to read them back-to-back. It seems like, I don't know, I would honestly listen to anywhere between 7-10 and 11-6 as like pretty viable records for the regular season.
And you know what? If they do finish up 9-8 and miss the postseason, then that is means for a reset of the team. That it means for changing some things around and looking at some new avenues to get there.
Which I guess is part of the reason I don't totally understand the ongoing discussions about Dak's contract. I know we can get into that with Jerry, but I don't totally understand that if they're like, hey, it's on the line for Dak as well. But if you make the deal, then like, not really. Right?
You're just going to be changing some other things, some perimeter stuff.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm excited to see what kind of feedback we get here. It has happened for 34 straight NFL seasons. So who will be the new 4 playoff teams at least this year? We'll talk about it next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off Lemon on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
trend. Last year, it was 6 new teams. So it's been at least 4 for the last 34 years. And then when you see the playoffs expanding out, obviously, as we've seen the last couple of years, a little bit more, it feels more and more likely that trend could potentially keep up. So what I wanted to pick y'all's brains about is, if you had to pick at least 4, who do you think would be the 4 new playoff teams this year?
All right, I'm getting rid of Tampa Bay this year.
Okay.
There's going to be no candidate from the NFC South. We're just going to eliminate them altogether.
They get a team.
And we're going to move on with that. Okay, I'll replace Tampa. I think their division winner will be Atlanta this year.
I agree.
I predicted that last year too. but I said it was going to still be a bad record, and they would probably be in without like a winning
close.
record.
They didn't want to Bijan. They didn't want to Bijan.
They
enough.
almost got there. So I'm taking out Tampa Bay and replacing with the Atlanta Falcons. That's my first one.
I like that one.
Oh, you want me to go next?
Yeah, you can take on the next team.
Okay, I think this is pretty easy here, except for injury worries me. I'm going to put in the Cincinnati Bengals and take out the Cleveland Browns.
Ooh, I like that.
Cincinnati Bengals, that one makes sense to me. I think I would probably go along with that as well.
Joe Burrow stays healthy all season. That's real.
I was surprised they actually went 9-8 last year.
Which is also really impressive.
And because Burrow, I don't know, what did he miss? It felt like 8 to 10 games. Did he miss more than that? Maybe it was less. I don't know. But like 9-8, I'm like, oh gosh, and they dealt with a lot of crap. So I'll put them in. I think they get to 10 wins or more easy.
From the 972, Bears, Bengals, Jets, and Washington. From the 214, Chargers, Jets, Bears, and Falcons. And from the 682, Jets, Raiders, Falcons, and Bears. And so you started to see, like, the Bears have popped up in here. The Jets have popped up in here. I think both of those are viable contenders to move into the playoffs this year. Who's your next? Go ahead.
I have a question. Do you find that the best division usually has 3 teams in it, or the worst division has 2 teams in it? Does that make sense? Like, the Cowboys have had 2 weak teams, and you're pretty consistent going Philly is going to be there, Dallas is going to be there. But, like, with the AFC East, you have 3 teams that are viable for it. But then I look down at the AFC South. Those teams, you got maybe the Colts and Texans could both be in that thing because maybe the other 2 teams aren't that good.
One of the things.
Why do you think Jacksonville? Because I'm picking Jacksonville to make the playoffs.
Okay.
I think it's 4th year for Trevor Lawrence. I'm not saying they're going to win 12 or 14 games, but why do you think they're going to be bad?
I need to see them be good. If I see them be good, then I might have a different thought about them. The Colts are a pretty good team, and I feel like the Texans are coming back around, swinging back through this year and doing it again. Kevin?
You guys want to go to your next
selection?
We can do that.
I'll kill Pittsburgh.
That's easy.
I'll kill Pittsburgh, and I'll replace that with the Jets.
By the way, did you already see they're like, hey, we're monitoring Russell Wilson's hamstring.
Oh, his hamstring?
Leading into the game. I almost said Westbrook. Leading into the game, I was like, well, that's probably not what you want.
Yeah, I'm going to kill Pittsburgh, and I will replace them. Mike, do you agree with the Jets on that, or do you?
I think we're picking 2 teams that have phenomenal quarterbacks. Both of them very injury prone, and at this point in his career, Aaron Rodgers and Joe Burrow's just been injury prone a lot of his career. But if those guys are healthy, you would expect Aaron Rodgers and Joe Burrow to make the playoffs.
Yeah. And then, do you want another team, or I have another one I can throw out here?
Well, I was going to put in Jacksonville.
Okay.
But I understand that. I think it's going to be tough. I think picking between the Texans, the Jaguars, and the Colts. I don't see Tennessee doing anything. That's my opinion.
They could surprise us.
But I do think those 3 teams, I mean, if you look at 10-7, 9-8, 9-8, I think that it will be similar, except maybe with 11-6 being the division winner.
Can I ask you a question about that? Do you think that the Texans are going to plateau or backslide? Because I hear what you're saying about how close they were, but they were very much going in opposite directions last season. Like the Texans were skyrocketing up and the Jaguars were slipping down.
Yes, but the Jaguars didn't slip down because of age. If it was, let's just take I'm just going to use the Cowboys, for example, the 2000 Dallas Cowboys. You knew it was because of age.
Sure.
Troy's body was jacked up. Emmett was getting older and not the same anymore. Talent was going down, and they were just getting old. So they're going downhill because they're too old to compete. I don't think Jacksonville is dealing with, gosh, we just got old. I think that they got confused, and they did lose a lot of confidence. But they do have a lot of young players. I don't think they're built off of a lot of veterans, but then my question would be, are they more veteran than the Texans and the Colts, where down the stretch have they learned their lesson? There's a lot more pressure on Houston.
I agree.
All of a sudden, Houston had no pressure last year. They're probably going to win 4 or 5 games, and you come out of nowhere. Now everybody's like, watch out for Houston. That does put pressure on you to repeat as the division title and probably need to play better than 10-7, or people are going to be like, what's wrong with Houston?
Kevin, my last team, this is going to be a surprise wild card situation here.
Oh.
I'm replacing the Rams with the Bears.
I
like that.
I do too.
And that means 3 from the NFC North. And that's kind of wild, especially considering, you kind of thought the Vikings would have that opportunity to be back in it too, but they kind of fall apart here, I think, with Sam Darnold. So I'll throw the Bears in there and take out the Rams. That's the most likely to me. If Jared Sandler is right, which he's right a lot of times, then Green Bay, he was concerned that Green Bay is going to take a dip. So I'm keeping an eye. I'm monitoring that situation.
Green Bay and Houston are really interesting because when you mentioned Houston, I immediately thought of the NFC counterpart, Green Bay, as – man, it sure does feel like a lot of pressure got heaped on them really quickly. And if they slide at all, then you'll be like, you'll definitely hear the overreactions of, or maybe it's not overreaction of, did we give Jordan Love and C.J. Stroud too much too soon?
Yeah, he's getting a lot of love right now.
So if both of them backslide, then I think that's probably what you're going to hear.
I'll tell you what, we're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas right now, and we already have 10 people here, and it's not even 10:30 yet. Guys are
normally
sipping,
they're not even open yet.
Guys are sipping on the Miller Lights.
Get your Miller Lights, drinking them, and Coors Lights.
And I mean, the Mike Bassick prospect cards are just hotcakes right now. I can't make enough of them.
All right, well, coming up next, we will talk with the Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet, together let's drive, based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, are we ready to go? Okay. We do not have Jerry Jones.
That's direct.
Just quite yet. I appreciate it. I like directness. But in the meantime, it is also a shout-out Friday. I already got a bunch of fun shout-outs coming in from the 903. My husband, Sam, is at Tolo and turns 31 today. Wanted to wish him a happy birthday through his favorite radio station, 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much for listening, and happy birthday to Sam. That is fantastic.
Are we doing Shout-Out Friday then? Is that what you're saying, Kevin?
Yes.
Man, I appreciate that. I like Shout-Out Friday. Not
Do
shout
you
out
have
Thursday.
a shout-out then?
Not Shout-Out Saturday.
Hey,
Shout-Out Friday,
I'm
baby.
down to 2 prospect cards of Mike Bassick.
All right, we got Jerry ready to roll right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jones brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Jerry Jones, good morning, sir.
Hey, Kevin, Corey, Mike. Man, it's good to be on and good to be here the day before game day, or the 2 days before game day. But it's good to be on with you.
Absolutely. Last night, the Thursday night football game got decided by a toe.
By a toenail.
Today, the NFL is in Brazil, and then y'all start up on Sunday. How exciting is this time, not only in terms of the competitiveness, but when you see the expansion of the league?
Well, I, of course, always keep in mind Friday night football for our high school, but these are exceptions that we're working with here, and so I thought it was a great game to kick the season off. My goodness, what a display! And of course, we got to go play those guys up in Baltimore. That's going to be a tough draw, but I just thought the game was outstanding and really gave a great presentation of what the league and what pro football is all about today. And of course, excited about Brazil. Brazil is, of course, always been a fascinating place, very fascinating for me. Brazil started about the same time the United States began, and the difference between Brazil and the United States?
I don't.
The credit system. The United States fundamentally, very early on, started selling houses and cars on payments. And Brazil didn't inject that into their economy until just of late. And I've always thought that was an interesting difference between the two. Brazil has such a great country by size and population and really about similar makeup to the United States. But we have always done so much better than they have, and it has everything to do with Hamilton and that group and our credit system.
Now, we love talking to you, Jerry, for a variety of reasons. One of them is that story, but also the insight that you give us on NFL matters. I'm curious your thoughts about the Disney, ESPN, DirecTV dispute. A lot of people are concerned about missing out on Monday Night Football. Do you see an end to that coming up soon?
Well, I don't know that I do. It's gone on lengthy as these things go for a lengthy period of time. But I do understand that this shuffling that we're seeing in the presentation of sport has really had some adjusting to make. I think that's the best way to say it. And it does ultimately impact the viewers dramatically, and has everything today to do with the revenue sharing and the revenue allocation that goes on with the different ways the different types of network presentations are structured. So anyway, that's a mouthful, but I hope that it doesn't displace viewers of the NFL long at all, and to the extent that they can find alternative ways to watch these games. I know that we can. I don't know of anybody that's boxed out if they know how to work through the maze of finding out how to find that game, an NFL game on television.
Now, talk with Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. I had one more quick league-based question for you. In the last 24 to 48 hours, Rael Enteen, the vice president of content for the Washington Commanders, was suspended and then fired because, among other things, he mocked the commissioner and then mentioned you as the person who really runs the NFL. And then he said that, quote, you hate gay and black people. What did you think about that statement and the NFL firing that person?
I dismissed it immediately, didn't even think about it. Seriously. It's so off base and wrong, so I didn't give it any more thought at all. And I hope no one does, because it's ludicrous.
Jerry, Dak said he wants to be here. I saw him yesterday say he wants to be here and he wants to win one here because winning it here would be different than winning a Super Bowl anywhere else. Why do you think that winning a Super Bowl in Dallas would be different than anywhere else?
Well, I think that Dak is looking at it from the perspective of his career and his tenure, and he's invested so much in what we're about, what we can be, and I completely understand that statement. I'm proud he feels that way, and I want that to come true.
Have you spoken to Dak's representatives lately, and are y'all far enough along to have discussed specific annual salary?
I won't be discussing anything at all about Dak's business or contract at this particular time.
Okay, and with the state of McCarthy and Dak's contracts, do you feel like you're kind of sending a message to the team and to them to be on high alert? And how do you expect them to respond?
Again, I want to include Mike in that little, I guess you call it, point I'm making is I don't think any good purpose can be for discussing those agreements. And I will say this, I couldn't be more satisfied with either one of them at all. And so that's not the issue.
Jerry, last night you had the new kickoff rule take effect in the first ever game, and both teams decided just kick it out of the end zone and let them have it at the 30. And I guess as a fan, we thought the new rule would have kickoffs where there would be a lot of returns. And literally, as far as I can recall, there were 0 returns last night. Both teams decided kick it out of the end zone, take it at the 30. Do you feel like most every team's just going to do that? Even though it looks weird and we were looking forward to it, it's just going to be like, just you got a big leg, make them take it at the 30.
That's a fair question, since that was what we saw last night. I think there will be a lot more in-play kickoffs, let's put it like that, where you've got the tackling and the return part of it. But that sure last night was the case. It's a weapon. It's a way to have some offense on kickoff that was not there in my view, and but that I don't believe will be the case. It could be the majority of the case, but strategically, it allows you, if you choose to basically on either side of the ball create some game that involves both defense and offense. So let's see how this thing plays out. But that certainly, though, was notable that we didn't get a ball in play during the kickoff.
You know, Micah Parsons has talked all offseason, especially these last few weeks, about his opportunity to become a better leader for the team. We all know how good he has been on the field, but have you seen the opportunity for Micah to become a better leader, and do you think he can become the leader that this defense needs him to be?
Well, I certainly think anytime you have the ability and the performance to back it up that Micah has had so far, that you've got the makings of a great leader on the field. And that's a very big-time prerequisite to really leading, is to walk the talk. And so I think that he's got all the potential in the world to be outstanding. He's so mentally with it. He's extraordinarily sharp. And so I think all of that lends itself. He's got great people skills. He's got a personality that goes with his, if you will, his skill set, his aggressiveness, playing the game. I think all of that makes quite a package. And what I'm also impressed about it is how hard he works as a young man, a young player, to take advantage of his gifts. So I think he could be an outstanding leader for not only the defense but for the team.
Hey, Jerry, when you're looking at like a CeeDee Lamb contract, and you're like, whoo, $34 million a year, and you're looking at like the future with Micah and even all your other players as you sign up with them, what is the expectation once they've put ink to paper? What is the expectation from you, whether it's productivity or leadership? What do you expect out of those players once they've signed that kind of deal?
Well, you have to have extraordinary performance to make it work, because when you've allocated that percentage of your total resources to the winning of the football games and having the team you want to have, when you've done that, then you've got to be very judicious as to how you do it, when you do it, and so that you can get the supporting cast around it. The more players in any sport that you have on a field at the same time, the more obviously the more numbers that are required to contribute. And you can only you've got to watch having your soft spots be too soft. That is, for whatever the reason. Maybe it's the youth and experience of a player. Maybe it's the level of talent at this point in their career. Maybe it's availability from standpoint of injury. But nobody has it out there all at the same time, just perfect. And that's what makes the game so great. And what you have to do is, when you've got outstanding players like the ones that you've mentioned right there, you have to have a plan in place. You have to think about it. And you really do need to husband every cent you can keep, because what goes to one player can't go to the next player. And you have a limit as to how much you can go. It's like if you were in college and every team has 60 scholarships, but you could use 5 scholarships on one player, or you could use one on a player. How you allocate that's part of the challenge, and I look forward to the future with it. I think we've got the greatest game in the world.
What are the expectations? We're all pretty high on Tyler Guyton sliding in at left tackle, first-round pick this year. I'm curious, your expectations there kind of juxtaposed with the expectations for Mazi Smith, who, if I was disappointed in his performance last year, and I'm curious your expectations for Mazi this year as well.
Well, I think that Mazi Smith has had a outstanding offseason and really had an outstanding camp, and the expectation for Ozzy, the plan for him to contribute to our defense is sound and fits him, really fits him good. And you can expect improvement in defensive linemen more than likely. I remember I was told, I didn't talk to him direct, but Tom Landry, the great coach of the Cowboys, said don't ever pass judgment on a defensive lineman until their third year. See what you've got. It takes that kind of evolving sometimes. So I'm excited about what Mozzie's going to bring to the table this year, and think that will be warranted with the decision we made to have him come home. I'll tell you what, Guyton, Cooper Beebe, those are young guys. It's a little bit iffy to talk about 2 rookies, one rookie stepping up against the likes of who they're going to be playing Sunday. But the bottom line is that these guys are really uniquely ready to go for these games, and they'll get better as we go along. But to more important thing is I'm excited about our two rookies, and I'm excited about the depth that some of the younger players in the offensive line. I think the offensive line is one of our strengths.
Jerry, I think a lot of people agree with that. We go through all these websites, and they like a lot of your groups, but it's been consistent. Every website we go to says the Cowboys have the worst running back group in the NFL. Why would you disagree with that?
Well, I think that start with if you disagree with Elliott, then you've got a head start on disagreeing with the group. Would you give me that?
Okay.
And so I think that I have a higher picture of what Elliott can bring to the table. I think that what he did in New England last year was a higher caliber of performance than he's given credit for. I know from experience that it's extremely, extremely difficult to evaluate the time when a player has, if you will, diminished because of the numbers of carries that he's made. And so I'm excited about having Ezekiel Elliott. I think we had a wonderful opportunity because of his love for the Cowboys and because of our feeling about him as a team player. I think this gave us an opportunity to have Ezekiel Elliott out here when it might not have worked other places. I'm excited about where we're going there. I like Rico that's in there behind him. And, boy, he's a volatile runner. And he'll get snaps. Everybody that follows this stuff knows it takes more than one running back to make it go. I think Elliott gives us an edge on short yardage. And, of course, we're all excited about seeing Deuce Vaughn use his unique skills and the right kinds of situations all over the offense. Don't cut out, though, our fullback, Hunter Lupka. I'm telling you, he's a football player, and he can run the ball, too.
All right, Jerry, before we let you go here, we are on tour again. We'll be out every Friday as we do these conversations with you, courtesy of Miller Lite for sending us out and about. All of our Tolos are sitting here hanging out, and how many individual Miller Lite should each one of our Tolos be drinking throughout the day?
Well, I'll tell you this. You've got to have one to start the morning before you brush your teeth.
Yep.
And then certainly you need one for breakfast. And
That's what I
got
want
to be one mid-morning bracer. And then it's real good to be ready to go with that big lunch and go from there. Now we're smiling. I know this. You've got the most valuable player sitting there when it comes to beer and comes to a partner of the Dallas Cowboys. We've never had another beverage, alcoholic beverage. We've never had another beer that have associated with the Dallas Cowboys. So we're excited about Miller being out there with you today.
And we're all excited about the season. Thank you very much for the time, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next Friday.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
There you go, Jerry Jones, suggesting that all the Tolos have what I counted was at least 4 adult beverages, courtesy of Miller Lite.
Well, he said go from there after lunch, Kevin.
Sure.
So that could mean you fill up and then you get to reboot the day. So
we will see how it goes. In the meantime, we have another football thing that we really need to talk about. Can you give me some of that cut number 9? Because last night's game was awesome.
Shotgun snap. He moves up in the pocket. Right tackle block. He runs around in a circle. Cocks his arm, throws in the end zone. It's caught in the back of the end zone with the feet down. Likely got it. Touchdown! Touchdown! Touchdown, Baltimore! Likely back of the end zone, and a leap holds it down.
Ruling on the field is a touchdown. The ruling of touchdown.
He caught it. Were his feet in? Oh, one was, and the toe of the other looks like it's on the chalk.
The runner's toe hit out of bounds. It's an incomplete pass. The game is over.
The Chiefs have won it 27-20, and they hold on, and they win in a dramatic way.
That game was tremendous. I will admit.
The new old Dion cleats didn't work.
Yes. I will admit, Mike, I was disappointed it wasn't a touchdown just because immediately, well, first of all, Likely had a really good game, but immediately John Harbaugh fired up the 2, and I wondered that the entire drive. And so I wanted to see it 27-26 with the 2-point conversion. I understand we have at least 2 gamblers here who did not want that to happen, but from a strictly I had nothing on the line standpoint, I thought that was a touchdown in real time. Clearly, I saw on the replay why it was not. That game was tremendous, and that ending was holy moly.
I am getting used to, Kevin, again, staying up that late and then getting up as early as I do. But I was sitting there going, all right, this thing needs to end right now. I was hoping it would, and it did. But then when I saw that play, I instantly was like, oh, man, this is awesome. This is great because it was such a fun game throughout the night.
It really was.
I mean, you had explosive offensive plays both in the running game and in the passing game. Mahomes looks like he's in form right now. Like his connection with Worthy and Price,
Worthy, man.
Noah Gray, all those guys except for Travis Kelce. It'd be nice if he helped my fantasy team out and got some points there. But even still, man, like it was a fun game. So for it to end the way that it did, it sucks for the Ravens because now it's still in their head, man. They can't beat this team. They can't beat the Kansas City Chiefs. It's got to be – it is a wall for them. And Lamar Jackson, who played a reasonably good game as a running quarterback, he wasn't a great passer last night. There were plenty of times.
Not that pass. It was the pass before that just – oh, my God, it was wide open. Yeah, it was wide open.
But even still, man, to open up the season, the past few years now, opening up the season's been awesome. It's been a lot of fun games.
Those 2 quarterbacks are so fun to watch for different reasons.
Yeah,
I could watch Patrick Mahomes play every day the rest of my life and be satisfied. Lamar Jackson is interesting because he is really fun, and it was week 1, but man, does he miss some guys. You see his flaws. He's a great quarterback, MVP, but you definitely in these big games you see the flaws that I think it's too extreme where like Bobby Belt is on Lamar Jackson. But you see that he is at best an average passer.
Well, and also when it comes to those drives to win the game, a lot like the Mahomes, he's making big time throws.
Right.
Lamar Jackson, his bread and butter is take off running, and that's not going to win in those moments. I don't think.
You know what's interesting is I saw both aspects that make him phenomenal, and then kind of pull him back to the pack from a passing performance on that last drive, because he also made a double move when his offensive line collapsed in on him to get a completion to really move the drive down the field. And then if you look at the next to last play when he misses a wide open Zay Flowers, you saw kind of both ends of the spectrum in terms of that's amazing, and you got to make that pass right there. Did you hear Mahomes at all in the post game?
No.
The advice to Isaiah or to Likely?
Oh, no.
Wear white cleats instead?
Oh, sure. That actually is really good advice. But I liked it. He immediately was talking about the Ravens. He goes, look, that's a really good team. Obviously, they're going to be in the playoffs. And, when you watch that game, having not seen any other NFL team playing for real just quite yet, it did look like both of those teams are probably playoff bound. Surely the Chiefs.
And they'll likely lose on the road to the Chiefs.
I could see
they
that.
They lost this game to open the season.
Mahomes brought up home field advantage. He was like, look, we have a long way to go. That's a really good team. They're going to make the playoffs. Hopefully this will give us an edge in terms of home field advantage.
Yeah, it was a really fun game to start the season off with, because you are watching out of the last 3 MVPs, out of the last 6 years, those guys have 4 of them. The only other guy that has any is Aaron Rodgers, has the other 2. And so you were watching 2 of the best in the NFL. And it was a little bit sloppy, but week 1's going to be sloppy, and week 2's going to kind of be sloppy too, because nobody plays preseason football. So there are a couple times, I'm biased to Patrick Mahomes. He threw great passes to the running backs out of the backfield, and they just dropped them.
Dude, that throw to Worthy. Did you see his face on the slow-mo of that whenever he made, he saw Worthy wide open? He sees him and he's like, what? Are you kidding? You can see on his face he's on, he's not supposed, okay, touchdown.
I think my most impressed play of Patrick Mahomes of the night, though, was, he had some really spectacular passes. It was the deflected pass that he had to go up and go between 2 Ravens defenders who were like, I want to get that ball.
Didn't Lamar do that during the playoff game last year?
Am I correct about that? Was that with 2:13 to go, and that got it down to the 2-minute warning?
Yeah, I think so.
And then they could punt, too.
Yeah, so if you think about where you were clockwise, there would have been another play or 2 for Baltimore. If he bats that down or it's incomplete, that leaves an extra. I'm assuming, I'm trying to remember the game in my head, like right around 13 seconds, and they didn't have a timeout left. It ran down to the 2-minute warning, so that was actually a play where it ran extra time off the clock by him grabbing that ball.
What did you think, by the way, of the punt god last night? Matt Ariza doing his thing.
Look, I think it's exciting that he gets a chance after make-believe allegations. By the way, John Harbaugh or whoever and Lamar Jackson, they need to get on the same page, because you also would have had another play if they would have decided, hey, you don't know the play, I don't know the play, spike the ball. Because they had two different occasions.
Calling that timeout?
Well, not even the timeout one, where they just sat there for 8 to 9 seconds. And I'm like, you don't know it. Spike the ball.
Did you guys know that an assistant coach can't call a timeout? I had no clue of that rule. And then, why am I drawing a blank? The defense. Spagnuolo sprints down and calls a timeout. And then I didn't know the rules because the rule guy came on like, assistant coaches are not allowed to call timeouts. It has to come from the head coach on the sideline. I was like, I didn't know that, and I didn't know because Andy Reid can't run down there. There's he's older and bigger, and he can't. I mean, I got my Duncanville guys here. Our head coach at Duncanville can't move at all. Like, he does have the assistant coaches run down to call timeouts, but I didn't know that was illegal in the NFL.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 469. Shout-out to the teachers every Friday weekend. Yeah! My wife would always tell me how exhausted she was Friday afternoon and Friday evening. Coming up next, we're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. The turnout today is actually, I have to admit, I am pleasantly surprised.
That's because you challenged everybody.
I did.
You were like, I dare you to show up.
The hot cakes are gone, guys.
Are all your autograph cards gone?
Baseball America. Prospect cards are gone.
That is amazing.
I think, you know what, Kevin, after this break, I'm going to give some Cowboys
You're start giving
gear
some
away.
stuff away?
We'll give the Cowboys gear away.
I just gave away a Steve Walsh rookie card.
Mike's giving away Cowboys
This 89 Pro Set design is fire. By the way, it is a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout-out to my friend Nick, who is sober for 3 years today and is a huge Mozzie Smith fan. Congratulations. I think a lot of us know how tough that can be. Congratulations to your buddy Nick. Right now, we bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What's going on?
Well, you know, we just talked with Jerry, so hopefully we got you plenty of content going forward. That is always
listening.
my hope.
Okay,
listening. Good. Now, we've talked a lot about the offensive line, and we talked a lot about the rookies. I was hoping you could dive back into Terrence Steele with us, because I know Terrence Steele has said a lot of good stuff when he's like, hey, I'm in year 5. I got a ton of reps under my belt. I'm excited. I feel like this was my best camp. So you're seeing the right things. He's saying the right things. What is our confidence level? What is your confidence level in Terrence Steele going into the year?
Yeah, so from what we saw in training camp, I think it was night and day from last year.
I could see that.
Coming back from the ACL. So I think he has a lot more confidence in physically. And I just noticed he seemed to be moving better and moving with confidence. So, I think that he's back to where he was before he tore the ACL, because I thought that season up until then, I thought he was on his way to the Pro Bowl. I thought he was playing that well. Now, he'll never be the greatest pass blocker, but good enough. But he's a really good run blocker. And if you go back and look at their running stats, before he got hurt and after he got hurt, it was dramatically different, at least for Ezekiel Elliott. Because before he got hurt, Zeke was averaging 4.2 yards a carry. Afterwards, it dropped into the low 3s. Now, I don't know if that was, a coincidence or if it was a consequence of him not being out there at right tackle. And if we remember, Tyron Smith had missed that whole season up until then, and then he moved to right tackle, which he hadn't played since 2012. So, but yeah, I think he's back to where he was. Now we got to see in real games, right? But in the scrimmages, and I keep referring to, because you can practice, right? But when they scrimmaged the Rams, I thought that was a good barometer of where guys were.
And way more intense.
Yes. I mean, they were playing football, basically. Yeah. They weren't tackling all out, but they were thumping up, and there were some pretty good hits. And there was no brother-lawing going on the offense and defensive line, like, hey, you going to back off? I'll back off. And sometimes that happens in practice, I think.
Hey, Mickey, how concerned should I be about Kalen Carson?
Well, here, and I'm glad you asked, because I think we'll see a little bit more today. But it kind of brings up something that I've been talking about since Deron Bland went down. It's
that
like,
depth.
Okay, yes, because now your guy that you thought was your fourth corner is now starting. So who's the fourth corner? And on the roster right now, if you on the 53, what they're listing as cornerback was Israel Mukuamu and Andrew Booth. And Mukuamu basically had been playing like the backup in the slot. And, Booth, Minnesota gave up on him, second-round draft choice. So, I was thinking, boy, that's kind of a scary situation. And now when you see that, and maybe we'll get a better indication today of where Carson is. But and then can you get maybe Josh Butler, maybe because he's had a good training camp, you can call up somebody from the practice squad. So I think that'll be another indication of what they think their depth is at cornerback, which I don't think there's much after you take the guy that was going to be the backup guy. Now he's starting, and if he can't play or one of the other guys can't play, what do you got? And you can only keep so many guys. So, yeah, I think that's a little bit of, kind of a red flag that you got to keep an eye on. Now, same thing for the swing tackle thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's Awesome Richards right now, but then what after that? Well, let's go. And he hasn't hardly played at all. So those are my two kind of concerns heading forward with how the roster was structured.
Any concern, and I know Mike just asked Jerry about this, about how the running back by committee is going to work, or any idea of what you think it's going to look like? Because I know Jerry shouted out Rico Dowdle, obviously, in addition to Ezekiel Elliott. How do you think that running back by committee is going to work?
Yeah, I think a lot's going to have to do with maybe down and distance. It's going to have to do with what they're trying, what formations they're in, what they're trying to accomplish on offense. I don't know that, and Mike keeps saying, on after Friday they come up with some sort of plan on how many snaps they've got for the majority of the guys or what they try to get them. Well, if Zeke's out there first, we'll see what happens. I think the key thing is who's out there last if the game's still on the line, right? So
like the NBA Final Five.
Yeah,
much.
Right. So, I don't, from just watching practice, you don't have a feel for it because they're practicing plays, right? And I'm not saying this is this guy's play and this is that guy's play. But I could see Zeke getting 15, 18 carries. I don't see any reason why not. And I know everybody across the country's got concerns about this running back, but none of those people watched training camp, right? None of them saw what was going on. They're just going off the fact that, well, when Zeke was last with the Cowboys, well, I just give you an indication of why that running game went down at the end of that year in 2022. And, he was somewhat productive with a really bad New England team. So if you sit there and you watch him run the ball in practice, he's zipping through holes. He was running over people. So, for sure, short yardage, goal line, red zone. But I think he gets a normal amount of carries to start the game, and then they'll switch it up on, what they're trying to accomplish with whatever offensive formation they have.
I know we'll find out as the season goes along,
right.
But do you envision that 15 to 18 potentially being sustainable throughout the entirety of the season?
I see no reason why not. I mean, he's not 33, right?
Right.
29, and that's kind of on the border of when we've seen running backs kind of diminish. And, there's exceptions. Emmitt Smith, kept trugging along before the age caught up with him. But, yeah, I could see him being, I don't want to say a workhorse, but a prominent member of that group. And it'll, and I'm anxious to see, what everybody else is anxious to see, just how they're going to do it. Because even when, after training camp, I mean, I saw how they rotated guys in and everything. But now, when we get to watch practice, it's not football practice. It's, drills and special teams and stuff like that. So this will be maybe the first indication of what we think they have in plan for this group. And then, and I think they'll have a package there for Deuce Vaughn. To try to get him in there in some instances. And don't forget about, some end arounds with Cavante Turpin, and don't forget that CD's been handed the ball too to kind of give some juice to the running game. Now the quarterback's not going to run like the guy did last night, right?
Sure. Nobody does.
That's going to come back to haunt them at some point in his career. You can mark my words on that one.
I think that is probably fair. You said something really intriguing to me, Mickey, because this is why I'm also trying to figure out the running back situation. Because you were talking about the practices, a lot of them that we saw in Oxnard are, they're maybe not as full speed as you want and everything. And earlier you were talking about, Zeke kind of zipping through and everything. How do we balance what he was doing in practice versus, we didn't get to see him in any preseason games or maybe more like realistic football conditions?
Yeah, and that's the big question, because
sure,
and all I can judge it off more is the scrimmages against the Rams, and I thought he looked really, really well, and they were playing their first team defense in a lot of those situations, and I thought he looked like Zeke. Now we'll see. I mean, he's not out there on crutches.
No, he's not.
I mean, that is true.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think everybody's, just sent him out to pasture, and I don't see that.
I want to
you
admit,
would
Mickey,
hope.
I am one of those people. I will admit to you, and I'll be glad
I can
to say
tell.
I was.
Yeah.
I'll be glad to say I was wrong, but I'll admit I am one of those people.
Yeah, and I don't think they're to the point of they're fooling themselves, right? And I think they looked at it and said, okay, he's still got something, let's go. But I forgot to look this up because I wanted to use it as an example for last night. Did Baltimore get $13 million worth out of Derrick Henry last night?
Man, there was a couple times where I thought it was going to look like that, but I understand your overall point.
After that first touchdown, I was like, well, that was nice.
Yeah, you could have run through with that hole he had for that touchdown. You could have run through it, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't see him, bulldozing everybody over.
Yeah.
So, but it was $13 million a year for 3 years.
That's a lot.
And the unfortunate thing is, I know how everybody looks at this thing, but boy, that salary cap had a lot to do, and the salary cap, what they were going to have to deal with, it has a lot to do with some of the decisions they had to make because they couldn't afford to splurge on that. They couldn't afford to splurge on some of the big-time free agents, but they did bring in some free agents that are very large people on that defensive line, and just basically they're getting paid, I think Joseph got the most, guaranteed $2 million. The rest of them were on the veteran exception for $1.2 million. So I think they made the best of what was available. Not that they just said, well, no, we're not going to dabble in that. It's not like Dabo Swinney saying, well, we're not going to, participate in the transfer portal.
It didn't work out super well for him.
Yeah, for the first game, right? But so I think that they were trying to make the best of what they had available so they could pay CeeDee Lamb. So at some point they can pay Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons. And they already paid Trayvon Diggs, and look what the cornerback market has gone to now.
Sure. So Mick, yesterday I warned you, so you can't be surprised.
I know.
Do you have a prediction for us?
Here it comes.
For this game.
This game.
So I love being out on a limb by myself, right? Because I know everybody's picking Cleveland. So I'm going to pick the Cowboys 23-20.
Okay, I like it.
I'm not convinced about that Cleveland offense at this point.
Me either.
Especially with the quarterback that's, what he's played, 12 games since 2021 or something like that. Let's see. And, let's see what they got when, they got to worry about their left tackle and they got to worry about their backup running back. I think I think the key thing for the Cowboys will be, did they fix that run defense? Did they fix the run defense against creditable teams? Because they didn't last year, and that was the downfall in all 6 games they lost. And so I think we'll get an opportunity to see that, because I'm sure Cleveland's sitting there going, well, I remember the last time we played that team in 2020 and we ran for 5,000 yards on them. I exaggerate, but it was
but it felt that way.
It was 300, right?
Yes, it was a ton. Mick, I'm looking forward to it. Sorry, we got to hit that break.
I know.
We'll talk with you again on Monday, good sir.
I'll be here.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're going to continue your Friday shout-outs coming up next, but also it is Forgiveness Friday. MLB First Pitches, Darius Slayton haters, and Big Soccer. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas on 1053 The Fan.
Kevin, let's talk about men's tea
Let's talk about it.
Okay, look, if you're tired, if you're lacking focus, energy, mood, all these things can go down with age. I am 46 years old. At 35 years old, I went to Men's Tea Clinic. I got my testosterone checked. Had no clue what my testosterone was. And when they said, hey, your number's 182, I had no clue what that meant either. And they said, hey, you need to get this up to at least 300, maybe even up to 1,000. We're going to treat you like an individual. We're going to see where we get to and where you like to be. That's what makes Men's Tea Clinic different, is they're going to treat you like an individual, and that was over 10 years ago. Now they have 5 DFW locations. They had 1 back then. They have 5 locations in Houston, and they treat you like an individual. They have so many different therapies there. It's amazing. They're open on Saturdays, usually starting at 9 a.m. for you guys that are just too busy Monday through Friday. They get it. They get how busy our guys.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
System's job is to allow business leaders to sleep better at night knowing that their cybersecurity, networking, and communication stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. IT is about trust.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Cristiano Ronaldo trying to become the first man to score in 5 different World Cups. And here is Ronaldo, and of course he's done it.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon right here on 105.3 The Fan. You can sign up and enter our Dallas Cowboys ticket giveaway for that home opener for the Cowboys. And I know Corey in the break gave away some Cowboys swag. We've still got plenty more of that to do while we're broadcasting. And then G-Bag Nation will be here at Buffalo Wild Wings after us rolling home with you. It is also a shout-out Friday from the 972. Can I get a shout-out to Wiley Fire and Rescue? And that is from John in Wiley. Damn right. In fact, shout-out to all the fire and rescue folks out there. Thank you guys for helping keep us safe or helping prevent situations from becoming even more disastrous. Now, you ready for some Forgiveness Friday?
Yes.
All right. Let's start with big soccer.
Instead of little soccer?
That's right.
So we're going overseas.
Yes, exactly. That is exactly correct. So, and I know this agitates soccer fans when I say this, but the biggest honor you can win in soccer is the Balloon Award. Now, soccer fans are very pleased about who wins the Balloon Award every single year. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Isn't it the Ballon d'Or?
It's the Ballon d'Or. Actually, I think it might even be like the Balloon d'Or.
I think balloon's fun anyway, so let's just do that.
Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, neither one of them are on the list of 30 players in the running for this for the first time since 2003. Now, Messi has won the balloon 8 times, where Ronaldo has won the balloon 5 times. So they won it 13 times in the last 20 seasons. They are not even on the finalists or semifinalists.
Erling Haaland?
Yes, he is.
See, look at me.
He did make it.
Mbappe?
Mbappe is on there as well.
Like he changes team every 3 months, I feel like. I don't even know where in the world he is anymore.
Yeah, people think Devontae Adams is unhappy in Las Vegas. Just check with Mbappe. He's like, what?
I honestly don't know any of those.
Cillian Murphy.
That's an actor.
I was just throwing names out that you might not know.
Is there anybody on that team, the FC team?
On FC Dallas? No.
You couldn't even get us FC Dallas.
Christian Pulisic?
No, I was thinking of the FX show that the famous guy Deadpool does.
Welcome to Wrexham?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, on Wrexham. They're not up there yet, but it would be Paul Mullins probably.
Yeah.
Is it Pulisic, Captain America?
I don't see him on my short
Wow.
list. I'll go
There's
back and check.
definitely 0 people from the United States of America on this list.
Wow.
Am I wrong?
It's not Ted Lasso.
Roy Kent.
I heard that as well. He's a coach now.
All right, get to it. I'm
All right.
tired of soccer.
Okay. Well, guess what?
It's coming up at 2.
Our next story involves soccer and baseball. Now, NWSL player Croy Bethune was throwing out well, don't worry about it if you don't know who that is. She was throwing out the first pitch.
What's her name?
Croy.
Oh, Croy. I thought you said Troy, and I was like, there's a
Croy.
girl named Troy?
Croix.
Okay.
She was throwing out the first pitch at the Washington Nationals game against the Yankees, that's a super neat honor and everything like that. Except, of course, for the fact that she tweaked her knee, and now she will need season-ending surgery for a torn meniscus.
She threw that ball wrong.
She's not on the team. What is? You said season ending.
She's soccer.
She's on the soccer
player.
team.
Yeah.
She's not out for the season for the Nationals. She's out for the season for her NWSL team.
Am I a bad listener?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
I heard every bit of what he was saying there.
Yeah, but I heard a girl named Troy at first, and I was like, that's confusing already.
Every once in a while, Mike, you're usually spot on when you look for corrections, but every once in a while you say, I think this is confusing to the listener, and I was like, did you listen to the entire thing or jump in halfway through, and that's why you're confused?
Well, maybe he is the average listener. Not all of them are.
That's a good point.
Not all of them are locked in.
Some
of them are listening and then not listening and listening and not listening.
That's really going to hurt the team.
Well, no. I do think though she did something wrong.
Troy is good.
Did she slip? Did she slip when she threw this?
No.
You can't throw a baseball and hurt your knee.
She threw it regular.
It was ready to go out.
Yeah. I'm going to say that, it was already injured.
Yeah.
She's trying to sue the Nationals for no good reason.
Yeah, I saw a girl.
I'm not
throw out
aware
a
of a
first-
lawsuit, just for the record, yet.
Yeah.
I saw a girl throw out a first pitch at the Ranger game, and she did a whole flip and
Yeah.
everything.
Guess what happened to her knee?
Fine.
Perfect.
Yeah, she did way more athleticism than throw a baseball.
And she's from Plano.
She should have kicked the ball
I'm
there.
surprised when you say that, Mike, because knowing you, I feel like you would watch that pitch and go, yeah, well, great, that's a balk. I feel like that's what you...
I asked Leslie McCaslin because she is a cheerleader at UT. I was like, can you do that? And she's like, I could have done that. I can't do that anymore. I was like,
yeah.
she should have done something more crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she just did like this flip, which I could never do.
Right.
Sure.
So for
99%
most of us, we're like, hey,
Yeah.
that's impossible.
Yeah.
How long do you think it would take you if you quit all of your jobs and just focused on trying to flip?
I would die.
One flip?
Just one flip?
Yeah, I would die before that. Like, if I tried my whole life, at this point with my body and my belly and my back, I would end up dying before I accomplished that goal.
You're going to practice it on, at the foam pit, all right?
Yes.
You're going to be fine.
I don't think so.
Getting out of the foam pit's tough.
That is impossible.
My wife had a get-together in Austin with her friends from high school, and most of them were cheerleaders, and they had a good time, and they were trying to do old cheerleading stuff, and their body doesn't do it anymore. And so if their body used to be able to do it, and it can't do it, and probably never will be able to do it again, I never could do it, never could get close to doing it, and there's no way my body now could do it.
Now, are Darius Slayton haters, do they need to ask for forgiveness? Because remember yesterday we talked about the saga of Darius Slay,
Yes.
who ran down the state and safety of Brazil where they're playing.
Which Jerry says is a fascinating place that now has credit.
Okay, look, I'm not going to lie. When he said that, I looked it up. When was Brazil started? And it was in 1822.
It's right around the time.
Yeah,
It's right
which
around
is
the time
56 years apart. But I was like, you know what? Close enough.
You know, if you take the history, like that's pretty close.
Yeah.
Seems like when Alexander Hamilton was doing his thing.
I did not expect a shout out to Brazil getting credit and Alexander Hamilton in our interview with Jerry Jones.
You
But
never
here
know.
we are. Darius Slayton put out a tweet. Dear people of Brazil, my name is Darius Slayton. I play wide receiver for the Giants. I am innocent. So apparently he's been getting blown up with all kinds of tweets about, hey, you piece of crap, I live in Brazil. It's great. And he's like, I have no idea what. I'm sure he figured out what they were talking about.
That's smart on his part to say that now, in case he ever wants to visit Brazil or if he's ever forced to play a game there. It's smart for him to do that now.
He will be a hero now for everybody there. From the 682, I need to ask for forgiveness Friday, but I'm also an idiot. I was going to text him for my buddy's an idiot, but I realized I was listening to a show from another day.
Oh, my God.
But I at least appreciate that they were still listening.
Yeah, you can text it. We get wild texts all the time. That you're just like, they must be listening to this morning show.
By the way, Corey's favorite text, in case you're ever curious, Corey's favorite text is when you text something that is clearly meant for another human in your life, and it says something like, hey, did you need me to get bread and eggs? Or like, so are you coming over? And then Corey will just be like, I mean, maybe, what's up? And so, like, he will respond as if that text was directly to him.
It's
and
fun.
That is absolutely a fun time.
And you nailed it. That is one of my favorite moments. Is when we get about
lights up.
6 of those a year where we get to really enjoy that moment of, hey, how are you doing?
Oh, my gosh. Now, I don't know. I guess Shaquille O'Neal. Does Shaquille O'Neal need to ask for forgiveness? Because he was asked who was the...
He lives here now.
I know. There's stuff coming out about him in the next few days.
Oh. He's going to be on the coaching staff?
No, business stuff.
With us?
Probably. I would...
Is he going to be on our show?
He's buying Odyssey?
He's buying Odyssey?
You know what? We'll find out. How about I say that?
That would be awesome.
That didn't tell me anything.
He has money.
He's like, these shows are going to be Shaq-tacular. Like, you know that's what he's going to say. So Shaq was asked who's the worst NBA player of all time.
Oh, no. Did he say Eric Dampier? I feel like
he said, and this is confusing.
He's not going to say Sean Bradley because he's paralyzed.
No. Okay.
Well, he's going to.
I know.
He used to talk a lot of trash about him, so he's probably not anymore.
He said Rudy Gobert.
Oh, jeez.
And then he said Ben Simmons is another bum. And then Shaq insisted that there are so many people in the world with real jobs. And then he goes, there's a reason why I walk funny, why I can't turn my neck, and why I can't do it, because I played for $120 million. So you got guys like him that F the system over, and they're making all this money, and they can't F and play. I don't respect guys like that.
Wow. Okay, so he's like saying who's the worst player that's getting paid a lot of money.
Yes.
Not who's the worst player in the NBA.
I would assume so. By the way,
even though Ben Simmons at this point might be.
I appreciate that he's a bum. Now, Rudy Gobert did respond and said, it's sad to see someone that has accomplished as much as you did, Shaq, both in sport and business, still triggered by another man's finances and accomplishments. I mean, Rudy Gobert did win Defensive Player of the Year 4 times, and he started COVID.
Yeah, in this current state of the league, he gets lots of rebounds, and he gets paid to do that. So,
are you on Shaq's side?
I'm on both people's side in this instance because I could see it from Rudy's perspective. He's like, why are you being an old man yelling at the clouds right now? Because you didn't get paid more back in the day? But I understand that, Shaq has all the rings that he can lay out on the table and say, this is why I did get paid.
He only has 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, how many does Rudy have?
0 in the NBA.
Who's better, Rudy Gobert or Rudiger?
Tomjanovich. Tomjanovich has 2 as a coach.
Rudy Tomjanovich. Which Rudy do you think is the best? Or Rudy's Barbecue?
Rudy's Barbecue is solid.
Yeah, and they have those giant Rice Krispie squares that you could use to kill a man. We're the KNC masterpiece, right? You shouldn't. I'm just saying, if you did,
you throw those hard, huh?
That's right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off of Lemon. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs. But also, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which player who switched teams in the offseason will make the biggest impact this NFL season? Let's do it next right here on the Fan.
Sean Shreve here for BetterHelp. What's something you'd love to learn as an adult?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In Allen, police versus fire, going at it in the ring. Proudly supported by Best Buy Windows and Siding and the On Time experts. Help us cheer and support our first responders. Get your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Give it to Henry. Right side, powers his way in. Touchdown, Ravens! Derrick Henry, touchdown number 1 as a Raven. Touchdown number 1 of the 24 season.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. People have been asking, we got all kinds of giveaways today. If you want to enter for the opportunity to win some of that Cowboys swag, you do need to be here at Buffalo Wild Wings. If you want to enter for the Cowboys tickets, which will be given away later, we'd love for you to hang out as long as possible, but you do not still have to be here when the Cowboys tickets get given away. But you got to be here to sign up. Right now.
And you got to be here to drink Miller Lite and Coors Light for $4.
Is very true, and I see people are helping out with that cause.
Yes, sir.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Here
we go!
Man, I hope that came across over radio, that people were doing that in the restaurant as well.
I could hear it.
By the way, thank you very much, Alec. Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com.
Kevin, I would like to start Gridiron Gravy, and I don't know if you've seen this or not. That's the only reason I want to jump in real quick. Our Cincinnati Bengals reporter, Ben Baby.
Did you see what Zach Taylor said?
He said that Jamar Chase said he will be a game-time decision on whether or not he plays Sunday. Said he's willing to play if a contract extension isn't in place. Today was the deadline he had in mind for the contract, but he calls himself a game-time decision for Sunday.
And Zach Taylor added, oh, hey, what about Jamar Chase and T. Higgins? Are they going to play it? And he said, we'll see.
Okay, so they got Joe Burrow back.
I don't know.
But they might not have anybody to throw to. And now Tyler Boyd's down in Tennessee, so they don't have him to go to.
So Joe Burrow's probably like, hey, thanks a lot, guys.
And y'all got rid of Joe Mixon, so good luck to me.
They have T. Higgins, right?
Well but he also might not play.
I quit.
So there you go, Kevin. I wanted to tee off with that one.
We should maybe take the Bengals. I said they were going to make the playoffs. This doesn't sound too promising to start the year.
No, it does not.
Especially in a must-win situation.
Ooh, I like this from the 682. See you soon, fellas. Me and my dad are going to swing by before we catch our flight to Las Vegas.
Oh, nice.
Let's go.
What are you going to Vegas for?
Dude,
golf?
I got to catch a flight to Arizona Sunday.
But today, got to catch a flight out to Allen for the Dallas Card Show.
Yeah.
Mike, have you kept track of your stats this year in calling games?
No clue.
All right, we're going to have to revisit that
We'll
at
have
some
to
point.
get your schedule.
It was
back.
much better in April and early May.
Because we're on a run right now, and I don't want you to ruin it, Mike. So.
I was there for pre and post.
No, I don't count that.
Okay.
That's a different thing.
Yeah. All right.
So it's a different metric.
Uh-huh.
So I'm curious for y'all, is there a player who switched teams in the offseason that you think will make the biggest impact this year? So not necessarily a rookie, but like the ones who jump to mind, Derrick Henry, Kirk Cousins, Stephon Diggs. I mean, although it could go in any number of directions, is there a player that you think, I think they're going to make a huge impact on this team?
Well, I did think it was going to be Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
And last night, whenever it came down to it, Lamar Jackson said, I'm running the ball late in the game rather than him being the one that they could turn to. And I understand that because Justice Hill is their receiving back out of the backfield. You saw it last night. You know, Derrick Henry didn't look that great receiving out of the backfield. But I expected a little more of an impact. That offensive line is the hole that they blew open for the touchdown, they're going to have to give him more of those type opportunities because he's not Lamar Jackson. He's not going to make 2 or 3 different cuts. He is going to steamroll somebody or he's going to run past them because the hole's big. That offensive line for the Ravens is going to have a different mindset for Derrick Henry. I really thought that would be a big difference maker. So that would have been my guess for you there, Kevin, and it wasn't last night.
You know why? It's a great question. Don't get me wrong here. The reason I don't like this question is it shows how little good players move in the NFL.
That's fair.
It's like when we do this with basketball or baseball, you can say
it's going to be Kevin Durant
Juan
or
Soto. You know, you can do that. It's just the NFL, because free agency isn't meant for the best players, it's meant for the solid players.
Sure.
It's really tough to start looking at, like, I just clicked on Jacksonville. Like, Gabe Davis. Could he have 1,000 yards this year and 8 touchdowns? For sure. I think that he will have 1,000 yards and probably 6 touchdowns. But is that, like, I don't know, like, what you named Diggs. I think Diggs is coming to the end of his career. I think I was asking you yesterday, Corey, about Tank Dell. Because I think there's a good chance Tank Dell's their best receiver this year and Diggs is their number 2.
Okay.
And I mean, I know Diggs said that he's still alive and he can still play football.
He goes, I didn't forget how to effing play football.
But guess what? We all get old. And old people forget how bad they get.
I mean, Mike was just talking about how he can't do a flip. There's another name. Keenan Allen's a very interesting name for me.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if he and Caleb Williams are going to have an instant connection. Just in the preseason game that I saw with Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, he had a really good connection with him very early. I don't know what it's like with him and DJ Moore, and I don't know how quickly he and Keenan Allen can get on the same page, but Keenan Allen can make some really big-time plays for you. So he could be a clutch possession receiver with those other 2 guys being big-time, dynamic, big-play players. So maybe Keenan Allen would be one of the guys on my list, too.
What about Josh Jacobs going to the Packers? That do anything for you?
You know who I was about to say right before you said that, because you're naming a running back, is Saquon Barkley if he's healthy.
That is a really good one, too.
Yeah.
That is a really
And I don't
good
think
one.
they're going to run him into the ground.
I've never been a huge Josh Jacobs fan.
Me either.
So I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying he's not good. I understand, but for some reason, I've just never been like, boy, that Josh Jacobs. And it doesn't mean he's bad. I've just never really, he's never done anything for me, like, to get my juices flowing.
You know, one of the things, this is interesting. I listened to Reggie's show yesterday.
Oh, where were you? I thought we were on our show.
On the Odyssey app.
I went on the Odyssey app and ran it back so I could give it a listen. I listened to their opening segment, and they talked a lot about how last year to supplement, they went and got a bunch of veterans to supplement the fact that they didn't have certain places. So they were heavy in free agency. During this offseason, they added Joe Mixon to that bunch down there, their running back. So that could be another one, because Joe Mixon's not just a running back. He's a dude that does really well catching out of the backfield, and that for Caleb Stroud. And I know Mike had mentioned earlier with Mahomes doing a really good job with his running backs out of the backfield too. Caleb Stroud could really benefit from having Joe Mixon, who can pick up big-time yards and be very effective in the passing game too.
I know this is a little bit different, but when I saw Pacheco, and I know he's not the best running back in the NFL.
C.J. Stroud, by the way.
Oh, what did he
say?
Did I say
Caleb again?
Yeah.
I've been saying that for 3 years now.
I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah, I don't know why I keep saying Caleb.
There were 2 runs that made me think of the Cowboys on Sunday that Pacheco was running, not Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
They didn't make a good block, and he just planted his left foot and hopped, and then he planted his right foot and then shot through a hole into the left, and it was like a 7-yard gain. It wasn't, but I'm thinking that's a 3-yard loss for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
If the Cowboys block that play the way the Chiefs did, and Ezekiel Elliott gets that ball, it's a 3-yard loss. So I get a lot of times people say running backs aren't worth the money, and I get not paying a lot of money for running backs. But I'm watching this 7th-round pick dude who's quick and physical make a 7-yard gain out of a 3-yard loss. He's not the best running back in the NFL, but that's a 3-yard loss for Ezekiel Elliott. Maybe he falls forward and it's a negative 1-yard play, but I was just thinking of, like, because maybe Cowboy fans right now are saying Ezekiel Elliott's going to make a big impact. I listened to Mickey.
Somebody joked, this is Mickey Spagnola. My vote is clearly Zeke Elliott.
And I'm just like, I watch a couple plays going, maybe Rico Dowdle can make those cuts and then be physical through the hole, but I'm just not convinced he can. So anyways, last night just watching that game, Pacheco's not a new player on a new team, but when you watch him and his impact that he had in the playoffs, I'm like, man, he looks like so far not going to run for 120 yards per game, but carries over to, like, he's a threat to the other team.
Now, since we talked with Jerry about Brazil earlier, the NFL is eyeing a return trip to Brazil in 2025. They also are looking to potentially send a game to Paris, Dublin, or Australia next season. Australia is the one I'm really curious about because I know, obviously, rugby is huge there. I'm curious what kind of crossover appeal. I have to admit I'm not familiar with like their football levels of interest and everything like that.
Clue.
And so that's an interesting one. So Paris, Dublin, or Australia, as well as your traditional, London trip back to Brazil and everything like that.
How are they going to feed the players? Is it all kangaroo meat?
Shrimp on the Barbie.
They have regular food there probably too, right? And I'm sorry if it's insulting that I said kangaroo is not regular food.
We did find out kangaroo. Don't they have like disease? They're pretty disease riddled. From our Frank Mir.
Frank Mir. I'm going to just tell you a quick
I can remember
story.
his name, but not C.J. Stroud.
I know this is not a football story. Several years ago, we had Frank Mir on before one of his fights, and he was talking about how, did you know, and I swear to God, this is a real quote. He said, do you know that a lot of I think he said koalas.
Okay, all right.
Have chlamydia. And he said chlamydia in Australia. Then Frank Mir not only lost that fight, he got popped for a drug test and got suspended for 2 years. But all I could think about was those kangaroos. Or those koala bears.
Yeah,
it was crazy, man. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off of Lemon. And coming up next,
I'm going to give some things away here, Kevin.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to give away some Cowboys gear.
I'm looking forward to that.
Courtesy of Miller Lite.
Just remember, I have a LaFleur card here. Maybe I'll give that to Broadus for LSU.
Because all your autograph cards are gone. Coming up next, though, you know it, you love it. Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DM.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's
also Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And hasn't that felt like the history of the Cleveland Browns? Is you're like,
hold on, is this going to be your take the whole year?
Maybe.
Sorry, Corey.
I will
have
to make up another one because Cowboys win because 90% of their wins are against average to below average teams. And this 36-15 run that they've had, right, 12-5 every year, is that right?
Very good.
They beat 90% of their wins are against average to below average teams.
Yeah.
So the Cleveland Browns, to me, dictate more of the win or loss than the Dallas Cowboys. If the Cowboys win, you can mark it down. The Cleveland Browns are going to be an average to below average team this year. Cowboys lose because the Browns are good. If the Browns are good, there's a 90% chance the Cowboys lose to good teams. They usually can't beat them. Now, example, they beat the Detroit Lions last year at the end of the year, and the Lions were better than the Cowboys. But they did win, so there is a chance that the Cowboys beat good teams. It's just very low. Dak is unbelievable at taking advantage of average teams or below average teams. If they're a good team, Dak struggles tremendously, which usually the Cowboys struggle tremendously. So I look at this as a coin flip game because I don't know, Corey, if the Browns are good or I'll say average. I don't think they're going to be below average this year, but I don't know who the Cleveland Browns are in 2024. And so if the Browns win this game, I will tell you, the Browns are probably going to be a good team. If they lose this game, then I'm going to be like, well, the Browns are going to be an average to below average team.
That's interesting. I mean, in the past, that's right. That is correct with the teams the Cowboys lose to. Kevin, I just saw this come in from the 469. I don't know if I'm listening to a repeat post on the military radio network, but Mike is world famous. We're listening to y'all from Okinawa. So
holy crap!
And
you're going to say like Karate Kid, right, Mr. Miyagi?
They did the baton thing on the
in
drum.
Part 2, yes.
The Okinawa area code
That
is 469. So
I mean, you can take your phone other places.
Into the military? You can take your phone in the military?
I'll ask my brother-in-law.
At the Ranger game the other day,
sure.
a guy brought his family from Alaska.
What?
And he's like, I watch all the games in Alaska and all this stuff. Thank you. I'm like, wow. And they just like, we used to live in Texas, but they took a vacation to Alaska, and they're like, we like Alaska, and then moved to Alaska.
All right, Corey, I know
they said disregard. It is an old show. So sorry.
Hold on, but they just responded to what you just said.
Well, I think they responded before I got.
Hey, let's not ruin it for them. Hey, I think the Cowboys can beat the Packers in this playoff.
That's a quick on your feet one. That was good.
It still hurts. It still hurts. From the 817, hey, just checking in. I've missed listening to y'all. I'm currently in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, listening on the Odyssey app. Did I look that up ahead of time to make sure that was a real place?
Adrian's been there.
Yes. Really?
Yeah, she did. Actually, that's when she did the zip line across the Rocky Mountains or the which one? Appalachian? Yeah, across the Appalachian Mountains. She said it was scary.
From the 325, Cowboys win because Jake Ferguson has a huge game. And then Cowboys lose because Cleveland is a physical team and the Cowboys are soft. I mean, look, I think that's a concern that a lot of us have. Hopefully that doesn't come to pass. Corey, since you gave your Cowboys win, can I tell you my Cowboys win?
Absolutely, man.
All right. Cowboys win because Micah Parsons wrecks shop in season openers. So he's had 3 season openers in his NFL career, obviously. In those 3 openers, he has 15 tackles, 3 sacks, 2 tackles for loss on rushing plays, and a pass breakup. So he has been very good in season openers. And so I'm going to go back to Micah Parsons. I know we worry that he wears down as the season comes along, and that's a very fair critique. I think he'll be big in this game.
Okay. Do you think he'll have a better game than Myles Garrett?
I think I am going to say that because of
your hate for Arlington.
No, man, I'm telling you, I saw Myles Garrett when I think he was a sophomore in a scrimmage, and he was running all over Allen, who usually has a great offensive line. I was like, good night. That kid is awesome.
Is that when you thought Giants were real? You were like, Giants actually still exist.
He was incredible. But if you look at the left tackle plans for the Browns versus the Cowboys. Cowboys drafted Tyler Guyton. That's been the plan. They've worked him over there. That's been the plan all along. And then for the Browns, Jedrick Wills, he's hurt. And I knew they were thinking that could be the case. But even when we talked with the Browns beat reporter, Zach, yesterday, he was like, I am honestly not sure who will see more time. player A or player B. So I think the Cowboys just have a better plan in place to go against an elite rusher.
I hope Zach Johnson covers more than just the Browns too, because I'd like to talk to him again. He was good. I really enjoyed talking with him yesterday.
Absolutely.
Probably covers the Guardians.
That's a possibility. He could guard.
That makes sense.
Cover the Guardians
And the Cavs.
And the Cavs.
And their hockey team.
What's their hockey team's name?
I don't believe they have an
They don't
NHL
have hockey
team.
in Ohio?
I'm not saying they don't have any hockey. They don't have an NHL team.
I think it's minor league.
Oh, Whale has hockey there.
Okay. In your face, Joey.
Hey, they all know what I'm talking about if they watch Shoresy, so that's all I'm saying.
You have to have a Cowboys lose because we heard it from Mike. What are you thinking?
Because the Browns are good.
That's why I asked. Are you going to say that all year?
No, because the next game, I don't think the Saints are good. I think they're average at best this year. So I wouldn't say that about the Saints. But because I don't know the Browns, they finished 11-6 last year, but I don't really believe in the 11-6.
Is that the end of
That's
your?
it. I'm done.
Sorry, I was showing Mike or Kevin my Reagan library stuff that I had from Oxnard. I still have it here.
I'm telling you, politics aside, it's a super fun place to go.
And you said it was a good movie too. So
I have not seen that.
Our
Tim
boss
said that.
told us
I have not seen that.
Cowboys lose because they didn't shore up their defensive tackle. They didn't actually fix the ability to stop the run. This is a team that likes to run the football, and if they can run the football early and the Cowboys have to commit too much of their assets to that, then Amari Cooper can get wide open for play action. That's the way that they can beat the Cowboys, is setting them up slowly, plodding along with Jerome Ford, plodding along with their running backs, and then Deshaun Watson sees a wide open Amari Cooper downfield. And that also helps out David Njoku. I know he has. I thought that was fascinating to hear what Zach told us yesterday about his how they changed the way they use him.
Now, a lot of good opinions coming in on the Franklin Firm text line from the 214. Cowboys win because Zeke is going to punch in 3 touchdowns. Let me tell you this. If that happens, I'm going to have to eat so much crow with Mickey
all
on
of us,
Monday.
right? All of us. Do you think Mickey will make you eat
Oh,
that
my God,
crow?
yes,
Will he be like,
for
what
sure.
did you think about that one?
Like, what were you saying on Friday? It's definitely going to happen. I'll be fine with it because that means the Cowboys are going to win that game. From the 214, Cowboys win because Zeke has still got it. Cowboys lose because Myles Garrett is going to take our tackles' lunch all day long. That is absolutely a concern. Now, for my Cowboys lose, believe it or not, I went with Deshaun Watson. This specifically. Deshaun Watson can actually be good early in the season and at home. Now, I know he's had a lot of injury problems.
I don't know this stat.
Yeah, so he was 5-1 in his 6 starts last year. So, I mean, things were off to the right track. And then in 3 of his 5 career home starts with Cleveland, he has a quarterback rating of above 90 with no interceptions. And 3 of his 4 career starts in week 1, he's also had a rushing touchdown. So he takes care of the ball. He scores with his feet in the early season home games.
I don't have the answer to this, Kevin. I would like to know maybe if you have the answer to this. How many of those games were with Nick Chubb?
I'll have to go back and double check. That's a good question. That's a good question.
His quarterback rating can be a lot better whenever he has Nick Chubb because you commit so much of that. He can be more efficient and not relied upon as much. Look, man, Sean's right. When I was listening to him this morning, he was like, I'm so pissed at that guy for making me look stupid.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of us, he made us all look dumb because we were like, dude, this guy is a legitimately good quarterback. Yeah. He just needs some offensive line blocking. And so I think that's still there somewhere. But, man, that's whenever he's at his best is whenever that team calls it the way they do.
I really like these next 2 texts. From the 214, Cowboys lose because the front office cannot truly evaluate their team. Cowboys win because I agree with Mike. From the 469.
Oh, that's just the thing.
Yeah, that's what they said.
I just agree with Mike.
Cowboys win because Zeke is 2016 Zeke. Cowboys lose because Zeke is 2024 Zeke. Yeah, that is fair. From the 817, Cowboys win because Deshaun Watson sucks, and Cowboys lose because they're bad at running and they're bad at stopping the run. That's always concerning to me. I know if you have a deficiency on your team, it's concerning. It always concerns me when the exact same thing on both sides of the ball is problematic. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that we don't look like a team that's going to be able to run the ball and can't stop the run, that is a terrifying idea.
And the Cowboys, the question about that isn't the trench as much as it is the back. And on the defensive side, it's the trench. You're like, I have lots of questions about what they can do on the defensive line. On the offensive side, we feel like the holes can be there. Mike's been talking about this a lot, and Broadus, I think, has been talking about it too, is you can open up the holes, but can the back get through it fast enough? And that's where you saw it last night. Speed kills, man. Xavier Worthy, speed kills. Lamar Jackson, speed kills.
Yeah.
Isaiah Pacheco, all those things last night. Rashee Rice, that slant.
Man.
That slant that he runs with Mahomes, and it's that read option pass play action that he sets up and he slants, and as soon as the ball is released from Mahomes' hands, he's already turning upfield.
Yeah.
The ball's right there, and it's beautiful. It's terrifying too, but that speed, man, will get you, and we know that Rice likes to speed.
Whew,
Too soon?
Man. I mean, the NFL doesn't think anything happened. Now, I want everyone to help me out with something. You can do it on the fan text or the Twitch or the YouTube. Will you give us what you think the spelling is for what Jerry said our fullback's name was today? We didn't get an opportunity. Did he call him Lukepke?
Oh, hey, don't forget about old Lukepke.
And I was like, I don't.
He can get some. He'll get you an interception.
So I'm really curious how people think that that would be spelled, because when I heard him say that, I was like, ooh, I don't know about all of that. From the 214, Cowboys win because we don't get in a shootout, and Cowboys lose because of a mismanaged clock. Mismanaged clock, not mismanaged clock. I said that incorrectly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. If you want to come out and see us and clap for us, I would really appreciate that. Wow, I didn't think that would work so effectively. That was ridiculous. That is amazing.
Compliment the people, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for recognizing how good we are. Coming up next.
I was complimenting herself.
It's time for the combo platter. Bring your manners to work day. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is the most inconsiderate thing you do at work? Like not listen to your coworkers. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
What's coming up next?
Oh, he just
I just said what it was.
Okay. Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Tolbert Garage Door, DFW's #1 garage door company. Fast, friendly, and affordable. Call us today for your free estimate at 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
And it's a draw to Elliott coming up the middle. 10-5. Elliott, goal line. Touchdown, Ezekiel Elliott.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. And I know Corey said that I did not do a good job of complimenting on the other side.
You complimented us.
So thank you to you guys for outdrawing what we did here last year by, I don't know, 18,000%. So thank you guys very, very much for being out here today. Now, it's time for, I guess, what has become the trickiest segment on our show. I don't quite understand why that is, because all you have to do at the start is to give a sports opinion.
All right.
But it's time.
I have my sports opinion. I do. I'm going to regret it, but I have it.
Okay, today is Bring Your Manners to Work Day. So, the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the most inconsiderate thing that you do at work? 877-881-1053. All right, Mike.
He didn't give a sports opinion, though.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Invalid. Mike, you got a sports opinion. Let's hear it.
Wyatt Langford's going to make the All-Star team next year.
Why do you say you regret it?
Yeah, why are you going to regret that?
What did I say about his?
You said he's going to be top 10 MVP this year.
He was going to win the MVP.
Rookie of the Year, and that didn't happen, right? So
it did not.
I'm seeing.
Or it will not.
I'm seeing a change in his swing.
Can you talk more about what that change is?
It looks like instead of almost looking like he's trying to push the ball when he hits, he's actually like letting it fly. There seems to be more aggressiveness in his swing, like more, in a way, confidence. And I almost, like 2 weeks ago, was like, is he just going to be, I know this goes way back when, I don't know, like Pat Burrell or J.D. Drew, like
who were solid.
They were solid players, but you're just like they were expected to be more, and they ended up just being like, hey, they're solid players, and because I felt like watching Wyatt Langford in spring training, I was fooled into thinking he was going to just hit the ground running, like he was going to be one of those rare dudes. I don't know. Why am I going so far back in time? I don't know. He's going to be like Darryl Strawberry, or he was going to be like Mike Trout, where you're just like all of a sudden you're just like, they just immediately were awesome. They didn't take it. There was no need for growth. They were pretty awesome to start off. And I get Mike Trout came up as a September call-up in 2010 and wasn't spectacular, but in 2011 he finished second in MVP voting his rookie year. And I just thought he was going to be like that. But I'm seeing in September a transformation, and I know it's still early in the month, but I'm seeing this transformation. The other thing, too, is he's getting better and better in left field, which is helping the team out. So
you made clutch catches out there, man. Clutch catches. I think that's a huge part of the game, not only the hitting, but his defensive part of it.
Yeah, which was interesting when we had Boch on Wednesday, because he said Wyatt Langford has all the tools to be a center fielder earlier in the week. Then when I asked him, is he possibly going to be your center fielder, he said probably our left fielder. But then I just don't know this. This is just, are you protecting Leote because he's on the team right now?
I thought he was protecting Evan Carter.
Okay.
Because, like, when he was talking about, Evan Carter will be fine to start the season, which, that's great optimism. I just don't know anymore how you can carry that through. Like, I hope Evan Carter stays healthy for the rest of his career, but you have to have a backup plan for that.
Yeah. So I worry about Evan Carter. I have, like, I got a couple of positive signs that Evan should be really good to go next year. I will say this
from like just
from
things
people
you hear
with the Rangers.
Okay, good. No, that's wonderful to hear.
He's still, I don't know. It's weird. You would think you're done with growth at 21 years old.
Sure.
But there are some people that still are growing at 21. Like their growth plates haven't closed and they're still growing. And that's maybe an issue with Evan Carter, is that he still is going, I don't want to say going through puberty. He's gone through puberty, but usually when you've gone through puberty, you're done growing.
Right.
But he's not. Like we hear the thing of, I know it was earlier, but we hear of Anthony Davis was 6'6" or 6'7" when he was committed to Kentucky, and then he showed up at Kentucky at 6'10"?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, neat?
Yeah, they're like, this is awesome. We thought you were just going to be a forward, but now you're a center with this athleticism.
And that one dude grew like a whole foot in the offseason.
Oh,
Kuminga.
Kuminga.
Yeah, Jonathan Kuminga.
No, we cannot confirm that. By the way, as contracts get done today, I'll just tell you this time, it's not Dak.
Oh.
It's not Dak.
Oh,
You
no.
sure? Yeah, well, I'll leave that up to you. The Steelers and tight end Pat Freiermuth have agreed on a 4-year, $48.4 million deal. So I wanted to warn you, it's
Okay.
not Dak, but still give you the contract deals.
Okay.
I thought that was done already, like months ago. What? Okay. I appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin.
So I had a sports opinion, but I'm scared to say it because I feel like my sports opinion on Wyatt Langford going into the season ended up being very wrong.
And what is the most inconsiderate thing you do at work?
So many things. Shouldn't this be answered by your employee, like your people you
coworkers?
work with, rather
Mike was
than
about
yourself?
to are his
Mike,
employees.
Corey, would you like to give an answer to this?
I'm not Mike's employee, so no.
Okay.
That's what he was
That
about
I
to
Do
go.
you want us to get Spittle on the horn?
Oh, geez.
I'm
yeah,
sure,
let's see what
I'm
Spittle's
sure
thoughts
he'll
are.
give us some answers.
I don't want that to happen because that is not going to be fun.
Mike, here, okay, I'll name one. He just leaves randomly for weeks at a time for no reason.
Ooh,
like
just wait.
He's just like, I'm out of here, and then he'll be gone for a whole week. And I think he's got something coming up soon that he's going to just leave.
I
and
bet
be
he's not
gone.
even on the show next
Yeah, I
week.
bet next week he doesn't even show up.
I'm going West Coast.
Yeah. Are you going to say on the broadcast, well, it's not like the Rangers have a shot at making the playoffs? Are you going to say that on the broadcast?
It would be no, I won't say that.
Okay.
But I'm not also going to say they have a shot at making the playoffs.
Okay. All right.
I hope I'm wrong. I know that Sean asked yesterday. I hope I'm wrong on that. I hope my opinion is, look, the Rangers aren't going to get close to making the playoffs. In fact, there's a guy here wearing a UT hat who's like, why are they doing this to me? Why are they giving me an outside, chance of hope? And I'm kind of like, hey, they have to get to 500 first.
They're
and
only 7.5 back.
the Astros
with
are 10 games over 500, and the Rangers are 5 games under 500. That's a big difference.
At the beginning of the week, though, they had a 0.2% chance of getting to the playoffs.
What is it, point?
As of today,
Okay.
they have a 0.9% chance.
That is
of
an
making the
increase of
playoffs.
450%, Mike.
Yes.
People
Thank you.
People don't look at the other side. That means there's a 99.1% chance they don't make the playoffs.
That's a fair point.
It was when I had the Dak thing of there's a 10 to 20% chance he doesn't play again because of his ankle. People took that as, there's an 80 to 90% chance he doesn't. I was like, if you look at the other side, then I'm saying there's an 80 to 90% chance he comes back and plays. But there is a small percentage chance that he doesn't. Based off of people that are very valid in where I was getting that information. But people did not want to hear that. They were like, no, there's a 0% chance. And I'm like, well, I mean, then Dak came out on
Hard Knocks
and
Second
kind of was like, yeah,
surgery.
there was concern about like this surgery and the second surgery that,
Told
but it's like it didn't matter. So
And Kevin, what did I tell you all? What have I told you all along? By the way, Brian Broaddus is in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, hey.
I told you all along. All I need is a glimmer of hope.
Okay,
Just
you
give
got
me
it.
a glimmer of hope, and I'm back in.
We're almost back up to a 1 in 100
Matter
chance.
of fact, I didn't even care about the football game last night. I was so invested in the Rangers.
I brought
Angels.
us a present.
Oh man,
We'll
look at
get that to him in just a second.
Third Mike likes it. Yeah.
From the 817, since there is an annoyingly nice Texas fan here, I'll read this shout out. Can I get a shout out? Me and my wife are driving to Ann Arbor for the Texas versus Michigan game on Saturday. And then they said a positive thing that would indicate that they want the Longhorns to win that I am not going to repeat.
Come on, man. Let's go UT.
Well, pretend like you were fishing and you tried to hook the fish.
UT's the only chance we have of making the 12-team playoff after that Aggie game.
I saw that game. That's a fair point. That is a very fair point. Now, this one is interesting. From the 3-2-1, Lamar Jackson is not a good clutch quarterback, and the rudest thing I do at my office is ignore all my phone calls and just listen to the fan. I mean, I appreciate
I'm
that.
perfectly okay
I can
with
see how
that,
your
yeah.
employees would
Yeah.
not. Real quick,
You
Mike,
keep
one
doing
more.
that, by the way.
From the 806, Rangers will make the playoffs. Most inconsiderate work activity. Never sweat on company time and never poop on my time. That is what they said.
Hold on. if I have to go, I have to go.
And how do you not sweat?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, they're saying don't.
Maybe they try to plan their bathroom activities during work.
I had this question for Jerry, but it wasn't going to fit today, and we were out of time. Because Arkansas sucks at football.
Okay.
How much money?
They won their first game, right?
Yeah, they played. I don't know. They played Bishop Dunn or whatever. Is how much money does it take with the NIL and everything to have the opportunity to be a good football program? A&M has top 10% money, and yet they still can't do it.
Nope.
Like, does Jerry ever think if I give them $20 more million this year, Arkansas, that they'll be a better team next year?
That's an interesting question.
I don't like how much money does it take like for UT? I don't know. Does it take $100 million a year? Like how much does it take from your alumni and your support with NIL, with everything you need? How much money per year do you need to have the opportunity to be a top 10 team in the country?
That is a great question. I'm intrigued by that as well. Corey, there are a shocking number of bathroom-related things on what is the most inconsiderate thing.
We do have people eating in
people
this
do at work.
right
Exactly.
now,
so
I just want to make sure.
I'm going to go to you next.
Mhm.
Can you give us a sports opinion, and then what is the most inconsiderate thing you do at work?
Can I bring something else up first before I do that? Because
that's your answer.
Okay. All right. Here's my sports opinion then. Last night, my son Carter decided to sit down and watch football with me, and he's never done that. And that's when I realized how much I like watching football alone because he talked the whole game. However,
poor Carter.
I left and went to I left the room for a minute, and when I came back, I heard him asking Adrian. He said, "Hey, do you think I can be a famous football player someday?" This is the first time I've ever heard him ask this kind of question and be interested in this way. He's having so much fun at football practice right now. And so when we sat down and talked about it, I was like, "Look, man, yeah, we can work with you. I know some people that can help you out here.
Yeah.
We're going to do everything. You just go have fun right now, though." I said, "Then when you get to college, you can be a rich football player."
Okay.
And he was like, "Hold on, I don't even have to play in the pros to be rich." And I was like, "No, because Kevin, in the future,
Look at you undercutting the viability of professional sports
in
with
the
your
future,
son.
it's gonna be more about the college game and just getting to that. That'll help me set apart me from my family."
To Duncanville versus DeSoto this year and have him stand next to when Duncanville's linemen and DeSoto's linemen come out of their locker room and then go, "So you have to be better or as good than most of these guys." And then you look and go, "I don't want to die."
It's so much fun, though.
I walked by the Duncanville kids a couple years ago or a year ago as they were leaving like their locker room. And it was, I swear to you, and I know they're kids, it looked like 30 men walked out of that building.
Yeah, they're off the bus, as Broadus likes to say. And then my most inconsiderate thing, on rare occasion, I have been known to take something out of the fridge that might not be mine. On rare occasion. But I do not do that. I definitely don't do that with Mike's Think Bars. And I don't do that anymore. All right, I just want that to be known. And
was it when you were a nighttime show, or would you do it during the day?
The newspaper.
Or when we were at the newspaper.
Yeah, the newspaper. And then I also did see Jared's frozen grapes, and I tried that, and then I was like, I don't want
They're
that.
not that good, are they?
No, they're not
What
that
is the
good.
logic behind I'm going to eat something at this community fridge that is not mine?
I'm hungry, and I don't. And I'm poor. And so, but also Jared. Like, there are a lot of things I like about Jared. That great thing is bad opinion. He needs to go back and rewatch the game.
From the 8-1-7, Cowboys finished third in their division and missed the playoffs. The most inconsiderate thing they do, reply all on emails.
I love reply all.
Why?
Oh, because it annoys you. It's my favorite part. I reply all. If I see you're on an email, I immediately reply all just because I know you're going to see it.
From the 9-0, thanks a lot. From the 9-0-3, the Stars will win their second title before the Mavs and the Rangers, and not replacing the printer ink when you're the one to use the last of it. All right. You know who's a really bad offender of not putting paper in the printer? Used to be Colby. Colby was like, that's somebody else's problem, not mine. And I was like, But you saw that it was out of paper, and he goes, yeah, and I just needed one thing. He would put one sheet of paper in there, and I was like, that is what a psychopath does.
Who uses printers anymore? Who uses, like, what do you need a printer for?
I still like to have a printed out run sheet a lot of times. I will.
What?
I will admit that is the case. All right, Alec, do you have a sports opinion, and then what is the most inconsiderate thing you do at work?
Sports opinion, I promise I'm not drinking the Mickey Spagnola Kool-Aid when I say this. I really don't think the Cowboys' running game is going to be as bad as people say. I don't think it's going to be great, by any means. I think it's going to be okay. But I think that there's reason to be excited for Rico Dowdle, and that's about it.
Okay.
So I'm just excited to see him get opportunities. I don't care what the depth chart says. He's going to lead the team at the end of the year in pretty much every rushing metric. So I'm just excited to see that happen.
Okay.
Alec, would you agree maybe not touchdowns because short yardage, Zeke gets more opportunities?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I can get with you on that.
And that's why a lot of people could justify Zeke being a fantasy draft choice, and I tried to get him in both of my drafts, and I failed stupendously. But the most inconsiderate thing I do here at work, honestly, it's before I even get in the building, because, we have a lot of suites here in the building. So there's a lot of different people that do a lot of different things. And we get in here right when everybody starts their day. So I get in, and sometimes there's a line to get in the parking garage. But I come in through the back road. I cross the high school, and I come in the back of the garage. And if I see somebody pulling up from the front entrance, I go a little bit faster so I can beat them to the gate, so I can get a better parking spot. And I literally did that this morning. So whoever was in the white Mercedes, I'm sorry, but I got a better spot. So
you got a Mercedes, you'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be okay. I just hate the walking. At the grand age of 23 years old, I've already got 2 bad knees. So I just don't want to walk that much.
I hate the walking, is what he said.
Yes. I did not anticipate.
Already sounded like an old man.
From the 817, Cowboys go 8-9. The worst is warming up seafood in the break room microwave.
True.
Oh,
yeah.
Or like broccoli. That can smell up a room.
It's disgusting.
It is disgusting.
Remember Sean Sharif? He just spilt fish everywhere.
And didn't even like
spring
just
training.
whatever.
Just for the whole month in that house, you're like, hey, you want to have horrible smells all the time?
Spill fish in your oven.
Yeah, it's over.
And we're not talking about that guy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Mike Likes It, but let me just throw this out real quick. It is a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my boss for actually working today and already passing out beers to everyone.
Oh, there you go.
That is fantastic.
Hopefully some ice-cold Miller Lights or Coors Lights.
That's right.
Buddy Kyle Frazier tweeted to us, Kevin, and he said Cowboys are going to go 12-plus games or win 12-plus games, and shout out to his wife for tagging along as they go to Tyler for a wedding. And I don't know if that's a weekday. That isn't a weekday wedding because Friday's the weekend.
The travel wedding is all the more, I don't know.
It's Tyler. It's like
terrible
2 hours.
or impressive. I know, but do you want to sit in the car for 2 hours to something you probably don't want to go to?
If I'm with my wife, I'm okay with it.
That's
She's cool.
nice.
I like hanging out with her.
Does she like to talk or listen to
She likes to sleep.
Okay.
But we will talk about stuff. I just like her being around
She's
me.
not driving then if she's sleeping,
No,
right?
absolutely
Okay.
not.
Good,
I
good,
always
good.
drive because of patriarchy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for some Mike Likes It.
Okay, I'm going back to last night.
All right.
The Kansas City Chiefs got better, and they won the Super Bowl last year.
I know.
So, they didn't blow out Baltimore. The last play of the game.
They almost lost,
Yeah, it was a play where it's like, then they were going to have to, there was one play from the 2-yard line that it looked like was going to happen, and I'd say that's a 50-50 situation.
And there was a drive where there were 3 straight drops, and you were like, oh my gosh, are they still dropping the football the same way?
But what were y'all's initial thoughts of Xavier Worthy?
The fact that he was catching the ball and making plays happen was impressive, because one of the things on him is nobody disputes the speed, but the concern was going to be what's his catch percentage going to look like. And so the fact that he scored on his first touch in the NFL, first of all, amazing, but that he scored twice, very impressive.
Whenever we were kind of eyeballing him and looking at him, people kept bringing his name up on the text during the draft. And I was going, I don't think he quite works with the Cowboys. And a lot of teams I didn't think he quite worked with. But as soon as it was announced that he went to Kansas City, I was like, crap, that's the one team that he goes to and he's going to work out perfectly for. And he looked great last night. And Andy Reid is a genius play designer. And what he did last night with him, moving him around, what he did with his whole team last night, just phenomenal, man. He knows how to use speed in such an effective way.
I know this is almost 30 years ago. Do you know what that reverse looked like to me? Deion Sanders.
Oh, okay.
That looked like when the Cowboys got Deion Sanders, and I can't remember the game, but it was early on. They ran a reverse to Deion Sanders, and it was like everybody looks like they're in slow motion except the guy with the ball, who they're just like, he's just speeding through everybody. Like, I can't touch him. He's too fast.
Yeah.
And I was like, that son of a gun looked like Deion Sanders on a reverse, and then he was wide open on that play. I thought, going back to that, I thought Patrick Mahomes did a good job of his head was looking at the receiver. Like, I think it was Pacheco who went in motion, and so
but his eyes went over there.
So his eyes were looking and saying, are they going to let him go free? And when he saw Worthy went free and they saw that the corner sat down to be like, you're not throwing it to the running back here, he's like, yep. And then, where his eyes were looking were different from where his head was looking, and it was an easy touchdown. But I look at Rashee Rice, and I don't know when he's going to get suspended.
He should not be on the field right now, but I'm with you.
Can I add something real quick to what you were talking about on that play specifically? Once, all quarterbacks will tell you the safeties are the key. Once you recognize what they're doing. Once he saw the safety that was high roll to the left, he knew the other safety was low. And that's why he peeked back over there, because he saw that guy go that way, and he was like, I know what my route is here. So as soon as that happened, because that safety was so close to the line to stop the run, that's why that was able to – it was a busted coverage for sure, but Mahomes' recognition of it so quickly is why it turned out the way it did. Back to you.
But when I look at Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy and Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
That's tough to beat. I'm not saying there's not other teams that have a good combo three. Like, I think of Miami, and I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on their tight end right now. But, I mean, I know that their two receivers are awesome, in Waddle and Hill. And then you could, if you wanted to do this, if you wanted to take
back,
Philly has a couple of awesome.
Yeah, I just was like, son of a gun, this looks great. Now, will Rice be available for the playoffs? When will his suspension start? Because they're waiting for the courts to decide kind of what.
I think now they're in a position where they can hold it off until the season's over. Okay. Like the whole season is over.
But anyways, I look at them and I look at my son asked me this. Is Patrick Mahomes the best quarterback I've ever seen, and is he better than Tom Brady? He asked me that during the game, and I said, yes. He's better than any quarterback I've ever seen. Is he better than Tom Brady? I say yes, but in the history of the sport, 7 championships right now will trump
3.
Patrick Mahomes right now. But I'm like, I've never seen anybody better. And I mean, I said in my lifetime, Jake, that's my son's name, I said Brett Favre was unbelievable. Like what he could do, I'd never seen anything like that. The closest I could come up with at the time, Jake, was John Elway. John Elway in Denver was just his arm strength and what he would do, it seemed like against Cleveland in the playoff games to get those teams that weren't great to the Super Bowl was spectacular. Montana was very much like Tom Brady. He ran this system to perfection.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Tom Brady and Joe Montana, I don't want to say we're just system quarterbacks. They're unbelievable. They're 2 of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. But they could run a system to perfection that I don't know if anybody else could. But John Elway and then Brett Favre were guys like Patrick Mahomes that would create things that you're just like, and I will say this, also Aaron Rodgers. And he's still playing, but I don't think Aaron Rodgers is still that guy.
Yeah.
But it's tough. So when you watch Patrick Mahomes play, I'll ask the question that my son asked me last night. Is Patrick Mahomes the greatest quarterback you've ever seen play?
I'm gonna have to say yes. And I also want to just kind of continue to give a compliment to Andy Reid and their front office, because that is the perfect understanding of your capability of your quarterback and knowing what he can and can't use. And whenever you say, hey, man, I want to be able to threaten and open up some more space, I need more speed, they got it. They had it with Tyreek Hill. That is a franchise right there that knows exactly what their team is and what they need to make it better when they need to make it better. And having Mahomes be able to ad-lib the way he does, the arm strength, the ability to recognize and move as fast as he does, and the elusiveness. Whenever, how many times did you think he was sacked last night? Probably 3?
Yeah.
Where I was like, oh, he's down, and then all of a sudden he would get out of it, and I was like, wow. So, yeah, I think I don't think I've ever seen anything like him before.
See, this is a really good question because I'm trying to figure out if, my age kind of clouded my thoughts about certain players, because the person who immediately jumps to mind is there was a time when I know we didn't like him, but I thought Steve Young was incredible. But I'm also trying to think, is that because I was 14?
No, he was. You have to go by eras, and when you go by a lot of era stuff, he was arguably for a amount of time, a 4 to 5 year period, the best quarterback in the NFL. Obviously, like it or not, stupid guy who we put on the fan on the weekends. Not here, that works here, but Troy,
National.
if you go back and you look at Troy Aikman's numbers of his time, you look at his QBR of the time, he's right there with Steve Young and Brett Favre, right? Favre was a guy who would take so many risks that it would end up hurting his team at times, where Troy Aikman was a guy who took very few risks. Because he had the defense and the team that he knew. He wasn't stupid. He was smart, and he knew how to win a game, and it wasn't going to be through fantasy football stats that Troy Aikman had to win games here.
I mean, and I see why it could be Mahomes, and you're already starting to see the people who are stacking up that will be your potentially Charles Barkley, Karl Malone. Obviously, Josh Allen is probably at the top of that list. Lamar Jackson might be on that list of people that Mahomes has progress stopped from reaching their destiny, and so that's a big argument for him as well.
I do think this too, and I told Jake this, he's by far the most fun quarterback I've ever seen, because there's different quarterbacks, because Dan Marino and Peyton Manning are unbelievable quarterbacks, but they're the best pocket quarterbacks I've ever seen, and Patrick Mahomes doesn't do that. Patrick Mahomes goes into the category of Elway, Favre, Aaron Rodgers, these guys that are so creative. They can pass in the pocket, but they also create this extra time that, let's face it, Troy Aikman, Peyton Manning, Dan Marino, they didn't create any extra time. They didn't move very well.
Would you, and you've watched more of this than me, would you kind of throw in, I know the numbers are different by far, Roger in that?
Because he wasn't of my time, I go back and watch YouTube, and he was him. I guess you can throw in Terry Bradshaw. He has 4. You have to watch. That era of football is not fun to watch when you're of my age or younger, because you're not watching creative football. You're not watching creative football, but then it was creative. Tom Landry was one of the most creative guys in football. But when you watch it to 90s football or today's football, you're like, oh, this is stupid football. But it's all they had. That was creative at the time. That was creative. When you watch basketball players, when you watch Anthony Edwards, well, hell, if there was no Dr. J and no Michael Jordan and no Kobe Bryant and no Lamar Jackson, no LeBron James, he would only have his creativity. He's working off of their creativity and then adding something to it. And you know what? 20 years from now, Anthony Edwards isn't going to look that creative to kids. They're going to be like, well, Anthony Edwards was a stupid old basketball player. Because you're going to look at, they just keep adding to the creativity of these guys. And so I get where, Patrick Mahomes grew up watching Aaron Rodgers. So then he takes that game to another level. Aaron Rodgers watched literally Brett Favre on his own team and took that to another level.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is from John from Wiley for the shout-out from the 940. Shout-out to the Boyd Yellow Jackets varsity football team as they try to go 2-0 tonight against a very good Jacksboro Tigers team. Let's go Jackets. Go Sting 'em.
Kevin, I just got this from one of our Tolos that's here, Mike. He sent this over, the Duncanville Mike, by the way. And
not
it is
this Duncanville.
It is that report, Kevin, from Mike Florio that says Rashee Rice likely to play the entire season.
Yeah. I mean, look, once nothing happened before the season started, it's just get some consistency, NFL.
This is an interesting note on here. The most obvious explanation is that the league typically uses paid leave for cases that involve domestic violence. And since his case does not involve that, they aren't going to use paid leave, so he would they would be screwing him over there. So they're like, no, we're just going to keep rolling unless he admits to being guilty.
I mean, I could
And then
just
that
pop
could
on the
change
video
everything.
if they
I know.
want to see that. I don't know.
They'll see how that goes.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and his special Friday guest.
We'll talk with Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com next on The Fan.
Our 2020
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. And remember, if you're like, oh, man, I wish I could make it, I might not be there in time, the G-Bag Nation is going to be doing their show here as well to shout out to them. And then for the 817, Corey, the odd negative shout out. Hey, bros, can you give this shout out? I got my little brother, Danny, to tune in, and I want to shout him out because we had our first day of league bowling on Tuesday, and he ruined my perfect 300 by making me miss one shot. I ended with all strikes except for that frame, and Danny, your brother will never forgive you.
How did he make you miss? What did he do? Did he push you or like what happened?
Will he?
I don't know. When you're in that zone, did he talk to you instead of letting you go sit quietly on the bench? You know, that's interesting.
I'm not sure.
I want to know more about this situation.
Right, let's follow up 817, and right now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much. Let's turn our attention now to DallasCowboys.com. Kyle Yeomans, who joins us every Friday. And I really appreciate that. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
I'm good, guys. How are you on what has actually turned into like a beautiful weekend weather-wise? I feel like there's no excuse for the Tolos to get out there to Buffalo Wild Wings today, right?
No excuse at all, and they've been showing up, and it's been phenomenal. We really appreciate them being here. Actually, I think I'm going to give away a Cowboys hat in just a moment, Kevin.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you. Kyle, I just recently learned that it costs, let's say, about $20 million to get in NIL money to get a good program running. How effective, how do you think we can do that with UNT? Can we raise around $20 million a year for our football program?
What are you talking about? North Texas is already an efficient program. They're 1-0. They put up 56 points last week behind transfer quarterback Chandler Morris, and they had 230 yards from Damon Ward Jr., the warden at wide receiver. They've already got that thing cooking. They don't need our help.
There you go.
What are you talking about? I'm wearing North Texas gear right now, actually. I'm already supporting the Mean Green going into the weekend.
That is, Kevin, by the way, my son Carter wants to go to a game. I said, UNT, all right for you? And he was like, yes, let's do it. So
yeah.
He's all about that.
Now, Kyle, you put up something, statistics to know for this game on DallasCowboys.com. And I can't remember if it was the very first one or in the first couple of slides. I thought it was the statistic that encapsulates all arguments pro and con with Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has a 73-41 regular season record. Since 2016, when Dak came into the league, only Brady and Mahomes have won more games. But both of those quarterbacks also won 3 Super Bowls each during that run. Does that stat right there encapsulate the love and frustration that comes along with Dak Prescott?
I think you have it spot on, because 73 wins in the regular season, that's not easy to do. I mean, Lamar Jackson hasn't done that. Aaron Rodgers since 2016 hasn't even done that. Only Mahomes and Brady. Mahomes had 74, so only has one more win since 2016. Now, Mahomes did come in a little bit later into the league than Dak, so keep that in mind. Brady was there all the way through, and he has 79 wins, so just 6 more than what Dak has. So, yes, it's a stat that I think when you look at it in context, he wins a lot in the regular season. But when you add the outside context of the regular season, that's where the crucial miscue is from Dak. And sometimes it hasn't been his fault. I mean, there have been times where he's played well in the postseason and he's put his team in position to win. And either outside factors or the defense or coaching decisions, it depends on what it may be, hasn't played in factor. You can't put it all on Dak. And I think that's part of what
I agree with
Brandon
that.
Cooks was saying. That's part of what Brandon Cooks was saying through the week, right? Is he's a good quarterback, if not even a borderline great quarterback. But great quarterbacks are remembered for what they do in January and February, and Dak just hasn't had that same success as some of those other guys have. If he gets to that point, maybe even once in his career, let's say he goes on one run, I think it's a completely different conversation, because there's a lot of quarterbacks around the league that have not had a Super Bowl appearance and not had a chance at an NFC or an AFC championship game and don't get criticized at the same level as Dak Prescott does. One of them is your reigning MVP award winner. He's never been to a Super Bowl. Lamar Jackson
did make it to an AFC championship game.
Exactly, but that's part of it, though. Teams and players don't get penalized the same way that Dak Prescott does for not making it to a Super Bowl, despite what he's done throughout his career. I think it's both, like you said, the infatuation of how good he is as a quarterback, but also the frustration of what's happened in the postseason.
I agree with you on many quarterbacks. I don't agree with you about Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar Jackson gets dumped on just as much, if not more so, than Dak. We just might not hear it as much because we're not in Dallas. I feel like people dump on Lamar Jackson and say he's not even a real quarterback, like, all the time.
I agree with you in the fact that we're around Dallas and we hear Dak in that conversation a whole lot more. But from a national standpoint, unless the Ravens have played in a primetime game or against a capable team, like the conversation is today after losing last night in the way that they did against the Chiefs, I think, yes, that's going to lead off these national shows. It could be the middle of May, the middle of June, and these national shows, the national pundits are looking at Dak Prescott and looking at his situation and his lack of success. I mean, it doesn't matter what time of year it is, Dak is still receiving criticism and or praise, one way or the other.
But that's a byproduct of just being the Cowboys quarterback, right? Like, that's
agreed,
not...
But
okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No.
You go for it.
Sorry, my bad, Kyle. I was just going to say, I felt like Romo got the exact same thing. I don't think that's just because it's Dak. I just think that's because of the team that he plays for. And, like, nationwide, nobody gives a crap about the Ravens compared to the Cowboys.
Agreed. But, again, it comes with the territory, and Dak talks about that all the time. I mean, he's even mentioned it yesterday. Part of his motivation of wanting to get a long-term deal done and being in Dallas is he wants to be that guy to end the streak. So, yes, anytime you're a quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, you will receive more criticism than, say, the quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens. Lamar Jackson has earned the criticism just as much as he's earned the praise because of how good he is at playing quarterback.
Sure.
But as long as you're not making it to the Super Bowl, you will have some level of criticism. And right now, Dak hasn't made it to a Super Bowl or a championship game, so I think he is a little bit more criticized than the reigning MVP and a guy who's won the MVP award previously in Lamar Jackson. Dak doesn't even have that to fall back on, so I think that criticism might be a little bit stronger.
I know last year, Kyle, there was it was kind of a distraction because I was there and I saw how it all happened, but it turned into a bigger deal when Trayvon Diggs kind of said some things to Dak at practice in Oxnard, and everybody was like, oh, my gosh, see, nobody respects him there. But then I listened to Brandon Cooks this week, and he just went on about how much they love him, but also he was talking about how personal they take it whenever they hear these bad things said about him. And then I hear Tyler Smith talking about how, he's the last one there, all the things that nobody gets to see that he does. Can you talk a little bit about the respect he does have in the locker room? And if I'm right or wrong, like, that loyalty is there and it isn't going to be cracked.
Yeah, it is there. And I don't think it matters what happens with this contract dispute, whether it happens whether a deal comes to fruition between now and Sunday or now and the end of the year, whenever it ends up happening, the respect for Dak is so high within the building and within the locker room that I just really don't think it'll ever shift. They love Dak here. And Brandon Cooks, I thought, did a great job of illustrating that because he's been around some great quarterbacks. Think about how many of the teams and how many of the guys he's had throwing him the football in the past, and his words were I think they carry a lot more weight. And you bringing up that Trayvon Diggs incident, for one, I forgot that it even happened. I mean, that was the beginning of training camp last year, so it was so long ago. But I actually thought that incident was a pretty good indicator of how this team feels about Dak. Is they see him as a leader, but they also see him as the standard. And so if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? And Trayvon Diggs is going to talk all sorts of mess whenever he's going up against Dak Prescott, just as he would if he's going up against Patrick Mahomes or he's going up against Jalen Hurts or he's going up against these other guys that are on their schedule throughout the rest of the year. I think that's just the way that Trayvon Diggs plays football. So you fast forward here to 2024, and the respect is even more, maybe even higher than it was going into last training camp, going into last year, because of what Dak did from an X's and O's standpoint, from a success standpoint, and the fact that he is the unquestioned leader on this team and on this or in this building going into year number 9 in the NFL. I just don't think there's any waiver in the respect that he has here.
What would you suspect would be the balance of passes to runs in this game against Cleveland this weekend, and maybe even throughout the season? Because I feel like maybe we're way off on the running back on this show specifically, but I feel like it's going to be more in the hands of Dak than even before.
No, I'm right there with you guys. If there was one area of this team that I'm concerned about, it would be the run game. I'm concerned about it, not only because I just don't know if they have that home run hitter as a running back and as a ball carrier, because you had that with Tony Pollard. You had that with the early days of Zeke. I mean, you may have it with Rico Dowdle, but we've seen what Zeke is and has been the last 3 years. Unless he sees a miraculous increase in his game over just one offseason and a return to Dallas, which I just think is unlikely to expect. I just don't know if we have that. Now, Rico Dowdle could certainly surprise. Deuce Vaughn could certainly surprise. There are things that can happen that change your thought process with this team and how they handle the run game. But they're also running behind an offensive line that has 2 rookies up front. And no matter how good Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe are in preseason games and in training camp, it's different whenever you're playing against NFL teams and NFL starters when it matters the most. And that's exactly what they're going to do this week against one of the best defensive line and especially defensive linemen in all of football in the Cleveland Browns and Myles Garrett. So I'm concerned about the run game. And so I think if that's the case, this is one of the best passing attacks, if not the best passing attack in football based off of their numbers last year. I would say it's 70-30, maybe 75-25%. They're going to throw this ball around a lot. And I wouldn't be shocked if the Cowboys, if we look at the box score on Monday and we're seeing under 100 yards rushing, a couple of touchdowns, because I think their short yardage game can certainly be a factor. But I don't expect this run game to really turn any heads in week 1, and hopefully it gets better as the year goes on.
Excellent stuff. As always, Kyle, do you have a prediction for us?
Yeah, I think Dallas gets it done in a gritty football game. I'm going to say a couple turnovers are the difference. This is a Cleveland team that led the league last year in turning the football over. Dallas was 11-0 last year when they won the turnover margin. I think they will win the turnover margin on Sunday. So give me the Cowboys 20-17 is what I think is going to happen.
All right. I like it. Thank you very much, good sir.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Talk to you again next week. Go Mean Green against SFA this weekend.
That's what I'm talking about. I love it. Bye, Kyle. There he goes, Kevin. Kyle Yeomans.
I like Kyle.
He's a good kid, man. He's a good kid. He's got triplets. I don't know if you know about that or
Doesn't
not.
he have triple Emmys, too?
He triple Emmys, triplets. Everything he does is in threes, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, besides Cowboys Browns, what football game are you most interested in this weekend? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It is a jam-packed segment. It's coming at you next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off of Lemon on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
As Love on 3rd and 1 wants to go up top. Looks to the end zone. The pass is on the money for the touchdown. Dontavian Wicks.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. Remember, you can still stop by if you want to register to win those Dallas Cowboys tickets for the home opener. And remember, G-Bag will be doing their show here after us as well. Now, we'll get to Masterpiece of the Week in just a few minutes. But besides Cowboys-Browns, what football game are you most interested in this weekend? At the college level, probably not surprising because we've seen a lot of partisan fans here today. It feels like it's got to be Texas and Michigan.
What does partisan mean?
Like really rooted towards one side.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a significant game.
That's the best game of the college slate, I think.
I know Holland texted us about that and was like, "Hey, we're looking forward to this one, right?"
Because is he in Ann Arbor?
He is up there,
and then he's going to Cleveland.
And then he's going to the Cleveland game. So so he's very excited about this weekend. I think that's one that I'll sit down and watch. You know, like that's definitely one I'm going to say. All right, let's do this one. Carter, it's time to watch this game.
I'll be at the Dallas Card Show trying to sell cards.
By the way,
Mike Cards.
Kyle, who runs the Dallas Card Show, wanted everybody to know that Taylor Swift, Dak Prescott, Roger Staubach have all been invited.
Oh,
so,
wow. Nice.
You know, that's nice.
We invite those people every year
yes,
to Peace-a-thon,
absolutely.
too. They haven't all shown up
yet.
They will. They will at some point.
But they will.
Peace-a-thon 2024 is coming up soon. Be ready for
we
it.
already got some good stuff going for that. From the 972, I know on paper it's a dud, but Bears and Titans I think is a great noon game. I actually put that on my list for consideration because it's two young quarterbacks that you're more intrigued to see what you got. Kayla, let me see what you got. Levis, let me see what you got. And so I understand that mindset.
I am interested in that game because on my fantasy team I have Caleb Williams as my quarterback,
Oh.
and I do have Rome Odunze. And since T. Higgins has the hamstring injury, I might have to start Rome. So that is, I'm going to roam if I want to. You know what I mean?
Roam around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see Russell Wilson said he hopes to play on Sunday?
And so does the team he's playing against. Right?
That is true.
Yeah, we hope Russell Wilson plays.
We'd love to see that because then it'll be
Who are
a
they
very
playing?
low-scoring game on your side.
Pittsburgh is playing.
They're playing the Falcons.
Yeah, the Falcons are really hoping Russell Wilson's healthy.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins would love to get out to a running start here.
Here's my game.
All right, tell me about it.
I do think these are two good teams, and I understand the disagreement. The Dolphins are favored by 3.5 hosting the Jaguars.
Two Florida teams right there, Kevin.
So obviously, the game that I am also very interested in is a Monday night game, so it doesn't count for a weekend game.
Oh,
so,
yeah, I'm interested in that one as well. I mean,
I
that
counted
would be a lot of
tonight's
fun.
game. Can that count? Tonight's part of the weekend.
It is.
Nobody's
going
to watch it
because
on
really
Peacock.
the best game was yesterday.
Yes,
of the whole first week.
The
but it's already
primetime
over.
stuff. Yeah, no, that was a really good
So
one.
I look at Jaguars Dolphins, and I hope on CBS that's the game they play on my television.
Because you're not moving from channel
No,
to channel.
and I don't have I forgot. I don't even have anything this weekend.
Oh yeah, that's right.
DirecTV went off this morning. I turned on DirecTV and it's gone.
What are you going to do?
Just get YouTube.
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I'm on the Rangers road trip this week.
That's true.
And then the next week I'm here, and the next week I'm on the Rangers road trip. Then the next week I'm here. Then the next week I'm in Italy. So I'm like, I don't really have to make that
Italy
decision quickly.
That's not Rangers.
I know. I've never been to Italy.
So hold on, what if the
I've
Rangers,
never been overseas.
What if the Rangers go to the playoffs? Mike, you're just going to skip the Rangers playoffs?
There's nothing I can do. It's over
for Italy.
They're on national TV. They're not on local TV.
But you can't watch it in Italy.
No.
Wow. What kind of Rangers fan is
I think
he?
you can. I'm assuming they have televised baseball games in Italy for the playoffs.
Let's say this was last year, and you didn't
that would
leave. And you
stink.
didn't leave until after they made the ALCS.
That would just.
What would
stink.
you do then? Would you be like,
We have to find a place to watch.
Yeah.
We have to find a way.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Kevin. We've been kind of on this for a while. It's Texans hosting the Colts. Two electric quarterbacks. One that's really good. One that's like we're still trying to figure him out, but he does things that you just go wow. And I think you're going to see a couple of wow moments. Also, Michael Pittman
And
is.
the Texans are on the road in that game.
Oh, they
right?
are? Okay, yeah.
I believe.
Yep, they are. Sorry, I just scrolled up on that. But that's Michael Pittman's receiver that I think very highly of. He's on both of my fantasy teams, too. I drafted him in one, and the computer gave him to me in the other. But I like Michael Pittman a lot, and I think that's going to be a very fun game to watch.
From the 806, Texas Tech against Washington State on the college side. On the pro side, I was going to throw out tonight the game in Brazil, the Packers and the Eagles, I think is really interesting. And then I'm really intrigued by Rams-Lions because this feels like a game of, who's gonna emerge to the top of the NFC, where it feels a little bit more open outside of San Francisco. It looks like the Lions are ready to be at the top and maybe stay for a while, but then I know the Rams have raised expectations again this year, so I'm pretty interested in that game.
Yeah, and you still have that storyline of Matt Stafford and the Detroit Lions, right? And
Is that
Jared
still
Goff
going?
and the Rams. I mean, it's still got to exist. Like they still have. Do you think they have some bitterness still towards their former teams?
Now Matthew Stafford, he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and he got to leave Detroit.
Yeah,
so.
I have a stupid question based off of that Texas Tech game. Is Washington State in a conference, or are they independent right now?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to it. Kevin, you're our college football
Surely
blowhard.
they're in a man. Carter is going to kill me for not knowing this answer offhand. I'm sorry, I do not know.
I'm sorry. I don't think anybody does know what happened to Washington State.
Yeah,
they just got left out, right?
I think they are still technically
the West Coast Conference.
Okay, the West Coast.
So Oregon State, Washington State officially became members of the West Coast Conference this year.
Okay.
Now, do I know any other teams? No.
It has here Pac-12, Oregon State and Washington State on ESPN.
Just the two?
Just the two. I'm not. Look at my computer. I'm not joking. Pac-12.
That is super weird.
Yeah,
There's two teams.
Yeah, this is one of those things we should.
So they just play a
before
game, and
the
whoever
show.
wins is the conference champ and makes this 12-team playoff.
I don't think they get an automatic bid then, but yeah, we will probably need to check on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
So, boys.
Hey, Alec.
This is
Long time
always
no
so
speak.
embarrassing, Alec, because we're out in public and people can see us whenever they hear these things. Like when we're in the studio, it's like we can hide away, but now we have to answer to our statements.
Just a reminder, this is your show. This is your segment. So you did it to yourself. It's Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit some of the wild, stupid, silly, odd, and sometimes terrifying things that are said on this very program. And I was just talking to Carter maybe 30 minutes ago I can't wait to play some of these because I know they're going over a PA speaker in a public venue. This is going to be amazing. This is going to be amazing. Kevin, you only have one that you need to be worried about, so you're kind of off the hook. I'm even going to nominate myself, which I think this is only going to happen probably once ever, so enjoy it. But I do want to start with somebody who is not on the show, but he crosstalks with you. I hope he's in the area. Zach Wolchuk. He said this a couple days ago.
Give me the poop.
Wow. Okay.
Can you play that one more time?
Give me the poop.
Okay.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Kevin, you were very caught off guard by
I was
Wolchuk
very
there.
surprised. Sometimes Wolchuk says surprising things. Giafalo, too.
Yeah. As one does. I've worked many a night shows with
have those.
Hey, if you're here at Buffalo Wild Wings, they're showing highlights of the Packers-Cowboys playoff game.
Stop.
The people that are overseas are on delay. So I don't know if they want to know this or not, but it's not looking good in this game.
That game's in Brazil?
No, that game is not in Brazil.
It just went to 34-10.
Stop.
I know what happens, Mike. We're going to lose.
I think that's about the time I decided I wanted to throw my phone out the window because I was listening to it driving back to Dallas.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
There's always next year.
That's now. That starts on Sunday.
It starts
The time
Sunday.
is now.
Yeah.
Right here on the Fan.
It's
That's
time.
the Cowboys' motto this year.
No, it's rooted. Rooted is rooted.
Isn't that a car
Like,
insurance?
oh, yeah. I think it's Root Netto Door.
Nope, that is not true.
Go.
Back to you, Alec.
My favorite variety of content here sometimes is just Bassick making straight up statements.
I'm one of the dumbest people you'll ever meet, and remember that.
You said that today.
Lenny Moore.
Oh, no, that was yesterday.
That's
right.
right.
That was
Lenny
yesterday.
Moore.
And
Who was
Marshall
the-
Faulk.
There you go.
I'll remember Marshall Faulk.
Yeah. What about
Lenny Moore's
Ironhead
going to be the
Hayward?
tough one. I just have to remember the guy who squeezed rats to death or something.
What?
That's from Lenny from Mice and Men.
Yeah, I still didn't read that book.
Sophomore year of high
You
school.
know what I'm talking
baby.
about, Duncanville guys? They tried to make us read books. We wouldn't do
I
it.
think he's talking about Tommy Boy.
No, what? No. Next.
Mike also talked about this.
I like giving it to guys.
Whoa, Mike.
Does your wife know this?
How are things at home, Mike?
I verbally talk to guys way more than I talk to girls.
So, okay.
I think I
Weird folks.
verbally gave it to a guy
What does that sound like?
with words, like talking.
Are there still those numbers that you can call and talk?
Like a sex line?
Okay, yeah. I was going to
What were we going to do? Oh, what could he be talking about?
work my way around it a little bit. But
I can't imagine there is.
I just feel like that was the thing of the past.
I don't know.
I think that business.
And now with
like,
Tinder and all
by
that.
2005, I'm assuming that. Went
So
out.
you think it's been out for a while?
Yeah, I think we're. It's almost as long a drought as the Cowboys.
I had a friend who did that. Her
What?
a couple of different.
Oh, she worked for the sex
There
line?
were like three
Oh,
of them.
she probably wasn't a
that I
good-looking
knew.
person, was she?
She was very beautiful.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, they
Oh,
needed
well.
some money, and so they would talk to these dudes, and it was they'd sit there on speakerphone and talk with them, and I'd be sitting there going, "Oh my gosh, this is so weird."
Dial 972, come on.
Game is game.
You
I
have
can
to
respect
spell it a
it.
little differently.
Okay. Corey also made a statement.
You're not pregnant, from what I know.
I can see
Yeah.
Is that do
I'm
you,
pretty.
do
I'm
you
pretty
go around
good.
and tell people that?
I'm a pretty good judge
Okay.
of who's pregnant and who's
Really?
not.
Oh my
And when I
God.
look at you, I don't see a pregnant woman.
How dare you?
You're welcome.
It's 2024. I can be what I want to be.
Okay.
You can say whatever you want. Doesn't mean you are.
Speaking of saying whatever you want, Kevin Hageland, have fun with this one.
Uneducated, homophobic, and racist, mouth-breathing alcoholics.
Jeez, Kevin.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
That's why you got to be careful on Tinder. That's why you just go to that sex hotline, because you know no one is setting you up from a media corporation to have all that. So if you missed it, and we asked Jerry Jones about it earlier today, that was what a Commander's vice president of content, I guess former vice president of content, said about NFL fans before getting fired.
By the way, you did ask your question, and Sean, did he ask McCarthy why he's never on time?
I don't see it in the cuts.
Oh wow, I didn't hear it. I listened to that whole interview. I did not hear that conversation. So
Jerk.
I would maybe you know what? Now that we did it, we got to force Sean to do it next Friday.
Yes,
we
While
deliver.
Mike's in Italy or something.
Must be nice. We deliver here on the KNC Masterpieces.
Sorry, I
sometimes.
was thinking about doing a Sean Sharif impersonation and be like, "Hey, Mike," but I decided I wasn't ready for that yet.
All right, back to you, Alex. Sorry for that.
Maybe crosstalk.
I think it'd go, hey, Mike.
That is so rude, Mike.
Well, when he gets
That
nervous,
is
he
so
stutters.
rude.
Well, I thought you wanted us to do impressions of
You
Sean
said
Sharif.
let's do Sean Sharif impressions. Coming up next.
We'll
Jeez.
will you guys run the
versus
ball?
pork chops.
Good.
This is
Sunday?
so wrong.
Okay, next question. What do you
All
got?
right. Sometimes we deliver here on the KNC Masterpiece, but not right pronunciations.
All right. I don't know if Richie Ashburn did test Ashburn.
It happens, man.
I like you said burn twice.
Dude.
Ashburn burn.
All right, so one time I was working the the what was it back in the day? The
Live 105?
No, it was the the fan flashes. I was on the fan flash desk when we used to have that, and it was at nighttime during G-Bag Nation, and we were working with Texas Motor Speedway, and they had the Wild Asphalt Circus, and I said Wild Asphalt Circus, and that got played on G-Bag of the Day for quite some time. And I think I won for like a week. It was awesome.
As you
the Wild
should.
Asphalt Circus, yeah.
Oh, let's see. Mike with just another observation or statement, whatever.
And then they also have a foot store.
What's a foot store?
Hold on, Alec. I'm sorry. Was that part of the drop, or were you just adding that now?
I'm asking. I just want to know what a foot store is. I'm very intrigued.
I forget what we were talking about.
Well, I think you meant to say shoe store, but you said foot store
yeah,
instead.
foot store, yeah.
But
they probably do have foot stores for people that lose their foot.
Like a prosthetic
Yeah.
place?
That sounds better, I guess.
I
But still
imagine
like
it's not called My Left Foot or anything like that. Like,
you know what? Maybe we should start a business.
A foot store?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of people who sell it, but I feel like we just led them to the water. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're like, oh, what's a prosthetic, right? That can be a lot of different things. We just said, hey, you want a foot? .com?
People like feet.
Do you want a foot.com?
Like, hey, did you recently lose your foot? Or feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we started. Did you recently lose a foot or your feet? We have the store for you.
Yeah.
We have feet.
Do you have both feet? You want a third foot? We can take care of you.
we ain't doing that.
Somebody might want more stability.
See,
I
Mike,
don't know if it gives you more stability.
Mike can make that happen pretty easily. This is a long, deep cut.
Let's just machete his feet off.
See, you've got the great business model already. But sorry, I had to dive deep for that one. That was too perfect.
I'll tell you what. I know that's a drop, and I said it. At no point do I want to cut off somebody's foot or arm or anything.
I appreciate that, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
We might go to war, and I might have to be in it, but I don't want to cut anybody's limbs off.
Have you ever held a machete before?
Maybe.
My dad had one growing up. I loved that thing. I'm going to go see if he has it still.
Like, we see the movies in life or death situations, but man, like I just don't want to sword somebody to death or machete them.
That's nice.
But you might have to.
Yeah,
obviously, they got something in their hand.
Okay. Remember, you
gotta
guys
stop it.
You guys didn't show up to work on Monday because you don't like hanging out with me, so I hosted instead.
True.
And, I was going to act like this never happened, but our guy James Tritley pulled it and said, you're going to play this, so I said this.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to milk it as long as I can. That was crazy.
Oh, my gosh. I'm voting for that. That's our winner for me this week.
I am going to vote for Mike talking about how much he gives it to guys.
Where is
Look
that
at
one?
you, dirty boy.
I like giving it to guys.
That's my vote.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly why I said that or how I said it, but I'm going to vote for Kevin. He was reading, but I'm going to vote for Kevin saying all those horrible things about NFL fans.
Uneducated, homophobic, and racist, mouth-breathing alcoholics.
Man, Kevin.
That is unfortunate.
Dude, what's really funny is we could say he said that about anybody and then play the drop, and it would be really funny.
Let's offend everybody. Alec, what are you voting, man?
You know what? I'm going to keep it at a tie because I'm voting for Corey's astute statement.
You're not pregnant, from what I know.
I got it.
It's a fact.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off of Lemon. Let's welcome in the G-Bag Nation because they will be here at Buffalo Wild Wings as well. Let's get that crosstalk going next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Sprints in motion to the right flat. Mahomes will throw it right sideline, wide open with the catch. Xavier Worthy, 10-5, touchdown! Kansas City, Xavier Worthy, the second time in the end zone in the first game of his career. A 35-yard strike by Mahomes to the Chiefs' first-round draft pick.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon, and shout-outs take all forms. Here we have a napkin shout-out. Shout-out to my three little best friends, Izzy, Abby, and Harley. Just like us, they toe-low. And to my grandma, Sharon McLeod, she's everything to me, and I'm truly blessed for my family. Thank you to the awesome crowd here at Buffalo Wild Wings and to you guys for weekly premium content. What a time to be alive.
Kevin, can I ask Zach and Gavin a question?
Of course.
As we start crosstalk here.
By the way, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Thank you very much to them.
Taking out the quarterbacks that were drafted, because I get that Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels most likely will win Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, because it usually goes to quarterback. I know it's just one game, and it's only one game played in the NFL, and nobody else has played. Does Xavier Worthy look like he might be the best offensive player as a rookie in the NFL, taking out the quarterback position?
Yeah, it was a perfect fit. Like when Xavier Worthy went off the board and went to Kansas City, I was like, oh no, the league just made a big mistake. Nobody's going to be able to maximize his skill set the way an Andy Reid can, and they've missed that dynamic of speed and field stretching since they lost Tyreek Hill. So now you add him in. Patrick Mahomes is finally going to be able to go deep again. Xavier Worthy special. Another guy that I will throw out there, and we'll see how he looks this weekend, Ladd McConkey, former Georgia receiver. He's the #1 wideout for Justin Herbert and the Chargers. I think Ladd McConkey could have a really, really special year as well.
After just one game, you got to love his chances, and I think the narrative is going to be he's going to open things up underneath again for Kelsey and for Rashee Rice and all the other Chiefs playmakers. So obviously they're going to get a lot of attention, and that was a great start. Be able to get the ball on a handoff and a catch for touchdowns. Can't draw it up any better.
Were you guys disappointed at all that the toe wasn't in bounds because John Harbaugh immediately said we're going for two, and that meant the first game of the season was going to be won or lost on that last play?
I can't help it, Hagee. I pull for the Chiefs so hard.
Okay.
I know the drama would have been great of having a 2-point conversion for the game, but I think Mahomes kind of like has this Jordan-like appeal where he's the GOAT. He's on an amazing team with an amazing coach. And I want to appreciate history and pull for them to be as dominant as possible. That's where my heart was.
I'm a football sicko. I wanted more football. I'm like, let's go to overtime. So if they're going to go for two, then we don't have the chance for overtime. But it would have been fun to just see how that played out. When it first happened, I thought Isaiah Likely had scored. And then we had to go back and just by a toenail, by a toe. I mean, it was like KD and that three that got taken away in the playoffs.
You know who else was rooting for more football is gamblers. Because if you had the Chiefs in that game, you're like, well, I can't win or lose by one. I need this game to go to overtime now, and hopefully you score a touchdown.
And fantasy owners like Corey who were MF and Travis Kelce.
Yes, that is true, especially with Taylor Swift there. Are you guys excited for the game tonight then? Because I know obviously we're all hands on deck, pumped about the Cowboys and the Browns Sunday. You can hear everything, including 3-hour pregame starting at 12:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan. But tonight's game is really good, too.
It's the perfect primer. You got to see last night how offense should work. And tonight you get to watch your biggest rival for the division possibly throw up a signal that they're Dunsky. I think over the last 8 games last year, they showed you who they really are. And I think the nail goes in that coffin tonight in a big way. As 3-point favorites, I think Vegas has made a big mistake here on the Bird Turds.
I love it, and I know you have the segment. You'll ask, hey, which game are you most excited for?
I am excited.
Outside of the Cowboys. It's tonight. I want to see how does this Kellen Moore dynamic work with Filthy, and I'll say this, Green Bay's my pick to come out of the NFC. I've got Cincinnati. I've got Green Bay. And really, Kansas City is probably the pick to make, but just to be different. Sure. At some point, Joe Burrow's going to get one. I think he's just too good not to. Cincinnati's the only team that I think can dethrone Kansas City. I'll take Cincinnati over Green Bay, but I think Jordan Love and that Packers team are prime this year.
What do you find folks got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking as we continue the broadcast party here. Buffalo Wild Wings and Lemon. We have a mini helmet, 2 hats, a jersey, and some fair tickets to give away. Plus, you can get entered to win some Cowboy tickets from Buffalo Wild Wings. Coming up at 2:20, we have our G-Bag NFL Survivor, where we're all tasked with picking a game.
Oh, very nice.
And if we're wrong, we will have a bet payoff next week. So
I don't wish ill will to any of y'all, but those bet payoffs are spectacular. So
we understand that.
I might be rooting against you just a little bit.
We're willing to do it. We're willing to sacrifice for the community.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation, or come out here to Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon to see the broadcast. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back on Monday to talk all things Cowboys and Browns. We got Richard Sherman. We got Stephen Jones. It's going to be a packed show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon in Dallas, and we'd love to see you. Salute to the KMC Masterpiece. They've been hosting a heck of a party here over the last 4 hours. They're on their way into the weekend. We're giving away a Cowboys mini helmet, 2 hats, a jersey, some fair tickets, and Buffalo Wild Wings is getting you entered to win a pair of tickets to a Cowboys game as we sit here on a proper Football Friday. Welcome into you. General at your service at Easters, Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. Of course, you got Lucius Alexander about 1.5 miles east of us right now in the Pimp Cup at Master Control there at 75 and Fitzhugh. He is ready for 4.5 hours of flawless radio producing, engineering, and hosting. You got the Nosebleed Brothers, Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and your remote engineer for the day is the Champ Ramon. So let's lock in here, boys. Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. James Slater live from Brazil at 4 o'clock. Eric Nadell 5:20, and then after that, Kenny and Quinlan's What You Drinking, What You Thinking. Get your rock and roll tequila flowing right now. Set a reminder on your smartphone if you need to. But yeah, as we do every Football Friday, of course, we have our G-Bag Survivor picks coming up at 2:20. I got a couple of games circled, some real strong favorites. Which one will be picked? But we open every Friday during the football season with a prediction on your Cowboys, guys. And I got them winning 24-17, higher or lower, Wolchuk.
I like that. I'm going to go a little bit lower. I think this will be an ugly football game. 2 really good defenses, but Dak Prescott is much better than Deshaun Watson. I think they find a way to make a couple of plays to Jake Ferguson. I think is going to be the difference maker for your Dallas Cowboys offensively in this one. So give me the Cowboys 20-16 in an ugly one.
Yeah, it's a weird place to be because I'm super confident the Cowboys are going to have a successful regular season, and at the same time, more cynical than maybe any team in the entire league that they can't win in the playoffs, even if they get there, which I am picking them to get there. You know, I got them in 11 wins. I got them winning this opening week against a tough Cleveland defense. But, yeah, just how things have fallen apart for Deshaun Watson since leaving Houston, I think it's one of the most interesting stories in all of pro sports. But you know, this will not be my survivor pick. I don't have that level of confidence in it because, you know, I got to tell you, I'm coming in really nervous this season, Chief. Last year was the most painful bet payoff season of my life with the raw steak, with the pound of cheese slices.
Oh.
You know,
I forgot about the Bangkok burger.
Oh,
I totally forgot about that.
That was painful.
Disgusting. That was a Burger King disaster.
It was.
But that's
lingered into the weekend.
Now you kind of got to get a little bit of taste because year 1 of Survivor, you kind of went on one hell of a run. I think you were you had 2 payoffs all season. So you were down to, you were bound to regress to the mean a little bit last year.
Yeah.
So, but I know you've been in the lab all off season and you've tweaked some things, you've adjusted, and I'm looking forward to seeing how you perform this year.
I think I paid off 6 or 7 times last year. It became comical of what could transpire in the fourth quarter to force a bet payoff. We know our program director, Gavin Spittle, has a sick mind, and he is working on some of the most embarrassing and thrilling bet payoffs that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, that's never a good situation. And then all of a sudden then you get the Tolos chime in with some stuff, and then that gets some steam.
Or Lucia says something about pickled pig feet on the air.
And
then
it's
crap,
just
I guess
not
we have
good.
to make that a payoff.
I'm not making any bold claims about my palate's ability to take in less than ideal food.
It's been a humbling couple of years.
Yeah.
It really has. I mean, I don't think I'll ever get a wax again.
Your skin still hasn't recovered.
How about that Philadelphia morning news guy or whatever?
My God, he got a Brazilian?
He was getting Brazilianed on the air in honor of Filthy's kickoff in Brazil tonight. He was getting a Brazilian wax on local morning news television in Filthy. Is that not incredible?
What does this world come to?
I was like, I was very, very impressed with the guy.
Gotta love local news.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guy who's willing to risk it all and lay it all on the line. I mean, hashtag, what are you doing to help your team? He seems to be committed as anybody.
Would you be willing to do that, Wolchuk, for bet payoff? A live Brazilian during the show?
I just said no
for the
relaxing.
Cowboys.
I just
for
said
the Cowboys.
But for you guys, for the Tolos, and for the nation, there's pretty much anything that I would do. Yeah,
And
so I'd do it. Why not?
This is a much different part of the body, too, that you'll have to, much less surface area.
Different kind of skin.
Have more sensitive skin, maybe. But the wife could appreciate that, actually.
If she's going to green light something like that, I mean, who would you be to deny the Tolos that kind
Damn
of
right.
enjoyment?
I like the silver lining you're already putting on this.
I'm trying to, you know me, I'm always trying to spin it into a positive if I can.
Hey, I'm going with the Cowboys as well, Dawson. I like the 17-13 game. I like the 2016. I'm not going to copy Wolchuk, but that feels like a nice, 2016 feels nice. I like the under. I'm still a little bit surprised at the line with the Cowboys being 2.5-point dogs here. Are you concerned about rookie left tackle, rookie center in a road environment versus a defense like that? No question about it. And that's where this game can get wonky on you. But I have no faith in Deshaun Watson, and I think he's the type of guy that will end up losing the game for his football team.
I have faith that Dak can play under pressure if that does happen.
Oh, yeah.
But,
But just in terms of communications,
No, you're right.
We saw the way the offense traveled to Buffalo last year against a good defense on the road when you thought everything was clicking offensively, and you can just tell communications. That's why we asked Brian Schottenheimer about it at camp this year, like how different it is to perform your offense the way you want to do it on the road as compared to at home. They were so good at home last year. They start doing all these motions. You see it with Miami as well a little bit. A team who does a ton of motions. They go on the road, it's a little bit different, especially versus an awesome defense.
We could easily be here on Monday, Brian, talking about, wow, this was easy to predict. Tyler Guyton hold.
Yeah.
Got Dak sacked 3 times.
Sure.
Cowboys only scored 12 points. Something crazy.
Yeah, it's funny. We when the schedule came out, we did the win-loss thing, and we all thought this was as a show, we thought this was a loss. But then you look at what's happened to the Browns as from that point to where we are today. The questions with the offensive lines, the questions with the quarterback for sure. No running game with Chubb. Their defense really is their calling card right now. I like Dallas in this one 26-16 myself. And I feel like you've got the better quarterback. You've got the better offensive line. It's just going to be a matter of how – and it's not as just like, oh, you got to have balance. You got to be able to run. But Dak Prescott against teams that play pressure defense, he thrives in that. And so we will, we'll see as the season starts. But I think Dallas is a better team. And with all the things that the Browns are dealing with right now, makes Dallas to me a better team. And so I'm pretty excited to see how this one plays out. And I think they're going to have a good plan for that front seven with the Browns.
Yeah, I think you nailed it with the offensive line, right? That was my fear when we first got this is Cleveland can run the football so well, even without Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Jerome Ford is also a guy that's a weapon out of the backfield, can catch the ball as well. But now you're dealing with, you don't have Jedrick Wills, Conklin's banged up. They're talking about maybe doing a rotation at left tackle. And I think we're feeling much better than we did prior to training camp about the Cowboys' ability as a run defense now.
Oh, for sure, yes. That's a big reason I think that, the era is pointing up with this Cowboys team compared to maybe when we looked at this Browns game. Browns down, Cowboys got a lot of great answers at, various positions throughout camp, and they're coming in other than a couple of defensive role players healthy. Isaiah Likely clearly out of bounds, right? Impressed with the player, by the way.
Oh yeah,
he's a good young receiver.
Yeah, dang right he is. A lot of fantasy nightmares last night, and a lot of people that had Isaiah Likely that they drafted late in the draft and had him maybe on their bench. They're like, holy smokes, this might be the late round gem that I wasn't expecting to have here. He was out of this world fantastic, and it was a great catch. What an epic play at the end of the game, but he was clearly out of bounds. And that's the way it goes. But what an awesome start to the football season, man. That was a freaking fantastic game.
Huge moments. I'm just so impressed with Kansas City. All the little details right. I love that it was Patrick Mahomes pushing the pile forward on the Pacheco touchdown.
Yes, dude.
You just watched him struggle like, well, hell with this. Boom.
Yeah, Mahomes was throwing his body in there. It was awesome. I mean, I will say early on, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, we've got another ref show going on here.
No doubt.
Stuff with the
No
illegal
doubt.
formation, like they're showing Ronnie Stanley in the replay. I'm thinking, is he lined off? I mean, we saw this with Jawan Taylor on the opposite side with Kansas City, and then the whole thing was Spags running down the field calling a timeout.
Right.
And then there's no punishment for the Chiefs. There's already a lot of speculation that the Chiefs get the benefit of a lot of calls from the Zebras. Last night didn't help with that for the NFL.
Yeah, Sean Hockley in mid-season form already in week 1. But, yeah, this is what the things you have to – those are two really good football teams. Though,
Really
last
good.
night. I mean, if you're the Ravens, you're walking out of there thinking like, gosh, we might have let one get away here. But, the fact that their quarterback looks healthy, the way he's moving around – the way that they came back in that game, a lot of positives to take from it. Yeah, losing sucks, but those are two teams right there you're going to have to deal with in the AFC for sure.
Dude, but I would be scared if I was a Baltimore fan because you know that.
Well, you're going to see them in week 3 here.
Yeah.
Get ready for that. Yeah.
Against 95% of the other teams in the NFL, Baltimore wins last night. When you have a quarterback running like that, 120 yards, running it as much as he was doing it, I mean, you're kind of like that's a game that teams win. And if you're Baltimore, you're thinking we unleash Lamar Jackson, I mean, at least with his legs. Through the air, it's just behind the line of scrimmage passes. It's like it was just a ton of get it to Zay Flowers at the line of scrimmage and hope he can make a play. It was like all game. It was like less than 1 air yard per attempt for the majority of that game.
Yeah, that was.
But your quarterback is running at an extremely high rate. If you were just watching the game, you'd be like, this must be the playoffs because he is running. He's running all over. He's having no problem taking shots. I'm like, that's a game you have to win right there, dude. And I don't know how Lamar lasts playing like that.
Yeah, it was one of those things where, and Lamar even said it in the offseason. He said, like, he had a comment about Bleep passing the football.
Yeah.
Last 2 plays there, and he almost had it, right? The touchdown to Likely if he gets his feet down. But almost just take off and run. I want you to go full Vince Young against USC in that situation. That's your superpower, is your legs. Go ahead and just take off and make the defense stop you.
I think that's got to be an attractive option every time he steps back. It's got to be in the back of his mind on that ball that went to Likely. He actually put his eyes down, tucked the ball, and ran backwards, and then was like, oh, the pocket's back open, so he runs to the top of the pocket again and then throws it. And I'm thinking, man, that's very athletic and kind of impressive, but it was totally wheels off. If you are a pocket quarterback that keeps your eyes downfield while your feet move, maybe you see Likely a quarter second earlier and you throw a more accurate pass.
Yeah, it's funny because I was doing some driving around a little bit, and I was listening to Kurt Warner talk about the game itself, and he was almost like he was saying that, with Jackson, he's moving his head, he's looking, but he's just waiting for things to break down in the pocket so he can run.
Right.
He's just like, it's not like he's reading, he's really just waiting for the opportunity to run. And so I thought that was pretty, because sometimes you see these quarterbacks and they're moving, their head's moving, and look at him, he's reading. He's not this guy. This guy's looking like, okay, this edge is going to come too far up the field. We're going to pin this. We're going to pin this linebacker. We're going to pin this tackle, and here I go for a 15 to 18 yard gain.
I think and speaking of those, that run that the tackle Kansas City makes on 3rd down with like 7 minutes to go. Yeah. It's like, is Lamar going to go ahead and put a touchdown here? And now all you need is the field goal for the tie, but they make him kick the field goal there. I think the defense from Kansas City is such a huge part of it. Yeah. Is it Spagnuolo? I think so, because it's when he arrived that they made that great ascension up to the favorite every year, and I don't know how you could feel any other way after last night.
He's a big game play caller. He's got a feel for that right call at the right time. Now he's got some great players.
Man.
He's got secondary guys. He's got a defensive line, but his ability to call the defense just at the right time at that point in time in a game, I think is very rare.
Rangers win again, 3-1. They're now 7.5 back of Houston, which is bleeding out. Could this be the greatest 3 weeks in the history of the Silver Boot? Could be. Got to make up just 2.5 games a week here. And I think, that's something you can see happening, especially if Adolis Garcia is going to continue to be a hero.
Player of the game last night.
On a little bit of a heater right now.
Yeah.
Average up to 222. They've been so hurt. Seager is out. Scherzer is out, Malley is out, John Gray is out. It's fun. At least they're giving you so you're saying there's a chance, a baseball moment. It's going to be Garabito on the hill tonight, the 29-year-old rookie posting some solid numbers in 11 appearances this season. Okay, which NFL team would you say is the lock of the week to win? The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open. It's time for some G-Bag Survivor, live from Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon in Dallas. Come say hi. Get you something cold to drink, some delicious food. Eric Chiafalo is going to do a wing challenge. He's going to see how many Buffalo Wild Wings wings he can eat.
Got to get those things ordered. What flavor? Do you guys, is there anything? I think I'm just going to go with a traditional kind of,
traditional,
just like a Buffalo
I mean,
situation.
personally, I think Asian Zing is their best flavor here. But you go
tremendous. I don't want to. How much zing is in that zing?
It can be pretty zing.
I don't want to get zinged up.
You can get zinged.
I'd go original.
I'm looking for some speed here.
Go original.
I go original and just go for the speed. Yeah.
Now, if you're going speed, do you want sauced or dry rub?
I think you want sauced. I think you want a little lubrication there. That's why Joey Jaws is always dipping it into the water.
Yeah.
You start drying out. God help you if you got a little lemon pepper in there and then you breathe wrong. Now you got lemon pepper, ridiculous lemon pepper drops in your throat or something.
Joking.
Yeah, like that's what I'm not wanting to do. So I'll go with like a Buffalo Mild and we'll tear this thing up.
The Wing Challenge scouting report from Chiafalo there. G-Bag of the day coming up in 14 minutes. Coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation, NFL Survivor on the Fan.
Commercial free.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Welcome back, Nation. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas on Lemon. And if you swing on by, we're giving away Cowboys goodies. We have some hats, mini helmets, T-shirts, and we'll be drawing for those throughout the day, as well as you can enter to win Cowboys tickets from Buffalo Wild Wings. They got an enter to win here for you. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Bet payoffs, the slate is clean every week at this time, Friday, 2:20. We got to pick a game. If we're wrong, we owe you a bet payoff for your listening and viewing enjoyment every Friday. Here in the G-Bag Nation, the bet payoffs can begin right here in this same segment. This is the way I see it, guys. Bengals are an 8.5 at-home favorite against New England. That's just bad value. I don't need to, blow out Cincinnati right now against New England. Although, if you wanted to make sure you get off on the right track, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Bills 6.5 at home against Arizona. That one is interesting. I'm just a little bit nervous about Buffalo's momentum coming into this season.
Yeah.
Seahawks 6-point home favorite against Denver. Whew. Okay. Are the Broncos that bad with
I don't. The Denver's one where it's like I'm going to stay away from that game week one. We got to see what Bo Nix looks like. He's had a really good preseason.
Yeah.
Maybe he does end up being a bag of ass, like I thought when I watched him play.
Yeah, sure.
But I could be eating crow on that. And shout out to Sean Payton and Bo Nix and everyone at Oregon for fixing that man. If that's
Dan
what happened.
Lanning up there in Oregon, yeah.
Rookie quarterback first start.
In Seattle.
Very intriguing play, though.
And Seattle's a really talented roster.
Borderline playoff team.
Yeah. They're right on the fringe there.
Now, they got the rookie head coach, so you sometimes you're like, week one, do you want to go with, like, continuity somewhere, or do you like the idea of, hey, you have a new coach, new era, fresh start, we're going to win one for our guy, we're starting this era off nicely.
Yeah.
1-0. But at home with a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix, I don't know if I wouldn't be taking Seattle with the 6.5 point or whatever. But I will go with Seattle as my survivor pick.
Chief is on the board with the Squawks.
The Hawks.
That crowd's going to have a chip on their shoulder, dude. When they see a rookie come in, they smell blood in the water.
Yeah.
And you know what Seahawks do when they smell blood in the water.
You also have the Lions 4.5 point
Wait
favorites.
a minute. Can we circle back real quick? What do Seahawks do when they smell blood in the water?
Broadus, the Seahawks are going to be wearing their throwbacks as well.
Oh, they're 1970s throwbacks?
Then that's a guaranteed dub.
I'm like, they're not losing in those.
Okay,
So,
all right.
Steve Largent's?
Yeah.
That's
what Seahawks do. When they smell blood in the water, they put the throwbacks on, and they tear you up.
I appreciate you kind of leading me down that path. Thank you, though. Yeah, good.
I thought usually when a seagull or a seahawk smells blood in the water, they're dead.
They're dead. They're usually the one that are the bloody mess.
They are the blood. It's bad
Not
news.
this time. Not when Bo Nix is in town.
Like that one piece of video on Shark Week where the great white's coming out of the water and the seagull's like trying to take off and get away from them. It's epic. Lions 4.5 at home against the Rams. I do like Detroit as maybe a threat against San Francisco, but that's a big spread. I definitely would not be giving up 4.5. I think the Rams are one of those teams you got to look out for this year, Brian. How do you see that game?
Yeah, I tell you what, though. I mean, seeing the Rams a couple of different times, I like what they've got with some of their skill guys. Get Puka Nacua going in that game. I can see that having another
Kyron Williams healthy.
Yeah, but the offensive line will be the question because the Cowboys' first defense did a pretty good number on that Ram, but they've got a lot of skill guys. That's a tough team to deal with. But man, the Lions, man, that might be your Super Bowl team right there.
Might be.
I
think both those teams are they're definitely playoff teams. I've got them both as division winners this year, Rams and Lions.
Among your other significant favorites, San Francisco 4.5 at home against the Jets. I feel very good about San Francisco winning that game. I don't know if I want to use them against a quality opponent like the Jets, though, where crazy things could happen. It's early. I know New York's a talented team. I'm going to go with the Saints. They're 4-point favorites at home against Carolina. I think that's a pretty good New Orleans football team and probably still a really bad Carolina team. So I think this one burned me last year, New Orleans against Carolina. I'm coming back from my revenge game, and I expect to be victorious on Monday with redemption.
See, I wanted to stay away from this. I thought about it too, but
Week one revenge game.
I'm pulling for Carolina because that's one of the two teams that Derek Carr needs losses against to be able to go through the entire NFL, having lost to every team.
All 32, baby.
So he's got 2 shots against Carolina this year, but that's probably a good bet week one with that Panthers team.
Who are you going with, Wolchuk?
I think I'm going to take the Bengals. I'm going to take the Bengals at home against the Patriots. And this one's actually more about New England than it is about Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I just think New England is that bad, and you've got a rookie quarterback in Drake May. T. Higgins doubtful right now for that game. Jamar Chase is going to play despite no contract, and Burrow is healthy. I think the Bengals, look, 8.5.
At least for the first half of the game.
It's a big spread. Yeah, I'll just take Cincinnati at home to be able to beat a bad Patriot team.
Yeah, I took Cincinnati too. Dawson opened this segment kind of trying to talk me off the ledge with, I wouldn't burn Cincinnati now.
No.
New England's like, there's going to be a plan this year. There's going to be two teams. I'm just going to give it to you right now, boys, showing all my cards. Anybody that's playing the Giants or anybody that's playing the Patriots.
It's a good bet.
That's kind of who I'm looking at right now. I think these teams are going. These two teams are battling for the first overall pick.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm looking at some of these betting nuggets that ESPN's got, and it's making this pick feel disgusting for me. Like in the past 25 seasons, teams that are over a touchdown favorite in week 1 are 20-36. Apparently the Bengals are 1-7
against the spread.
Against the spread, yes.
Okay.
And apparently the Bengals are 1-7 in the first 2 weeks of the season, which is tied with the Vikings for the worst record in the league.
Don't let that bother you. We'll check. We got this thing locked up.
Dude, I'll tell you what, though. I'm taking a page out of Broadus' book for fantasy when it comes to the Giants and the Patriots. I'm streaming defenses. I got the Vikings defense week 1.
Yeah.
Why? Because they're playing Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
That's why.
Brilliant. Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase, by the way, said he'll be a game-time decision for Sunday's season opener against the Patriots. What he calls an aggravating contract dispute. Broke his silence today, said he would be willing to play this season if the two sides cannot agree to an extension. But whether he steps on the new turf at Paycor Stadium on Sunday will be up to him. It's my decision.
I think he was being a little tongue-in-cheek when he said this particular quote about Justin Jefferson. They asked him about wanting one more penny than Justin Jefferson, and he's quoted as saying, if I want to beat Justin Jefferson, I'm going to beat the S out of Justin, not by a penny, brother.
Okay.
That was the response.
Wow.
So I'm
Not just a penny.
I couldn't tell. I'm like, he's kind of being tongue-in-cheek here. I don't know how dead serious he is, but it was one hell of a quote.
Who puts off the best wide receiver classic energy in the NFL right now? It's got to be Chase, Tyreek, and CeeDee, right?
Yeah.
CeeDee's like quiet, half diva. Jamar Chase is like the full-on entertainer, and then Tyreek is wild card, who's just saying amazing
Tyreek
stuff.
says awesome stuff.
Yeah. And Stephon Diggs personifies a lot of that as well. And I know he's coming in with a big chip on the shoulder this season.
It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup on a Friday. We're Lucius. How's your G-Bag of the day?
Yeah. Hold on, sending this text off right quick. Yeah. Man, HOA, bro, I'll tell you what, man. HOA texted me about some plants. Bro, he texted me about some plants, bro.
Flower?
Yes, plants like that you have on the balcony to make it look good and everything.
I was thinking other things. Flowers.
Nah. These are real life plants that you get at Lisa's nursery or something like that.
Under the LED lights?
Huh? The ones under the LED lights in the closet? Yeah, no, not those.
I was thinking maybe that's what was going on. Okay.
No. Those are the special plans. Yeah, they texted me about some plans. HOA is so phony, bro. All right, let's see here. Our winner right here is Sandler and Gavin Dawson with this controversial clip right here. Sandler called into G-Bag Nation with some heat, some smoke.
Oh, we got Jared.
I think he got a little
Jared.
smoke.
Oh, he wants to get
some
spicy.
smoke with Dawson, yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. True, wait, so this is true or far true? Jared's here. True or far might be the 6th or 7th wild card team as Jared Sandler joins us now to protect his guy Jack Leiter, who I have been corrected was good yesterday, giving up 1 run per inning pitch. Jared, good afternoon. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I was listening because I love you guys. And Dawson, I heard you the other day when you were very passive aggressive with Broadus. I know how you can be. I heard the drive-by shot there. That's cool. I was just trying to help you via text, not sound like a total.
Okay, so you say you're trying to help me via text, Jared. This is not how you address somebody via text in the middle of a segment. Be honest. Did you watch the game? Suggesting that I was dishonest, that's where you got sideways with me, Jared, just so you know.
But did you watch the game?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I saw his numbers. I saw his numbers.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I was just trying to help you out because if you watch the game, then it would be a different approach.
Be honest.
Be honest.
Be honest.
Clearly, if you watch the game, you'd agree with the smartest baseball man in the world.
Oh, well, okay. Look, you still going.
That's why I love having Jared on every night at 6. Just make me a little baseball smarter.
Here's how that conversation ended right here, folks.
Is even one of the top Rangers prospects anymore as the number 2 overall pick? I guess that's my bad for having expectations too high on a guy.
No, Gavin, you're spinning this because you don't know how else to combat me other than by playing I guess it's my bad. You're not listening to anything I'm saying, though.
Okay, that's the second insult you've given me in the last 30 minutes.
I get it. I understand.
There it is.
I get it. I understand. Yo, that was slick. I'm just now hearing that right there. That was slick. You don't have anything to combat me, but I get it. I understand. Wow.
Everywhere I go, as soon as I walk into the room, people look at me and they go, "Oh, man, I heard how Jared did you the other day.
Yeah.
Put you in a body bag."
Yeah.
I was like, I know.
It's like seeing a ghost in real life right now.
Yeah. I show up at soccer practice, they're like, "Hey, you doing okay?"
Yeah.
Jared kind of tore your ass up.
The funny thing is, I think Jared is doing worse.
Yeah.
Jared's like texting me, I just want this to go away.
Got him.
He's feeling bad. I don't know. He hates confrontation, but then he brings it on everyone.
Yeah, he does it.
He hates how much he loves it.
I've been psyoping it pretty good. Trying to put him in his personal hell.
Yo, HOA. And then, like, when they see you, it's all, hi, hello. Meanwhile, you taxing me? Like, why don't you just tell me right then and there you didn't like what was going on my balcony that I had popping off for 5 years right now? It's 5 years. You just now seeing this?
That HOA leadership structure, it's like a magnet for the most like controlling like people that can't mind their own business in the entire neighborhood. They get in charge. And then they're like, "Oh, this is so great. I get power. I can go mess with people about something in their yard." They love it, right?
When they see you, it's just all teeth. When they see you, you can see the back of their mouth. Just, hi, hello.
And if you're not nice to them, they can like legit get you foreclosed on.
Yeah,
they do have power. Yeah.
Too legit.
If you don't do what they say, next thing you know, there's an auction in front of your house. Happy Gilmore style.
Estate sale.
Let's go to the Yes Network. My man Michael K.
Oh, Michael K.
I love Michael K. He gets angry all the time. Shout out to Peter Rosenberg on that show, too, as well. And shout out to Carter for sending me this because he knows I love Michael K. Michael K. has been accused of gaslighting, so he defends himself.
So there's this guy, J-Rock, on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, love J-Rock.
So he's advocating for people to be fired. He goes, not just Boone. Yankees need to fire Cashman and everyone at the Yes Network who's been gaslighting the fans into believing all this BS. Michael K. is the #1 at gaslighting Yankee fans. J-Rock, come get me. Get me fired. Get me fired. Me, the big gaslighter. Get me fired. Well, are you such a simpleton that you allow yourself to be gaslit? I'm not gaslighting anybody. I speak the truth. Nobody tells me what to say. You think the Yankees like that I'm ripping Alex Verdugo right now? Go away, little boy. You're annoying.
Whoa.
They're gaslighting fans. No, because you guys have something in your mind, and we're speaking our truths, and you don't like it. Worry about gaslighting in politics. Don't worry about gaslighting at the Yes Network. We don't do any gaslighting. We tell the truth. Nobody tells us what to say. Gaslighting. What a fool. Silly little boy. Silly little boy.
I've never heard this from you, silly little boy.
Let's fire Michael because he's the #1 guy gaslighting Yankee fans. Oh, I'm gaslighting you.
Golly, I like this guy Michael K. The more I hear from him,
he's easily triggered.
I didn't like his play-by-play that much, but his talk show's pretty good.
Yeah, he wears all his emotions right there on his sleeve, and I love it. It's great for a radio show. He's so upset. Let's see what else we got. Did Ed and you fellas compete in talent shows when you were in like elementary, junior high school?
Never.
No.
Yeah,
never.
elementary. I had to
Never.
do that.
No talent.
No, I'm sorry. What'd you do, Will Chuck?
Dude, I can't even remember. It was some kind of song. It was like a group thing.
Whoa. Okay.
Lucius, they created.
It wasn't like that. We were in elementary school.
Yeah.
How old were you?
It was like 5th grade.
Oh, 5th grade. Okay.
They created a special study hall for the non-talented people, in my school. Like they said, you 6 people are going to have study hall while we have choir practice.
Yeah.
They
send
did.
your ass to home ec.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Teach you how
saying.
to make your bed.
Yeah, they send you somewhere where they you have no talent, so You need to go have study hall over here.
Copy chapter 3 right here on this notebook paper.
Exactly.
While we have fun over here.
Exactly.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Yeah, exactly. We're singing Yankee Doodle Dandy over here, and you other people, they're doing something else.
You know how university alumni go back and they like get their name on buildings and stuff? You should get your name on that classroom. You
should.
You know, the dumbass class.
I am. It was a dumbass
Brian
class.
Broaddus' dumbass
It
class.
was. It's like, listen, no talent dumbass. And that's where they sent me.
Here's where Brian is.
And I knew it, and I accepted it. I did. I'm like,
snap that football.
Well, you learned that in self-awareness class.
I did. I'm like, hey, listen, I'm a not very talented dumbass.
Sorry
So
to
here
hear
we
that,
go.
bro.
Not very talented.
I would get sent to the room where you'd write sentences, or you'd
on the board.
Did you ever? No, on paper.
Oh,
you'd
no.
have to write like, "I will not interrupt class. I will not interrupt."
No,
class,
they
like
just
500
sent me
times.
out. They just sent me. You're gone.
Yeah, I got sent to the hallway a few times.
Yeah, they kicked me
You
out.
think about what you did.
Well, this young gentleman right here, little kid, he's going to be a legend in his school forever. His talent show, he makes bird sounds. That's all he does, just make bird sounds. But he killed. He crushed.
Everyone, please hold your applause until after my performance, please. So anyway, this is a Canadian goose.
Pretty good. Canadian goose.
Broaddus has PTSD.
Yeah.
With the
This
goose.
is a bald eagle.
Wow.
This is an American robin.
It's a robin, huh?
Yeah. Rockin' Robin.
Boop, beep, boop. Rockin' robin.
This is a northern cardinal.
Do that.
Kids are losing their mind in there.
They are
Yeah.
losing it.
That's cool.
This is a Mississippi cat sound. Just to let you know, this is a high-pitched noise.
Cheers. Hey, well done.
So for today, DVD.
Be back next year.
Well
There
done,
goes.
sir. Well done.
Well done.
Little kid becomes a talent show Insta legend there at the talent show. Is it him? Is it the Yes Network, Michael K versus J-Rock? Or is it two looking for three, Sandler and Dawson there on Tuesday? Okay, I'm going to go with that brilliant Michael K rant.
Somebody said, watch that kid. He's creepy.
Yeah, there's some. He's definitely spending a lot of alone time.
He could probably have his own
He's standing in the woods by
Watching
himself.
documentaries.
his own little app for like nature sounds and stuff. This
Chief.
kid's going places. Yeah, I'm going with the champion.
Okay. Lucius?
The champ is him.
Brian?
Bird boy.
Bird boy.
What do you say, Woolchuck?
I guess I'll go with the champ.
By a score of 3-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion at Sandler's takedown of Dawson managed to win an argument, even though he was dead balls on wrong. You know, you got to handle him. Very talented broadcaster. We have 2024 quarterbacks under the most pressure. Isn't that right, Woolchuck?
Yeah, I'll mix that in, and then maybe we can do some biggest L, biggest dub. So I'll kick that off while Eric does his wing challenge. Then you can take the baton and finish off with biggest L, biggest dub. How about that?
Let's hope I get a dub.
All right, that's next in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
In Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings, where a tray of wings has just been delivered to Eric Chiafalo. He's going to see how many he can scarf in 3 minutes. You do have Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. Time now, though, for Zach Wolchuk here he is, Zach.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. We'll do a little biggest L, biggest dub here as soon as Eric has done this wing challenge. So text in where you've taken some personal victories, where you've taken some L's along the way. But as we do this, Eric, I'm going to get into the quarterbacks under the most pressure. You can combo platter this on the text line, 877-881-1053. Your big L's, your dubs, and then also the quarterback under the most pressure. But here's what I'm going to do.
I feel like I got a little pressure. You know?
I think you.
I mean, Joey Chestnut.
You're sweating right now.
38 wings in 3 minutes for the greatest American eater of all time.
And 15 is kind of what you're trying to get to?
15, I think I'm going to come out here feeling good. If I get to 15 in 3 minutes, I'm going to feel really, really good about it. The bare minimum is obviously hitting double digits. The South Carolina Gamecock, who was very impressive a couple of weeks ago, did 20 in 3 minutes. So that's just a little context here, but I'm going to leave it all on the field. I am a little bit nervous, but I think once I get that first wing in my mouth, I will lock in, and then I'll feel right at home.
I think you're about to get a big dub here. And come on out. We're off Lemon here in Dallas, Buffalo Wild Wings, and you can see Eric scarf this down as well on the YouTube and the Twitch if you want to watch that. So I'm going to set the timer on here, Eric. We've got 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. All right, timer's going. Eric's got the first wing down. While he does that, Deshaun Watson, according to CBS Sports, is the quarterback that is under the most pressure coming into this season. And I think that that's pretty accurate. They've got Deshaun Watson at 1. They've got Aaron Rodgers at 2.
I could see that. Yeah, everybody's saying he's washed up.
Russell Wilson at 3.
Oh, I think the pressure's already off of him.
He's
just
done.
not good.
He's done, yeah.
How about the rookie Bryce Young?
I'd say there's some pressure on him.
Is his like career maybe on the line here already in year 2?
Yeah, this is a situation, too, because you got a new head coach that's kind of an offensive guru guy, with
guru. I like the way you said that. The guru guy.
If he doesn't function well under this guy, he's probably not going to function well at all.
I like this strategy. Eric, did you go all flats? You did go all flats.
Wasn't Guru in the Minions? Yes,
Guru,
and he's tearing them up.
Yeah. He is, and he's actually going back to some of the bones that he's thrown on the side just to make sure.
90% the rule. I think those are 90% clear for
I'd
sure.
say that
I will
too.
say we got a little bit of chicken here that we need to clean up there. Anthony Richardson at number 5. Really, for him, I just think it's stay healthy. Same thing with Will Levis. We had a lot of these second-year guys. But to me, Daniel Jones is on this list. Tua and Trevor Lawrence are also on this list. Look, Tua and Trevor just got paid.
If Dak Prescott were to get paid, would he go to the top of that list?
See, I think Dak should be on this. I think Dak and Kyler Murray are two guys that should be very, very high on this list. I agree with Deshaun Watson.
90 seconds down. Looks like
Jury's
Chiefs
out.
and seven wings, maybe 8 wings Dunsky
He's
and
doing a really
spoken
good job.
for. And the pace is increasing as the time allotted. This is, him now entering, I think, really the wheelhouse.
Yeah, I think he's really kind of finding his rhythm here. And then afterwards, Brian, if you want to come over and do kind of a cleanliness bone check.
No, I think Dawson's on it because
he averaging a wing about every 12 seconds at this point.
He knows the rules on this, and
we're
he's
2
spinning
minutes
it.
down.
I like what he's doing. He's spinning that thing.
2 minutes down, so we're in the home stretch here. Home stretch, final 55 seconds. 2-1-4, biggest dub. I get to coach my son's football team again as we head into our first game tomorrow. Let's go, Quinlan Panthers. Get that dub. Shout out to Quinlan, baby.
Quinlan, there you go.
Absolutely. 817.
Better have Landon and Maxon on that team if you want to win.
And Landon and Maxon. 817, David from Midlothian. Biggest L. My prize picks parlay was taken out by a toe in the Ravens Chiefs. That's a bummer. I've had
welcome to gambling.
Had some bad luck with my prize picks parlays lately as well. But hey, the good news is you can go ahead and win that back tonight with the Eagles and Packers game. Biggest dub. Me and the family are leaving this Tuesday to go to Lambeau Field and watch your Packers lose to his Colts.
There you go.
That's a bucket list game. Okay, here we are. About to be in the final 10 seconds. Home stretch here. And honestly, you've hit the 15. I think you've done this.
I think that's 14.
You've got one more left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang. All right, there it is. There it is. Wings are down. You've got 5 left, so 15. I think he hit 15.
He nailed it. He nailed his goal.
That's impressive.
Chief not only dominated.
Good stop.
He knew his number.
15 wings in 3 minutes for Eric Chiafalo. Let's go. Gets a big round of applause here
Thank you.
at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas
awesome.
off Lemon. Come on out. Party with us here. We're here till 6:30. We've also got Cowboy tickets. We're going to be giving away courtesy of Miller Lite. You can sign up for those as soon as you walk in. The sign up is by the front door. Eric, how the hell are you feeling?
Wow, I feel fantastic. These wings are so good. I'm like, I don't want to stop. I wish this could have been a 5-minute challenge or something like that. Just fantastic. Definitely got better. I heard Dawson saying like started getting the zone a little bit.
Yeah.
The first half, it was like, are we coming out a little bit sluggish? I don't know. But then once you get in the rhythm and you really start getting in between there, because that's where you start leaving, all of a sudden you're spending extra seconds on a wing that you should have already just dealt with, thrown away, and moved on. So, but like you said, you get going and then you build confidence in yourself and you start tearing it up.
Looked like you figured it out with the fingers how you wanted to get in there between those bones and kind of squeeze that meat out so you could, get it down in one bite.
100%. Broadest with the 360 acknowledgement. How to get the little twist in there.
We got Tolo Chris out here. Tolo Chris was on it too.
Yeah, split. Get a little split going. Yeah. No, I think I'm definitely going to run this back at some point. Okay. Hopefully we go to Buffalo Wild Wings again very soon.
I think you could get to 20.
I think I could get to 20 as well.
Do it.
Same way I think you could get to 12 or 13 dogs. On the dog challenge. I really do.
Put the pressure on, boys. Putting the pressure on.
That was fun, dude. That was a lot of fun. I love chicken wings from B-Dubs.
I can tell. You loved it. That was awesome. All right.
And the fact that he's still eating even after the challenge.
Yeah, he's like, bleep it. I don't care about. You keep reading the text. I'm going to finish these last 5. You just enjoy those.
These are awesome.
682, Biggest Dell. Found out I'm pre-diabetic. Biggest Dub, I'm clean from drugs and alcohol for 54 days. That's Kevin from Alvarado.
He's done it on that path to sobriety.
That's awesome. Yeah. And you're getting a lot of love on the text, man. 214 said Chi-Chi has a mouth made for prison. You're a true eater.
Yeah.
Or
he's not the first person.
He might be one of the 3 that I take for the the eating challenge.
Your 3 best.
3 best. Yeah.
Shout out to the 678 Big Dub. Got a promotion and a $30K raise. Secured the bag. There you go. That's awesome. Congratulations to you.
We're going to a higher tax bracket.
Hey, biggest dub of the week, though, I think, is Mavericks fans with the TV situation. Are you kidding me? Channel 8 stepping up to the plate, Troy Aikman style, saying, hey, put the team on my back, put the city on my back, put the fan base on my back. That was
missed that,
awesome.
big news, big dub. Mavs have a multi-year deal with TEGNA that they announced this morning that games will exclusively be on their station, and 15 of them will at least be on Channel 8 as well. So I guess they said 10 million more people have access to this than they did Bally. So this is fantastic. You get to watch your team for free. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing for Mavericks fans today. Big time dub.
Maybe we can find some more time for L's and Dubs a little bit later on in the show. It's the Nation live at Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon. We have Cowboys merch to give away. You can enter to win Cowboy tickets if you join us and have some delicious food and beverage. B-Dubs. Okay, Stephen Jones is with us next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about a different nation altogether, though. It's my friends at Window
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas on Lemon. Come on by for some delicious food and beverage. It's a proper football Friday. Week 1 of the NFL season is already underway. A thrilling game last night with Kansas City and Baltimore, and we are heading for Cowboys-Browns Sunday, a 3:25 kickoff here on your home of the Cowboys as Stephen Jones joins us now here on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good afternoon, guys. I'm doing well.
Right on. It's great to hear your voice and to reopen another season with you. Thank you so much for that. I do have to ask as we open this up, is it possible we have a contract announcement for the quarterback in the next couple of days? Are talks still ongoing?
Yeah, I hope it's a possibility. We continue to, I think, have productive visits and talks, and we'll continue to work.
Stephen, I mean, these quarterbacks, it's crazy. You look up, it's like this guy gets 55, next guy 58. Before we know, we're getting a $70 million quarterback, and we've seen some chatter this offseason. Maybe you have a salary cap that is separate just for quarterbacks. I mean, you're in the midst of this competition committee. Is that something you see happening at all down the line?
Well, I think it's something that certainly, people are looking at. I mean, obviously, these quarterbacks are, the most important position on the team. I think anybody would agree with that. And, certainly they get in situations, not unlike Dak with us, and certainly Troy was that way, and certainly Tony was that way. And,
when you have good ones, you want to keep them, and so they've got good leverage. So, that's something that, obviously as you look around, you have to have these guys, but, you got to make decisions on a supporting cast and what goes around them, and, those are decisions teams have to make.
Logistically, how would that work?
Oh, I wouldn't say that it's, any great depth of discussion at this point, but so too early to make any type of comment on something like that.
But the goal is to kind of keep franchise quarterbacks with the team that has them already. Would that be like the goal of a rule like that?
Well, I think, like I said, I just don't know. It's too early to make a comment on any type of rule. Obviously, we have franchise tags in the CBA currently that that give you a chance to keep the franchise quarterbacks if that's what the team wants, and certainly in Dak's case, he's going to have a big say where he wants to play.
And is it fair to assume if the deal doesn't get done by this weekend, probably doesn't happen till after the season gets done?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. We're working hard, got our eye on the ball, and see what happens. And I know in the meantime, Dak and our teams got their eye on beating the Browns.
Stephen, how do you find a way to draft offensive linemen and plug and play them and get them ready as the way you guys do?
Well, my hat's off, in general, to Will McClay and his staff, and then certainly to Mike McCarthy and his staff and other coaching staffs that have been through here when we've drafted linemen. I think communication is paramount in terms of, what you're looking for, what kind of scheme you're running. Are you running a zone scheme? Are you running a man scheme? I mean, all of those are things that, go into how you pick offensive linemen, what kind of football character do you want in these guys? And, I think Will McClay and his group have just done a great job of understanding what our coaching staff needs to execute their particular scheme. And certainly we've been fortunate to have luck, and certainly it looks like we've had good, we've had some good picks again here, obviously with Guyton starting at left tackle and BB starting at center, and we actually like Nate Thomas as well as a future guy. But you got to, most of, as you see when you look across our line now, those guys are all homegrown guys. You've got Steele and Zach to go with those guys, so it's a great group, and certainly think a lot of them, and think we're going to have a solid offensive line this year.
Stephen, as the director of player personnel, when you looked at your linebacker situation, it looks like to me that you said, hey, not going to go through what we went through last year. It looks like to me you've made a real effort to add players that they really kind of very instinctual players, good athletes, guys that can tackle, guys that can play in space. Was that something you just didn't want to live through again, what happened to you a little bit last year?
I'm sorry, I missed the position part.
Yeah, the linebacker. Yes, sir, the linebackers. It looked like to me like as you didn't want to live through what you lived through last year. I know you played a lot of dime package stuff because of scheme and maybe because of some necessity, but it looks like to me as the director of player personnel, you said, I'm not going through this anymore. We're going to get us some linebackers, and you went out and did just that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously every scheme's different, and there's a lot of different ways to have success and, in this league defensively. And Dan went about it one way, and certainly, getting Zim back in the building, we know him well. He's got a different way that he goes about playing defense. And I think both are successful. Obviously, you know what we thought of Dan, and you also know what we thought of Mike Zimmer, both of them successful head coaches. But I think Zim had an influence on that, too, in terms of really kind of wanting to beef up a little more in terms of moving forward, maybe focusing on stopping the run, even more so personnel-wise than Dan did. But at the same time, we had really successful defenses turning the ball over and getting pressure on the passer with Dan. And what you really want is all the above, but sometimes that can be a challenge to have the personnel to do all the above. But that's the ultimate goal, is to stop the run and then go get pressure on the quarterback and get the ball. But I think there was we knew we needed backers the last couple of years. Unfortunately, Overshone, who I think is going to be a great player, had the unfortunate knee injury right off the bat, and that really put us behind the 8 ball as well, and required us to bring Bell up, who at the end of the day is probably more safety than he is a linebacker. But he played some really good football for us last year, filled in admirably, and did a nice job. But obviously, you can see we're going for some backers there that little heavier-handed, and put Bell back, and he can bring it there from the safety spot.
And you draft Carson, though, and I mean, he looked like just an outstanding prospect coming out of Wake Forest, and then he's getting an opportunity, another rookie there. But kind of talk about him and the evaluation when the scouts, when you drafted him. I think you probably had a plan for what he could do, but here he is going to likely start for you this week in week 1. Yeah,
I mean, from the day he's walked in the door, he's impressed around here. And you know this, Brian, Zim's a tough guy to impress.
Absolutely.
And, especially at that corner position. Zim's, he cut his teeth as a back-end coach, and, he knows what he wants in the secondary. But, he's had his eyes on Carson, as I said, from the day he walked in the door. In terms of what we saw in the draft, you see a big guy, a physical guy who can tackle, but also run and cover. And with his length, he's what you're looking for. I mean, you look out there and you see Diggs, and you see a big, strong guy out there and go get the ball. The training camp from week 1, he kept showing up. He's going to be 21 now, but he was 41 in camp, and he kept showing up, making plays on the ball, getting picks, intercepting the ball. Just did a great job for us. And I know, our guys feel really comfortable that, with Bland being out here for the, first month of the season, that Carson's going to step up and do a great job for us.
Stephen Jones with us. Yeah, Carson, one of 4 rookies starting for the Cowboys for the first time in history in week 1. Browns 8-1 at home last year. Stephen, how confident are you going in that everybody's ready to do what it takes to get the win?
Well, that's a really good football team, and you look at what they got accomplished last year. They did it with, I think, 4 or 5 different quarterbacks playing quarterback and made it to the playoffs. So hats off to them. The coach up there does a great job. They've done a great job with their personnel. They got some really, really top football players. So, I mean, this is a well-coached team that's got really good personnel. And to go on the road there in the first game, we have our hands full and are playing a playoff caliber football team. And, that's what you got to do. You got to go on the road and win these games. And it's going to be a big challenge for us.
There's certainly a team that ran the football really well last year. You went ahead and brought in Jordan Phillips, Linval Joseph towards the end of training camp. How you feeling about that defensive tackle room right now heading into week 1?
Much, much better. I mean, as you mentioned, we brought 2 full-grown men that are played in this league and play with heavy hands and are big against the run. But the one that's really coming on is Mozzie Smith. And, he's back up to weighing 320-plus. Kind of, what we wanted him at when he came in here. He dropped some weight, I think, wanting to be quick and rush the passer, a la the way, feeling like Dan wanted him to do more of that. But, boy, he's had a great camp, and he is really going to benefit from being around Phillips and Linval Joseph. And then, of course, it goes without saying, Osa's a great football player, great 3 technique for us last year, and is really playing great football here through training camp and as we enter the season. So we really feel good about that group of defensive tackles. And then we got, of course, Chauncey is really, I think, coming into his own, and he'll bring us a great element there rushing from the inside and playing that big end spot outside on rundowns.
Stephen, if you asked me last time you cared about what I thought about your team was 2005, but if you asked me who's a breakout player for you, I would say that Jalen Tolbert would be that guy. I felt like at camp, him and Brooks, initially the battle was pretty close, and then Tolbert found a way to separate. Are you guys in the personnel side seeing the same thing, or am I seeing that the wrong way?
Well, Tolbert's just done a great – Cooks has been I'm skipping around on you a little, Brian, but Cooks has been a great mentor and leader for that room, and in particular Jalen Tolbert. And he's really fashioned his work ethic after Cooks, who's one of the true pros in this league, one of the best guys we've had through this building that wasn't homegrown, that's come in here and made a huge difference. First-class man on and off the field. But you're correct. He got a lot better last year, and then I think he's only gotten better through camp. And not that Brooks hadn't done a great job too, but I would say that JT right now is our number 3. And then the one you got to look out for, though, that's part of this rookie class is Flournoy. And he does some things that the rest of the group, the Tolberts and the Brooks can't do. Is he's just got really strong hands, can really go get a ball and, snatches it. And, he missed the first week of camp and got a little bit behind, but boy, did he come strong. And I know I know we think a lot of him. And don't be surprised. He'll probably start out the season being inactive several times, but at some point look for him to make a move as well.
You bring back Zeke. Week 1, he was top of the depth chart. But how do you envision that running back room and that playing out this year?
Yeah, I think we've got a really good room that can all of them have their strong points. Certainly Zeke, we know what he did for us 2 years ago in terms of getting the ball in the end zone in particular, and that was something that when he left we struggled with was getting the ball in the end zone once we got in the red zone. So I think he's going to bring that element to the table. I think you'll see everybody participate. I know they're coming up with packages for Deuce, and then as we were able to work. He played for Zim up in Minnesota. They had a good relationship. But getting Dalvin Cook in here is a guy, too, that'll give us options as we move through the season.
Stephen, there were a couple articles written about this cash spending trend and how the Cowboys have ranked 30th the last couple of years. Could you help explain what the cash spending in terms of the cap really even means and maybe a philosophy that goes along with that?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a team, and I think anybody would confirm this in analytics, teams are going to spend the same amount of cash over a 4-year period. Now, some people stay middle of the pack through all of it. Some people spend really high amounts and are at the very top in terms of their cash spending, and then they have to go down because they spent so much cash and push things out that then they've already spent it, but it's counting against their cap in terms of proration. And so you don't spend as much cash, but you unfortunately you've spent the cash in previous years, and that's still counting against your cap. I know, the last couple of years we had, the year before that, we had the big spend with Dak and Amari one year that really pushed us to the very top. And, depending on what happens here, we probably going to be, right there at the very top again when we're done, hopefully with CD. And then if we were able to get something done with Dak, we're going to end up having a lot of cash outlay and cash spend. But basically, my point is, that's one of the unique things about the NFL. Every team's going to spend the same amount of money if you spend to the cap every year on their players, which most teams do.
Thank you for that, Stephen, and thanks for joining us again for this season. It means a lot to us. We look forward to it, and give them hell up there. We'll be pulling for you.
Look forward to a great year with you guys. Thank you.
Cheers. Stephen Jones with us Fridays, 3 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation. Whew. Okay, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings. We have Cowboy stuff to give away. Did sound like the conversations are continuing.
Yeah, this is my experience. And when Steven and Jerry go silent, that's the way they do business. It's like they do not want to do anything to jeopardize potentially. Any comments might be construed as something negative or positive. They don't want to. They just don't want to talk about it. And so Jerry was on this morning, avoided that. Steven this afternoon, avoiding it with us. So it's my experience that they've got something. They've got it kind of where they want it. But let's see if this thing could get pushed across the line. They don't want to jeopardize anything that way.
I know we all picked Cowboys to start. But does Browns 8-1 at home, Cowboys about 500 on the road last year do anything for you as far as adjusting that?
I look at some of the teams that they played in the court, and that's just from watching tape. Jet bad quarterback play, Arizona bad quarterback play. Jacksonville wasn't particularly good. The teams that they did play, that the home, the opponents, their division opponents gave them a lot more of a battle at home then they went on a run where they were playing some really bad offenses. Chicago was bad on offense. So I would say that could be a little smoke and mirror right there to me, just because I was watching bad offensive football.
Going into Cleveland every week?
Going into Cleveland every week.
Okay.
And so but hey, I could be dead balls wrong about that. I'm just saying.
I like it.
But I was watching, and we were laughing about me and sacks yesterday.
Yep.
49 sacks yesterday.
But I was just trying to have a sacks.
Watched a lot of
serious
sacks.
football conversation.
But every one of those. But was it Arizona, the Jets? It was Chicago. It was teams that just were challenged offensively to get the job done. And I'll stay with that thought about that 8-1 right there.
Tear them up.
Thank
All
you.
righty. Thank you, Stephen. Wolchuk, NFL News of the Daytime then?
Yeah, let's do it. Jalen Ramsey's back on top of the mountain. We've got Amari talking about his matchup with Diggs, and the Ravens suffered a big injury. That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about Men's T Clinic before.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation Live. Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon in Dallas. Come join us for some delicious food and beverage. See if you can take down Eric Chiafalo's recently posted 15 wings in 3 minutes.
Hello.
He went off. There's video of it. You can find it at G-Bag Nation on X as we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings. And we have Cowboys gifts, hats, T-shirts. Plus, you can enter to win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Cowboys game right here, G-Bag Nation. Okay, going into the weekend, NFL News of the Day coming up here in just a second. I got to tell you, I'm trying to get confidence from Brian, but my gut is telling me to flip-flop right now and pick Cleveland. Okay, I just want to be transparent.
No. You dirty little dog.
I know.
Are you talking about...
Bro, you are never, Dawson, sir, you are never going to beat the Chargers.
I know. This is not good for my approval ratings.
Yeah.
I do like the way you're coming out of the gates with the consistency of being yourself.
Okay. Thank you.
Is this for the bet payoff situation?
No, this is not bet payoff. No, this is just for our thoughts for Sunday's Cowboy game.
Okay.
It's just playing for pride.
I
love the game.
I'm still going New Orleans against Carolina.
General, we've all picked the Cowboys, right?
Yes.
We need you to flip-flop because if we have a consensus, you can damn sure bet the Cleveland
Just
Browns
do
are
them apart.
gonna win. So, yes, hashtag do your part, Dawson. Flip-flop your ass off here and go pick the Browns.
Good Samaritan Award.
Yes.
It's going to Dawson this week.
Everybody knows I don't know jack about sports anyway. So
I'd say this.
Not even watching the games.
If he flip-flops and the Cowboys do win, double bet payoff.
No. He saved us if they win.
No, I'm just saying if he to flip-flop, to get the flip-flop, he can do it, but he has to do a bet payoff if he loses.
Double bet payoff?
Double bet payoff.
A DBP on the first week of the season?
To let him flip.
What'd you say?
I don't know how I feel about it. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com, and here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. We've got the injury report out. Final one ahead of Sunday's matchup, Cowboys-Browns. Only player that's out for your Cowboys, John Stevens, the tight end. We assume that would probably happen. He's got a hammy. Yeah. He's been officially ruled out. Everyone else that was listed on the injury report, Kalen Carson, Damone Clark, Neelan, Demukwamu, Mozzie, and Wanye Thomas, full participants today. They're good to go. And questionable is Jack Conklin, the starting right tackle of the Browns. Out, which we knew, is Jedrick Wills, the left tackle. So now there's reports coming out of Cleveland, and we talked to Dale Ryder about this yesterday. They might do some alternating. We'll just see what happens at that tackle spot. But
if Conklin plays, he might be the left tackle in
and
this
then
game.
maybe right tackle ends up shifting around. But Conklin's a hell of a player.
They like Jones as the right tackle. That's their deal.
Jones last year, he was an interesting prospect coming out of Ohio State, just a mammoth of a man.
Mammoth guy.
Huge, but a little bit slow-footed. I know our buddy Voch Lombardi was a big fan of his. But he played much better than his draft selection would have indicated last year for Cleveland.
He absolutely did. Yep.
Tough guy to get around.
Him and Hudson are the two guys that will probably fill in.
Yeah. So that's something to monitor heading into the weekend. Steelers have officially listed Russell Wilson as questionable for their opener against the Falcons. He's got a hammy. They've also ruled out wide receiver Roman Wilson. He will not be playing, the rookie wide receiver that they selected in the second round out of Michigan, who really quick, good route runner, but he's going to be out. Shout out to Jalen Ramsey. He has agreed to a record 3-year, $72.3 million deal with the Miami Dolphins. He is now once again the highest paid corner in all of football. It's a little over $24 million per year, and this is right after Patrick Surtain gets his deal done with the Broncos. Ramsey's like, all right, let's go ahead and make me the highest paid corner again, and Miami said, we'll oblige.
I like the idea of Ramsey getting the ESPN notification about the Surtain deal and immediately getting on the phone with the powers that be and say, let's go ahead and get this done. While he's like, I don't even know if he's playing in this Sunday's game. He's banged up.
How much has he played since he's been a Dolphin?
Not much, but when he's done it, I'm pretty sure like his first game as a Dolphin might have resulted in 2
Why did I feel like that all of a sudden they were going to move him to safety late in his career? He was going to make those.
And he was going to make
that
really
Charles Woodson transfer, from corner.
That's all still ahead of him.
Rod Woodson, all those guys.
It's all still ahead of him. He's still a damn good corner.
Yeah.
They haven't got to the place where they're like, hey, we're still paying you. We got to get something out of you. We'll just position switch you. He's still really dang good. I mean, they definitely wouldn't be paying him right now if they didn't have top-tier corner respect for him, but that is pretty dang funny. Surtain had that record for 5 seconds.
Yeah, he did.
And the corner money, everybody keeps wondering. They're like, man, these wide receivers keep getting paid, and but what's going on?
You
Like the corner market.
receivers.
Yeah,
and there's not a lot of elite corners like that. So honestly, it makes the Diggs deal. It's aging very well for the Cowboys. But Bland's going to be up next here in a couple of years, and the hope is, of course, Ron Bland can come back Week 5 and play. Congratulations to Patrick Mahomes last night as his outstanding Hall of Fame career continues. They get the win Week 1 in a thriller against the Ravens, but he became the all-time passing leader in Chiefs history in the second quarter when he completed the ball to Travis Kelce. Past Len Dawson. Yes, he did.
All right.
So Len Dawson had that mark since 1975, and Pat Mahomes.
I would like to see a picture then in honor of Len Dawson of Patrick Mahomes in the locker room, full uniform with a Tab Coke or a Tab soft drink and a cigarette in his hand. You ever see that picture?
Go. Yeah.
Len Dawson, halftime, he's got a Tab, which was a 1960s, 70s soda.
Yeah, like a diet pop.
He's got a bottle down by his feet and a smoke in his hand at halftime.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to see in honor of him, I'd like to see Mahomes
That's a badass photo.
With the same picture.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, can I be honest? Can I be open and vulnerable about something? I've seen this picture millions of times.
And you didn't know it was Len Dawson?
I thought it was Joe Montana.
Oh, because of the number?
I believe you not.
You thought that was Joe Montana?
That was Joe Montana.
The colors similar and the jersey number 16. So, hey.
And the face.
I'll cover for you.
I mean, that just looks like the same way that Joe Montana would be ripping it.
Did someone tweet out that picture for me? You know me, I don't know.
Absolutely.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah, we'll get that thing tweeted out right now.
I'll put it on the site. Let everybody see that Len Dawson. But that's the picture I wanted to see of Mahomes.
I like that idea.
In honor of.
That would be a fun photo for Mahomes in honor of Lenny.
I think of Joe Montana way less badass now, for the record.
Yeah.
Might
he
be
just
on
went
him
down in your badass.
Hey, the first time I ever met Ken Stabler, he walked in, he was with the Saints, and like my friend Stan Brock's like, oh, this is Ken Stabler. Well, I knew Ken Stabler was. He had a cigarette hanging out of the corner of his mouth and a couple of ashtrays on top of the locker.
It was
incredible.
Those old quarterbacks were awesome.
That is cool.
Ravens suffered the L yesterday on the field, but they also suffered a loss in their defensive core as Kyle Van Noy. He had a fractured orbital bone that he suffered during the loss.
He broke his face last night.
Yeah. He's 33. He's going to go further testing to determine the severity of the injury, but that sounds awful. The orbital fracture is when you break one or more of the bones that make up your eye socket.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
wow.
that sounds like a terrible injury.
Awful.
Thoughts and prayers with Kyle Van Noy and the entire Van Noy family. That might be one of the worst injuries you can get.
You wonder why. I mean, it is. What did we just see? We saw the Joel Embiid facial paralysis.
Yeah.
What would you rather have? I guess you'd rather just break your orbital bone
because they can fix it.
You feel good about the fix on that?
With that, yeah, I guess like modern medicine.
That's
maybe
worse than your nose, right?
Remember when Marshawn?
Yeah, it would be.
Remember when Marshawn talked about running through a mofo's face
over and over and over again?
And at 33 years old, Kyle Van Noy, you're like, at what point do you decide you don't want to work in an environment that has you putting your own face on the line?
This would do it for me.
I think so.
Yeah, this would do it. Final news before we get to Amari Cooper talking about Trayvon Diggs. Apparently, Devin White, I mentioned yesterday, he's not going to play.
Yeah.
His exit from Tampa Bay was not good. This might be one of the craziest transformations in a career that I've ever seen, because you look 3 years ago, Devin White is considered one of the best linebackers in all of football. Now, apparently, the Eagles were trying to trade him right before the final cuts were made. Nakobe Dean and Zach Bond reportedly outplayed Devin White during training camp. So I don't know what the future holds for Devin White, not only with the Eagles this year, but just in the National Football League. It seems like all of a sudden his play has deteriorated. It's insane what's happened with Devin White here.
Yeah, because he was one of the greats.
Yeah, I mean, the Bucs win the Super Bowl, you're thinking like, holy hell, this dude's going to be him and Levante David, maybe the two best linebacking tandems in all of football, and then now you have Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right, here's Amari yesterday taken to the podium. He answered a variety of questions, but the one I liked, him versus Trayvon Diggs. Diggs' first game back since suffering their injury last year. Couple of teammates, couple of Bama guys. How you feeling about this matchup, Amari?
Yeah, man. Did play with Diggs for 2 years. We went to the same school. have a good relationship. He's a great player. You know what I mean? Very, very dynamic player. Has great ball skills, has great IQ for the position. Excited for the challenge. This is why I play the game. This is what I love most about the game, to go up against the best and to challenge yourself. This is why I fell in love with the game of football. So it's going to be a great matchup for sure.
I can't wait. I mean, these two, they're going to go at it. I mean, Diggs, loves to talk. I remember Hard Knocks. I think it was one of the final episodes. Like the practice they get back at the Ford Center, and Amari and Diggs are chirping back and forth. And honestly, Amari cooked Trayvon at that time, but Diggs has matured, become a much better player. But hey, welcome back, Trayvon. Here's Amari Cooper, your old buddy, that now you got to go out there and guard again. So that's going to be fun to see those two back on the field against each other. And I couldn't help but notice when Amari was talking about Dak, still a lot of wheeze in the conversation there for Amari. I think there's still a lot of love there from Amari towards Dak, CD, and a lot of players that he still calls friends in that locker room.
One of our favorites, it was great to get to know him better a couple of seasons ago when he joined us for the Cowboys Player Show. Of course, now it's Eric Kendricks, Thursdays at 5:20. We got that started last night, and then in the tradition of Zach and Tank and Amari Cooper, he knocked it out of the park last night, Eric did. So we're looking forward to continuing that series.
Yeah, a lot of people were concerned. Anytime you have two Erics, it feels like you may have none in a scenario.
Yes, I've heard that before.
I'd agree with that.
He shined through, man.
One was clearly better.
There's no question.
Yeah.
Pro broadcaster if he wants it, by the way.
I think could take the other Eric's spot if he wanted it.
For him to flip the script and interview us later on in the season.
Looking forward to it.
He's not going to interrupt me. I'll show you that.
We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas on Lemon. Come by, win some Cowboys prizes, delicious food and drink here, of
some
course.
lemon pepper wings.
Okay, it's time now for the Crustaceans Corner, though. Brian, what do you have on deck for us?
Yeah, let's talk about some of these things going into this game. I do have some questions for my guys, and we'll do that next.
Oh, I do want to talk about prize picks, though. I know we had Atolo texted in about his parlay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Come to Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon in Dallas now. Have maybe a late lunch, early dinner. Enjoy some quality beverages, fellowship with the nation. And there's Cowboys goodies they're giving away, hats, T-shirts, and the like. And you can enter to win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Cowboys game right over there with Buffalo Wild Wings here. Lemon in Dallas. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you, Reliant. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for everybody hanging out with us here today at Buffalo Wild Wings. It's been a lot of fun today. Really enjoyed this. All right, as we get started on the corner, on Fridays, what do I always like to do?
Zebra Report.
The Zebra Report. Eric, I appreciate you being engaged in the program today.
Yes, sir.
Cleet Blakeman is going to be your official today.
We got Cleet.
He's the only Cleet I've ever heard of.
You were 2-0 with Cleet last year.
Perfect.
And both were home games, but my man Cleet, 63% of the time, the home team wins when Cleet is the official.
Oh, he gives that home cooking, huh?
Yeah, so you get
home
a little home cleating. Yeah, for sure. He's only made a couple of changes to his crew, but for the most part, he's a veteran crew. Let's just kind of go through their 2023 calls on this veteran crew and see if what we can maybe learn. Offensive holding is their #1 call.
Watch out, Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, you got 2 rookie offensive linemen, but the Browns are compromised a little bit too with their group.
Amen.
So this thing might swing either way.
My personal over-under for Guyton holding penalties is 1.5. Where are you guys going to go?
I'm going to say just 1.
Okay. Walchuk's hitting the under on that.
Probably going the over on that.
Do a little over.
Bleep yourself, okay?
Top side. Taking the over.
Taking the over.
Hey, dude, confidence here.
Got to get the hands right. Yeah, he might change his mind. You never know. That's a good point.
No, but hey, Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
For a rookie, I just set the bar for me with the wings at 15. I'd feel good. If I'm Tyler Guyton, I come out of there with 2 holding penalties.
Yeah.
I'm saying maybe 1 sack.
They've got some other rusher guys too.
1 sack?
I'm not setting the bar too high for myself.
Not 49 sacks.
It's hey, Myles Garrett.
Defensive pass interference, the next most called penalty. That's at 20 that they had last year.
Okay.
Here's the crew now. You got to be worried about delay of game. 16 of them.
Oh, we'll have at least one of those.
You're on your
minimum
Cooper
of
Beebe
1.
will snap the damn football. All right, you don't have to worry about that.
You're on your road team, hostile environment, delay of game. Get ready for one of those.
Lamar Jackson had at least 1 last night, did he not?
Yeah, Lamar
at least one.
At least one.
And it happens.
It does,
especially on the road in week 1, rookie center.
Yeah.
I will be absolutely blown away if you don't have at least 1 delay of game, if not 2. Just here's the deal: don't call the timeout.
Right.
Okay, 9 times out of 10, just eat the penalty and move on.
No, you do want to eat the penalty, but I think you're going to be blown away when we reconvene on Monday.
You could have Phil Costa phantom snaps. All kinds of crazy things could go on with a rookie.
If Beebe goes full Costa. Okay, I'm not going to bail on him.
Beebe's smart enough where he's like, I'm seeing the clock going, I need to snap the football. Dak just needs to be ready.
I just don't need to see Dax clapping his hands violently trying to get the ball.
What about the stomp? The big when he's doing the over.
The hands are more the hands.
Damn ball.
Yeah, that's it.
And Biotis just had his head up his ass, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, we're playing football."
Just hold on to that.
I was thinking about the post-game spread.
And the final one, we got 2 more. Defensive holding at 15.
Okay.
Defensive holding. And then here we go, roughing the passer, 7 for this guy. So keep an eye on those. Those are the big calls of the week. Cleet Blakeman, your official this week.
Thank you, Brian.
Dawson.
Sir.
Last night, the Baltimore Ravens could have scored a touchdown there to tie the game. If you're in the same situation, it's Dallas, Cleveland, and that goes off where it's my man Mike McCarthy has to make the call. Does he go for 2 to win the game?
Mike McCarthy would not go for 2 in that situation. There's no way.
Would you go for 2?
In that situation, I would not have because
you like ribbing Mike McCarthy, and you're like, oh no, I don't think I would.
I don't think Mike would at any situation. But in that deal where the last 8 minutes of the fourth quarter, we're in control, we're getting what we want, we're getting stops. I think I want to continue to play this thing out.
Okay, I like what you did there.
I think it's more intriguing to do it when you're playing a Patrick Mahomes, where it's like he's probably getting the ball in overtime and he's going to go down and get a touchdown.
Yeah.
So that's putting a lot of pressure then on my offense to go back out there, or at least if they get the ball first, they've got to score. Against Cleveland and the Browns, no. I'm kicking the field goal. I'm playing for overtime.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, you're talking about there right at the end.
Right at the end. If that thing,
it's a walk-off.
It's going to be a walk-off. Would you think Mike McCarthy goes for 2?
Does Mike McCarthy? Listen, man, I think some of these things are blinking lights now. Like, to me, that's a blinking light, go for it situation. And I think on a blinking light situation, especially with the revamp, they've added even more to the analytics department. I think this is just one of those, yes, it's an obvious, you go for it here. You're not. Why are we playing for overtime? I mean,
I tell you what. I'm always one of these guys that believes that you got to know the condition of your team, and I like what you were saying, Dawson. Sometimes when you're playing Mahomes,
you're playing Mahomes,
and you're like, there's no way in hell we can go back out there and get a stop.
Yeah, I'm playing Deshaun Watson. He might cough that ball up to me in overtime, and I can win the game.
That's a good thought right there, Wooly. How many times how aggressive do you think Mike McCarthy is going to be on 4th down in this game?
I think Mike proved last year he was pretty aggressive during the season. So I think he carries that over this year. I mean, maybe you have a little bit of hesitation depending on how your offensive line is playing. Like, how's Guyton looking? Yeah. How's BB looking? Hell, how's Terrence Steele looking over on that other side too? So depending on the offensive line, but I do think Mike proved last year he's willing to take some chances. So I think he's going to be pretty aggressive in some 4th and shorts, especially if you're in plus territory on the Browns side of the field.
I think he'll be more aggressive than generations past, but just slightly below average probably overall. And I hope his defense is playing so well that he'll be confident we're going to punt, and in 3 minutes we're getting this ball back. Maybe in a short yardage situation now they feel even better with having Zeke in the backfield. I mean, Jerry does based on everything he said. But I do think in this particular game on the road, good defense, probably low scoring, I think he's going to be more conservative.
See, I worry about that. I kind of feel like, and Zach, you made a really good point about their quarterback.
Yeah.
If you're going, I mean, once again, you're thinking like, well, we could stop this guy, as Dawson said. We can get the ball back. But I wonder if it's one of those tone-setting things for, hey, we're coming here. And this leads me to my next question, Chief. Mm-hmm. If you win the toss, do you want the ball or do you want to play defense first in this game?
Tomorrow in Cleveland, I guess I want to defer to the second half.
Why is that?
Well, I think that you can really build confidence with your defense and going up against this offense. I think you could really go out there and maybe lose some confidence from the start with a bunch of rookies on the offensive line, and here's Myles Garrett, and oh my gosh, the first drive we got sacked, and things are already kind of going away from what we want to do here. I think Deshaun Watson, your defense goes out there, you could go 3 and out immediately, and now, boom, we're cooking with gas.
It's a new year, it's a new team, right? But, Eric, what were you calling them after that Green Bay loss?
Front runners.
Right. This team needs to get the ball and go down the field and score. You need to play with the lead. That's the key to Cowboys victories. Take the ball.
I like the ability to reignite the game and your chances of winning with the score late in the first half and to start the second half. I don't feel like the Cowboys have had a lot of success doing that.
Yeah, the double dip hadn't worked out much.
Yeah, it doesn't work for them. So maybe I've just talked myself into trying to take it first and playing with a lead.
I'm kind of to that point where I think that I'd go out there and try and just establish something on defense. Go out there and hope that quarterback makes a mistake. You get the ball.
Hey, I
you get a
understand
punt
that.
return on that. I don't think, it would be demoralizing, though, if all of a sudden they take that ball and go 70 yards. You kick the ball in the end zone, and all of a sudden now we're talking about a Mike Zimmer defense. They're not covering anybody. They're, all of a sudden Deshaun Watson looks like, whoever quarterback you want to put back there. I would worry about that a little bit. Wooly.
Yep.
Final one here. Do you worry about crowd noise being a problem at this game?
Yeah, it's the dog pound, and that's something we should have asked Daryl Ryder. Like, how crazy is the dog pound? We know about Bills Mafia, but I think that Cleveland fan base they're coming off an 11-win playoff season. I think they've got high expectations for their football team. I mean, I do think it's going to be a loud environment.
Yeah, I don't think the Cowboys have handled it great on the road. Defense, great crowd, a crowd that probably feels like, this is going to be our year. They're going to be fired up for week one. I think it's definitely a factor Sunday.
I was reading, you're talking about the home field advantage for the Browns?
Yeah.
I mean, with the way they've played and how much more difficult it is to communicate in things. You have the rookie center. I do think there is some home field advantage there, but I still am surprised at the Cowboys being a 2.5-point dog.
Yeah. I kind of feel like, to me, you've got the quarterback that can kind of handle this situation, though. Hopefully the center, they get everybody on the same page. There's probably going to be a lot of silent count here in this football game. I just hope that the center is the assignment rate. He's got the 2 Pro Bowlers next to him. I think that's going to be a big benefit to kind of help him, because there's going to be some nerves from that left tackle and that center for sure. So anyway, but I think the crowd will be a factor, but I'm glad that you have the quarterback that can handle those kinds of things. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Brian. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. G-Bag Nation, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings here. We have, 2.5 hours of show remaining. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6:30. And we're back with Hurricane Slater. Jane Slater, NFL Network, live in Brazil. We'll talk Cowboys, we'll talk Eagles, Packers, and more next in the nation. Trajan.
But let's talk Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. Yes, myself, Zach Wolchuk, along with Eric Giafalo. And as a veteran, Trajan Wealth CEO Jeff Jr. fully appreciates the importance of true independence. He founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, allowing fiduciary advisors the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your unique goals and needs. So give Trajan Wealth a call today to discuss options for achieving financial independence. Give them a ring at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500, or go check them out in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, or McKinney, Eric.
That's right, Wolchuk. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner or a click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com. Schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. That's right. They're a fiduciary firm, so they prioritize your financial well-being above all else, because when you succeed, they succeed. So they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Trajan Wealth is family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. Listen, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, that can be absolutely daunting. Let Trajan Wealth help you. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Sleeper. Just download the Sleeper app today. Must be present in certain states. Visit sleeper.com for details. Sponsored by Blitz Studios. I thought Lamar Jackson certainly had his moments, but I expected a lot more from him last night. Mostly because of the crazy way his coach, John Harbaugh, was talking over the summer. I'm Jim Rome. Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Well, Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares, and they may be able to help you too. If you were misled into signing a timeshare agreement that is a lifetime commitment, if you were told timeshare is a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a timeshare exit information kit, which reveals how the timeshare industry works and what your options are for cancellation. Simply call Wesley right now and they will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. See how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Again, 800-761-0000.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew. 30 seconds. That's it. Done. Peace.
Look alive, Dallas. The Crown Royal Big Rig is heading your way Sunday, September 15th outside AT&T Stadium, where you can pack a purple bag for charity and the chance to win tickets to Super Bowl 59. Visit crownroyal.com for rules and more info. Please drink responsibly.
Thomas J. Henry has been featured in Forbes magazine, Fortune magazine, and Bloomberg Businessweek for securing record-breaking results for clients injured in accidents. For more info or to start your claim today, visit tjhlaw.com. San Antonio, Texas.
Mike Bassick here with a touchdown deal. Need new windows? Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, has the perfect play.
Thanks, Mike. Solos. Get 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. You won't find a better deal.
Beat the summer heat and start saving today with Best Buy Windows and Siding.
And don't forget, a lifetime warranty is included on all our windows for peace of mind.
Call 469-WINDOWS or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% when you buy a pallet or more of select concrete mix. And there's more. Save up to 25% when you buy a pallet or more of select drywall panels. Plus, get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Because Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
I want to introduce you to the whiskey that brings class to your bar back and flavor to your face. Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey is the sweeter, more approachable rye whiskey you need to have for an everyday pour. From the spring-fed distillery in Maryland, Sagamore Spirit Rye is perfect neat or mixed up in your favorite cocktails. My new favorite summer drink is the Orange Crush. Fresh squeezed oranges, Sprite, topped with Sagamore Spirit Rye, and it's the perfect poolside refresher. Put it proudly on the bar cart. The bottle's beautiful, the whiskey's even better. Sagamore Spirit Rye, bourbon's older brother. Savor responsibly.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot Chats, Hour 3 of the Nation. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Lemon, in Dallas on Lemon. That is right. And thanks to Tolo Jason for delivering a couple 20-ounces to me just in time. I was feeling a little low, but we got the Friday energy going great. As it's a proper football Friday. Cowboys pregame at noon on Sunday. Noon, 12:30?
12:30.
12:30.
Postgame
3:25
kickoff.
Yeah.
Yes, as joining us now here is an esteemed 105 through the Fan alum and reporter on the NFL Network. It's Jane Slater, live in Brazil, here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, Jane. How the heck are you?
I'm loving it. I'm going to give you a little flavor. This is some of the pregame warm-up music. I don't want to give too much, or Gavin will get mad about a copyright thing. But, yeah, we're having a lot of fun out here. I'm already seeing the fans come in the stadium, and what's interesting about it, guys, is it's not just Green Bay Packers fans. Like, in front of me, I've got Tampa Bay.
Did we lose Jane already?
This is interesting.
Oh, there you go. You're back.
I've got a Patriots jersey, and
it's going to be one of those days.
Halfway around the world.
Halfway around the world.
This is good.
Yeah.
Jane Slater reporting live from the stadium in Brazil, home of tonight's Friday Night Football affair.
This is why they didn't want everybody to be on their phones outside, because we were all going to find out just how bad their service is out there.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like an Eagle takeover, too, there in Brazil. I mean, I wonder how many arrests there's going to be after this game tonight.
With Philly, at least 20% of the traveling fan base.
Holy moly.
I imagine is, suspect or is going to be likely arrested at some point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be crazy.
They're probably all going full Ryan Lochte at this moment.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, maybe we'll get Jane back on the line here before too long. Obviously, a great, Cowboys, an NFL reporter, and was looking forward to asking her some questions, not only about the Cowboys game, but about this matchup this evening, gentlemen. I do feel, and now maybe I'm off. When we had Golick Jr. on a couple of weeks ago, and he might have grown up an Eagles fan. And I asked him, doesn't it seem like the Eagles were kind of dying on the vine, and then you lose Jason Kelce, the pass rush is gone, Fletcher Cox is gone. But he was confident. To me, it's one of those easier things to detect, like which are going to be the teams that were playing well last year that are fixing to fall apart. I think that's got the Eagles' name written all over it. Brian, am I wrong?
There's so many things going on. The fact that they started 10-1, the collapse, the coaching situation, the two new coordinators, 1 year get fired. Now you go get two veteran coordinators. Vic Fangio, what they were talking about him in Miami, the players were like, "Hey, good riddance, Vic." So
it's just more change.
Yeah, it's
less
just
continuity.
It just seems like that Philadelphia keeps welcoming, more potential issues. We all kind of understand. We have some respect for Kellen Moore and some of the things he's done, but man, anybody's yet to really totally take advantage of maybe what Jalen Hurts has, and now it's all going to be thrown into Kellen Moore's lap, and he's going to have to find a way to get. Hurts has had success, but the ability to kind of finish and stuff like that has been, I think, a little bit of an issue.
As Jane Slater rejoins us now in the G-Bag Nation. Jane, sounds like you're painting quite a picture. A lot of different NFL fans down there in the stadium, huh? It's a celebration of the NFL.
Yeah, sorry I lost you there. A little international situation we had.
All good.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun here. I think what's been interesting is, look, obviously I was nervous about coming down here too, not dissimilar from what A.J. Brown and Devontae were saying. The league really put us on notice about being safe down here. And I guess the best way I'd describe it is I work in New York City a lot with the league, and this is 3 times as big in terms of population. And, obviously there's a bigger disparity too in terms of wealth. The iPhone thing is real. I met some local Brazilian guys, and one of them had their cell phone stolen while they were pumping gas about a month ago. Apparently they sell the parts here. So it's no different than any other city you go to. You just be smart. Don't, I've gone out. I've, gone and had drinks, and I've, gone shopping by myself, and I haven't felt unsafe once. So I hope the fans that are here are having the same, experience. And, I talked to somebody in the league office. I said, so where is it next year? And their hope is to do it in Sao Paulo again.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw a report that they want 7 international games maybe for next year. Do you get the vibe
8.
from talking 8? Wow, my gosh. Do you think the players enjoy this? Do they like the international games?
It's interesting because Jalen Hurts and Jordan Mailata were here yesterday, and we were talking to them, and they were genuinely excited. I mean, Jordan Mailata is obviously from Australia, and we've been talking about getting one in Spain, Australia. I think there's talk of Switzerland, which would be incredible. But I think that there are players that really see, look, this is good for your brand. If you get a country with 23 million people buying jerseys and buying into you, that's huge. And that's really sort of what the league is trying to do. But of course, there's some players that know that this is a game that counts. It's week 1. And, they landed here late on Wednesday night. They got their walkthrough at the stadium on Thursday. And then we've got a 9:15 kick here. So they're going to get done at 1, get on a plane, land back in their respective cities. And then, for instance, the Packers, they've got a noon kick in Green Bay next Sunday. So it's not ideal. But I think for a lot of them, and I love this messaging from a lot of the teams, is you're getting to do something that no other NFL player's done, and that is the first ever Latin American game or South American game ever. And that's not me just being a mouthpiece. I just think it's a really interesting, fun thing to do. And Nick Sirianni even said this, and I loved this. He said, for a lot of current players and staff, our introduction to football was underneath the Friday Night Lights. And that's what this Brazil community is getting to have, because we're having this right now under the lights, 9:15 here Brazil time. So I really, really enjoyed this.
Jane, I respect the fact that you took the NFL manual for safety and just threw it out on the street. I really do. The fact that you said, the hell with it. I'm going to go have drinks. I'm going to go have drinks with Brazilian guys. I'm going to have Coronas all night. I'm going to get up with a hangover and do this and walk around in the streets. Jane, I love you for everything you do for the NFL.
Listen, Hurricane Jane has been put to bed. I am not the same girl that was 105.3 the fan at New Orleans.
Come on,
okay?
Jane.
So let's just put that
Come on, Jane.
Very wholesome.
No. I had to have a capiñera when I went out the other night.
Yeah, sure you did.
I felt like Ariel of Little Mermaid. I was like, I want to be part of the world. I can't just sit in my hotel room. They didn't tell us we couldn't leave the hotel. They just told us to be really safe about it. And if you're here, take an Uber. Don't get in a taxi cab. Check the license plate. Go out with a friend. Like, I haven't gone out by myself. And we weren't staying out late either. We went to the Rosewood Mansion, which we have in Dallas. It was an absolutely stunning. Some of the architecture here is just absolutely beautiful. And the only thing that is taken advantage of my wallet has been the shopping. I would fly down here for the shopping, bar none. And I haven't even broke the bank. I mean, it's just, I've really leaned into Brazil, guys.
Did you learn any Portuguese yet?
Yes. Ajuda, which is help. Obrigada is thank you. Bom dia is good morning. So, even last night I watched the NFL game. I watched on the Portuguese broadcast, which was, I thought, thrilling and a little bit more beautiful than Spanish at times.
What's the word for aspirin and greasy cheeseburger?
Come on. I told you, I'm on my fit journey. I literally had 2 drinks the other night. I did that.
Oh, yeah.
I did. This guy is here. He tried to get me to go out last night to Sky Bar, and I said, nope, I got a 12-hour day. But
wait a minute.
Shocked that he was here and not going to the Michigan game.
Yeah, two Texas alum going at it. Yeah.
Do you guys have a red eye to Ann Arbor right after the game?
Yeah.
I know. Jane. I'm like, Vince, get me on the PJ. Let's go.
Jane Slater here with you in the G-Bag Nation. She's live in Brazil, the side of tonight's Eagles-Packers game. How good is Philadelphia, Jane? How much of a struggle is this division going to be for the Cowboys relative to Philly?
It's interesting because, look, growing up in Dallas, obviously you're taught to hate the Eagles. I've always enjoyed covering them, and before people are unfollowing me as we speak. But I do think that the offensive line, I think, was going to be one of the biggest concerns. You haven't seen a guy play center other than Jason Kelsey since 2010, and we haven't even talked about it because Cam Jurgen was handpicked by Kelsey to take over that job. Now, Saquon Barkley's another one. How's he going to look? I mean, how good is he if the Giants are willing to let him go to an in-division rival? Nick Sirianni seems really hyped up about him. Said that there was one particular run this week where he pulled down his sunglasses and went, wow, that was awesome. And him and Kellen Moore apparently vibing. He talked yesterday that those two flew down here, sat next to each other on the plane. Both of their kids play on the same Pee Wee football team. But I think if you can get that offensive line doing what it needs to do, Dallas Goedert, he's dealing some injuries in training camp, but he's obviously good to go. You get Kellen Moore in here, and you give him Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, and if Jalen Hurts can have, a better year, I think that there's something very interesting here. And then defensively, we'll see what Vic Fangio. I mean, Vic Fangio's the guy that allegedly had the blueprint against Dallas. Remember when he was at the Broncos? So, we'll have to see how it goes. Now, this Quinion Mitchell kid is the one I'm going to be looking forward to seeing tonight. He's going to be playing a lot there opposite Darius Slay, or they're going to be using him in the slot a little bit, I've been told. And then you'll see Cooper DeJean and some special packages. He was injured at camp, so I don't know how much you're going to see him tonight. But, Vic Fangio is a guy that had the Cowboys numbers, a couple years back. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how this whole thing goes down tonight.
Jane, I care less about the Eagle talk right now. What's Prescott going to do? What's Prescott going to do?
When's the deal getting done?
When's the deal getting done, Jane? I know you know exactly when this deal is going to get done.
What's the number?
I don't think it's getting done tonight or this weekend. I've had Bobby harassing me. I'm like, man, I'm trying to shop and enjoy a caponera. I've reached out to some people. It's my understanding that for a long time they were just conversations. Like there wasn't even any meaningful numbers being exchanged. Like This has been so different than the contract talks in the past. And I do believe that there is a big sense from Dak, and people get so upset about this, and I don't know why. They're like, oh, he's so greedy. I'm like, no, he wants to get paid what a quarterback gets paid. And one of the reasons is, and he said this at camp to me, was, look, you're looking out for the next QB. You know, there are some guys, like Tom Brady, would take the hometown discount. That doesn't help other guys that don't have a supermodel wife. And so, I think he's looking to get paid what he believes his market is. And this is no different than the CeeDee Lamb thing. We know what the numbers are going to be. I think it would take the Cowboys coming to the table and giving him that number that, quote unquote, makes sense. And he wants to feel respected. But I do believe that there is sort of a sense from his side, unless you show him that, let's play the season out. He's done it before, gambled on himself, and it paid off.
Jane Slater live in Brazil. I feel bad for those poor, unfortunate souls who aren't enjoying Brazil as much as you are, Jane.
I think that's what's sad is I had 2 free tickets to this game, and I had brought it up to a couple of friends. Hey, you want to come down there? And it's sort of the fear mongering, and we're responsible for it sometimes as journalists, as you know, putting out bad news. And look, I'm not saying Brazil is. It's not like you're going to Switzerland. You've got to be careful, but I do think it's unfortunate that people are missing out on some of the culture. And what's so interesting is, you go to Europe or, I've gone to Mexico, and there is plenty of English. Here, you have to have Google Translate at all times. I mean, it's all Portuguese. And so I've just loved fully immersing into that.
Badass, dude. Well, have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon.
I'll see you week 2 with the Cowboys and Saints.
Let's go. There she goes, Jane Slater, NFL Network, here in the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. You got the reference, didn't you, Old Chuck? Little Mermaid veteran himself.
I got the reference.
Okay.
Hell, I just came back from Disney, baby.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe it. Getting home tonight, Packers-Eagles on TV.
Yeah. It's going to be glorious. Now, that is, I believe, Peacock only.
Yeah.
That's a Peacock
good call,
specific game tonight.
Yeah.
So
Peacock
got Angels and Rangers too, but you got to listen to them on our station.
Yeah, listen, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to listen on the Odyssey app to or Alexa.
I just depend on Jared Sandler to tell me everything I need to know about the Rangers. I don't need to watch.
That's a smart move. That is smart.
He's our eyes and ears. Hand over the talking points, sir. Okay, top 10 at 420 coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking it?
Let's do a trip down Week 1 memory lane. 10 greatest performances in Week 1 history in the National Football League. What's a Week 1 memory that you've got? 877-881-1053. Let's party. Let's do it next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That was an incredible memory that I will have as well. That's one of my favorite Week 1 games. How about that 45-35? I think it was 2007. Cowboys beat the Giants at Texas Stadium. That was on their 13-3. I think it's like Sam Hurd had a hell of a game that day.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to Sam Hurd.
He's about to get out, I believe, isn't he? I think he's pretty close. He might be close, or he might already be out.
I don't know how you could be any better than 1992. Although, as much as I enjoy watching the Cowboys beat Washington, I always love watching them kick the New York Giants' ass, as they did several years over the last 15 years. But, yeah, 92 beating the defending champs.
Yeah.
That's a stunner.
That was a stunner, and that led to a great run. I mean, last year held 40-0. That one was over. At first, like Brian and I were watching, Giants are moving the ball down the field.
Right.
Then here's the blocked field goal. Right. Noah Igbenogany, boom, down the sideline, and that was all she wrote. That game went completely crazy.
That's right. That's the crazy stat that we'll have for looking back years from now on that season. Who scored the first touchdown that year, and who was it again?
Noah Igbenogany.
And
I want to hear Brad Sham's call, though. I remember we played that for figure out 2 guys, 1 booth.
Yes.
He struggled with that name.
He did. I mean, listen,
It's a
week
tough
one, that was not a very respectful thing for the
Can't
football
believe you
gods
bring
to
up
do.
stuff like that, Wolchuk.
But
Such a terrible human being.
I stink.
The Tolo should also text in right now who their pick is to be the obscure first touchdown of the season for the Cowboys.
Ooh, yes.
Who's this year's Noah?
Who's this year's Noah Igbenogany? Who gets it this year? The random touchdown for the Cowboys, first one of the year. Hunter Lipke is my vote.
I like that. That's a
Hunter
good
Lipke
place to
in
start.
there. Why not?
You know,
I can't remember how Jerry pronounced his name this morning. Ooh,
Andrew Booth.
Andrew Booth.
Yeah.
Wow. Zimmer's guy making a play.
Andrew Booth.
I was kind of thinking our guy, Eric Kendricks.
Ooh, I'd like that.
But I'm still workshopping.
You were saying obscure guy, though, right?
Eric Kendricks is pretty obscure to be the first touchdown of the season. The odds of your starting linebacker being your team's first touchdown on the season, you would clean up if you nailed that prop.
Dawson, what kind of odds can I get on that?
Probably 400 or 500 to 1.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
easily.
So number 10, top 10 best Week 1 performances in NFL history. We go to 2018. How about Ryan Fitzpatrick, Fitzmagic with the Tampa Bay Bucks?
Do you
crazy
believe in
game.
magic?
He threw for 417 yards in a 48-point offensive explosion in a game that saw the 36-year-old get a victory with the Tampa Bay Bucks. Pretty incredible. 12 rushing attempts as well for 36 yards for the 36-year-old in that game. Number 9, 2003, Anquan Bolden. I want to say this was his first game. Yeah, as a rookie. Yeah. Bolden, 10 catches, 217 yards, 2 touchdowns in his debut. Most receiving yards in a rookie debut in NFL history with the Arizona Cardinals.
That is one that really, really rings a bell. That rookie year for Anquan Bolden. No, I'm serious, Broadus. I'm serious.
No,
the rookie Anquan Bolden season, let alone that first game, was that was a dominant season.
You got some votes for Terrence
Speaking
Steele.
of a guy who broke his face,
yeah.
Remember he broke his jaw or whatever and showed up the next week just ready to rock and roll?
Yes, he did. We got some love for Terrence Steele as the first touchdown.
Oh, yeah,
big man.
there you
Is that
go.
a fumble recovery, you think?
truffle
You think they're drawing that up?
I think that's
that'd
in
be a
man on the
throw.
line of scrimmage delay. Yeah.
How about a Kalen Carson pick 6?
I'm here for
that
that
one.
one. Hey, and then as number 21, he primes his way into the end zone, prime steps.
I'd love that. We got some texts coming in. Oh, Sam Hurd apparently released back in 2023.
There we go.
From the 214.
Welcome
Shout out
back,
to
Sam.
Garrison Hurst, 1998. He had that walk-off touchdown in overtime against the Jets for
Was
the
that
49ers.
the thing where he was stumbling, bumbling for like
Yes.
50-something yards?
The guy ran a 4.9 and somehow he beat the entire team to the
Yeah.
end zone.
I know, it was nuts. But he had 225 total yards from scrimmage and 2 total rushing touchdowns in that game. But I think it was like a 98-yard walk-off touchdown.
Yeah, he was.
That
Remember, he
is
was
so
along the
cool.
sidelines. He was spinning around and falling and all that.
Okay.
Jets
There
fan
we
in the
go.
audience
There
here
we
at
go.
Buffalo Wild
That one
Wings.
stings a little bit.
Foley
I
was
get
the
it.
quarterback.
Wow. Yeah, Glenn Foley. Yeah.
That's a pull right
Yeah.
there. That is a pull.
Sounds like a punchline.
Number 7.
Really does,
Glenn Foley.
Boston College. You guys don't know your quarterbacks.
No, I don't know Glenn Foley. I'll admit that.
We're number 13.
Shame
What
on
are we
me.
doing over here?
Shame on me.
Watch the
2017,
games.
Kareem Hunt. I was a kid. Kareem Hunt, arguably the best career debut of all time in Week 1. Broke the record for scrimmage yards in an NFL debut. He had 246 total yards. 148 of his yards came on the ground, added 98 on 5 catches through the air, and had 3 total touchdowns as the Chiefs dismantled the Patriots 42-27. In fact, that was the game where Belichick post-game said, "On to Cincinnati," which became legendary.
Yeah.
We're on to Cincinnati. Number 6, and this one got texted in by Atolo. 95, how about Emmitt Smith? Emmitt Smith, 164 rushing touchdowns, of course, NFL all-time leader, but he had 163 of those yards and 4 of those touchdowns in Week 1 of the 95 season.
Was that when Jerry came across the field with the Nike logo stuff?
He might have. Yeah, that might have been the same game. Giants and Cowboys. He had 7.8 yards per carry on 21 attempts. What a day for Emmitt Smith as the 4 touchdowns for him. A legendary moment.
I like this 469 offering up a first touchdown of the season. He's really painting the picture here. Cooper Beebe scores it, Wolchuk. You're going to love this. It's going to be, unfortunately, on a Zeke fumble. But Beebe's going to scoop that bad boy up. He's going to stiff arm his way to pay dirt.
Okay, I'd love. I don't know. Is he allowed to Can we pick up the fumble and carry that forward? Or is it dead at the spot?
No, I think that's.
I'd love
fumble.
to get a
Yeah,
Cooper Beebe
you could get a
touchdown.
fumble.
It's a guy
Maybe
staying live ball.
Annexation of Puerto Rico type of thing.
Yeah, but unintentional.
But I think it's a muffed punt. You can't advance.
Is that it? I knew there was one that you can't advance.
Yeah.
But I'd love a Cooper Beebe. A big man touchdown, I'm all for. 817, we're at the B-Dubs off of Lemon. So get on out here and party with us. All right, come on and party. Number 5, Jerry Rice, 1994. 7 catches, 169 yards.
Atlanta?
Monday Night Football. He also had a 23 yards rushing.
That one against Atlanta.
It was Raiders.
Yeah.
49ers Raiders. He had his record-breaking 127th touchdown. Finished his career with 208 total touchdowns. Still an all-time record. 4, we go to 2022. Patty Mahomes threw for 360 yards, 5 TDs as he leads the Chiefs to a 44-21 win over the Cardinals. Number 3, 2011, Tom Brady. 517 passing yards
What year
for
was
Brady.
that?
2011.
Okay.
Is that a loss?
It was a career high for him. No, they get the win.
Oh.
He also had 4 passing touchdowns. Ended up leading the Patriots, of course, to a 13-3 season. They go all the way to the Super Bowl, but they did lose to the Giants that season. Derrick Thomas, 1998.
The blur.
Yeah. 28-8. Chiefs get a blowout win over the Raiders. That was the day that Derrick Thomas had the record 6 sacks.
Dave Craig.
Man, unbelievable.
Dawson, you were on the board that day, weren't
Tiny
you?
Hands.
Okay, can you tell me who the Raiders quarterback was?
Oh, was it Raiders?
Yeah.
Oh, I
the
thought
Chiefs,
it was Seahawks.
The Chiefs were playing the Raiders.
The Chiefs were playing the Raiders. What year?
98.
Rich Gannon?
Not Rich.
No. 1998. Was this
Jeff George?
Jeff George. Yeah,
It
Jeff
was
George.
Jeff George.
God dang
Football guy of the day, Gavin Dawson.
Go!
But number 1, greatest Week 1 NFL performance, Peyton Manning in 2013, making his Broncos debut against the Ravens.
Had a bad neck. Couldn't have been very good.
He threw for 7 bleeping touchdowns in the game, which is still tied for an NFL record.
Pretty bad neck, maybe.
For passing touchdowns. Also at 462 yards. But it helps when you're throwing to guys like Wes Welker, Julius Thomas, Demaryius Thomas, R.I.P.
Loaded.
Each of them had 2 touchdowns apiece. What a legendary game.
What were the
for
Ravens
Peyton
doing
Manning.
that day?
I don't know. They didn't play defense. That's
Recovering. Yeah, it was in downside of Joe Flacco. Okay, we got to run, Nation. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings, though, in Lemon. Would love to see you come on by. They have the best cheese curds, I think, ever. You know, you get a batch of these cheese curds, maybe some wings.
Expecting that, man.
An amazing salad. No, the cheese curds here?
The salad was excellent.
Freaking legendary.
The honey chicken salad I had was outstanding.
We got to run, though. When we come back, it's time for a Friday news dump, right, Chief?
Yes, sir. It absolutely is. We got some big culinary news. Plus, after what we heard from Stephen Jones earlier about Mozzie, how would you have approached the 30 pounds off-season weight gain plan if it was if that was your job over the last couple of months? That's next year in the Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Our 2024 Firehouse Tour continues Friday, September 13th, as we hang with you and thank our first responders.
Oh, baby, come hang with us at Firehouse Station number 1 in Burleson, 828 Southwest Allsbury Boulevard. Get there early. Receive your one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ bottle opener for tailgate season. Plus, we're feeding you courtesy of Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
Also, thanks to Firehouse Heating and Air, we'll see you in Burleson Friday, September 13th from 6 to 10 with The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Happy Football Friday to you here as we go into week 1 of the NFL season. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. How do you feel about this Cowboys team? What you drinking and what you thinking's coming up at 5:30? Your chance to rap with us about it. It's time now, though, for a Friday news dump. We go over to Eric Chiafalo, who has the details.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We had Stephen Jones on earlier. He confirmed to us that Mozzie Smith is back above 320 lbs. I think that's a huge dub going into week 1. That was an off-season question. Can we get Mozzie back to the physical specimen that he was supposed to be when he was on Bruce Feldman's freaks list for college football the year before he became a Cowboy? So that's great news. If that was your job over the last 6 months to put on about 30+, what would be your strategy? 910 says high protein diet and balanced macros.
That's one way to do it.
I think that's one way to do it. I think you just want to. I think you really want to hammer home the
Jack in the Box tacos would be
fats,
another way.
Carbs.
Yeah.
Dude, you're giving some big love to the Dairy Queen tacos the other day, too.
Dairy Queen tacos are really good. Kind of underrated.
Yeah.
I want to lead with fats and carbs, but I also want to be packing in lots of lean protein so I can get muscular as well. But, the thing about Mozzie Smith and other athletes like him, they're so strong they can carry extra fat. So you're not worried about being shredded.
Right.
You just want to be as big as possible so your giant legs can throw around this massive, bowling ball, basically. So I'm opening with French toast, lots of it.
Yes.
A bacon cheddar omelet.
Okay.
4 or 5 little baby sausages. And then I'm working out hard. Then I'm working out hard all late morning to try to build towards probably 2 New York strips, about 30 ounces of steak for lunch, along with baked potatoes and pasta.
Yes.
We're not even to dinner yet.
No, we're not. We're not even to dinner yet. And I know, obviously, it goes without saying, you're working in milkshakes in between.
100%.
Peanut butter. With all sorts of peanut butters and different bananas.
What's going to stimulate my
Dos
appetite,
Equis.
though?
Yeah.
Mixing a couple beers.
A bunch of Dos Equis.
Eminem and Matthew Perry talked about when they were in the throes of the opiate pills, that it made them so hungry. That's why they blew up, right? But you don't want to go down that path. So you need a non-narcotic appetite stimulant of some kind or another.
There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's when you welcome in your team of weight-gaining advisors, right, to step in and say, what's the thing that you need to add to that milkshake? A little wink, wink.
Cannabis.
So hopefully,
Cannabis will make you hungry.
Non-narcotic.
Yeah, cannabis make you hungry to eat. I thought you were taking this in a way. You guys are trying to do it like a healthy way.
No. Well, as an NFL player, I feel like that's the way to go, right?
He could probably eat 4 pizzas every day and stuff like that, right?
I listen, pizza would be a part of the – he said pasta. That's also synonymous with pizza. Maybe on one day it's pizza. Maybe one day it's pasta. Maybe it's one day, it's
I was
sort of
just
both.
thinking if he just ate just garbage, you could put 30 pounds on easily. If you just ate garbage stuff.
Yeah, ice cream.
Right?
Ice cream and whatnot.
But you want to also be giving your body the best chance to put on more muscle.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
You
It
don't
can't
want
be all
flabby,
garbage.
gross fat, right? You like what I'm working with here now. You want some good, healthy
You have some of
fat.
that.
Yeah,
I mean, you're Mozzie. You're in one technique.
Right, you can have definitely, but you also want to have protein, Broadus.
I don't know,
what I'm
man.
saying? At least it would be a meat lover's pizza.
Like a sloppy one technique guy is pretty good for me. I don't need to have some bodybuilder dude.
Well, also in the news dump, we find out this week, I don't know how long you guys have been aware of this, but Totino's Pizza, they've also busted out now the breakfast little pizza rolls.
Okay, well, I know Kevin Hagelin wouldn't eat these, but sign me the hell up.
So these are like...
I'm thinking of those bagel bites things that they make. You ever tried those?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, the bagel bites are
Holy
good.
cheese.
But, I mean, bagel bites.
Whoever
pizza
came
rolls,
up with that, it needs Nobel
Absolutely.
Prize.
Yeah.
But this sounds delicious, Eric. Like a pizza roll, but a breakfast version.
Totino's does pizza rolls, but now they've also got a breakfast spin
That's awesome.
on it. So maybe Mozzie was working in some of that here in the off-season regimen.
We know
Either
he's
way,
allergic to peanuts.
Yeah, stay away from the peanuts.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that. Oh,
Yeah,
he's a
yeah,
Pop-Tart guy, though,
No,
right?
remember the thing about it, he missed the game because of the food allergy.
Oh, because
Yeah,
of
the
the
almond milk or something. But yes, he is a big Pop-Tart guy.
Now, we also...
See, there you go, Pop-Tarts. That's Dawson's talking about like, oh, well, healthy, lean protein stuff. Give me a box of Pop-Tarts. We can go.
Who is the big old Green Bay Packer defensive tackle that wore the
Gilbert
visor?
Brown.
Gilbert Brown.
Yeah.
What did Gilbert Brown eat?
He ate like Whoppers and stuff like
We
that.
need to get the Gilbert Brown diet. That's what we need for Mozzie.
I got to tell
He's
you
eating
guys, though,
Whoppers.
people talk about Pop-Tarts. They're not very good.
What?
I think there's convenience.
Okay.
You are wasting an opportunity to eat junk food if you go to a Pop-Tart.
As the man who says you like the Legos, right? The Eggo waffle thing. Lego
Those are delicious.
Those things
are
are
delicious.
delicious.
yeah.
Welcome to the cardboard bottom of
I
a
know the
Tostitos,
text has
but
my back on this.
I
You're
know,
just
I
eating
disagree.
Pop-Tarts because they're high in calories.
Let me say this.
And you're lazy.
What's better than the Pop-Tart is the
just
toaster
call me
strudel.
lazy?
If you like
Yeah.
Pop-Tarts.
I do.
The toaster strudel, though, definitely a
Thank
step
you,
up from the
Wolchuk.
Pop-Tart.
Thank you.
100%.
Oh, why didn't you bring that up the first time? Instead, you just call Pop-Tarts trash.
Well, I did say I would start with French toast and omelets. You know, I think that's pretty junk foody, Brian. And I'm agreeing to milkshakes. I just want balance. You're trying to build up Mozzie Smith with like candy bars and.
I'm telling you what, I just need him to kind of take dudes on up front.
You want him to be like
I
the
need
fat
Hello-
kid in Matilda, just like eating
I need
that
Haloti.
chocolate cake.
Hey, I need Haloti Nada is who I need. Like big take on dude.
That's a guy who believes in protein. All right, Haloti Nada.
No.
Okay, he would have gotten really
Haloti
excited about our
Nada,
pork segments yesterday.
Yeah, I think Haloti Nada would have been at there digging the pit for the big, the big pig in the,
whole
middle
pig?
of the pit. Yeah,
You're dang right.
yeah. Okay, that's really healthy.
Well, you got to have some protein in there. I think that's really all we're saying. We're trying to stay strong.
Quit having Dawson's back on this. You know he's wrong.
You're in the minority here.
Yes, but we
I feel like I am.
we do have Totino's breakfast scrambles inside of pizza rolls, which is pretty exciting.
It's a good idea.
Now we also
What
have,
else?
Also here in the news dump, we know Virginia Tech football took a giant L to Vanderbilt last weekend.
Anchor down.
How bad is this, Broadus? Is this commonplace?
Yes.
Is this commonplace
Yes.
where you are one game into your season and you are posting all over your campus and on your social media for walk-on interest meetings, and if anybody who's in the class wants to come and try out for your football team?
Oh, wow.
Is this like?
Were you good in high school?
Yeah, like have you thrown around a football before? We're pretty much looking for
We'll take anybody.
Do we
you
have-
got a Vince Papali out here somewhere floating
Vince,
around?
where are you?
I'm thinking that is. Yeah, are we talking about? Is it a kicker situation?
No, bro. This actually has a number 25 ball carrier. Like the advertisement player they have,
Like
looks
Michael
an
Vick,
athlete.
come be with us.
Come
Michael
be our
Vick.
best player.
You're trying to find their next J.J. Watt.
You want to be a star?
Mayfield.
Yeah, you want to be a superstar. So I don't know. That just that was alarming to me.
I don't think
and
if Coach told me, hey, as the operations guy, hey, go post a bunch of posters like trying to get guys to come and play, I think we'd be in trouble.
somebody's being tasked with walking around campus and stapling the trees.
If I'm coach, I don't post those flyers. I think that's embarrassing.
It is.
Yeah. We got nothing?
I'm like, that is the
That is
ultimate sign of, respect to the self-awareness here. He's looking at his team going, man, we just got.
Is this one of those coaches that's like, I don't need these NIL players. This transfer portal stuff is nonsense.
I think he's trying to embarrass his guys. Ooh,
okay.
It might be motivation.
Light a fire.
You're walking around campus and you're seeing
Mental
posts.
warfare. I like
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
PSYOP.
Yeah.
Also, finally, here in the news dump, we have the fun fact of the day. Rick Ross is in possession of the largest residential swimming pool in the entire United States of America.
The biggest pool that we've seen thus far?
The biggest
Rick
boss
Ross's
has the
pool.
biggest pool that we've seen thus far, at least as it pertains to the continental United States. Now, how many gallons do you believe of water are in the Big Boss Ross pool?
That's a math question.
Wow.
I don't want any part of.
40 million?
I will.
As soon as you ask a numbers-related question, we're going to make ourselves look like the more dumbass.
All right, let me
than
ask you
we
this:
already
how close is Dawson? Seriously, I'm asking
are. 40 million.
I'm asking how close? How close?
That must be really low.
40,000.
I was going to tell you it is it's in the thousands.
Okay.
How many
40,000
in the
I like the 40,000.
perhaps the hundreds of thousands.
I'm imagining a pool like acres.
What's the dimension? It's a lake.
It's a lake. 40 million.
It's Lake Dallas. Okay, what's the dimensions of the pool, please?
Okay, now
Not that it's going to help.
Yeah, I don't think I have the actual.
Jeez, Dawson, we have no chance.
You asked unanswerable questions. I gave you information. Play with the information I gave you. Don't go reaching for more information. Be happy with the information that you have.
Dawson guessed 40 million. I was wondering how close.
Did you not tell by my response that he was way off in one direction?
I was way high or way low.
I was hoping that you would at least tell us.
So, okay, here's what I'll tell you.
Well, you don't know very
You don't know
much.
the number?
This is why it's the news dump.
Here's
because we don't know the news.
Your run-of-the-mill pool, Dawson. I bet at Casa de Dawson, you're talking about a pool with roughly, give or take, 20,000 gallons.
Okay.
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 20,000
So
gallons.
I'm going to multiply that by 20 and come to 400,000 gallons.
Boom.
Now, that's the way you do it right there. 350,000 gallons of water is what fills up the biggest pool in America, which is in the backyard of Rick Ross. No more questions, Your Honor. Thank you. The jury can be dismissed or whatever.
Dawson, I'm glad you got more information.
Bigger than all those casino pools and all the resort pools and everything.
Residential.
Okay.
So
residential.
that's the caveat.
Okay.
You know.
That's pretty awesome.
Here we go.
Congrats to Rick Ross. I heard he's a billionaire now. That's pretty bad.
He's got a nice plane.
Yeah.
Nice airplane.
Bought the pool to celebrate. Okay, what you're drinking, what you thinking, coming up at about 5:25. We'll chat with Eric Nadel with you as well, live at Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon. We got great Friday vibes going, talking football. We have Cowboys merch to give away. You can enter to win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Cowboys game. Just get here, and we'll point you in the right direction, Chief. What's next, though?
Football's finest on a Football Friday, where we welcome a new man into the Bad Take Hall of Fame next year in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour and a half to go. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon in Dallas. Join us for some food and beverage and some fellowship. And speaking of fellowship, Bobby Bell from Sean and RJ weekday mornings 6 to 10 here on 105 to The Fan has made his way down to our broadcast position, and he joins us now.
Heck yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
What's up? I made a drunken promise at 10:30 last night to Wolchuk on the phone. He's like, you should come out to Buffalo Wild Wings. I said I should. And then I remembered that about midway through the afternoon. I was like, oh, yeah, time to head over there.
Yep.
Well, it's good to see you.
Which one of you was drunk? Both of us.
Yes.
Yeah,
man. Living it up.
Football was back last night. It is a football Friday.
I found out Zach's middle name.
Yeah,
that was very exciting. I didn't know that.
My sister ratted me out on that one.
I already forgot it, though.
Thank God.
Bartholomew.
It's close. It's something like that.
It's not Bartholomew. It is an
Archibald.
No.
Text in what you think Wolchuk's middle name is.
It begins with an M. I remember that.
And
it does begin with an M.
Remember, he is our
Maximilian.
No, I'm named after my great grandfather. So it's an M. It's a British name.
It's British.
McCormick.
No.
Oh, that would be sick.
McCallum.
Not Michael.
Those are last names, but no.
Yeah, this is very specifically a middle name. I mean, freaking get with the program.
Middlesbrough.
My middle name's Knight.
Okay, fair enough.
We'll continue to guess. Here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of the finest.
Thank you very much. Okay, now football returned last night, and it was a flurry of fun, starting with Xavier Worthy. Oh, my goodness. Now we have a Texas fan, not alum, but fan, Bobby, hanging out with us here now. That was exciting. The speed jumped off the screen, and he now has the same amount of touchdowns as Scott Moore has in his 33 career games.
Boy, it's not just him. Like, I mean, Xavier Worthy was obviously like the big draw last night in terms of the guy who kind of popped off the screen. But I don't know about you guys, but watching that last night, I was going, Dallas does not have the speed these two teams have.
No.
They do not. Like, I don't think on offense or defense, Dallas moves as fast as those teams do. And I'm not just talking about Worthy. I just mean in general. It gave me some pause and some concern for 2 weeks from now when you got Baltimore, because that's a lot of speed. It just looked different.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised with just how much Lamar Jackson was just putting himself out there, running around like crazy. I mean, 9 times out of 10, Baltimore wins against whatever team that is, not named Mahomes, not in Arrowhead. But it was super fun, and Xavier Worthy doing what he did was wonderful, and that leads us now to wonder whether or not we can induct this pregame Rodney Harrison take into the Worst Take Hall of Fame.
Here we go.
Take it away, Rodney Harrison.
But Jason Garrett keeps talking about Xavier Worthy. He's a little skinny guy. Like, he doesn't scare me. I know he's fast, but he doesn't scare me. But I agree with Devin.
That did not age well.
That did not. Yeah, absolutely not. That's like awful takes exposed.
Right. Or freezing cold takes, whatever it is. Yeah,
I'm an idiot.
Certainly a cold take Hall of Famer, but just as bad as it gets there. And how about Jason Garrett really being the one who shines through in a moment, saying like, hey, Xavier Worthy's the guy to be watching. Rodney Harrison's like, pipe down over there, Jay Jeezy. We're not here for your football takes.
I don't care what he does. He's skinny. He can't do it.
He's so skinny he can't run fast and score touchdowns. I just don't believe it.
It's one of those two where he's the one thing I wonder if, like, he was so impressive in the limited stuff. I wonder if Kansas City's coming out of this game though, even with the victory, and they're going, all right, he played 60% of the snaps. We got to figure out a way to get him more than 4 touches.
Yeah,
because he had 1 carry and 3 targets, and he scored on 2 of them. So, I mean, I think Kansas City's probably looking at this and going like, okay, this is real. This is something we got to figure out immediately, how to get the ball in his hands.
And just wait till they get Hollywood Brown back. Like, this offense is going to be so scary.
Yeah, Smith-Schuster had to drop.
Yep.
You know, there's so many ways it could have been better last night, but I'm excited about this Kansas City team.
I am worried if I'm a Raven. I'm worried about my guy. Has he lost his leg? And old Justin Tucker.
Had a miss. Had a miss.
I saw he's 1 for 6 for 50-plus yard field goals since, the last 2 years?
In his last 7 attempts of 50 or more. So that was probably all last year, you would think.
He
maybe it's the last 2 years.
He missed a 50. He missed one in the game yesterday.
Move over, Justin Tucker.
53.
No longer the best kicker. Time for Butter Aubrey.
Let me go Zachary Malcolm Wolchuk.
It's not Malcolm. We have had a couple people guess this correctly, though, on the text line.
Ooh,
I knew it. Marmaduke.
Mateo.
It's not Mateo.
Is it Maury
Malachi.
or something?
You're close with
It was
that.
something like that.
Yeah,
Murray?
That.
Maury, like Daryl Morey?
You're close with Maury.
Maurice?
F. Murray Abraham.
It's Maurice.
Zachary
Maurice.
Maurice.
It's one of my favorite names.
My grandfather's name was Maurice. We called him Grandpa Maury.
Yeah.
So shout out to you, sir.
I love that, man. Well,
Love that guy.
That's a fun fact. I've known Wolchuk for a while, and I don't know if I for sure knew that.
Yeah, I don't
clearly
really,
didn't know
don't
it off
really
the
bring
top
it
of
up
my head.
much.
Yeah,
It's an old name, but yep.
Our guy Maurice over
Big
here.
Mo.
Big Mo.
Big Mo. Hey, how about the Eagles fan that just lost his girlfriend on a game day? That definitely generally is something that could sting you and maybe knock you off balance a little bit as you prepare for your season starting in Brazil. But this is how it went. The girl's the one that posted the screenshot. 2 Philly folks that are dating. And she responds to a text that he, I guess, had texted her yesterday, and she didn't respond. And then she just did respond. And this is what she said. Hey, sorry I didn't answer this yesterday. I've had a great time getting to know you and a lot of fun hanging out, but I'm not feeling a strong connection otherwise. I'm glad we met, and I wish you well. Good luck out there. And his response was, word, go Birds. I'm like, wow, what
like a true Eagle
I
fan.
hate to do this, but that's fan of the day right there. We have to award him.
That's very Tom Herman like with the OK Cool hook 'em from back in the day.
I love that.
Yeah,
so much.
Now that's the most 2024 dating story I've ever seen.
It just means more sometimes for these Philly fans, man. They're absolutely ridiculous.
I would imagine the losers that comprise the Eagles fan base are quite used to girls dumping them.
Yeah, that's true.
This is an everyday occurrence.
He's a veteran. Speaking of veterans and just a full circle, this was a no-brainer situation. Even if he had hung him up at some point, which he never would because he's a football lifer, you have to bring him back for a day like this in Sao Paulo, Brazil, covering the Eagles. It is, of course, Sal
Palantonio, yeah.
who is just synonymous
Sal
with Eagles
Let's
football.
go.
In Sao Paulo, Brazil, probably getting cocktails with Jane Slater, shopping it up, soaking it in, doing it right, because no one's going to bleep with Sao Paulo when the Eagles are in town.
You think Slater's doing cocktails down there? You don't think she's got one of her typical like Coronas with the lime in it and trying to tackle people in bars?
She told us what she was drinking.
You know
I can't
her
remember
better
what
than
it
I
was
do.
called. It was like a fancy name.
Yeah, it had a coquita.
Yeah, never heard of
Coquita.
it.
Yeah.
But fancy.
Yeah.
She's a fancy girl.
Sounded delicious.
She's doing Oklahoma drills there. You know she is.
Her in Sao Paulo.
I was happy she took it easy this year.
She's got a bunch of people lined up playing bull in the ring right now.
Okay, this is
2, 3, 4. She's using just flipping them off.
No.
Okay, I think we all know the answer to this question, but let's see if we're unanimous here as football guys. The team whose coach is most likely to get in trouble for doing bull in the ring at an NFL practice where that's too physical these days. Who's the coach on 3? Everybody say your coach who's getting fined for this
I'm trying
in
to
this
scan my
hypothetical.
memory.
Okay, bull in the ring, over physical, crossing the line, NFLPA on the horn with coach on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Dan
Coach
Campbell.
Harbaugh. I think we all
Dan
got
Campbell.
I said Dan Campbell.
Oh, okay. To me, there were 3 options here. I thought Harbaugh. I thought Campbell.
Saleh. And Saleh. Okay.
I said Greg Williams.
Greg.
Only if he's getting paid. Only if he's getting a bounty for it.
I do think Man Campbell is probably the right answer, but I did want to show some respect there with a vote for Jim Harbaugh.
would do it for sure.
With the Chargers.
I don't think Saleh is
Setting a
doing
tone.
that. I don't think Saleh's doing that though. Like
Is he
because
now like what's it now?
no, I don't think Saleh doesn't make a move without Aaron Rodgers telling him what he can do.
That's absolutely
and
true.
Aaron Rodgers doesn't do off-season work like that.
Yeah, you're right.
That's true. I think Aaron Rodgers is probably somebody would certainly love to just sit there and watch everybody play bull in the ring, but it's not on a practice that he's going to be there.
No.
So this caipirinha is a Brazilian cocktail that's famous in that Sao Paulo area. It kind of looks like a mint julep or maybe like a gin and tonic. It's got lime
Scott
floating in
Goldick
it.
with the assist on that one.
Thank you, Scott.
Scotch.
Sugar, lime, and ice.
I love him
We
so
love
much.
you, Scott.
Sugar
Thank you,
cane and
Scotch.
hard liquor.
Well, we need to get a scotch and a
Kachaka.
cigar soon.
So wait, like added sugar or like simple syrup or something?
Here he goes.
Sugar cane.
He helped you on the
Oh my
pronunciation.
gosh.
Caipirinha. Yes.
Our guy
Learning
knows.
some Portuguese. It looks amazing. I'll tweet out a photo of it at GBagNation.
Okay, we also have something fun to monitor and watch for tonight. We have a new member of the Green Bay Packers who is probably on many a fantasy team. I thought this was a unique stat. Josh Jacobs can make history tonight. He needs 5 catches to become the all-time leader in career catches without a single receiving touchdown to his professional name. And
didn't the Patriots have a guy do that for a while?
Jacoby Myers, wasn't it?
Jacoby Myers.
Yes, Jacoby Myers did that as a receiver.
That's over 100 receptions, though, right?
Well, this is for the career, not for a season.
No,
Obviously.
Jacoby Myers didn't have one for like 2-3 years of his career.
That's incredible, dude.
Yeah.
But this is great. I hope his 5th catch is a touchdown.
That's how you want it to go. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. If it's going to happen, like if he's going to get a touchdown in the 5, the 5th one should be the one. But I'll be all over that tonight.
Yeah, 5 breaks it or 5 ties it?
5, he makes history. He becomes it. So 5 breaks
I thought that was a tie. I thought Wolchuk was just representing his generation with I want everybody to win. Let's get a tie here.
Hey, everybody gets a golden star.
Aren't you guys the same bottle of wine?
Yeah, we're the same damn generation.
That's what I thought.
Come
like
on,
a 3-year difference.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm an old soul. I'm more like you, Brian.
Put off a Gen X vibe. Very toxic.
We are the most toxic show on the station.
That's fact.
I do
That's
know
right.
that. By the way, I want to say how much
what are you talking
I
about?
appreciated you guys giving us a segment killer the other day with the Sandler call-in, and I think we angered Jared by saying overall your point was probably better than
Gave you a segment, Sean and RJ.
Yes, exactly. Because the idea was
teamwork.
We were like, okay, well he was right. He caught he was like, okay, you didn't watch the game, but then the bigger point was like, yeah, but to try and argue that he's not been a disappointment, that's a tough argument to make.
We were going to have Sandler on, but
I appreciate that.
We kind of pissed him off.
We don't need Sandler. We got Brett Boone today.
Brett Boone, he's better.
Where's Pease?
Sam's a tough son of a gun, and he knows his baseball.
He
so
does.
I tip my cap to him. Hats off to him, as Stephen would say.
Yes, exactly. He's look. I love Jared, but I'm not surprised you got the text like we were saying this week. Jared is like Beetlejuice, where you say his name and he will pop up in your text if you mention him on the air.
I heard you say that, and I was like, you're absolutely right, because I said it yesterday, and my phone started blowing up.
What did I do? What did I do?
He's like an abusive.
Somebody said you just turned on me. What the hell happened? What did I miss?
He's like an abusive Beetlejuice, though. Well, he's going to unload on you, and it'll be like, oh, man, I'm sorry.
Did we? Yeah, it's the
totally wasn't me.
We got the we have the 105 through the fan Reddit page now, right?
Yes, we do.
Wow,
Thank you, Bobby.
And some people were on there talking about the interaction.
Now that'll ruin your day.
It's all anybody wants to talk about right now.
Sure enough,
They ruined our day.
Jared
will ruin your day if you
Jared
look at that.
Sandler jumped in the comments on Reddit.
No way. That's epic.
Yeah, and the first reply back to it was somebody said, "Jesus, you are Beetlejuice."
Let's go. That is fantastic,
It is a good
man.
reply.
That is the gift that keeps on giving. Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
I love that movie.
One of the greatest
Screw you, Jared.
dismounts in radio history.
I really wish you had said that to Mike, though, yesterday when he called in. Screw you, Mike. Goodbye.
I'll keep that in mind.
Shut
okay.
up, Mike.
Peter Schrager has been a football Nostradamus for the last half
Super
decade.
Bowl, dude.
6 years, going on 6 years predicting the Super Bowl.
6 years. Did y'all see what his prediction was for this year?
I did. We have the same NFC champion,
And that is?
the Green Bay Packers.
The Green Bay Packers of Green Bay. But they lose.
Yes.
To
The Kansas City Chiefs.
the Kansas City Chiefs. The three-peat
Rematch of
happens.
Super Bowl one, I guess.
According to Schrager.
Be a fun matchup.
So
Yeah.
what is he's gotten the exact matchup right, or he's just gotten the winner right for 6 years in a row?
No, he's.
Both.
I think he's.
At least it's for sure the matchup, but I think he's gotten both.
All
I think
right, you know what that tells me, Brian? That tells me Cliff Kingsbury is writing the script because that's
Yeah.
who loves talking to Schrager.
Oh,
Remember that during draft time that Schrager had Arizona's pick right 8 straight years?
Yeah.
And we were all like, that's the only one who'll get right. Sure enough. And then what happened?
I need to
Cliff
go-
goes away, and Arizona, you got no clue.
I need to see how accurately he projected Washington's draft this year.
Ooh.
Good point. Good point, Robert.
Okay, here's your football question of the day before we get you out of here.
Dan Campbell.
We have the streak that is
Is
more.
Kirk Cousins underrated?
The streak that is more likely to be snapped. Is it the NFC East champion streak, which hasn't been a repeat division winner in how long now?
20 years.
I mean, ridiculous. Or is it Mike Tomlin being above 500 or better guy?
Oh, wow.
The Steelers, 8 wins or less.
I can't bet.
Or
I'm
Cowboys
not betting against
repeat.
him.
I'm not betting against Tom.
He will
That's a
find
good
a way.
topic.
Watch. Justin Fields will be comeback player of the year.
It's unreal. Like, he was, 4 games below 500?
He will.
And then he ends up winning the last 4 games to do it last year?
Yeah. And he's done it with a guy named Duck.
Yeah.
Well,
Win with Duck Hodges.
So like, which is more likely, the Cowboys to repeat as champions or Tomlin to fall below 500? That's okay. Then yeah, it would be Tomlin. I don't think Dallas is winning the division.
No, I picked Washington,
okay.
and it made me sick to do.
I don't think Dallas is finishing above 500.
Cowboys are winning the division
Yeah,
at 11-6.
Cowboy insider Bobby Belt.
I am praying that the Cowboys snap this streak, and they do win the division.
It's 11-6.
But I don't.
Really?
I'm
you got to stop defending Dak like this.
I'm not doing it.
Be honest. Do you watch Dak? Be
Bobby,
honest.
stop
Gavin.
digging in on stuff. You know
You're so
digging
damn
with-
dug in over there. You've
Dug
always
in.
hated Dak. You can't stand Dak.
Dug in my
Just
ass.
go get me Matthew
Hey,
Stafford.
insider dude, when's he going to sign?
That's a good question.
He's
'cause
not.
No, because, I mean, here's the thing is that this is the most unique information delivery I think we've gotten on
It's
any
crazy
negotiation.
how it's gone all over the place.
People I trust a lot who have normally been right 100% of the time they're split where they're telling me, oh, yeah, I think it'll definitely get done before Sunday. And then there's others who go, nope, I don't know that it ever gets done. And it's so split that it's – I wrote on Twitter last night that either to me is –
And you said you were drunk.
Not that point.
It was still a good conversation.
I was working through the emotions of a potential Dak departure. That's why I got drunk. Yeah,
We do our best work drunk.
What it was like. Okay, either they are mutually and intentionally muddying the waters with the way they're talking to people, or the other option, which would be more concerning for the idea of getting anything done, is that their communication is so bad and so poor right now that they can't even understand if they're close or not. Like almost like a couple that gets divorced and one of them goes, I never saw it coming. And the other goes, how could you not see it coming? I felt like we were divorced for 3 years. And so the fact that all the information is that spread out, it's either very intentional to me or it means there's massive issues with communication between those two.
I definitely understand that point. I think Dak is still going to focus through whatever it is and play well. You know, I think the division is worse than it was. I think you go 5-1 in the division and figure out a way to get another 5 or 6 wins to take it. But don't you think the Eagles in the second half last year really showed what we're heading towards, which is them collapsing and falling apart, needing a new head coach to try to rebuild, get a pass rush and a defense back together?
Yeah, I mean, there was I can't remember whose article it was, ESPN or maybe it was Rossini or somebody, but the report was out there that basically Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni have to have a mediator. They are not able to talk to each other. Not like it's been ordered that way, but the only way they have good interactions is if somebody's there with them kind of facilitating it. That seems pretty toxic and pretty bad. So, yeah, the Cowboys could win the division just based on that sort of vulnerability, but, man, this is setting up so much the way it did in 2019, and that was a very toxic locker room that went 8-8.
Very good. Thank you, Bobby. Always good to see Bobby Belt from the Sean and RJ Show. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas on Lemon. We're back with Eric Nadel. And a Friday, what you drinking, what you thinking here in the G-Bag Nation. Have to chat Men's Tea Clinic before we get there, though, because I know you want your edge back. I know you want to feel like that younger alpha version of yourself. How do you do that? What was that feeling back in the day? That was testosterone coursing through your body is what it is. We're going to rebalance your hormones, and we're going to do it in a big way with Men's Tea Clinic. Give them a call at 972-GO-MEN's-T or go to mensteaclinic.com. Just 5 minutes. You check into one of their 5 DFW locations. They take a little blood sample. They see where your testosterone numbers are, and then they optimize it. mensteaclinic.com, 972-GO-MEN's-T. It's not just the testosterone, though, although that's great, and it's going to give you an edge in whatever part of your life you need it in. But they also have natural regenerative therapies for joint pain, hair loss, bedroom wellness, slimming down, putting muscle on with the terzepatide and the high phenolic. They got it all. mensteaclinic.com. Salute.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
It's time for life without glasses and contacts. Tylock George Eye Care now has LASIK for as low as $150 per month with approved credit. LASIK from the very best. Tylock George Eye Care as low as $150 per month with approved credit. Call today and see better tomorrow. Tylock George Eye Care. Offices in Irving and McKinney.
George Eye Care. Whoa, call today, see you better tomorrow.
scores! The electrifying action of live professional hockey returns to Allen this October when the 4-time champion Allen Americans take the ice at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center. Want to stay close to the action? Check out Courtyard by Marriott, just steps away from the event center. Don't miss any of the live action from the opening faceoff to the final buzzer. Premium level tickets are on sale now. Visit cutxeventcenter.com for more information.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Dawson back here live. It's Diamonds Direct to the rescue. Interest rates are skyrocketing everywhere else. Where do you get the money to get what you need? Diamonds Direct. Listen up big. This September, Diamonds Direct's ultimate offer is back. Stronger than ever. It's made for your needs. Diamonds Direct help you get the perfect jewelry gift with 0% interest for 5 years. 5 years of no interest with any purchase at Diamonds Direct right now. It's amazing. Valid at either one of our 2 DFW Diamonds Direct locations. Through October 1st, you can get Diamonds Direct's incredible value price. Spread those payments over 5 years. Just take the price, divide it by 60, an unheard of interest rate of 0.0%. Nothing is held back in this, guys. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, colored gemstone jewelry. You want to get something for the lady? You want to treat yourself? How about a certified diamond? Exquisite designer collections all month long at Diamonds Direct. This offer will end on September 30th. For details and more, visit diamondsdirect.com and spread your payments over 5 years with 0 interest on approved credit only at Diamonds Direct.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
You know you want LASIK from Tylock George Eye Care. Right now, Tylock George Eye Care is offering LASIK as low as $1,500 per eye. Tylock George Eye Care is the official LASIK surgeon of the Texas Rangers and trusted by more than 100,000 for their LASIK too. Check out their 5-star Google reviews. Then schedule your consultation at tylock.com.
Lowe's knows to start fall projects, you need reliable outdoor power equipment from Ego. Right now, get your choice of a select 56-volt blower or chainsaw for $249. The 56-volt technology powers over 80 tools, so you can switch from blowing leaves to cutting trees with ease. Save time and money with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Valid through 10/2 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Item number 5207558 and item number 4354078.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Oh, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Take 5 Oil Change.
At Take 5, we're faster than you think. That means we'll change your oil and have you back on the road before you can count all the change in your center console. Cha-ching, baby! Just sit back and relax while our fast, friendly team does all the work. Take 5, the stay in your car 10-minute oil change. Appointments now available at participating locations.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's an epic football Friday. We're heading for Cowboys and Browns, week 1 of the NFL season. Sunday's pregame at 12:30. Kickoff 3:25. Thanks to Bobby Belt for joining us. It's time now to catch up with Eric Nadel. Rangers Angels tonight coming up at 6:30. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. This segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. We're just a few minutes from what you're drinking and what you're thinking here on a Friday night as well, as Eric Nadel joins us, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care. And a good evening to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great, Gavin. How are you?
Doing wonderful. 7.5 out now. I know it's a big number still, but at what point would this start to get, really interesting? What's the number?
I think you got to get to 500 first, rather than how many games back. You still have Seattle in front of you, too. But with 7 games remaining against them, I think the key is getting back to 500. Obviously, winning the next 3 against the Angels would be crucial to do that. 2 out of 3 is nice, but at this point, the Rangers need to be sweeping some series, not just winning series.
With the injuries and the absences that they have, it's crazy. But it would be the most baseball thing ever, right? To be repeating as champions, to go all year struggling, then you get a bunch of injuries and go on a run, right?
Yeah, exactly. It would be even more improbable than last year. But again, I want to see him playing well. Who knows next weekend whether DeGrom and Scherzer will come back. Certainly conceivable based on what happens tomorrow night in their rehab outings. But they could make things interesting the rest of the way.
Indeed. Okay, with the Elvis Andrus event, where does he go among the favorite players you've ever called, or what would you say about Elvis?
Well, he's definitely one of my favorites. I love the guys who play with a smile on their face. Elvis always did that. He did that from the time he came up in 2009. I'll never forget the way he injected life into the Rangers, daring base running into the Rangers, the way he ran the bases in Tampa Bay in that playoff series when the Rangers finally won a playoff series in 2010, scoring from second base on infield outs, things like that, taking the chances on the bases, batting all over the lineup, and giving the Rangers some range at shortstop that they hadn't had in a really long time. And, and also being an outstanding member of the community. He's definitely the shortstop on my all-Ranger team based on my favorites.
Eric, Cody Bradford was so unique to watch last night. I mean, this is all about how hard do these guys throw. And here's Cody Bradford, who's managing to get people out throwing sub-90 fastballs. I mean, how rare is that in today's game?
It's pretty rare, and, he does have that elite extension, as they say, which makes the 90-mile-an-hour seem faster to the batter. He also has great command. And I think that's the key, being able to locate that fastball. You've got the manager constantly touting how well he prepares, which is interesting to me because, all the pitchers prepare well. They all prepare hard. They've all got the scouting report. So it may be that Cody is a little bit better at actually employing the scouting report and executing the pitches that the scouting report recommends. But you look at him now, he's got a 3.21 ERA. If you take out, that first outing when he came back off the injured list was rusty, he's got an ERA under 3. And this is now in a significant number of starts. So as you project the rotation for next year, this is a guy I think you can definitely count on. One thing we haven't been able to quantify yet is the deception that a pitcher has. We can quantify the vertical approach angle, as they say, the release point, the extension. It's the deception itself that really interests me. Guys like Kirby Yates clearly has it. His 92 and 93 mile-an-hour fastball plays up like 96 to the hitter. what is it about his motion? There's something in Cody Bradford's motion, too, that makes that 90-mile-an-hour fastball more effective. I'm not sure what it is, but the batter just isn't seeing the ball that well.
Well, can you quantify just how excited you get when you watch Wyatt Langford play baseball? I mean, my goodness, man.
It's become must-watch radio for me. It's gotten to the point where I don't want to miss a Wyatt Langford at bat. You start thinking about what it's like when Adolis is hot, what it was like when Josh Hamilton was at the plate for the Rangers. He may turn a single into a double. Every home run seems to be a big one. I mean, he's hit, 10 home runs, and only 2 of them have been solos, and so many of them have been huge home runs. And now that he's, playing left field regularly, he's being much more productive. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, I don't think, by anybody is he hasn't hit a single home run as a DH this year. And for much of the year, he was the designated hitter. All 10 of his home runs have come when he's played the outfield. And that's something I think the Rangers definitely have to keep in mind going forward.
Yeah, wow, that's a great nugget there, Eric. Thank you.
Hey, Eric. Okay, here's my weird baseball question for you. How strange was it to see Reggie Jackson and Rod Carew play for the Angels?
Reggie was a weird one.
Yeah.
Rod Carew, not so much, but Reggie was very, very strange, and he'd been around with a few teams by that point. With Rod Carew, it was basically Twins and then Angels. But and Reggie was a guy who I always disliked as a player. Having grown up as a Yankee hater, and him having the heroics for the Yankees. Also, I was never really fond of his personality. When he was a player, I know that he has softened since then.
Sure.
But,
didn't play with a smile much, did he?
That's a good way of putting it, that's for sure.
All right, it's a Friday, brother. What you drinking and what you thinking?
Well, what I'm thinking is there's a band that I really like that just put out their first full-length album. They're called the Heavy, and they're not heavy rock. They're a folk rock band from Great Britain, and they just put their first album out today, and people should check that out. And I'm just sipping iced tea today. I'm not working tonight, so I'm just relaxing. I'm looking forward to listening to Matt and Jared do the game, and maybe go out later on and listen to some music. But it's an iced tea day for me.
Live it up, man. Have a great weekend. We'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks, guys.
Salute. Eric Nadel, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care. And you heard right. It is time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right, live from Buffalo Wild Wings. It's What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Currently drinking a 20-ounce Diet Coke that Tolo Jason brought for me. Salute to you, sir. I'm thinking about how Eric took down those wings. He averaged a wing every 12 seconds. By the time he got into that second minute, though, it was a sub-10-second wing that he was clipping there for the final 2 minutes that brought it in really strong. 15 wings in just 3 minutes. I was inspired, Brian. How about you?
I'll tell you what it was. And he called the number. He said, hey, I think I can do this. I think he's, with that newfound confidence, maybe more.
I think 20.
Maybe
I think you can hit the 20.
Technique I really liked.
Him.
Yeah, he was well beyond that 90 percent clean rate. I think he handled that very well. I had a lemonade here earlier today, and it was very, very good.
Hey,
I know
that's what I'm sipping on,
yeah,
baby.
The lemonade's been very, very good. What I'm thinking is I hope everybody joins us as we get started in another season of Cowboy football for our Cowboys pregame shows and postgame shows. I I think we do it better than anybody when it comes to the guests we have, the knowledge we have, what we bring to it, and then the postgame, we give you the opportunity to sound off with us and things like that and give you the analysis and give you that stuff from the locker room. So I hope everybody takes the opportunity to kind of find us on that platform, wherever you get your stuff for us for 105.3 The Fan, and enjoy some Cowboy football with us this fall.
Cheers to that.
Absolutely. Drinking some water here. And I'll probably change that over to some vodka a little bit later tonight. Got the family coming over. We'll hang out. We'll watch Eagles and Packers. But certainly thinking about, I missed last Friday, but our good buddy Kenny and Quinlan and his fam, Eric and I, we got to go meet Tuesday. And Cody, his son. Awesome Tolo community that we have here. Jason, who came by, went to the funeral for Kenny along with Rodeo Ron. And we're all in this together. What You Drinking, What You Thinking's brought so many people. I know Pappy, Tim, and Carthage a part of this as well. It's pretty awesome, the joy and impact that this segment alone has really had on people.
How about you, Chief?
Amen to that, man. Definitely thinking about Kenny sipping on some lemonade. What a time it was to meet his family and hearing all the stories and getting some of the backstories on the rock and roll tequila and all that kind of stuff, man. It was just it was truly fantastic. It was a celebration of his life, and they were you could tell how heartbroken they were, but also just how excited they got when they talked about him.
Yeah.
And relived all those special memories and getting to do that with them, with Wolchuk and, of course, Gavin Spittle as well. It was a really, really good time this week. I'm also thinking about an epic, legendary, one-of-one, beautiful color clash that we get at the Big House tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Are
Texas,
you
Michigan.
kidding me? Those two uniforms, that just makes sense.
It's the icy whites for Texas.
It's just going to be fantastic. So I cannot wait for that. I'm wondering if Texas is going to cover that spread. Wolchuk, I think you think they are.
But how big is it now?
It's 7.5.
Yeah, I think they're going to cover it. You just don't know who's playing quarterback right now for Michigan. That whole thing's a little bit wonky. I think Texas is ready to go. And look, that defense for Michigan is still very, very good. But I think the offensive line can handle it. I think Texas can cover that.
We go back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is screening up the phone calls and preparing to tell us what he's drinking and thinking.
I'm drinking water. Almost had a whole gallon and finished up some protein shake as well, so I can feed my muscles.
Yeah.
Thinking about scooping up a large keto pizza on the way home from Zalot's and getting low for the rest of the night. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I didn't know they had a keto pizza.
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic. Nice large one.
And it sounds like your nutrition's on point right now, sir.
Yeah,
Water,
I'm getting ready for next season. You know what I mean? Right now, yeah.
Let's go. Okay, who's first on the phone call, sir?
Rodeo Ron, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
Here we go.
Here we go.
Drinking that Jeffy with the splash, the sweet tea. I want to give a shout out to Tuesday Cody. I want to give a shout out to those two hockey playing grandsons. One of them is a middle school 18 running back now. What am I thinking? It's NFL time, baby.
Let's go.
That means we have 53 players that wear a star on their head. It's time to shut up, put up, or get the F out of here. You know the Cowboys Nations, we're always all in. Show us you're all in, boys. Let's go, Cowboys. And remember, if you're not hanging out with Rodeo Ron, drinking Jim Beam, listen to 105.3 The Fan, where the you at, baby?
Yes, sir.
There you go, Ron.
Found out at Fan Bowl, Rodeo Ron, one of the best MLB The Show players out there. He had just thrown a perfect game the night before.
Wow.
Yeah, while intoxicated. Who's next, Lucius?
We got Bailey. I believe he's in Arlington. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Bailey?
I'm retired Bailey in Arlington, and I'm having a nice glass of sweet tea on this Friday afternoon, watching the storms blow past. And I tell you what I'm thinking. I agree with what Diana Rossini said the other day about Dak. It ain't about the money. It's about the years. Dallas don't want to give him a long-term deal.
All righty, salute to you, Bailey in Arlington. Thanks for checking in. Who's next, Lucius?
Caught me in the middle of drinking this water. Polo in Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Polo?
What's going on, fellas? I couldn't drink anything. You already know about the heart attack, but my girl had a margarita, and I had a sweet tea at Applebee's a few minutes ago. We ate some of their boneless wings. They were okay, but they weren't spectacular. So what I'm thinking is, tomorrow, I hope SMU kicks BYU's butt. I know they're in the ACC, which is just dumb, but I'm rooting for my ponies, and I'm rooting for my Longhorns. Go to Michigan, show them what that Texas is what about. Cowboys, y'all just going to be the Cowboys. I really just don't have any hope, even though they still my team. But, Gavin, I want you to stay true to who you are. I want you to get on Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones' butt and ask him the hard questions, Gavin. That's why I respect you, buddy. Lucius, I love you. Brothers, man, keep on doing what you're doing. Woodchuck, you'll follow. Love y'all, man. Bye.
Thank you, Polo.
Appreciate it.
Love you,
Be
man.
well.
Living that sober life these days, following that heart attack.
That heart is scary.
Glad you're healthy, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, the Kenny and Quinlan story make you appreciate your friends and family just a little bit more. And it's unfortunate that we got to go through a tragedy to get there, but damn it, I love hearing you guys' voices here on this What You Drinking, What You Thinking on a Friday as we broadcast live Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon in Dallas. Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go out to the 254 and talk to Walt in Waco. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Walt?
Hey, man, drink that Natty Light, baller on a budget. And like my man Wolchuk, L'Chaim, I couldn't get through last week because of all the love, but this has been on my heart. I lost my dad, man, July 4th this past year. Man, he was just about a month and a half shy of 62 years old, so it's pretty unexpected. And it was just the craziest thing, though. Me and my brother are renovating my mom's house, trying to give her a comfortable, nice place to live and make her feel better. And we're painting, and he's been a Tolo longer than me. And then all of a sudden it comes on, and you guys start breaking the news about Kenny and Quinlan. And me and my brother just stop and, like, look at each other and don't even say anything, man. And so it's one of those things, and I just want to tell his family, it's so crazy how you can have never met anybody, but met someone, man, and listen to them for years and feel like you know them in 4-minute increments once a week. So Kenny and Quinlan, man, you touched our hearts. And you know what? To all of his family, legends never die. Rock on, Kenny.
Rock on, baby.
Hell of a call. Thank you, brother.
LFG, Walt.
Yes, sir. Walt, that was dominant, sir.
What do you say, Lucius? Want to get a couple of more in here?
Black and Gold B, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Yo, what up, fellas?
What up?
And I quit drinking beer. Like, I guess I decided to quit right after Fan Bowl until the season started.
Okay.
So I quit drinking, but yesterday was my dad's birthday, so I had a few cold beers with him yesterday.
We're back, baby.
And today, oh yeah, I'm back. But for today, man, I didn't get to call in last week, but man, Kenny wasn't just a legend. He's definitely number one on the Rushmore. What you drinking, what you thinking. But me and my wife are both, because a salute to Kenny, we're both going to have 2 shots each of rock and roll tequila. That's a cool little bottle, man, that guitar. That's pretty badass.
Yeah, it is. It is a cool bottle.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But
get you some of that peach mango from Sonic.
I'm glad the season's here. Looking forward to the game tonight. And before I go, the song I want to recommend is it's the last song I used to recommend to my dad as a kid, and it's "Separate Ways" by Journey.
There you go.
Yeah. Y'all have a great weekend, fellas.
Terrific tune. Thank you, Black and Gold B. Opens the line at 877-881-1053.
Kelly Blue, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
G-Bag Nation, what it do?
What
I'm
up?
drinking that OL double-weeded bourbon. It's amazing.
Wow. All right. Okay.
What I'm thinking the Eagles going to lose by 6, Cowboys going to win by 6. I'm also thinking RIP to Kenny. To the last caller's point, man, he was amazing. I never met the guy, but you got to feel when you listen to somebody so long and they lose their life, man. So RIP Kenny, go Cowboys, let's get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Salute to you, sir.
Okay.
Great call,
Yeah.
Kelly.
Great call.
I'll
Great
drink
call.
to that.
Yeah.
Anybody else, Lucius?
Yeah, Philly Mike, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Philly Mike?
Hey, Philly Mike here, your favorite drunken drinking bartender.
Here he
and
is.
I'm drinking 20 grand.
Okay. What's that?
It's a vodka cognac mix.
Okay.
You're not messing around.
Yeah, that's the big leagues right there.
No.
What you thinking?
And what I'm thinking is I predict that Jalen Hurts is going to be responsible for 6 touchdowns tonight. Either running and passing.
That booze must be good.
Take the over. Take the over.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you checking in with us here. Philly Mike, the 20 grand premium vodka infused with cognac. Wow. Might have to come out of retirement just to sip on that. Anything else, Lucius?
Yeah, let's go to Big Jim. We're going to end it with Big Jim. You're in the G-Bag Nation, Big Jim. What are you drinking? What you thinking, sir?
Well, good afternoon, fellas. It's whiskey this afternoon, and well, I'm looking forward to some college football tomorrow. I'm hoping I'm not a huge OSU fan. I like that running back. I hope they put those pigs up and put them in the frying pan and turn them into bacon.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a limerick, fellas. I just figured I'd try to do something that would be, add a little bit to this NFL year. It's clean, but I wanted to try it. I thought it might be something Kenny would do. So here we go. The Cowboys are coming in fast. In Cleveland, they're built to outlast. With that throwing fire and Rico running higher, they'll crush the Browns and kick ass.
You nailed it, Big Jim.
Good stuff.
Have a great weekend. Salute to you, sir.
Good stuff, Big Jim. We love you, brother.
We go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
Yeah, it's a feel-good Friday. Let's wrap it up with some Rick James.
Well, all right, squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
your favorite rapper? If Jay-Z's got to be Robinson's guy, who's yours?
You know, I have got to give props to Ludacris because although he's not the only one, I think he was the first one to name check me. I believe it went something like this. And for you youngsters out there, we're not encouraging this behavior. I just want to make that clear. It's sort of like saying, any rebroadcast, reproduction, it's kind of a rote thing. Now, kids, this is just the lyric, and I'm just quoting it. And it's Ludacris talking about himself. I'd be rolling torpedoes, get blunted with Rostas, and for a hefty fee, I'm on your record, like Bob Costas.
Yeah, it's a Feel Good Friday here at LA Live. This is Friday, September 6th, 2024. LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey starts today. Yeah, you got 48 hours of liberty, people. Avoid the law dogs this weekend. Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. If you want to drive fast, there's legal drag strips here in the DFW. You can get that off. Don't do it on the highways. You got legal drag strips. Keep your emotions in check because your emotions can't get you in trouble out here. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend.
No, sir, no crash out.
Please don't crash out. And if I'm not telling you to go do drugs. Kids, stay away from drugs. That's the best thing to do. But if you just can't stop, at least go to Amazon and order one of those kits where you can test the drugs.
There you go.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to lose you because somebody's trying to make a quick buck and they use your life to do it.
The bad pill.
Yeah, man. Let's see. No, I'm not even going to do that. I don't have the time. All right. I'll ask you fellas a quick question. Who is the worst NBA player of all time?
Kwame Brown.
Oh. No, way worse than that.
Worst NBA player of all time that's ever touched a hardwood, that's ever checked in. Well, pause. That's ever checked into a game.
I'm going to go with the former Trailblazers and New York Knicks center, Chris Dudley.
Ooh,
that was
that's a good one. That's a good one. I'm not mad at that one. I had Cherokee Parks and Sam Bowie on my list.
Oh, man.
Sean Bradley.
Sean Bradley.
Brian Scalabrine.
Oh, wow.
That's how I have my list.
Give me Darko Milicic.
Yeah, Darko.
Yes.
Yeah, it's got to be a big man, because all the little guys, like if you ran into them at the Y, if they were in the NBA, they will score every point for the other team and steal the ball every time.
And some of them even had a moment, you know?
Yeah.
You had the Jeremy Lin run. Yogi Ferrell had a moment.
Hashim Thabit.
Oh, brutal.
Well, let me tell you what.
It's a good poll.
Well, let me tell you what here, fellas.
Yeah.
Well, we missed Sam Bowie, by the way.
Yeah.
Shaquille O'Neal says Rudy Gobert and Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Worst basketball players of all time.
Oh, Ben. Wow.
Worst basketball players of all time. Listen to this.
Quote NBA player.
Rudy Gobert.
Oh my God! I knew he was going to say Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert.
He's worse than Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons is another bum. No, because you know why?
I'm sorry to Rudy Gobert and Ben Simmons.
Because I'm going to tell you what. If you sign a contract for $250, show me $250. It's the reason why I walk funny and why I can't turn my neck and why I can't do it because I played for my 120. So you got guys like him that the system over. They're making all this money and they can't play.
Wow. Yeah, definitely the worst bang for your buck there with Ben Simmons.
Yeah,
that's no doubt.
Yeah, but not the worst basketball player in the NBA, bro.
No. Gobert's Defensive Player of the Year. He's good in the regular season. He sucks in the playoffs.
I love how Shaq just gets a little toxic. Everything is just a little personal sometimes.
Yeah, especially if it's a big man. He likes to talk about the big man. He's going to take shots at the big man.
Rasho Nesterovic.
Yeah. Yeah. And he came at Dwight Howard, and I understand that because Dwight Howard took that man's whole image.
Yeah.
Image and likeness.
And soiled it a little bit.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I think Shaq might be reaching right there. Just a little bit.
Yeah. I would have loved to see Rudy Gobert battling. Like when Shaq was killing everybody, you had Sabonis, who was giant but getting old, and then Yao Ming was still too young. Like, there was nobody. But if you could take 7'3" Gobert back in the day, That was the exact kind of guy that the league needed to try to slow him down.
Yeah. Rudy seen what Shaq had said. Shaq was sitting with his son, by the way, so the son was gassing. Dad, you so funny. Rudy seen that. Rudy high-roaded him and said, oh, man, this is just sad. This is just sad. I don't know why everybody's jumping on Rudy. I mean, I understand that we hate him, but he's just not he's not an awful basketball player.
No, it's just grading on the scale of being like a max contract player.
Yeah.
A team trades for you and gives up like more assets than we've ever seen, as if you're some LeBron James level dude, and then you get out there and you can't play in the postseason. So they don't respect you because you get paid like them and you get acknowledgments like them being the great players, but you never show up when it matters, and you get on other people's highlight reels all the time.
And he's a B word.
Michael Olakande?
He was pretty bad as a number 1 overall pick.
That's what I couldn't remember his name, and I had to look it up.
The Candyman.
The Candyman.
Clippers.
Yeah.
Cherokee Parks came up as number 1 on this list that I found.
We should do the top 10.
That's a good idea. Let's do that.
Yeah.